Jiang Shan realized he had woken up from the cold. He sat up, dazed for 3 seconds. What's going on? Wasn't he at the company's year-end celebration banquet, drinking? It was the end of the year. Shareholders and senior management had gathered to enthusiastically celebrate Chairman Jiang's net worth surpassing 100 million. The echoes of flattery and praise still rang in his ears. Chairman Jiang, let's drink this toast together to you. Yes, Chairman Jiang Group is now the leading enterprise in our province. We must celebrate this New Year's Eve party properly. 100 million? That's nothing. Within 3 years, Jiang Shan Group will break the 10 billion mark. Surrounded by everyone, he didn't know how many glasses he'd drunk. His consciousness gradually blurred. When he opened his eyes again, clear and sober, the shareholders and vice presidents were gone. He was lying on a traditional heated brick bed in someone's house, covered by a tattered quilt. He exhaled, and the breath turned to white mist. Feeling the cold, Jiang Shan felt his mind becoming clearer, the scene before him sharpening. The newspaper pasted around the edge of the Kong was yellowed and dark. Beside the Kong, a round iron stove was blackened, its furnace devoid of any sparks. There was a faint rustling sound from the ceiling. As Jiang Shan looked up, a pinch of soil sifted down from a crack in the thatched roof and fell into his mouth. It tasted smoky and charred. The wooden lattice window was also patched with old newspaper, with several panes broken, allowing the wind outside to whistle through. He understood now. A dilapidated house made of mud bricks and thatched roof, drafty everywhere, and he'd been awakened by the winter cold. Whose home is this rundown? Jiang Shan immediately realized his situation. His wealth of over 100 million was gone, half his empire lost. In one night, he'd returned to pre-liberation times. Suppressing the panic, he told himself to stay calm. Close his eyes, fall back asleep, and he'd return. Instinctively, he pulled the torn cotton quilt over himself, lay down, and closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep again. But it wasn't drowsiness. His mind became increasingly clear. Outside the thatched hut, there was the sound of a wooden gate being pushed open, scraping across the ground. Dad? A little girl's voice, accompanied by a series of footsteps, was about to enter the room. Jiang Shan knew he could no longer pretend to sleep. The door opened, and a small girl's body, wrapped in the cold wind, entered the room. Dad, Annie gave us a bag of corn cobs. I'll light the stove right away. Once it's lit, you won't be cold. The girl was thin and small, looking only 5 or 6 years old. As she spoke, her hands took corn cobs from a bag, placing them one by one beside the stove. Jiang Shan swallowed, looking at the original owner's daughter. He wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He reached out, grabbed a tattered cotton jacket, and put it on. The girl's body was small, the shoulders of the cotton jacket patched, and the front panel also had a large patch. Anyone could see it was an adult's jacket, worn for 3 years, and then another 3, now altered for a child. It must have belonged to her mother or sister. Dad, I had to finish feeding Annie's pig before I could come back to light the stove. Jiang Shan's mind was in chaos, scenes not his own rolling through his head. Instinctively, he called the girl's name. Xiaomei? Dad, Annie told me to feed her pig, and she'll bring you a bowl of rice at noon. Jiang Shan felt his consciousness was separate from his body. He couldn't just sit on the Kong like this. He had to get down and do something. His legs were numb, lacking strength. Xiaomei, your dad. My legs, what's wrong with them? Dad, your legs can't move. You forgot. My legs can't move? It can't be that bad. The original owner was truly in such a pitiful state bedridden for a month. His legs almost useless, tended to for food, drink, and bodily functions by his 6-year-old daughter. Dad, once the stove is burning well, you'll warm up. Jiang Shan felt he was still an outsider. The smell of burning wood and green smoke irritated his throat as he inhaled, making him cough twice. He pushed the 100 million fortune and the identity of Chairman Jiang to the back of his mind, forced to temporarily accept the current situation. He shouldn't just sit dumbly on the Kong, watching such a small girl light the stove for the family. Using his hands for strength, Jiang Shan first pulled his left leg up and bent it, then pulled his right leg up and bent it, silently chanting, move, move, move. He felt his legs regain consciousness and could stand up. The little girl cried out in surprise, Dad, you're standing up? In his heart, Jiang Shan cursed the original owner as a bastard. His daughter was so young, doing housework and taking care of people, while he lay on the Kong sleeping. Could he really be so helpless that he couldn't get up? Was he faking being unable to stand? Flames flickered up in the stove, adding another load of corn cobs and covering it with the stove lid. Xiaomei stretched her hands over the lid to warm them. Dad, and he said she'll give me 10 cents to buy some bang-bang oil to rub on my hands. Xiaomei's voice was weak and timid, as if afraid of her father standing up and getting off the Kong. Jiang Shan sorted through the chaotic information about this family in his mind, unsure what to ask first. Clearly, he couldn't go back to sleep and return to his original world anytime soon. When he slept tonight and woke up the next morning, he would return to his original world, still the billionaire chairman of a corporation. Xiaomei, you just said you want to feed Andy's pig? Just a casual question. Oh, Andy said if I feed it until after Laba Festival, when it's slaughtered, we'll get some meat for the new year. Jiang Shan hesitated, then extended the original owner's large male hands, holding his daughter's small hands in his palms. He didn't know if it was his own pity for the little girl or the original owner's love for his daughter. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Xiaomei, it's too cold outside. You should wear gloves. Dad, Auntie said she'll buy me new gloves for the new year. Jiang Shan heard the word Annie mentioned 4 or 5 times. Xiaomei's Annie was the original owner's sister-in-law. With such a cold, run-down house, it was common for the girl's mother to run away, unable to bear it. During the time the original owner was bedridden, it seemed the sister-in-law had been taking care of Xiaomei. The room warmed slightly with the stove's heat. Xiaomei, don't we have a pig to feed? Xiaomei shook her head. Annie said when the pig is slaughtered, she'll give us some meat. A dilapidated mud house, a thatched roof shedding soil, drafty windows, smoke seeping from stove cracks. Such a broken home, not having a New Year pig was normal. Jiang Shan tried to merge his consciousness with the original owner's body, accepting the girl, calling him dad. Xiaomei, have you eaten? Annie said when her family's lunch is ready, I'll go eat, and then bring you a bowl. This was how things had been for this period. Xiaomei didn't understand why her dad was asking such a question deliberately. It wasn't noon yet. As Xiaomei spoke, her eyes glanced at a drawer in a table against the wall inside the room. Her voice became even more cautious and weaker. Dad, I'll just have a little bit of breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs? Oh, just a little bit. All right, Dad will get you something to eat. Jiang Shan turned to the ancestral tablet table, opened the drawer. Half the drawer was filled with dried, hard pieces of steamed buns, stored like a rare treasure. Xiaomei said she would just have a little bit of breadcrumbs. Jiang Shan felt a sharp pain in his heart, likely the original owner's pain. He truly didn't understand why the daughter said she only wanted a little bit of crumbs. The dried buns were hard, hurting the teeth and mouth. Xiaomei meant to gnaw on a few crumbs. At least soften them with hot water and eat a bowl. Xiaomei, Dad will soften them with hot water. You can't gnaw on them dry. Xiaomei, no need, I can chew them. No, Dad will soften them with hot water for you to eat. Looking around the corner of the room, a wooden board was placed over the water vat, with a tin cup for scooping water on it, its damaged areas showing black spots. He looked around. In this broken, drafty house, there was no hot water thermos. Xiaomei, I'll use the cup to heat water to soften the bun. He scooped half a cup of cold water from the vat and placed it on the stove lid. Soon, it warmed and began to steam. Xiaomei, see, you can only eat it after it's softened. With a bit of force, Jiang Shan crushed the dried bun into crumbs, soaking them in the hot water in the cup. Eat. It'll warm your stomach. After you finish, I'll heat another cup of water for you to wash your hands. Clean them, then apply medicine. Xiaomei picked up the cup and started eating the dried bun, softened with hot water. After one bite, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, big drops falling into the cup. Jiang Shan smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing the daughter's feelings at this moment. It wasn't happiness that her dad could stand up and get her food. She must be thinking of her mother. Her mother must have run away and abandoned her. Xiaomei, don't cry. Dad is fine now, no longer lying on the Kong. The words Jiang Shan spoke weren't what he truly felt. In this rundown house, he would endure one day, sleep through the night, and wake up the next morning back in his own body. Dad, please don't give my little brother away, okay? Brother? Jiang Shan was stunned. The original owner had a son too. Xiaomei, where's your little brother? I like to open my eyes in 1988, a broken mud house with 2 motherless children. Chapter 2. The brother is to be given away, asking where his son was. The father feigned an innocent demeanor, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Father, the auntie said that my brother would be sent to a good family who could provide for him. But why can't he stay with the auntie and be cared for? She has plenty of noodles, and he is 6 months old now. He can eat noodles. Jiang Shan looked into his daughter's eyes, inquiring earnestly, is your brother still at the auntie's house? Xiaomei nodded twice. Earlier, while feeding pigs at the auntie's, she had heard her brother crying inside the house. Father, please, let us not send him away. The auntie promised us a bag of flour. We can take care of him ourselves. As she uttered these words, tears welled up and fell into the hot water tub. Jiang Shan sighed deeply. Realizing the unfortunate reality, the original wife had abandoned her ailing husband and their 2 children. Half of the children's lives had been spent at the auntie's home. To Xiaomei, it seemed the auntie no longer wanted her brother and intended to give him away, a situation she could not comprehend. Jiang Shan too was perplexed by the circumstances. Xiaomei, I will go to your auntie's house to bring your brother back. Once I recover, I will provide for both of you. Yes, let us go get him home right away. Seeing her daughter's urgency, it was as if any delay would result in her brother being sent away for good. If the auntie were truly so benevolent, why would she consider giving a 6-month-old child to another family? Jiang Shan wiped his face in despair, pondering the misfortunes that had led him to endure such a life in this dilapidated home devoid of maternal care. Had his means of earning a living been too harsh, subjecting him to divine retribution that cast him back into such dire circumstances? The extremes of his plight were unbearable. Xiaomei, let us not rush. It will only take a couple of minutes for the water to heat up for you to wash your hands and apply the medicine. But father, she replied obediently, retrieving the wash basin for him. A look of trepidation filled her eyes, as she dared not defy her father's wishes. She turned and fetched a misshapen porcelain basin from behind the door, much like the ceramic tub, chipped and speckled, with holes at the bottom leaking water. The warm water from the tub was poured into the basin, sizzling as it hit the stove's lid, and Xiaomei submerged her hands into it to soak. Jiang Shan contemplated. The auntie might not be as kind as she seemed. Could she not see the cracks on the children's hands caused by the cold? Does it hurt? He inquired, his tone laced with warmth and concern. No, father, the auntie said. Jiang Shan observed his daughter's face, her double eyelids framing large, long-lashed eyes. If she were well-fed and cared for, she would be an exceptionally beautiful daughter. Yet, such a young child spoke with such humility. Whatever the auntie said, she swallowed back. Jiang Shan gazed at her for 5 seconds. Xiaomei, is there something the auntie forbade you from telling me? After a moment's hesitation, she continued. The auntie said your illness is incurable and told me not to inform you that my brother would be given away. Jiang Shan understood. Confined to his bed, his 6-month-old son was to be sent away, and they had concealed this from him. This meant that within this Jiang household, he was utterly subservient, with every matter dictated by Xiaomei's aunt. It would indeed be strange if his wife had not fled. After soaking her hands for a while, the grime softened and washed away, revealing even more conspicuous cracks. Inside the room, there were no healing medicines to be found. Jiang Shan rummaged through a wooden box at the foot of the bed and unearthed a white mourning cap. Xiaomei, use this white cloth cap to cover your wound. Xiaomei shook her head, unwilling to comply. No, this is a mourning cap for my mother. Jiang Shan's mind buzzed, and he stood in stunned silence for a moment, mistakenly believing that this woman had abandoned her husband and children. The truth was far more sorrowful. She had passed away. The ancestral altar bore no photograph of the mother, an unsettling detail that led him to misinterpret the situation, thinking the child's mother had simply left. For the sake of his daughter, he mustered a forced smile. Uncertain of what to say, he finally managed to utter, Xiaomei, from now on, your father will take care of you and your little brother. The 6-year-old girl was already wearing mourning for her mother, while her 6-month-old brother likely had no recollection of what she looked like. Xiaomei, let me wrap your hand to protect the wound, and I will buy you some frostbite ointment and gloves. He tore the white cap into strips, and with gentle care, his large hands wrapped the fingers and backs of her small hands. Outside, the biting cold rendered this makeshift bandaging insufficient for warmth. Xiaomei, stay home by the stove, and keep adding corn husks to keep the fire going. I will go to Annie's house to bring back Xiaobao. Thus, the son was named Xiaobao. Without coal to fuel the fire, the corn husks would burn out in mere minutes, leaving Xiaomei to tend the stove without leaving the house. Jiang Shan pulled open the door, lifting the tattered curtain, and stepped outside. Before him lay a blanket of white, the snow having accumulated to 3 inches, the icy wind stinging his face. It was only then that Jiang Shan realized his own patched cotton coat had long ceased to provide warmth, having been worn for 3 winters. Standing in the uneven, snow-laden yard, he turned to take in the sight of the mud-brick thatched house, its roof cloaked in white. The door curtain was a patchwork of various scraps of fabric, interspersed with squares cut from fertilizer bags. It was evident this was not a time before liberation. One would not find urea bags stitched into door curtains to ward off the cold. From the corporate elite to the ragged Jiang Shan, sharing a name and surname. The only advantage was his youthful physique, which he had little desire for. No worries. Tonight I shall sleep, and by morning I will return. He resolved to help the original owner of this body endure the day. He would first fetch his 6-month-old son, hoping that by tomorrow morning, The original owner would be able to care for his two little ones properly. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Shan covered his cold ears with his hands and exited through the broken wooden gate of the earthen courtyard. His eyes scanned the distance beyond the gate, where earthen houses dotted the landscape, characteristic of the rural loess plateau in the northwest. The mountains surrounding him bore patches of white interspersed with darker areas. A small expanse of dim sky hanging overhead. What year was it? The sounds of children's laughter reached his ears, echoing from the neighboring courtyard where several children had emerged, playing games at the entrance, one triumphantly declaring victory over another. Were they not gathered at the doorstep of his sister-in-law? Between the two courtyards lay a shared threshing ground. Jiang Shan approached the group of children. One boy greeted him. "Uncle, my mother said you can't walk anymore. How can you walk?" The boy speaking is the son of the elder sister-in-law. Uncle grasped his nephew's collar and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Why are you not in school?" The children erupted into giggles. "Uncle, we are on winter break, and you are unaware." Jiang Shan was eager to clarify some details. "Tell Uncle, what year is it this year?" The boy, struggling to free himself, shouted, "Uncle, are you really that foolish? Don't you know what year it is? It's 1988. My mother says this year will bring prosperity to our family, and we will buy a television for the new year." 1988. At this moment, the original self was just 8 years old. When he was that age, he certainly did not reside in such a barren little village on the yellow earth plateau. Encountering his 8-year-old self at this point filled Jiang Shan with an inexplicable excitement. The thought was rather exhilarating. The boy managed to break free from the adult's grasp. What was this child's name again? Jiang Shan strained to dig through the original memories. Xuan. "Tell Uncle, are your parents home?" "Uncle, my parents took your son out with them." Jiang Shan immediately realized that his parents were taking his son somewhere. Quickly, Xuan, do you know where your parents took my son?" The boy shook his head, indicating he did not know, as his parents had not informed him. "I know. They went that way." Following the direction indicated by another child's finger, it led to the road south of the village. Jiang Shan turned and pursued. The snowy path bore a chaotic array of footprints. Chapter 3. Chasing to the town, then into the county city. Flakes of snow danced and swirled through the air. Outside the village, this narrow path bore not only the footprints of two individuals, but also a series of hoofprints from a cart. Xuan stated that his father had carried the child while walking out. However, carrying the child did not necessarily mean they continued on foot. They might have caught a ride on a passing cart along the way. This thought unsettled Jiang Shan further. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he was uncertain whether to follow the footprints of the pursuers or the cart's tracks. For now, only this path lay before him, and they had traveled together. As he quickened his pace, Jiang Shan allowed the memories of the original self to surge forth. He recalled the appearances of his elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as the words they had spoken to the original self. "Shanzi, if your legs improve, and you can work the fields and harvest crops, you can bring the child back to them." It was the cousin from his sister-in-law's maternal family. Her husband was an official at the town's Water Conservancy Bureau, and they lived well. They would take care of the child for now, and once he was able, they would return him, perhaps with a small amount of maintenance fees. They had prepared milk powder in bottles, even bringing a milk goat specifically to care for his son. The voices of his elder brother and sister-in-law echoed in his ears. A father longing for his son could go and see him. Yet, with his legs unsteady and his mind unclear, how could he visit the Fan family to see his son? Jiang Shan felt that his elder brother and sister-in-law were not so benevolent. If they were kind-hearted, could Xiao Mei's hands have become so frostbitten? Could Xiao Mei have been so starving? Xiao Mei was treated as a laborer, tasked with feeding pigs, collecting manure, and gathering firewood, receiving only a single bowl of rice to appease her hunger each day. In the 12th month, they sent pork legs and white flour. As his sister-in-law coaxed Xiao Mei into working for her, his wife had endured tremendous pain to give birth to their son, holding on through sheer will for 6 months before closing her eyes and departing. In those days, Xiao Mei wept inconsolably. "Oh, mother." 2 children were left without their maternal figure. Jiang Shan, feeling an ache in his heart, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The emotions of the original owner were overwhelming. It was truly unbearable. A man without a wife, toiling in the fields with 2 children, was undoubtedly exhausted, unable to manage both ends. Another scene emerged. On the day of his wife's burial, the original owner was knocked unconscious by a punch from his younger brother-in-law. His mind was a haze, his legs unresponsive, leaving him paralyzed on the bed. The loss of sensation in his legs was certainly due to the fog in his mind. The children were taken away by his sister-in-law for care, with 3 boisterous children of her own. How could she possibly have the patience to tend to such a small infant? They had decided to send the little one to a relative for fostering, planning to retrieve him once the original owner regained his faculties. Today, the child was sent away. Jiang Shan's unease intensified. His elder brother and sister-in-law were undoubtedly not acting out of kindness. This unsettling feeling propelled him to jog along the tracks, chasing after the Prince of Wheels towards the relatives in town. At the home of his sister-in-law's cousin in the town, he first sought out the cadre named Fan at the Water and Electricity Bureau. Jiang Shan rushed into the courtyard of the bureau in Gaoya town and caught hold of a man discarding tea leaves, inquiring urgently, "Excuse me, is Cadre Fan here? Where does he live?" The man, halted by Jiang Shan, responded impatiently, "Don't shout. I'm not a leader." "What Cadre Fan?" Jiang Shan clung to his arm, desperation in his tone. "Do we have 2 cadres with the surname Fan at the Water and Electricity Bureau?" The man replied, "There's only one, Cadre Fan Ku. He's out in the countryside conducting investigations right now." "What do you need him for?" "Cadre Fan's family is supposed to adopt my son, but I'm not willing anymore. I regret it. I want to bring my son back." The man's eyes widened in disbelief at Jiang Shan's words. "What nonsense are you spouting? Cadre Fan already has 2 children. Why would he adopt yours? Isn't he afraid of policy scrutiny? You need to clarify this." Jiang Shan did not conceal the truth and recounted the details of his pursuit for his son. The staff at the bureau looked at him incredulously, dismissing the idea that the child had been taken to Cadre Fan's home. "You should hurry to the bus station. Our town has a bus running to the county seat. Your brother and sister-in-law might be taking the child there." Jiang Shan's mind buzzed. If his brother and sister-in-law were taking his son to the county seat to give him away, why would they lie about sending him to relatives of the Fan family? The person before him seemed even more anxious than Jiang Shan. "Hurry up and chase after them. The bus has already left. See if you can catch up in the county seat." The staff member offered this timely advice to the confused man. It wasn't he that Jiang Shan was truly bewildered. In that moment, the consciousness of this body and mind was struggling to connect. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a row of bicycles by the corner of the courtyard, dashed over, and rode one out of the yard. A voice called out behind him, "Hey, return it once you're done. Which village are you from?" Jiang Shan felt a surge of energy in his legs, propelling the bicycle through the snow for over 10 miles. He still remembered the way to the county seat, from Qian Baitu village to Gaoya town, then to Antai County. At this moment, old Jiang Dong was merely 8 years old, a native of Antai County. "I truly cannot comprehend how I have reincarnated into the body of this individual from 1988, merely due to sharing the same name within a single county. It is of little consequence that Xiao Jiang Shan has 2 children. What truly matters is that their mother remains alive. Today, I assisted the original owner in reclaiming his 6-month-old son, making this journey worthwhile. Life in these times still holds promise. If a man is diligent and industrious, he should have no difficulty supporting 2 children." Xiao Jiang Shan pedaled his bicycle, striving to exert all the strength he had accumulated over the past 2 months. For over an hour, he encountered not a single soul, save for the tracks left by a passing bus in the county town. The official at the local water and electricity bureau was also dismissive, offering vague speculations. Jiang Shan felt an irresistible urge to pursue the matter further. Otherwise, where else could he chase after the families scattered around Gaoya town and its 7 or 8 neighboring villages? Crossing a bridge along the highway, he found himself surrounded by the hustle and bustle of bicycles on the road, and a black Santana sedan whizzed past. In this era, the Santana car was no longer a rarity on the streets of the county town. Several buses were entering and exiting through a grand entrance by the roadside, marked prominently with the words, Antai County Bus Station. With a surge of energy, Jiang Shan propelled his bicycle into the station area. A wave of familiarity washed over him. Antai County was where he had spent his childhood. He surveyed the lineup of buses, one after another, until he spotted one with a sign on its windshield reading Antai Hongshan Gaoya. This was the one. The door was shut, and the driver, resting his head on the steering wheel, was sipping tea from a cup. Jiang Shan knocked on the door and called out loudly. The driver reached out, pulling the door open with a leather strap. "Quickly get in. We depart at 3, and the snow is falling heavier. We want to be running tomorrow." Jiang Shan brushed the snow off his head and shoulders as he stepped onto the bus. "Driver, did a couple with a 6-month-old child board this bus?" The driver furrowed his brow, reflecting on the passengers for that journey. Indeed, there was a couple with a child who had boarded from Gallia town, but they alighted at the next stop. Do you know who they are? Jiang Shan inquired. The driver smirked dismissively. With this bus having only been in service for less than a month, how could I possibly know everyone? Jiang Shan faced a dilemma after they exited the bus. How could he possibly know where they had gone? And Tai County had a population of nearly 80 to 90,000. The driver, with a smirk, offered a suggestion. Young man, they will need to take a bus back as well. Just wait for them here. Jiang Shan settled into the bus, prepared to wait until 3 o'clock. If they were indeed his older brother and sister-in-law, they would surely return on the 3 o'clock bus to the town and then back to the village. If they were not, he would have to return to the village and wait for their return. He had 4 children at home to care for. They could not possibly remain out all night. It was still lunchtime, and Jiang Shan counted the minutes, enduring each second as it passed. Chapter 4. Brother and sister-in-law. Where has my son been taken? Jiang Shan was to wait for 2 hours on the bus. Gradually, several passengers boarded and settled into their seats. After a few minutes, a woman complained. Why is it still so cold in here? The bus driver chuckled. Just hang in there. Once the engine starts, it won't be cold anymore. Jiang Shan felt a chill enveloping him from head to toe. His worn cotton jacket offered no warmth whatsoever. On such a frigid day, his elder brother and sister-in-law were trudging to the town, cradling their 6-month-old son, preparing to take the bus to the county. He wondered to whom they were delivering the child. Surely, the little one must be freezing on this journey. Such a fragile being should not have to endure such suffering. Having lost his mother, could he now be deprived of his father as well? This thought ignited a flame within Jiang Shan, banishing the cold that had gripped his body. Could someone please move their bicycle? Came a shout from outside the bus. Jiang Shan peered through the bus window and recognized the bicycle he had ridden over. He would need to retrieve the child shortly. It was impossible to tie the baby to the bicycle and ride home, nor could he walk back. He would have to take this bus. The bicycle belonging to the water and electricity office could not simply be abandoned here. With that in mind, Jiang Shan opened the bus door and stepped out, pushing the bicycle to a corner by the wall. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 familiar figures at the entrance, his elder brother and sister-in-law. They approached, burdened with bags, their faces alight with joy. Jiang Shan turned to greet them, his tone eager. Brother, where is my son? He could clearly see that upon hearing his call, his brother and sister-in-law froze, their expressions shifting from delight to alarm as they beheld him. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Hongqi instinctively asked, Shanzi, what are you doing here? Chun Malian widened her eyes, struggling to articulate. Why, your leg has healed? While waiting on the bus, Jiang Shan had already contemplated the most reasonable way to handle the situation. He deliberately forced a smile. Brother and sister-in-law, I awoke this morning. My leg is fine now. I can take my son back. Where did you send him? Before Jiang Hongqi could respond, Chun Malian stepped forward, grasping Jiang Shan's arm. The smile on her face unsettled him. Shanzi, you shouldn't have followed us like this. We had an agreement, she protested. Jiang Shan interrupted her, sister-in-law. We agreed that my son would be entrusted to the relatives of the water and electricity office in the town for care. If I woke up and my leg was better, I would take him back. You never mentioned sending him to someone else's home in the county. Please tell me, to whom did you send him? Jiang Shan realized that during his confused state, he had allowed them to exploit the situation, consenting to send the child away. Chun Malian stepped back and pushed Jiang Hongqi forward. Jiang Hongqi struggled to maintain his composure. Shanzi, the child is too young, and the relatives of the Fan family do not wish to keep him. We found another suitable family in the county and plan to tell you upon our return. Jiang Shan fought to suppress his anger, maintaining a smile on his face. Brother and sister-in-law, do you think I am so incapacitated that I cannot care for my son? I understand if you wanted to place him with a good family, but you must not wait until he is gone to inform me of where he has gone. Surely it is a good family, right? Shanzi, do you still doubt my intentions as your elder brother? Chun Malian quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. We have entrusted a good family. Is this not what we agreed upon? If you do not consent, would we dare to send your son to another household? Jiang Shan gritted his teeth, recalling how his child's father had been muddled during the agreement. Did they not realize this? Elder brother and sister-in-law, look at me now. I am perfectly lucid, able to run and jump, even ride my bicycle to the county. I no longer wish to part with my son. I want to bring him home. Shanzi, with your dilapidated house, can you sustain a 6-month-old child in this bitter cold? Let us endure the winter's chill and discuss it come spring. Observing his elder brother's expression, Jiang Shan noted that the earlier panic had dissipated, leaving only the authoritative demeanor of an elder brother. It dawned on him that he had become exceedingly insignificant in his elder brother's eyes, compelled to acquiesce to his decisions. At this moment, he could not allow any doubt to linger in his elder brother's mind. With a tone of desperation, Jiang Shan implored, "Elder brother, I must know where my son is being fostered. I need to personally introduce myself and sign any necessary documents." Jiang Hongqi flatly refused, maintaining his usual brusque attitude. "No, the child has already been placed, and the papers are signed. If you go and create a ruckus, would that not merely cause trouble for everyone involved? What can you do if they refuse to assist us?" Suddenly, Jiang Hongqi realized that his words were somewhat misplaced. Jiang Shan, now fully aware, asserted that he alone should have the authority over his son's fate. How could he say otherwise? The discomfort on his elder brother's face was unmistakable to Jiang Shan. The brothers cast their eyes upward. The leaden sky unleashed icy snowflakes upon their faces. His gaze fixated on the three characters emblazoned on the wall of the station office. Police station. "Elder brother, if you do not take me to see my son, I will report this to the authorities, claiming that you took my son without my consent while I was bedridden and sold him off." Jiang Hongqi dropped the items he was holding with a loud thud. "Shanzi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could your elder sister-in-law and I sell your child?" "Very well. I will take you to see him. If you are displeased, you can take him home, and I will assist you. It does not mean we have sold him." The tension was palpable, as they feared Jiang Shan would storm into the police station and speak recklessly. The officers would undoubtedly demand to accompany them to confront the family in question, leading to complications. Chen Melian bent down to gather the fallen items, glaring at Jiang Shan with disdain. "If you are unhappy, your elder brother will take you. You can bring your son back yourself. It would be a strange affair if he could not survive in your home. Please do not trouble us again." They carried a considerable amount of goods, noodles, garlic, and a pile of clothes. Chen Melian loaded them onto the bus, instructing her husband to escort Jiang Shan. Jiang Hongqi huffed, "Shanzi, let us go. You must clarify with them that you sought them out on your own. It is not my concern." Jiang Shan followed his elder brother out of the station, heading towards the South Street, mindful that they must return before the 3 o'clock bus departure. "Brother, how much did they give you?" Jiang Hongqi paused, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shan's sudden inquiry. "They can't possibly give me money. I am not selling your son." Jiang Shan's gaze lingered on his brother's face for 3 seconds before he averted his eyes with a sigh. "Brother, I thought they might have given you a little something for your troubles. I don't have a single penny on me. I wanted to buy Xiaomei a pair of gloves and a warm hat, and I was hoping you could lend me 10 or 8 bucks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongqi was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this lad had truly regained his senses? If he had, such thoughts should not have crossed his mind. After a moment's contemplation, the elder brother pulled a 10 yuan note from his cotton coat pocket. "Shanzi, take this 10. It should be enough for Xiaomei's gloves and hat. Your sister-in-law won't mind. Also, I will help you repay the 200 you owe to your cousin Wang Jun." With this reminder, Jiang Shan recalled that Li Wangjun was the village head of Qianhu and also his cousin. Wang Jun had lent Jiang Shan 200 yuan for the funeral of his wife. Back then, when he had borrowed money from his brother, he had claimed to be without funds, yet now he promised to help Jiang Shan repay the debt. His attitude felt off, considering Xiaomei's frostbite. Jiang Shan extended his hand to receive the money. "Brother, are you telling this family that I consented to this?" Jiang Hongqi readily affirmed this notion. "Shanzi, I will certainly say you agreed. How could I not? With your wife gone and you in such a state, if you can't even care for Xiaomei, how could you possibly look after a 6-month-old child? They have agreed to adopt your son. Even in 1988, in the remote mountainous villages, it was common for families who faced misfortunes to send children they could not support to good families for fostering." After walking for over 10 minutes, they entered an alley and stopped at the entrance of a courtyard. Jiang Hongqi halted, grasping Jiang Shan's arm with earnest caution. "Shanzi, listen carefully. This matter is not my fault. You cannot allow them to accuse me of going back on my word. How was I to know you would come to your senses today and chase after me to the county? You wait outside while I go in and explain things." Jiang Hongqi spoke with an air of authority, as if all matters lay in his hands. "Shanzi, I will call you when it's time to come in. Do you understand?" Jiang Shan promptly replied, "Understood. I will wait here. Call me when it's time." As Jiang Hongqi entered the family's home, Jiang Shan followed closely behind. With paper windows and thick fabric curtains, Those inside could not see outside, yet the voices within could be heard clearly from outside. Chapter 5. The wealthy buyer Jiang Hongqi stepped into the home first, intent on returning the 2,000 yuan he had just received. He wore a forced smile as he addressed the other party. "Old Joe, please allow me to explain. I did not anticipate this lad would chase me to the county. He is right outside now. He cannot take his son back, and he is threatening to report that I sold the child to you. If he stirs the pot, we are both in trouble, and this deal cannot proceed." As he spoke, Jiang Hongqi strained to listen for footsteps outside, fearing that Jiang Shan might unexpectedly barge in behind him. Throughout this short span of time, he sensed that something was amiss with Jiang Shan. The boy was behaving unusually, displaying a stubbornness he had never shown before. Old Zhou was indeed furious, seizing Jiang Hongqi by the collar and baring his teeth in anger. "Jiang, are you toying with me? I have already promised the next family that I would deliver the child tonight. How am I supposed to explain this to them?" Zhou had already received a deposit from the new family, and with this complication arising, his temper flared. "Calm down, Zhou. He is right outside your door. Take the money first, and quickly tear up the agreement. If this kid gets a hold of it and calls the police, we'll both be in deep trouble. To hell with you. Stay away from me from now on. Don't let me see you again." Zhou took the 2,000 yuan and hurled a piece of paper with the agreement written on it at Jiang Hongqi, cursing under his breath. The paper fell to the ground, and as Jiang Hongqi bent down to pick it up, the door curtain was suddenly flung aside. Jiang Shan stepped forward, firmly stepping on the paper on the floor. "Is my 6-month-old son only worth 2,000 yuan? If I'm one step late, will my son be sold to someone else?" Jiang Hongqi felt a surge of panic. He was a beat too slow, and Jiang Shan swiftly bent down to snatch the paper, crumpling it tightly in his grasp, determined that no one would take it from him. Zhou clenched his fists, ready to strike. "Jiang Hongqi, do you dare to deceive me?" He had encountered such schemes before, where brothers conspired to extort money. "I'm not deceiving you. My brother is incapacitated on the bed. I don't know how he followed us here." Jiang Shan had no time to consider anything else. He just wanted to see his son. He turned his gaze toward the inner room, having heard the faint cries of the baby. He forcefully pushed past the two men, rushing into the room to the edge of the bed. The little one had just woken up, his tiny head bobbing back and forth as he whimpered. "Little treasure, Daddy will take you home. We can still catch the bus." The baby was hungry, and a bottle lay ready nearby, prepared for such a moment. Jiang Shan picked up the bottle, tested the temperature on his wrist, and then placed it in his son's mouth. "Good boy. Once you finish, Daddy will take you home." Jiang Hongqi also entered, needing to clarify the situation. "Shan, it's not what you think. Brother, you and my sister-in-law took my son, saying he would be cared for by a reliable relative until I was well enough to take him back, but in reality, he was sold for 2,000 yuan. Zhou has already found a new family, right? 3,000 or 5,000. Outside, Zhou's heavy breathing could be heard. "Jiang family brothers, can we just forget this? Take the child quickly, and we'll pretend we've never met." Jiang Shan held the bundled child in one arm and the bottle in the other, turning to look at his brother and Zhou. Both men were focused on Jiang Shan. He understood clearly that if he took the child home like this, he would be left without even a cent for formula. Earlier, his brother had 2,000 in his pocket, and it seemed he had returned it to Zhou, leaving it now in Zhou's possession. Jiang Shan felt he needed to take some of it. "In this manner, Brother Zhou, if you could lend me the money you just received, I shall overlook this matter and refrain from reporting it to the authorities. We can maintain our distance. What do you think?" Jiang Shan is preoccupied with thoughts of purchasing gloves and frostbite ointment for his daughter, while also needing to buy a new stove and procure coal for the household. "The 10 yuan given by my elder brother is hardly sufficient. I believe this method could yield some funds. Let us navigate through this immediate predicament, and in time, deal with these two individuals." The man from the Zhou family twitched his face, contemplating deeply, for he believed that preventing financial loss could avert disaster. Thus, settling this matter with some money was not out of the question. "Very well, Jiang Hongqi, I shall give your brother 500 yuan, and this matter shall be resolved." "What do you say?" Jiang Hongqi concurred. "All right, you hand over 500 to my brother, and he shall cease his commotion." Listening to the tone of his elder brother's voice, Jiang Shan sensed the pressure being exerted on the Zhou by him. A bundle of 10 yuan notes was extracted from the man of the Zhou family, who smiled at Jiang Shan. "Brother, take this money. The blankets and clothes for the child have already been sent to you. Do not hold it against your elder brother. He truly means well for you. This money is not for his own benefit. It is intended for your treatment. You can ask your elder brother if you doubt it." Jiang Shan turned his face, feigning ignorance as he questioned his elder brother. Is what he said true? Are you indeed preparing to give me 2,000 yuan for my treatment? Indeed. You cannot remain bedridden indefinitely. Once your health is restored, you can reclaim your child. That is what I discussed with Lao Zhou. Jiang Shan smiled wryly. Brother, if you intend to use 2,000 yuan from my son to fund my treatment, that is indeed a method. Shanzi, do not speak so. What else can be done? This year, the harvest has been poor, and our family must support 3 children. Jiang Shan accepted the 500 yuan handed to him by Lao Zhou and turned to leave. Lao Zhou called after him, wait, return the promissory note. Jiang Shan took a large step out of the room, adding, brother, Lao Zhou, I shall keep the promissory note for now. Rest assured, having taken your money, I will not cause a stir. Jiang Shan felt a surge of anxiety within, fearing that Lao Zhou might pursue him to forcibly reclaim the document. He hurried out of the courtyard and stood in the alley. Should any struggle ensue, he would shout loudly, prompting many to emerge. Did Lao Zhou not fear the exposure of his actions? It was only then that Jiang Hongqi realized that Jiang Shan had taken the money and fled. The promissory note still in his possession. Lao Zhou, he cannot be allowed to keep the note. Hurry back. Lao Zhou grinned at Jiang Hongqi, seemingly unfazed. Sure. You go retrieve it and bring it back to me. Upon witnessing Lao Zhou's smile, Jiang Hongqi felt a chill. Lao Zhou, am I to go after him? Indeed. Jiang Hongqi took a step back and turned to leave the Zhou household. On the return journey, he truly wished to avoid sitting with this brother. He feared Jiang Shan might, while on the bus, boast to others that they had sold their nephew for 2,000 yuan in the county town. The 2 brothers walked back to the bus station, one in front of the other. Just before entering the bus station, Jiang Hongqi caught up to Jiang Shan. Shanzi, did you run to catch up with me? I rode a bicycle from the power station courtyard. Jiang Hongqi cursed inwardly. This rascal had even made a trip to the power station to seek out the brother-in-law of the Fan family. He also scolded his wife in his mind, wondering why she had mentioned the power station relative, the whims of a woman's heart. Outside the station, both sides of the street were lined with shops selling daily necessities. Shanzi, were you not intending to purchase gloves and a warm hat for Xiaomei? Here, let me carry the child for now. Jiang Hongqi implied that his brother should free his hands to enter the shop and buy items. Jiang Shan gazed at his elder brother, whose eyes averted in discomfort. I can carry my son myself. Very well, you manage it. Jiang Shan held the child, swaddled in a thick quilt, enduring the strain in his arms. Upon entering a nearby store, he tossed 10 yuan onto the counter. He acquired a pair of children's gloves, a warm hat, 3 pairs of woolen socks, a stack of rice bowls, a set of chopsticks, an aluminum pot, 2 red-painted floral basins, and a thermos. Jiang Hongqi stood aside, coldly observing, his heart brimming with unease. He simply could not accept his brother's foray into the shop to make purchases. Today, he perceived a shift in Jiang Shan's demeanor. What had gone awry? Jiang Shan, with a gentle countenance, said, Brother, could you help me carry these things? Jiang Hongqi had no choice but to assist in carrying the items. Jiang Shan then entered a snack shop, taking 2 packets of cream biscuits and a kilogram of sugar, managing to carry these 2 items with one hand. While shopping, he cast a furtive glance behind him. His elder brother lingered at the shop entrance, smoking a cigarette, his expression increasingly troubled. All right, I can't carry any more. We can discuss what's lacking tomorrow. Jiang Hongqi asked haphazardly, how much did you spend? Just over 10 yuan. Please take these to the bus for me. Shanzi, do not misunderstand your brother. Brother, once these items are at the bus, I will go buy some ointment for my daughter's frostbite. Nearby, a shop displayed a white door curtain embroidered with a red cross, where one could purchase common medications. Jiang Shan entered the pharmacy with the child in his arms. Behind him, Jiang Hongqi, laden with a heap of belongings, felt turmoil within. It was the promissory note concealed on him that compelled him to direct his elder brother in such a manner. Chapter 6. The one knocking at the door is mother upon exiting the pharmacy. Jiang Shan noticed the absence of his elder brother and the items he had purchased in front of the grocery shop, his expression darkening as he scoffed internally. Do not presume that this would absolve you both. The items had initially been entrusted to his brother for transport back to their home. Moreover, he required his brother to ride the bicycle belonging to the Water and Electricity Bureau back. Left in the open at the station overnight, the bicycle would surely vanish. As Jiang Shan emerged from the pharmacy, he saw Jiang Hongqi approaching the bus with a long face, burdened with pots, bowls, and a thermos. Chun Malian, angered, scolded him. What on earth compelled you to spend money on such things? These were for Shanzi. I merely helped carry them over. Chun Million paused, glancing at the items. Then at her husband, her tone tinged with concern. Where is he? He hasn't caused a scene, has he? He went to buy frostbite ointment for Xiaomei. Chun Million's worry morphed into a torrent of dissatisfaction. How much money did you lend him? I did not lend him any money. It was old Zhou who gave him 500. How audacious of him to ask old Zhou for money. It's strange, he is acting quite out of character today. Chun Million fell silent for a moment, then remarked, he followed us to the county seat, which is indeed unusual. Old Zhou gave him money, just like that? Are we to lose 2,000 yuan? In a tone tinged with apprehension, Jiang Hongqi reflected. Old Zhou had given him money, hoping to put an end to this matter without further inquiry. He quickly settled himself, knowing that once they returned to the village, whatever they discussed would be accepted by the other party. Jiang Hongqi placed the items he was carrying onto a seat, reserving a spot for Jiang Shan. He muttered to himself, pondering the implications of Jiang Shan's claim that he had chased after them on a bicycle from the power station's courtyard. While he had arrived by bus, what would become of that bicycle? Would it simply be discarded? Just as he contemplated the fate of the bicycle, Jiang Shan returned, cradling the child. Chun Million gasped in shock. He brought the child back? She had assumed her husband had merely taken Jiang Shan to see the child, so he could find solace in knowing where the child was being cared for. It would not have been unreasonable for old Zhou to give Jiang Shan an additional 500 yuan. However, she was taken aback to see the child returned in Jiang Shan's arms. Surely, old Zhou could not have given Jiang Shan money and allowed him to take the child back as well. Red flag, what is going on? Chun Million demanded in a hushed yet furious tone. Shoo, let us discuss this back in the village, Jiang Hongqi replied. With the child in his arms, Jiang Shan boarded the bus. As the doors swung open, a gust of cold wind swept in. The driver had already started the engine 20 minutes prior, calling out, Buckle up, we're departing soon. Jiang Hongqi cheerfully beckoned to his brother. You sit here with the child. I've saved the seat for you. Jiang Shan shifted the items from the seat beneath his feet, settled down, and turned to speak to his elder brother. Brother, could you ride that bicycle at the back against the wall back for me? Jiang Shan's request was articulated with conviction. Chun Million was seething with indignation. Shan, you rode the bicycle here. Why should your brother ride it back? I saw. I'm carrying my son and these things. How can I ride a bicycle? I can only ask my brother to help me ride it back, Jiang Shan replied. Chun Million was prepared to argue further, but Jiang Hongqi interjected. Fine, I'll ride it back. If the power station's cadre loses his bicycle, your brother-in-law will surely come looking for trouble. Chun Million's dissatisfaction grew. Why should we face trouble for him riding someone else's bicycle? Jiang Hongqi understood that explaining himself to his wife would be futile. He opened the bus door and stepped to the back corner, pushing the bicycle out of the station. He did not wish to share the bus ride with Jiang Shan. Once outside, he inwardly cursed his father, who had passed away 5 years prior, for insisting on bringing a wild child home, which had caused him discomfort for years. Had it not been for his father's decision to take Jiang Shan in, Jiang Hongqi believed their family would not have faced such chaotic circumstances. Humph. Do you really think you are one of us, Jiang Shan? Who acknowledges you? Were it not for Jiang Shan having some leverage over him, Jiang Hongqi would never have agreed to ride that bicycle. As the 2-hour journey back to town commenced, heavy snow began to fall, making riding perilous and potentially troublesome. Inside the bus, Jiang Shan felt warmth envelop him as the vehicle departed, the doors sealing shut behind him. He gazed out the window, noticing his brother seemingly muttering to himself as he pushed the bicycle. Chun Million tapped on the bus window, calling out a few times. But the other passengers regarded her with curious expressions, prompting her to quickly withdraw her neck into her coat. Jiang Shan was too preoccupied to consider what his brother could be scolding him for at that moment. His attention was solely focused on the small treasure nestled in his arms. My dear son, you have been remarkably well behaved, despite the day's tumult. You have not shed a single tear. Little Bao gazes up at his father with round, sparkling eyes, his tiny lips pursed as he babbles. Speak to Daddy. My little one, I will carry you home, never again to leave you in the care of others. Come now, let us return home to play with your sister. Jiang Shan buries his face into his son's forehead, feeling an overwhelming sense of kinship. My son, you have endured much on this journey. As night falls, tomorrow will dawn, and today's ordeal will seem but a fleeting dream. Oddly enough, a tear escapes down my cheek. What sorrow besets a grown man? I nearly forget that I am not truly of this body. A 6-year-old girl and a 6-month-old boy, impoverished and motherless. Do not think you can truly bind me to this world. Little Jiang, as a father, do not falter from tomorrow onward. Little Bao has fallen asleep in his father's embrace. Outside, the snow falls heavily, and Jiang Shan holds his child tightly, gently closing his eyes. The bus will take 2 hours to reach the station. During this time, Jiang Shan anticipates that the woman seated in front will say something, yet she remains silent. Possibly unaccustomed to the swaying of the bus, eyes shut and words unspoken. Little May must be anxious. Her father promised to return with Bao from Auntie's house. Yet hours have passed since noon, and darkness is approaching without any sign of their return. Do not worry, May, father will return soon. Jiang Shan muses that May has likely taken a piece of dry bread from the ancestral drawer to nibble on. At least she could soak it in warm water to soften it. Jiang Shan himself feels a bit queasy from the bus's motion. Waiting at home for her father and Bao, little May feels increasingly hungry as noon passes. Auntie reminds her that it is lunchtime and suggests bringing a bowl of food to her father. As she waits, she yearns for her father's and Bao's return. But as noon stretches on, they remain absent. In desperation, she grabs a cob of corn and rushes to Annie's house, only to be intercepted at the gate by Juan and Xia. Little May, what brings you here again? They ask. Too timid to reveal that Auntie promised her a bowl of food, she simply states that she is looking for her father and Bao. They laugh, telling her, stop searching. Your father has gone off with our parents and may not return today. You should hurry back. We do not need you here right now. Their words pierce her heart. She dares not mention the chores she does for their family, feeding pigs, gathering firewood, and stoking the stove, wondering why she cannot even share a bowl of lunch at their home since Annie and Uncle are away, blocked at the gate by her cousins. Feeling cold and hungry, little May thinks of the warmth of her own hearth and swiftly turns to run home. Behind her, she hears their laughter ringing in the air. Upon returning to her own house, she opens a drawer to retrieve half a dry bun, nibbling at it little by little, tears streaming down her cheeks. Father, where have you gone? Why haven't you returned yet? They say you won't be back tonight. Father, I am terrified. I miss Mother so much. Please hurry home. Will Father really not return tonight? What will happen when it gets dark? The more Xiaomei thought about it, the more frightened she became. Mother, little Bao has been taken away. What will I do if Father doesn't come back? Xiaomei cried harder, curling up into a small ball by the stove. Outside the house, a sudden shout rang out. Is anyone there? Xiaomei, is anyone home? There was also the sound of the gate creaking. Xiaomei's face filled with fear. Has Mother come back? The voice outside was indeed calling for her mother. Chapter 7. Not Mother, but Aunt Xiaomei was filled with a mix of terror, joy, and confusion. How could the person at the door be her mother? A month ago, her mother had passed away. She had worn white mourning attire for 3 days. Her tears long since dried. The woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Xiao Ying, standing outside the gate, gave the little girl a sweet smile. Xiaomei, don't you remember your aunt? You've grown so much. Calculating the time, Xiaomei realized she was over 6 years old now. Aunt. Xiaomei was baffled. If she was an aunt, why did she look exactly like her mother? Xiao Ying pushed open the gate and entered the yard, kneeling down to embrace her petite niece tightly. Tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. There, Aunt loves you. She thought it inappropriate to cry in front of the child. Xiaomei, sniffing, called out, Mother. This tight embrace felt just like her mother's embrace. Xiao Ying didn't want to correct her. If Xiaomei wished to call her mother, so be it. She hardly remembered that she and her sister were identical twins, having once held and cared for her niece. Xiaomei, where are your father and brother? Xiaomei wiped her tears and hurriedly explained. Aunt took my brother away to give him to someone, and father ran after them. He still hasn't come back. What if it gets dark and father doesn't return? I'm so scared. Xiao Ying took Xiaomei's small hand, wrapped in white cloth, and lifted the curtain to enter the house. Thankfully, there was a warm fire in the stove, so the room wasn't too cold. Xiaomei felt reassured. Tonight, Aunt was home. Yes, I'm no longer afraid. Xiao Ying opened her bag and pulled out a paper-wrapped 5-nut pastry, placing it on the edge of the bed and untied the string, offering one to Xiaomei. What does it mean that your brother is being given away? Deep within, Xiao Ying felt a surge of anger, which she had vented earlier that morning to her parents and brother. No one had informed her at school about her sister's passing, perhaps fearing it would affect her job placement after graduation. One after another, they were all unkind. When winter break arrived, her family finally revealed that her sister had died, leaving behind 2 pitiful children. Xiao Ying didn't even enter her own home but turned back towards Qiaotai town, where 700 households were. The snow fell incessantly. She took 2 small carts to reach the county seat of Ontai before walking to the village of Qiaoat. From the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Her body grew weary, and her legs ached as she struggled to reach Xiaomei. The sight of her thin, pitiful niece brought fresh tears to Xiao Yingying's eyes. Xiaomei, what will you and your brother do in the future? Can your father raise you both? Your brother-in-law is timid and follows the arrangements of his elder brother and sister-in-law for everything. This situation has been conveyed to your sister. Xiao Yingying did not anticipate that her brother-in-law, too, would heed the directions of his elder brother and sister-in-law regarding the matter of sending their son away. Xiaomei, cradling the pastries gingerly, was reluctant to eat them, her large eyes filled with confusion as they rested upon her aunt's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her mother's. Suddenly, Xiaomei recalled her mother's words. Your aunt looks just like me. You should regard her as your mother from now on. Just a few days after this conversation, her mother passed away. Xiaomei, have a pastry. They are very sweet, specially bought for you by your aunt. Xiaomei cautiously took a bite of the pastry, and indeed, it was sweet. Xiao Yingying discerned that her brother-in-law had left before noon and had yet to return as dusk approached. During this long afternoon, Xiaomei sat alone at home, her face streaked with tears from crying. Has your father gone after your brother? Is he regretting sending him away? Xiao Yingying resolved in her heart that if Jiang Shan did not retrieve Xiaobao, she would sever ties with her brother-in-law, who intended to take Xiaomei away tonight and seek Xiaobao again, never to associate with the Jiang family again. Xiaomei, you just said your father went after your brother. Where did he go? Father left the village. I don't know where he went. Her sister's son was merely 6 months old, being taken away by her brother-in-law's elder brother and sister-in-law. The Jiang family is a nest of scoundrels, not a single good person among them. Today, she came to see her 2 nephews and hesitated about whether to take the children away, but now she had made up her mind. She must take them both. In such cold weather, without their mother to care for them, how could the 2 children survive the winter in this dilapidated house? Xiaomei, would you like to return to your aunt's home? Xiao Yingying knew she resembled her sister closely. For Xiaomei, seeing her aunt was akin to seeing her mother. However, Xiaomei shook her head. No, father cannot cook. I must stay here to take care of him. Can't your father, a grown man, fend for himself? Do you truly believe he would starve without your care? Xiao Yingying felt no fondness for this brother-in-law. Yet Xiaomei continued to shake her head, her expression conveying that if no one stayed home to look after their father, he would indeed starve. Xiao Yingying had come to fetch her 2 nephews, never intending to take her brother-in-law along. Who could she blame? If he had not acquiesced, could his elder brother and sister-in-law have taken his children to give them away? That good-for-nothing Jiang Shan, who never took charge of anything, had caused her sister to endure suffering throughout the years until her death. Xiao Yingying resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, she must take the 2 children away, care for them by her side, and endure this winter together. Xiaomei's large eyes were fixed intently on her aunt's face, calling out mother in her heart countless times. Auntie, I will boil hot water for you to wash your hands and face. Xiaomei, I do not need to wash my hands. A sip will suffice. A half tub of water sat atop the stove, emitting steam after a few minutes. Xiaomei rummaged through her bag and stuffed corn cobs into the stove. Xiao Yingying understood then that this home lacked even coal. How would they survive the cold nights of winter? Xiaomei, what have you eaten all this time? White steamed buns. White buns. Xiao Yingying was perplexed. Could her brother-in-law actually steam buns, or had someone from the village brought them? The drawer was opened for Auntie to see, and a smile spread across Xiaomei's face. Auntie, look, there is so much here. It can last for many days. Xiao Yingying felt a pang of sorrow twist in her heart. After her sister passed away, the funeral was attended by relatives who brought white steamed buns, which had since been consumed. Xiaomei, do you survive on these dry buns for a day? Not quite. At Aunt's house, I can still have a warm meal and even serve a bowl to father. Is Aunt really that kind-hearted? Xiao Yingying mused. Her sister had been mistreated during her years with the Jiang family. If they were truly benevolent, would they have given away a 6-month-old child? She reached for another snack placed by the edge of the Kong and handed it to Xiaomei, smiling gently. Xiaomei, who wrapped that white cloth around your hands? Was it your aunt too? It was father. He has recovered, so the baby doesn't need to be given away. Xiao Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Has brother-in-law fallen ill? And is he well again? When brother-in-law returned, Xiao Yingying intended to clarify matters and assert her own intentions. She wanted to take both children with her. And if Xiaomei was reluctant to leave her father, she would first take the baby away. Xia Yingying sensed that brother-in-law would be more than willing for her to take the baby. In that small room, Xia Yingying kept Xiaomei company, sharing snacks while waiting for brother-in-law to return, second by second. Darkness began to descend. Chapter 8. Auntie arrives. Both children must be taken away as dusk approached. Jiang Shan heard the bus driver's loud reminder. We have arrived at the station. Please gather your belongings and disembark. The pile of items at his feet needed a larger bag to carry home. Jiang Shan inquired of the driver, Excuse me, do you have a big bag on your bus that I could borrow? The driver pulled out a urea bag from beneath his feet and handed it to him, casually asking, What is going on with you, kid? Jiang Shan muttered, I was almost sold by someone. What? The driver looked puzzled. Chen Malian had already disembarked. Jiang Shan stuffed the basin, thermos, and utensils into the bag, securing it against his back. As he stepped off the bus, he noticed his sister-in-law struggling with a heap of packages, her eyes wide with confusion as she spotted Jiang Shan emerging. Sister-in-law, are you waiting for my brother or heading back to the village first? Chen Malian concealed her anxiety, her legs feeling weak. Unable to contain herself, she urged Jiang Shan. Shanzi, please don't say anything reckless. You should head back to the village first. Jiang Shan's smile sent a chill down Chen Malian's spine. Sister-in-law, I'll go home first. Xiaomei is alone at home and scared. Chen Malian sensed a formidable pressure in his tone. Despite his restraint, this matter was far from over. One hand held the bag secured to his back, while the other cradled the baby in the swaddling cloth as he walked home for 40 minutes. As he made his way along the snowy path, the biting cold surged at him. Concerned that the baby in his arms might freeze, Jiang Shan unbuttoned his cotton coat, widening it to wrap around the swaddled infant, gritting his teeth against the fatigue in his arms as he jogged lightly. As he warmed up, the child nestled within his garment would not feel too cold. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and he hadn't taken a single drop of water since he left at noon. It is of no consequence, upon returning home. At least I can soak a steamed bun in hot water and fill my belly. The warm water encourages my legs to trot ceaselessly. The sky darkens, and a chill wind carries snowflakes that seep into my collar. During this hour of travel, my mind inevitably drifts to a different version of myself. A mere 8 years old at this moment. Tomorrow morning, upon awakening, if I were to find myself as the 50-year-old chairman of a corporate conglomerate in another world, I would deeply regret not having ventured to see my 8-year-old self. Alas, it is too late for that tonight. This sensation is inexplicably peculiar. I hear the dogs barking in the village and catch sight of the sparse lights flickering in the distance. Among the 700 households, less than half have been connected to electricity. In the enveloping darkness, I vaguely discern the low earthen walls and thatched cottages at the eastern edge of the village. I recall the original family's other assets. During the division of property, I received 10 acres of sloped farmland, where I cultivated millet and sorghum. There was hardly enough to meet the obligations, leaving only half a sack after paying the taxes. With no white flour, rice was a rare sight throughout the year. Xiaomei, Daddy's back. Do not be afraid. Even before reaching the gate, I call out loudly, hoping Xiaomei will rush out to greet me, perhaps bringing along my younger brother. My arms have lost all sensation. A woman emerges from the house. I freeze at the gate, nearly dropping the bundle in my arms. The bag on my back tumbles to the ground, clattering loudly. Wasn't the original's wife supposed to have passed away a month ago, buried in the 10-acre field on the western hillside? After her death, the original owner was struck hard by his brother-in-law, leaving him disoriented and paralyzed. Huan you have come back to life? Daddy, it's my aunt. The cold sweat on my forehead is whisked away by the wind as Xiaomei's aunt takes the child from my arms. Xiaoying has a tempest of complaints. The child will freeze. I will not let this go with your Jiang family. She refuses to address me as brother-in-law. The darkness has fallen and she cannot travel any further, planning to return to her own home with the little one at dawn. At this moment, I am acutely aware that my arm, which cradles the child, has lost all feeling, yet my mind remains clear, grasping the situation. This is my wife's twin sister, who has come to visit during her winter break from her studies at the provincial capital's teacher training college. She appears quite upset. Xiaoying carries the child inside, unwrapping the bundle at the edge of the heated bed, muttering angrily, Look, the child is soaked. You don't even know to change the diaper while holding him in the cold? She pulls out a thick stack of diapers from her bag to change the child. As she tends to the baby, her heart is heavy with sorrow. It is all her sister's fault for choosing to marry so far away into the Jiang family. Now that she has died, What will happen to the children? I awkwardly laugh and defend myself. How could he possibly freeze? He was kept warm on the bus and held close to me afterward. Xiaoying snorts in disbelief. Little Bao begins to cry loudly. I quickly rummage through my pockets for a bottle and formula. I mix some warm water to prepare a bottle for him. After drinking his fill, he obediently drifts off to sleep, not making a sound throughout the journey. I have never seen such a well-behaved child. 4 hours ago, he had consumed a full bottle of milk and has managed until now. Xia Yingying was somewhat astonished. This man was indeed considerate, knowing to prepare bottles and milk for the child. Xia Yingying also had bottles and milk powder in her bag, and Xiao Mei had just warmed a pot of water. As Xia Yingying prepared the milk formula, the baby wailed, prompting her to shout at her brother-in-law, "You need to hold him and rock him a bit. Look how he is crying." "All right, I'll rock him," Jiang Shan replied, feeling as if one of his arms could no longer lift. Xiao Mei picked up her younger brother, soothing him. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Your aunt is here. She looks just like your mother." Jiang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. With Xiao Mei at home, taking care of the baby wouldn't be as troublesome. "Daddy, you should eat the snacks Annie brought. You haven't eaten anything, right?" Jiang Shan grabbed a handful of snacks from the paper bag by the Kong and stuffed them into his mouth, choking slightly, his eyes wide as he gulped down some water. Once the baby was fed, his cries ceased, and he looked at his father, mother, and sister, offering a smile that revealed a tiny tooth. Xiao Mei raised her face to her aunt, earnestly emphasizing, "Auntie, the baby is full now and not crying. He is very well behaved and easy to take care of." "Yingying, what Xiao Mei says is true. You need not worry about us taking care of him poorly." Hearing this, Xia Yingying felt only disdain. Jiang Shan recalled that his wife's twin sister had visited 3 years prior. At that time, they were at the old Jiang family home next door, a place Xia Yingying disliked, leading her to leave the next day. Last year, when his wife returned to her family home, she and T brought the child, and Xiao Mei had also seen her aunt 3 years ago. These memories surfaced vaguely in Jiang Shan's mind, intensifying his hunger. He could finish a whole bag of snacks, but decided to leave them for Xiao Mei. Instead, he soaked 2 pieces of dry steamed bread in the water and swallowed them in one go. The discomfort from his hunger vanished, but a pressing concern arose. "Yingying, where will you sleep tonight? I've finally come to my sister's house, and I don't even have a place to sleep." Xia Yingying huffed in annoyance. What a dilapidated home. The original owner's brother-in-law appears quite dreadful, leaving the child's aunt in a state of irritation. The girl before Jiang Shan was not the twin sister his wife often mentioned. Her figure and beautiful face resembled how his wife looked before giving birth. He needed to arrange a sleeping place for the child's aunt. It wouldn't be appropriate for the brother-in-law to share a Kong with his wife's younger sister. "Daddy, can I take Annie to sleep at Annie's house?" Before Jiang Shan could respond, Xia Yingying flatly rejected Xiao Mei's suggestion. "I'm not going." She refused to spend the night at Annie's house. "I know you don't want to go, and I want to arrange for you to stay with her. How about this? I'll take you to my cousin's house. His wife is kind and will arrange for you to stay there for the night." Xia Yingying did not refuse the idea of going to the village chief's house. She meant something else. "I've made arrangements with Xiao Mei that I will take the baby and leave early tomorrow morning. After this winter, we can discuss whether to bring him back." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan was momentarily stunned, realizing that his wife's sister had come today to take the child. Glancing at Xia Yingying, who bore a striking resemblance to the child's mother, he noted that her voice was similar to his wife's as well. Did she care for these 2 children just like their own mother? Jiang Shan felt an increasing sense of detachment. Tomorrow morning, this body will still belong to its original owner. Perhaps this fellow has succumbed to his own irrationality once more, rendering him incapable of caring for a 6-month-old infant. It would be best if the child were taken by the aunt. It is also acceptable for Xiao Mei to accompany them. After all, a loving grandmother, uncle, and aunt would never entertain thoughts of selling the child. With this in mind, Jiang Shan readily agreed. "Take both children. This dilapidated house is far too cold at night. If the child catches a cold and develops pneumonia, it would lead to complications." Xia Yingying was taken aback by the man's swift consent. Is he truly the biological father? Showing no inclination to retain them, Jiang Shan conveyed another sentiment. "Give me some time to repair the roof, seal the windows, procure coal, rice, and meat, and tidy up the house to resemble a home. I will then bring you and the children back." He suddenly realized that his words were somewhat misplaced, correcting himself in a tone befitting a brother-in-law. "What I meant to say is, once everything is in order, I will bring Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao back home. My two children cannot spend the new year in your house, right, Yingying? Xia Yingying shot a fierce glare at her brother-in-law. Her thoughts left unspoken. You better not come to fetch the children. You can celebrate the new year however you please. After all, you speak of buying rice, flour, and meat. Do you even have money? Xia Yingying had brought over a little more than 100 yuan, planning to take the two children and give the 100 yuan to the insufferable brother-in-law. Xiao Bao, having had his fill of milk, was indeed quiet, lying on the kong and playing with his little feet, babbling happily. Xiao Mei's face was pressed against her brother. How could she express her reluctance to let her aunt take him away? Jiang Shan sighed and prepared to leave, instructing Xiao Mei. You and your aunt must keep a close watch over your brother while I visit your village chief's cousin. Chapter 9. Xiao Mei's hair is infested with lice. The village chief of the 700 households was Li Wangjun, a relative of the Jiang family. Without the assistance of this cousin, Jiang Shan's life would have been even more challenging in recent years. At this moment, his thoughts were unclear, but he vividly recalled a month ago when his wife passed away. The village chief lent him 200 yuan to alleviate his immediate distress. His wife was a good person, suggesting that Xiao Bao be fostered at her home, but Jiang Hongqi had refused, insisting that no one from the Jiang family should rely on her for care. At that time, Jiang Shan was in a daze, aligning himself with Jiang's elder brother, which made Lu Fan so upset that she no longer wished to engage with the two brothers. Upon entering his cousin's yard, Jiang Shan called out towards the brightly lit kitchen. Cousin, are you home? Lu Fan, who was in the kitchen roasting potato chips over the stove, heard the call from outside, stepped out onto the doorstep, and was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Shan. Shan, why are you here in the dark instead of keeping an eye on your two children? Are you looking for your cousin's assistance, or perhaps to receive another bag of relief grain? I am not asking the village chief for relief grain. I came to seek your help, cousin. Jiang Shan smiled at her. Lu Fan lifted the curtain and allowed him to enter the house. Upon entering, I remarked on the biting cold outside. How may I assist you? Your sister-in-law is watching your child, isn't she? Fortunately, the baby is 6 months old and can sustain himself on liquid nourishment. Your wife is truly remarkable. She persevered for 5 months to ensure the child received proper nourishment. Lu Fan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her words faltering. Jiang Shan seized a potato chip from the stove, blowing softly on it before popping it into his mouth. Cousin, my child's aunt has arrived. She has nowhere to stay tonight and will be lodging at your home. She intends to leave tomorrow. The village chief's wife was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Your child's aunt? You mean your wife's twin sister? Indeed, her name is Xia Yingying. Jiang Shan replied, munching on another chip. Lu Fan clapped her hands, praising him effusively. I knew she would come. She is, after all, her nephew's aunt. How could she possibly ignore him? Let her share a room with my daughter for just one night. Jiang Shan recalled what his child's aunt had mentioned earlier and spoke candidly to the village chief's wife. She indicated that she would take my son away early tomorrow morning, and I agreed. There was no other option. In this frigid winter, my thatch cottage is far too cold. I will fetch my son once I have organized everything. Without hesitation, Lu Fan supported Jiang Shan's sentiment. Indeed, it is best for her to care for your son. I don't mean to speak ill of your sister-in-law, but can she truly be considered a good person? She claims she will look after your child, but who knows what ill intentions she harbors. Jiang Shan slipped a hand into his pocket, gripping the note, contemplating whether to confide in his cousin about the troubling revelation that his elder brother and sister-in-law had taken his son to the county for sale. Cousin, let us settle this. I shall accompany Yingying to your home for the night. Stay. I have some matters to discuss with your child's aunt. After all, she is your wife's twin sister, and I am certain she possesses the same amiable nature. This caused Jiang Shan some consternation. He found Xia Yingying's gaze toward him rather disdainful, uncertain of her congeniality. Lodging Xia Yingying at the village chief's house had the added benefit of allowing the villagers to see that the brother-in-law and his wife's sister shared nothing inappropriate. Cousin, I am immensely grateful. I shall fetch her to stay with you right away. As Jiang Shan exited the village chief's home, he encountered the village chief's cousin, who staggered back, clearly inebriated, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Lu Fan was filled with annoyance. Drinking again. Why don't you just drink yourself to death? Li Wangjun, in high spirits from his drinking, chuckled. How could I refrain? The village is about to drill a well, and I suspect my 8th uncle has some silver coins to spare. Oh, is that you, Cousin Shanzi? Jiang Shan steadied himself, aligning with the original rhythm of the narrative, and offered support to Li Wangjun, grumbling, "Village chief, even if your eighth uncle has silver coins, do you truly believe he would share them with you?" "Huh. My eighth uncle has already promised me 5 coins. I plan to give them to Director Liu of the Water and Electricity Bureau after the new year. We will be drilling a well for our village." "You are intoxicated, village chief." "Cousin, how could I be drunk on such a small amount? I am quite lucid." Jiang Shan then guided Li Wangjun into his kitchen, seating him by the stove. "Shanzi, I have something important to discuss with you. I have applied for a bag of flour for you for the new year. Sit down. I will explain everything clearly." Jiang Shan was eager to return home and escort Xia Yingying over, but the village chief detained him to discuss another matter. "Shanzi, you have lost your wife, and raising 2 children is no easy task. I understand that this year has been particularly difficult for you. Your elder brother has allocated 10 acres of slope land to you, but what can you do with it? I have come up with a plan. I will designate the flat stretch of wasteland to the south for you, which can yield 20 acres. If you can successfully dig a well, that land will be quite convenient for irrigation. With that piece of land, your life will undoubtedly improve. Wouldn't you agree?" The village head appears to be quite sober, and Jiang Shan is earnestly trying to ascertain where the 20 acres of wasteland he mentioned are located. He responds affirmatively. "All right. Cousin, I will adhere to your arrangements. Shanzi, with 20 acres of newly open land at your disposal, as long as you can irrigate it, how could you possibly worry about not being ahead in life? Who says you are the most unfortunate in our village?" Lu Fen knows her husband's character well. After a few drinks, he drags others into endless chatter, and Jiang Shan finds himself unable to leave for the moment. "Shanzi, wait here. I will fetch your children's aunt." Li Wangjun calls out to his wife, "What aunt for the child?" Lu Fen has already walked far away. Arriving at Jiang Shan's home at the eastern edge of the village, standing at the gate and calling out, Xiaomei inside Jiang Shan's house. The kerosene lamp casts a warm glow, and Xiaomei responds from within, "I'm washing my hair. Come in, aunt." Lu Fen pushes open the gate, enters the courtyard, and lifts the curtain to step inside, discovering Xiaomei lying beside the Kong, her hair submerged in a basin of water. Xiaomei's aunt is crouched beside her, helping to wash her hair. Lu Fen is internally astonished. This is Xiaomei's mother. Xiao Yingying, unfamiliar with the village head's wife, stands up, feeling somewhat embarrassed and unsure of how to greet her. Xiaomei opens her eyes, her face lighting up with delight. "Aunt, you've come. My aunt is washing my hair." Xiao Yingying smiles gently. "Xiaomei, your hair is infested with lice. It cannot go unwashed." Lu Fen scans the cramped, dilapidated room and notices several new household items, presuming they must have been brought by Xiao Yingying today. Shanzi, having lost his wife, has been in a stupor for over a month. How could Xiaomei avoid having lice? This thought lingers in Lu Fen's mind, unspoken, as she gazes at the beautiful young woman before her, reminiscent of Xiaomei's mother in her youth. Xiao Ying uses a towel to dry Xiaomei's hair, gently lifting her little head and instructing, "Make sure to dry it thoroughly and warm yourself by the stove. Don't go outside." She then inquires of the village head's wife, "Has Xiaomei's father come to your house?" The village head's wife smiles. "Shanzi is at my home. He wants to come and fetch you, but I have detained him to discuss matters. I came to bring you back. You can sleep at my house for the night." Xiao Ying uses a comb to meticulously groom Xiaomei's hair, fully aware that the comb is not clean. "Sister-in-law, I want to go. I'll sleep on this Kong to take care of Xiaobao's feeding." Lu Fen contemplates and finds this arrangement acceptable. "Very well. You may sleep here and look after Xiaobao, while Shanzi can sleep on my Kong at home." With quickened steps, Lu Fen retraces her path back home. Chapter 10. The old Jiang cannot return. Li Wangjun asks his wife, "Didn't you go to fetch someone? Where are they?" Lu Fen beams with joy. "Oh, you should have seen that scene just now. She is undoubtedly Shanzi's wife, Xiaomei's mother, and she was removing lice from Xiaomei's hair." Jiang Shan, sitting in front of Li Wangjun, quickly corrects her, "Cousin, please don't misinterpret. Her name is Xiao Yingying. She is Xiaomei's aunt. I am aware that she is your niece. You have yet to witness the extent of her affection for your little Mei and Bao. She has ceased visiting my home, opting instead to sleep on the Kong at yours, claiming she wishes to care for Bao during the night, attending to his feedings and diaper changes." Jiang Shan, cradling Bao, hurried back home, the damp diaper clinging to the child. Xia Yingying harbored concerns about her husband's ability to adequately care for a 6-month-old infant. Jiang Shan felt discomfort at the situation. "Cousin, there's no quilt on my Kong that she has used. It's rather inconvenient." "I understand. I'll fetch a quilt for her, allowing her to rest on your Kong," came the response. The The village chief's wife's intentions seemed rather peculiar. Lu Fun, clutching a quilt, hurried to Jiang Shan's home at the eastern edge of the village. Li Wangjun called after her, "Be careful walking, don't slip and fall." What was prompting this woman's hasty excitement? Jiang Shan heard the village chief suddenly remark, "How curious. Your niece arrives today, and your leg is miraculously well. Were you merely feigning it for the past month? Were you just waiting for her to assist you with the child?" Jiang Shan retorted, "Cousin, you are talking nonsense." "What nonsense? I've heard your wife resembles her sister remarkably. I have yet to see her, so I intend to take a look." Jiang Shan seized the village chief's cousin, preventing him from leaving. "What are you looking at? I'm exhausted. Where shall I sleep at your place?" Jiang Shan longed to recline on the Kong and slumber until the following morning, awakening in his opulent villa. Li Wangjun gestured dismissively at the quilt on the Kong. "We can sleep on the kitchen Kong. You and my sister-in-law and our 2 children can occupy the inner room Kong. If you're fatigued, sleep. I shall contemplate the village's chaotic affairs that can drive a person to distraction." Jiang Shan nestled against the edge of the Kong, removed his worn, tattered shoes, and pulled the quilt from the foot of the Kong over himself. Closing his eyes, he sought oblivion until the dawn. However, it was impossible to be entirely unaware. Xia Yingying's lovely visage danced before him, merging in his mind with that of his wife. The implications of the village chief's earlier comments became increasingly vivid. He had mentioned allocating 20 acres of wasteland for Jiang Shan to cultivate. That particular terrain was fertile and in close proximity to the well site. If cultivated, with proper irrigation channels established, 20 acres of irrigated land could yield crops such as wheat, sesame oil, and corn, eliminating reliance on external aid. Moreover, it would free him from the scorn of his elder brother and sister-in-law. The villagers were not blind to the fact that Jiang Hongqi had not apportioned any significant possessions to his brother. A family of 3 resided in a single earthen-walled cottage, with only a handful of decrepit utensils to their name. Initially, it was Xia Huanhuan who insisted on separating, as she could no longer bear sharing a pot with her brother and sister-in-law. Yet, within just a year and a half after the separation, she abandoned her 2 children and vanished. In a village of 700 households, the Li and Jiang families were intertwined through both old and new marriages. Whether they were cousins or younger brothers, Li Wangjun could no longer bear to see Jiang Shan's family living in a thatched hut, so he contemplated how best to assist them. Every 3 to 5 months, he would take a bag of relief grain to Jiang Shan's home, most often a sack of corn. For the villagers to enjoy steamed buns made from white flour daily, a well had to be dug, and each household needed to cultivate a few acres of irrigated land. Hence, it was decided to allocate Jiang Shan's family 20 acres of the most level wasteland. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Wangjun yawned widely and pulled a blanket over himself, inquiring, "Shanzi, are you asleep?" Jiang Shan, reluctant to engage in conversation, endeavored to drift into slumber, though his mind was racing. Internally, 2 voices clashed. At 25, sharing the same name, this young man pondered the nature of his existence. His wife's younger sister had come to visit, yet there was no comfortable guest room for her, forcing him to relinquish his own space and sleep on the kitchen Kong at the village chief's home. "Little Jiang, upon awakening tomorrow, I shall no longer be you. But you ought to be grateful for my assistance in retrieving your child today. Quickly, have your daughter and take the little ones away. To be honest, your daughter is quite sensible, and your son is truly well-behaved. After spending a day with them, I, Lao Jiang, find it difficult to part from these 2 children." With these reflections, he gradually succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Upon awakening, he sat up, greeted by the faint light filtering through the window. Jiang Shan was momentarily dazed. "Who am I? Where am I? Did I not return? It appears I truly did not. This predicament is rather troublesome." Vaguely, he recalled a woman calling out last night. Likely the village chief's wife returning to summon the 2 men in the kitchen. Jiang Shan took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Had the other version of himself drank himself to death? How else could he have failed to return? Observing the village chief's cousin, who had buried his head beneath the blanket, Lao Jiang struggled to accept that he was the impoverished 25-year-old Xiao Jiang, a rural dweller. His wife was gone, leaving him with 2 hungry children. Realizing that the children's aunt was sleeping on his Kong, he was suddenly concerned about how events unfolded the previous night. Dressing quickly, he swung his legs over the edge of the Kong, slipped into his shoes, and dashed back home. The snowfall had intensified overnight, accumulating to the point where his feet sank deep into the snow. Xia Yingying had expressed her unwavering intent to take Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao back to her home today. But how could they return to another county and another village? Especially since the bus service had ceased? Jiang Shan covered his ears with his hands while sprinting home. He encountered the old man from the Li family, who was collecting donkey dung, blocking Jiang Shan's path with a grin. "Hey, boy, your wife returned last night. Aren't you afraid?" Jiang Shan scolded the foolish old man. "That's my children's aunt, not my wife." At dawn, as the old man gathered dung near Jiang Shan's gate, he caught sight of Xia Yingying emerging from the house, startling him. He thought Jiang Shan's wife had returned, unable to let go of the little ones. After hearing Jiang Shan's explanation, the old man wiped his nose and sighed in relief. "You nearly scared me to death. Why does your wife's sister look just like her?" Jiang Shan had little patience for idle chatter. "Uncle Ba, you're out too early. Be careful not to freeze. Don't you have a pot of white at home? Why are you still collecting dung? Nonsense. White can't warm the Kong in the snowy weather." The old man scooped up a pile of dung with his iron shovel. As he watched Jiang Shan run off, he smirked. "What a poor fellow." Jiang Shan hurried into his yard, lifting the door curtain and pushing open the door, only to be greeted by the delightful aroma of fried eggs. Xiao Mei beamed with excitement. "Daddy, my aunt made 3 fried eggs, and we each get 1. The eggs were brought by Xia Yingying yesterday, wrapped in paper and tucked into her clothing, intended for Xiao Mei." Xia Yingying sat on the Kong, cradling the child in her arms, using a towel to wipe the little one's face. When Jiang Shan entered the room, she did not even glance at her brother-in-law, who was voicing his complaints. On such a frigid day, Xiao Mei, upon waking, declared her intention to go to her aunt's house to stoke the furnace and warm the Kong. Why should they impose such demands on her? Look at how the child's hands have turned numb. Tears streamed down Xia Yingying's face as she muttered incoherently. "I owe my sister. I must bring the child back to my home." Jiang Shan offered Xia Yingying a reassuring smile, reaching out to grasp Xiao Mei's hand. Speaking clearly and resolutely. "Xiao Mei, listen closely. Starting this morning, you are not to go to your aunt's house or perform any chores for them. With your father and your aunt here, we will forge our own path without relying on your aunt's family." Xiao Mei nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, my aunt said the same. I will heed my aunt's words. This girl, is it not her father she should be listening to? Yingying, the snow is half a foot deep. You cannot go anywhere. Please help me look after the 2 children while I fetch a load of coal from town." Xia Yingying raised her head to look at him. "Do you have a cart for the coal? Do you have money?" "I do have money," he replied. "I will borrow my cousin's mule cart. Even though it is snowing heavily outside, the mule cart can still make it to the coal yard in town. I will return by noon." Jiang Shan held Xiao Mei's hand for a moment, his face filled with concern. "Xiao Mei, make sure to apply the frostbite ointment I bought yesterday. And wear your gloves when you go out." "Yes, Daddy, my aunt said I must wear the new gloves you bought me. Look, my aunt washed my hair and got rid of the lice. It no longer itches." Jiang Shan kissed his daughter's forehead, sitting on the Kong. Xia Yingying laid the child down and reached for her bag, pulling out a wad of cash and handing it to her brother-in-law. "Here is 100 yuan. Take it to buy coal, and also get Xiao Mei a set of cotton clothes and a pair of warm shoes." Jiang Shan declined, smiling. "I have money. It was inconvenient to buy more things when I brought Xiao Bao home yesterday. I will purchase them today. Will you take it or not?" Xia Yingying asked, her tone sharp. How much could her brother-in-law possibly have? It was merely the betrothal gifts received a month prior. Jiang Shan was taken aback, unable to refuse. This girl resembled his wife not only in appearance, but also in her manner of speaking. She was even fairer and more delicate, after 4 years at Northwest Normal University. She had 1 semester left until graduation and was currently on winter break. "We will leave once the snow-covered roads are passable," Xia Yingying asserted suddenly, expressing her intention to take the 2 children with her. Chapter 11. A trip to the town for coal once again. Jiang Shan found himself in the courtyard of the village chief, his ears and nose red from the cold, his neck drawn in. Li Wangjun addressed him curtly. "Shanzi, why are you here so early? Shouldn't you be looking after your 2 children and your wife's sister?" Lu Fun handed Jiang Shan a warm hat, her tone genuinely caring. "Put this on quickly, don't let your ears freeze." Jiang Shan donned the hat, grateful for the warmth. "Village chief's cousin, I wish to make a trip to the coal yard in town. I will need to borrow your mule cart." Before Li Wangjun could respond, Lu Fun had already picked up the mule cart harness from the doorway, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Certainly, the fire cannot be tended to solely with corn cobs. Had it not been for your house's child's aunt worrying about the stove last night, your little one would have been frozen through. And I cannot fathom how many times she awakened throughout the night. Li Wangjun shot a glare at his wife, questioning whether it was appropriate for her to decide on borrowing the mule cart. Do you have the means to procure coal? He inquired of Shanzi, contemplating an additional 10 kuai to lend to Jiang Shan. He had not retrieved it from his pocket, but he recalled a sum tucked within his socks beneath the mattress. He wondered if it would suffice. Shanzi, I shall fetch the coal money for you. You focus on tending to the 20 mu of land, and once the harvest is in, you can repay me. As Li Wangjun turned to head into the kitchen, Jiang Shan called out, Cousin, I have money. You need not worry. Lu Fin chimed in with a smile. A cartload of coal costs 10 kuai. Let your cousin lend it to you first. No need. I have funds sufficient for new cotton clothes and bedding, Jiang Shan replied. The village head and his wife exchanged surprised glances, simultaneously inquiring, Did your child aunt give you that? Before Jiang Shan could explain the origin of her money, Lu Fin assumed she had deduced it. You must not squander her generosity. Come spring, ensure you repay her well. Last night, Lu Fin had taken a quilt to Xia Yingying, engaging in some casual conversation, and learned that Xia Yingying's family had been doing quite well over the past 2 years, and she had brought some money to assist Jiang Shan. The mule was drawn from the pen behind the house and harnessed to the cart. Lu Fin then wrapped her husband's military coat around Jiang Shan and added, Shanzi, take good care of your children and your family. Do not think we are not here to support you. Understood, sister-in-law, Jiang Shan replied, grasping the reins of the village head's mule as she stepped outside, her breath forming mist in the chilly air. Sister-in-law, is there anything you need that I can bring along? Lu Fin quickly declined. No, we have everything we need at home. You must not waste the money your aunt provided. Li Wangjun had considered having Shanzi buy 5 jin of sorghum liquor, costing 3 kuai, but refrained from saying so. Lu Fin watched the mule cart depart before pulling her husband back inside. You were dead to the world last night. I had something to discuss with you. Something I pondered all night. Li Wangjun, growing impatient, replied, What could you have thought about all night? Did you see that girl? She is not merely Shanzi's aunt. She is the mother of 2 children, strikingly similar to Huan, she insisted. Nonsense. I do not believe she resembles Huan. During that time, Huan was so thin she scarcely resembled herself, and even now, it pains me to remember. Oh, why dwell on those memories? When you think of Huan at her best. During her pregnancy, she sat on the Kong just like Xia Yingying did last night while cradling the baby. Lu Fin expressed her thoughts that had occupied her all night. You should find a way for her to be the mother of Shanzi's 2 children. Li Wangjun was taken aback. You want to bring her here to our village of 700 households to become Shanzi's wife? What are you thinking? Stop with these unfounded fantasies. Jiang Shan and her brother and sister-in-law have separated and live independently, so how could they afford to marry? Lu Fin felt her thoughts were not mere fantasies. She had seen clearly last night that Xia Yingying genuinely cared for Shanzi's 2 children. Xia Yingying was not just any woman. She was the beloved aunt of the 2 children. Perhaps she would be willing to become the children's mother. And then she would indeed be the wife of Shanzi. Silly woman, you needn't worry yourself unnecessarily. She is a student at Northwest Normal University, soon to graduate and be assigned to teach in a city school. Lu Fin was taken aback. Ah, Xia Yingying is a university student? How did I not notice? What could a mere housewife discern? It's not something just anyone could see. It was a month ago that Li Wangjun heard from relatives about this matter. Xia Huan, who is married to Jiang Shan in Kibao village, has never mentioned that her younger sister is attending university. Li Wangjun had no desire to engage his wife in this discussion. It was utterly inconceivable that Xia Yingying would come to Kibao village to be Shanzi's wife. Such a thought was beyond imagination. Jiang Hongqi and his wife had already tormented Xia Huan. Would they also subject Xia Yingying to their cruelty? Li Wangjun believed he could assist Jiang Shan with another matter by having Xia Yingying take Xiao Bao to help care for Shanzi. Over the past few months, Li Wangjun had come to understand that relying on Jiang Hongqi to support Jiang Shan's livelihood was futile. The Jiang family also possessed a mule cart. Why had he never seen it lent to Jiang Shan for transporting winter coal? After the passing of the elder Jiang couple, Jiang Hongqi had ceased to regard Jiang Shan as a true brother. Alas, it was still our cousin's foolish meddling that caused trouble 20 years ago. He brought a child into the Jiang family, creating complications. Li Wangjun silently resented Jiang Shan's father when he heard footsteps approaching the front door. It was unmistakably Jiang Hongqi. Li Wangjun went out to greet him. Cousin Hongqi, what brings you here? Jiang Hongqi wore a cheerful expression, rubbing his frostbitten hands together. Wangjun. As our village chief, I certainly need to speak with you about Shanzi. Li Wangjun snorted through his nose. Cousin Hongqi, stop sending Xiao Mei on errands. Giving her a bowl of leftover food while making her do all the chores. How can you justify that? Jiang Hongqi denied it. I had a stern talk with my wife. From today onward, Xiao Mei will no longer work at my home. Li Wangjun was uncertain about the reason for Jiang Hongqi's visit. The two entered the kitchen and seated themselves by the stove. Jiang Hongqi glanced around. Cousin, your brick house built in the summer is quite spacious. Why don't you live there? Why are you still staying in the old kitchen? What business is it of yours where I reside? Just tell me what you want. Hee. Village chief cousin, I merely wanted to inform you that the piece of wasteland I have claimed on Shishan Beach. You should process some paperwork to allocate it to Shanzi. Li Wangjun was taken aback by this unexpected generosity from Jiang Hongqi. The Jiang family's 10 acres of sloped land on the west side had been left uncultivated, and over the past few years, Jiang Hongqi had surrounded it with embankments to gather rainwater, claiming it as his own. He seemed to think he could simply take it. That land belonged to the village as a collective, and its allocation was to be determined by the villagers collectively through the village chief. Last autumn, that land was to be assigned to Jiang Shan, but Jiang Hongqi had objected, claiming it as his family's land and insisting he would cultivate it this spring. Little did he expect that today, as soon as Jiang Shan left, he would come in to say that the wasteland, which had gathered water twice, would be allocated to Jiang Shan. Li Wangjun sensed something was amiss with Jiang Hongqi today. Cousin Hongqi, are you speaking the truth? That is not the truth. I must inform you first. After that, I will speak to Shanzi. When spring arrives, I shall assist him in clearing the land. Li Wangjun sensed something amiss with Jiang Hongqi and furrowed his brow to caution him. Cousin Hongqi, if you are so benevolent, why not share some coal with your brother's family? It is quite arduous for them to borrow my mule cart to haul coal from the town in this heavy snowfall. Jiang Hongqi's eyes widened in surprise. Shanzi went to town to fetch coal? I was unaware. I wondered why he was not at the door just now. He could have simply come to my home for some. Li Wangjun felt a surge of irritation. Oh, come on. Only after they borrowed my mule cart to fetch coal do you say such things. Jiang Hongqi's face turned awkward. He wanted to inquire with the village chief whether Shanzi had mentioned yesterday's incident. There was a misunderstanding about that matter. Do not take Shanzi's word for it. Jiang Hongqi could not fathom how that written note ended up in Jiang Shan's pocket. It would be troublesome if he had to pull it out for others to see. The couple had spent the entire night worrying without sleep. Observing the peculiar expression on Jiang Hongqi's face, Li Wangjun asked again, Cousin Hongqi, do you have anything else to discuss? What else could there be? Then why are you lingering around me? After leaving the village chief's home, Jiang Hongqi felt even more anxious. Oddly enough, it seemed that Shanzi had not spoken to the village chief about the matter from yesterday. What could this young man be plotting? Chapter 12. An oven, half a cart of coal, a bag of rice flour, and a bucket of oil. On the snowy path, the mule cart moved steadily, arriving at the town's coal yard after an hour. Last night, the stove in the house was fueled with corn cobs, and they had to tend to it once again. Xiao Mei and her aunt had no idea how many times they woke up throughout the night. They couldn't recall how they endured the previous nights. With coal, everything was different. Filling the stove once would suffice, allowing them to sleep soundly until dawn. The coal yard was bustling with buyers. The treacherous snowy roads prevented many from reaching the coal mine, forcing them to come to this local yard. In such frigid weather, coal prices were undoubtedly rising. Jiang Shan overheard a heated argument about the exorbitant price increases and the notion of seeking out the local authorities. The coal yard owner, brimming with bravado, shouted back, if you don't want to buy, then don't. If you have the ability, go to the coal mine yourself. Seek out whoever you wish. Jiang Shan remained indifferent. A price hike was inconsequential as long as the house remained warm. No one would deliver coal in the snow, and one could only purchase it at a premium. Jiang Shan recalled 3 days prior when the manager had handed him a report stating that the combined heat and power plant needed to extract 10,000 tons of coal, costing 1,000 per ton. Mr. Zhang's household would use 10 million worth of coal throughout the winter. Now, this family could only afford $10 for the entire season. When it was his turn, the vendor asked casually, how much will you take? I will take as much as my cart can carry. I do not bargain. Jiang Shan smiled, making his intentions clear. At $50 per ton, the mule cart could carry a maximum of 500 pounds, amounting to just over $10, which made Jiang Shan inwardly lament how incredibly cheap it was. Seeing Jiang Shan's agreeable demeanor, the seller's expression brightened. and he pointed to a shiny new oven in front of them. Would you like an oven? Normally, it sells for 80, but if you are serious, I can give it to you for 50. You won't find such a bargain in the county. It saves coal, distributes heat evenly, and is safe. Jiang Shan chuckled. Typically sold for 80, yet on snowy days, it is offered for merely 50? Such deception is truly excessive, my friend. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have procured 100 ovens, and this is the last one remaining. If you can pay 50, it is yours. Very well, 50 it shall be. I will take it. First, secure the stove onto the cart, and then load the coal. My old iron stove at home is far too antiquated, with gaps in the lid and bends in the flue allowing smoke to escape. It is nothing short of miraculous that I have not succumbed to smoke inhalation. Perhaps it is due to the absence of coal stoked in the furnace last night. Now, with coal returned home, that decrepit stove must be discarded. The cart bears a rectangular oven weighing over 100 pounds, with 300 pounds of coal loaded upon it. 60 yuan has been paid. Jiang Shan pulls the mule cart out from the coal yard. Last night in the county town, he had to carry a child while traveling, making it impossible to purchase more goods for home. Now, with the mule cart, he must procure rice, flour, and oil. Xiao Mei eagerly anticipates her kind-hearted aunt delivering a bag of white flour and a pig's leg, contingent upon their selling her brother, during the division of the family assets. Even a pair of chopsticks and a bowl must be meticulously accounted for. The eldest sister-in-law is particularly discerning. Despite the rising prices this year, Jiang Shan perceives rice, flour, and oil as exceedingly affordable. A 50-pound bag of white flour costs 15 yuan, the same weight in rice is 18 yuan, and a bucket of vegetable oil just 5. In the days to come, Jiang Shan believes that the speed at which he can earn money will surpass common expectations. Such prices are indeed quite reasonable, are they not? To protect the rice and flour from coal dust, Jiang Shan requested 2 additional empty bags from the grain store. He then visited the general store to purchase new cotton clothing and shoes for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao. This is an early preparation for the new year, 20 days ahead of time. Xia Yingying will not be returning anytime soon, so he procured a complete new outfit for her as well. The sight of Xia Yingying's lovely face fills Jiang Shan with warmth, as seeing her is akin to seeing his wife. This mindset must be extinguished swiftly. Such feelings should not be allowed to blossom. Naturally, Jiang Shan realizes that his mentality has merged with that of the original owner. Is it truly impossible to return? Last night, he slept on the Kong in the village chief's kitchen. The change of location is surely the reason he did not return home. Tonight, he must sleep in the same place and position as before. He doubts Xia Yingying would be willing to stay at the village chief's house again. Jiang Shan cannot believe she could endure a second night on his family's shabby bedding. Glancing once more at the goods on the cart, he contemplates what else his family urgently requires. Xiao Mei is in dire need, as is her aunt, and Xiao Bao is also in need. Everyone desires meat. Xiao Mei is too thin. Having worked for her aunt, she eagerly anticipates a hearty meal. Xia Yingying is also slender. Jiang Shan is unaware of the quality of food at the normal university dining hall, but the 100 yuan in her possession must surely derive from her meal subsidy. The meat shop is situated next to the town government's entrance. The price is 50 yuan for a half-fat, half-lean cut. Jiang Shan places 50 yuan on the counter. The butcher is displeased. Apologies, my friend, but I cannot sell you 50 yuan worth of meat. You can purchase at most 5 pounds of pork belly. Jiang Shan's face reflects astonishment. What is this, my good sir? It is already 1988, and meat is still in limited supply? Must I also procure a meat ration card? The boss forced a smile, saying, Brother, we don't need the meat tickets, but most of the meat in the shop has already been reserved for the officials. After they purchase their share, only then can others buy. Right now, I can only offer you a maximum of 5 pounds. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Are the town officials truly above everyone else? As noon approached, Jiang Shan had no time to debate these matters. He took the 5 pounds of pork belly and paid 12 yuan before leaving. He retraced his steps back to the village, the mule's bell jingling and the snow crunching beneath its feet. Wrapped in a military coat, Jiang Shan held the reins, tucking his hands into the sleeves. A warm hat adorned his head, and the new warm shoes he had just purchased were now on his feet. Casting a glance back at the cart, life seemed less grim. With half a cart of coal and a new oven, this earthen house would surely be warm throughout the day. Upon arriving at the village, the mule cart halted at his doorstep. Jiang Shan was about to call out to Xiao Mei, telling her that he was back and asking her to help move things. Suddenly, Jiang Hongqi dashed over from his family's gate. Shanzi, I've waited for you all morning. Your sister-in-law has prepared lunch for you. I asked Xiao Mei to join us, but she refused. Jiang Hongqi had come by half an hour earlier, inviting Xiao Mei and Xia Yingying for lunch, but they declined, saying they had already prepared their own meal. In the past, Xiao Mei would eat lunch at Dabaya's place and bring a bowl back for her father. Jiang Shan replied honestly, "Elder brother, my leg is healed. You don't need to worry about our meals, nor do you need to concern yourself with Xiao Mei." Seeing Jiang Shan's indifferent tone, Jiang Hongqi could no longer hold back. "Shanzi, we brothers can discuss anything. Can you please return that document to me? I spoke with the village chief. I'll let you farm the land in Xishan, and you can have the 5 acres of sandy land as well. Does that work?" Jiang Shan remained silent as he pushed open the wooden doors and pulled the mule cart into the yard. Jiang Hongqi followed him inside. "Shanzi, you can keep the donkey foal born from the old mule. Elder brother, the wasteland in Xishan, the 5 acres of sandy land, and the donkey foal were all meant to be divided with me. Why do you think you can keep them now? They are mine, and I want every last bit back. What exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do? Elder brother, you and my sister-in-law want to sell my son. That document is irrefutable evidence. Just watch what I will do, but for now, please do not disturb me while I unload." Jiang Hongqi's eyes fell upon the items Jiang Shan was unloading, feeling as if lead had filled his legs. He believed Jiang Shan had received 500 yuan from Lao Zhou and would no longer contest yesterday's affairs. That was 500 yuan. Would Lao Zhou give it to him without a reason? Without that money, could he have transported coal or bought rice, flour, and oil? It was merely a delaying tactic from Lao Zhou, who intended to deal with Jiang Hongqi. That document had to be retrieved. "Shanzi, Lao Zhou is not to be trifled with. Aren't you afraid? Elder brother, if you're not going back for lunch, why are you standing in my yard? Do you want my childess aunt to find out what you did yesterday?" Jiang Hongqi took 2 steps back, hearing someone outside calling him to return for lunch. Reluctantly, he turned to leave. Jiang Shan knew that Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei were inside the house. He had lowered his voice while speaking with Jiang Hongqi moments ago. Inside, Xia Yingying had coaxed Xiao Bao to sleep after feeding him formula. Hearing the mule cart enter the yard, she peeked through the paper window and saw Jiang Shan conversing with his elder brother. Xia Yingying chose not to step outside. The Jiang brothers seemed to be discussing some trivial matters. Chapter 13. "Sister, the younger sister is here to see you." Xia Yingying emerged from the house to speak with her brother-in-law. She still refrained from calling him brother-in-law, filled with indignation. She remarked that little Mei had gone to the granary to carry wheat chaff for the stove. At merely 6 years of age, how could one expect her to do such tasks? Is this how you fulfill your role as a father? "Yingying, it is my fault. From today onward, I shall not let little Mei undertake such chores." Just then, little Mei, carrying a bag of wheat chaff, stood excitedly at the doorstep, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're back. Wow, you brought back so much coal, just like at Annie's house." Her father took the bag from her back, his voice filled with affection for his daughter. "Little Mei, you must not do this work anymore. Your hands are not yet healed." Little Mei giggled, extending her hands. "Daddy, look. I'm wearing gloves. They keep me warm." "Even with gloves, you are not permitted to carry bags. Let your aunt teach you to recognize characters and learn culture. When school starts next term, you shall attend." Xia Yingying scoffed at his paternal approach. "You are aware little Mei needs to attend school. Yet why did you not send her when autumn came?" "Yingying, after the new year, I will ensure little Mei goes to school." The 2 adults, along with the little girl, lifted a new stove together. "Daddy, our home has an oven now. Baking bread will be delightful." Brother Xuan, munching on baked bread, elicited envy from little Mei as she caught a whiff of the aroma. Today, little Mei did not return from Auntie's house with a bowl of food. Instead, her aunt had prepared boiled yellow millet mixed with cornmeal on the old stove, with a little vegetable oil from a can, frying a plate of potato chips and 2 eggs. After having a poached egg for breakfast, little Mei was heartbroken at the thought of having fried eggs again for lunch. Since their mother's passing, little Mei often relied on Auntie for a meal, then brought a bowl back to her father, which usually consisted of potato and vegetable stew with yellow millet rice. She had never encountered even a morsel of egg. The oven was placed properly along the edge of the Kong, its silver chimney gleaming brightly. It was secured with iron wire, ensuring it stood straight and firm. The father and daughter then took the old iron stove outside and set it in the corner. "Little Mei, after dinner, I shall dress you in new clothes." The little girl's face lit up with excitement, dreaming of wearing a new outfit. Though she said, "Daddy, new clothes are meant for the new year." Who decreed that new clothes can only be worn during the new year? You will wear them today. We shall have meat for dinner. And today is our New Year celebration. Xia Yingying consumed a bowl of yellow millet rice, pouring cold water on her husband's enthusiasm. Now that she has new clothes, what will little May wear for the new year? Will you still have money to buy her a set then? Daddy, Auntie is right. Let us save the new clothes for the new year. Jiang Shan lifted his gaze, serving a pair of chopsticks with fried eggs to his daughter and another pair to her aunt, treating the matter of earning money lightly. Yingying, there is still a month until the new year. If I cannot earn a substantial amount for our household, what sort of man am I? Xia Yingying paused with her chopsticks, casting a disbelieving glance at her brother-in-law. In this heavy snow, with roads blocked everywhere, how do you plan to earn? Jiang Shan chuckled. Yingying, in the winter month, the opportunity to earn comes during the 12th lunar month. What of the heavy snow? Even if the sky were to rain knives, it would be of no concern to those who know how to make money. Xia Yingying was not surprised. Rather, she felt disdain. If you were capable of earning money, my sister would not have endured such suffering in recent years. If my brother-in-law had wealth, my sister would not be giving birth to our little treasure on a dirt bed at home, ultimately leading to her own demise. Heartbroken, Xia Yingying struggled to continue, taking a deep breath and shifting the subject. Do not return the mule cart just yet. I need to visit my sister's grave. Afterward, you shall take us to the county town. Xiaomei tightened her small frame, her eyes fixed on her aunt's face, filled with reluctance. With great caution, she asked, Aunt, are you leaving today? What if I took you and little Bao along with me? No, Aunt, I must take care of Daddy. Xia Yingying, observing her brother-in-law's expression, spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. You must take me to my sister's grave first. Jiang Shan could not refuse, quickly agreeing. All right. I shall take you to your sister's grave. Xiaomei, watch over little Bao. Your aunt and I will return shortly. Xiaomei's tone was pitiful. Aunt, can't you stay? Aunt, you are just like Mama. I feel as if you are my mother. Such words had echoed in Xiaomei's heart countless times. Yet she dared not voice them. Xia Yingying retrieved a bundle of paper money and a handful of yellow incense from her handbag, all purchased the previous day in the county. Jiang Shan assisted Xia Yingying in carrying them as they set off for his wife's grave. Knowing that Xia Yingying would inevitably weep at her sister's grave, he decided against bringing Xiaomei and little Bao along, especially since little Bao was asleep at that moment, leaving Xiaomei to watch over him at home. Aunt, you won't abandon me and little Bao, will you? You mentioned leaving today. Jiang Shan gently touched his daughter's forehead. Silly child, Daddy is taking your aunt to the grave. What is there to worry about? Unable to contain herself, Xiaomei threw herself into her aunt's arms, crying, But Aunt, you are just like Mama. Jiang Shan realized that Xiaomei had spent the night with her aunt and mistakenly believed her to be her mother. Xia Yingying, with a heart heavy with sorrow, spoke with a choked voice. Be good, Xiaomei. Once your aunt returns from the grave, I will take you and little Bao away together. But what about Daddy? Xia Yingying could only manage a wry smile, truly a thoughtful cotton-padded jacket for her father. The two adults exited the house and crossed the courtyard. Jiang Shan walked ahead while Xia Yingying trailed behind, a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them. Jiang Shan halted, glancing back at her. She too stopped, her expression defensive, clearly annoyed with her brother-in-law. Am I truly so detestable? Jiang Shan thought. If you were not, my sister would not have passed away. Little Bao would not have been taken away by your elder brother and sister-in-law. Xiaomei would not find herself unable to eat a meal. Jiang Shan found it hard to articulate his feelings. Ever since his wife's passing, he had been lost, his mind clouded, his legs numb on the calm. Xia Yingying's resolve grew stronger. I must take little Bao with me. I care for him as if he were my own child. Yingying, do not act impulsively. You are about to graduate from university and will soon be assigned to a school in the city. As a young woman, if you take a child with you, others might think you bore him. How will you handle that? I do not care. I must help my sister. I owe her that. What exactly do you owe your sister? Without her, I would not be who I am today. Jiang Shan could not comprehend what Xia Yingying was uttering. He was still grappling with his own troubles. A short distance from the village, on the western hillside, lay a conspicuous new grave amidst 10 acres of sloping land. In front of the grave, a flat stone, salvaged from the riverbank, served as an altar, adorned with offerings. With trembling hands, Xia Yingying lit 3 yellow incense sticks and inserted them into the earth before the stone table. As a pile of joss paper ignited, she knelt on the ground, overcome with grief. Sister, I see you have come. Oh, sister, your fate is cruel, and poor Xiao Bao. Jiang Shan, suppressing his own sorrow, observed in silence. The joss paper blazed brightly at the grave, and suddenly, a whirlwind arose behind it, swirling snowflakes that brushed against their faces. Ying, your sister is speaking to you. She says you must not be too sorrowful. Those who remain must live well. But Xia Ying's sobs only intensified. Jiang Shan gently grasped her arm, attempting to console her. Enough now. Do not weep so distressingly. You still need to care for Xiao Bao. The whirlwind grew stronger, enveloping Xia Ying. Startled, Jiang Shan exclaimed, My dear, if there are any regrets, speak to me. Do not frighten your sister. Caught in the tempest, Xia Ying suddenly ceased her crying, and Jiang Shan sensed something was amiss. He shielded her with his arms, covering his eyes. Xia Ying closed her eyes tightly, appearing as if she had lost consciousness. Ying, do not frighten your brother-in-law. Why have you fainted? Chapter 14. The new clothes for the new year after visiting the grave. Jiang Shan had not anticipated that Xia Ying would faint from her tears. The whirlwind had enveloped her unexpectedly. Her sorrow, compounded by the shock, rendered her unconscious. Ying, awaken. Do not frighten your brother-in-law. Jiang Shan sat on the ground, supporting his limp sister-in-law, pinching her philtrum. After a minute or two, Xia Ying slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Jiang Shan's face. Her lips moved slightly. Shanzi? A resonant echo filled Jiang Shan's mind. Her calm mirrored that of his wife's when she addressed him. Xia Ying struggled to sit upright, her gaze drifting away from Jiang Shan's face. Lost in a swirl of thoughts. Ying, I told you not to cry too sorrowfully. You must have fainted, right? I am fine. Where is Xiao Mei? Ying. Xiao Mei is at home watching over Xiao Bao. It was you who lulled him to sleep. Have you forgotten? Xia Ying raised her face again to look at Jiang Shan, and suddenly reached out to touch his face. You have lost weight. Huh? Jiang Shan's mind buzzed again, incredulous that Xia Ying would touch her brother-in-law's face. In her final moments, his wife had reached out to him in such a manner. Shanzi, look how thin you have become. Just moments ago, Xia Ying had fainted from sorrow, and upon regaining consciousness, she uttered the last words of his wife. Regaining her composure, Xia Ying stood, gathered her bag, and turned to Jiang Shan, calling out, Let us go. Xiao Bao will awaken and cry. She walked ahead, and Jiang Shan followed, observing her silhouette. Ying, do you really have to leave today? Xia Ying paused, turned to face Jiang Shan, and the look of wariness in her eyes had vanished. Where are we going? You mentioned that after visiting the grave, you would bring Xiao Bao home. I believe that once I repair the house and the courtyard gate, I will come to your home to fetch Xiao Bao before the new year. Jiang Shan's intentions were clear. He felt assured with his aunt taking care of Xiao Bao. Xia Ying seemed to recall their earlier conversation and smiled at Jiang Shan. Suddenly, she changed her mind. Forget it. I won't leave today. Xiao Mei doesn't want me to go. Indeed, if you were to leave, Xiao Mei would be heartbroken. When you are near her, she believes it is her mother beside her. Xia Ying bit her lip, contemplated for a moment, and unexpectedly addressed him as brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, I will help you take care of the child for a few days. My family understands, especially since we are unable to return home due to the heavy snow. Jiang Shan's face was filled with confusion. Within less than an hour, Xia Ying's attitude had undergone a complete reversal. She referred to him as brother-in-law, causing Jiang Shan to slow his steps and widen the gap between them. Hurry up. Why are you lagging behind? Xia Ying noticed Jiang Shan intentionally keeping his distance and felt dissatisfied. Ying, weren't you the one who wanted to maintain some space? Have you forgotten how you walked when we arrived? Xia Ying hurried back, her heart anxious for Xiao Bao, who might wake up crying, fearing that Xiao Mei wouldn't be able to comfort him. As she walked along the village path, a few people approached, halting in their tracks, staring at Xia Ying in astonishment. She, however, did not notice them and dashed past. The onlookers reached out to stop Jiang Shan, their faces filled with curiosity. Shanzi, if one didn't know better, they might think she's your wife. My goodness, she looks just like her. Jiang Shan shrugged off their grasp, responding dismissively. She is my wife's younger sister. I took her to visit the grave. Jiang Shan, clarify yourself. The village chief said she is a university student. Jiang Shan, irritated by the village rascals, chose not to engage with them further. Unexpectedly, Xia Ying ran off in a hurry, and by the time Jiang Shan entered the courtyard, she had already rushed inside the house. Xiao Mei emerged from within. Daddy, she exclaimed, tugging at his arm and whispering urgently, What's wrong, Xiao Mei? She quietly informed her father. Just now, my aunt said Xiao Bao is good and not crying because mommy is here, but Xiao Bao clearly wasn't crying. My aunt was the one holding him and crying. Upon entering the house, Jiang Shan's gaze fell upon the calm, where Xiao Bao was nestled in his aunt's embrace. Their cheeks pressed together, the latter sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Xiao Bao, Mommy will never leave you again. The meaning of those words was unmistakable to Jiang Shan. Was Xia Yingying truly prepared to assume the role of a mother for Xiao Bao? She claimed to owe her sister a debt, which she intended to repay by being a mother to Xiao Bao from this moment forth. With identical features and voice, Xiao Bao would not realize that his mother had passed away when he was merely 6 months old. Xiao Bao opened his big eyes, gazing at Xia Yingying's face, babbling as if to say, "This is Mommy." Calculating the time, it had been 5 months since Xiao Bao was born, spending every moment in his mother's arms. A month had elapsed since his mother's absence, and now he was back in her embrace. Jiang Shan let out a sigh, turning to his daughter with a pained expression. "Xiao Mei, why aren't you listening? I bought you a new cotton coat today. Why haven't you put it on?" "Daddy, I want to save the new cotton coat for the new year." "Put it on now. Warmth is of utmost importance, all right? During the new year, your father will buy you another new outfit." Xia Yingying lifted her gaze and smiled at Xiao Mei, encouraging her. "Xiao Mei, listen to your father and change into your new clothes to stay warm." Xiao Mei donned an entirely new ensemble from head to toe, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Father, I am too shy to go out and meet people." Xiao Mei's words elicited a chuckle from Xia Yingying, and the sadness in her heart seemed to dissipate. She further encouraged Xiao Mei, "Go out and show them. Let them laugh at your ragged attire." Taking her aunt's advice to heart, Xiao Mei nodded and donned her gloves and hat before stepping outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she heard her older siblings from the neighbor's house giggling merrily. They were busy building a snowman at the doorstep, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Clad in her new outfit, Xiao Mei felt her previous insecurities fade away. She too longed to join her siblings in their snowman building endeavors. The warm embrace of her red floral cotton jacket and pants enveloped her. "Xuan Xuan Xia Xia." Xiao Mei greeted her neighbor's siblings with a beaming smile. "Look, my father and my aunt insisted I wear new clothes today." Xuan Xuan and Xia Xia turned to glance at her for a few seconds, then retorted unkindly, "Why didn't you come to help us light the stove this morning? Were you sleeping in?" Xuan Xuan pushed Xiao Mei lightly. "You don't help out at our house, yet you want to eat our food?" Xiao Mei stumbled back, disappointment washing over her. Her siblings did not commend her for her new attire, but instead scolded her. Xia Xia added harshly, "The new year hasn't even arrived. So why are you wearing new clothes? You're not allowed to come over for dinner anymore, did you hear?" Panic began to well up within Xiao Mei. I didn't come to your house for dinner today. My aunt cooked. My father. Isn't your aunt leaving? Once she goes, you won't be allowed to come over for dinner either." Xuan Xuan, grasping a pencil sharpener, glared at Xiao Mei's new cotton clothes, miffed. "What is so special about wearing new clothes? I could easily ruin them with a single cut." With a swift motion, Xuan Xuan's blade grazed Xiao Mei's new outfit, leaving a shocking tear that revealed a large patch of white cotton. "Huh, now they're torn. What will you do about it?" Xiao Mei, horrified, clutched the gaping hole. You must compensate me for my new outfit." "Compensate? I'll make another cut." As Xuan Xuan raised the blade again, Xiao Mei, terrified, turned and sprinted back home. She felt as though she had committed a grave mistake, fearing her father's wrath. Chapter 15, Apologies and Compensation. Jiang Shan crouched down, carefully placing the soft straw into the heating chamber and igniting it, bringing warmth to their home. In winter, they had to heat the Kong daily, which was quite bothersome, requiring strategizing to do it every 3 or 4 days. Starting today, Xiao Mei would no longer partake in these chores. Her father would handle them, while his 6-year-old daughter joyfully donned her new clothes to play with the other children. Xiao Mei ran out to flaunt her outfit to the neighborhood kids. Observing his daughter's delight, Jiang Shan smiled faintly. The door to the Kong was darkened, blocked by 2 bricks. Jiang Shan stood up and turned to look at the entrance, and within 10 minutes, Xiao Mei returned, sobbing and hesitating to enter the yard. "Xiao Mei, what's wrong?" "Dad," Xiao Mei exclaimed, her face a portrait of terror as she clutched her chest, revealing a long tear in her new clothing, stuffing spilling out. "Who did this?" Jiang Shan's authoritative inquiry sent a wave of panic through her. Taken aback, Jiang Shan knelt, enveloping his daughter in an embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, attempting to soothe her with a smile. "Darling, on such a cold day, crying like this will only chafe your delicate skin. I am not angry with you for being careless. I am furious with the one who harmed your clothes. Please tell me who has bullied you." With her father's comforting embrace and kiss, Xiao Mei's fear subsided significantly. Jiang Shan glanced towards the entrance of the eldest brother's house, where a group of children were still laughing and playing. Was it them? Was it Xuan? Yes. Xuan did it. They said I shouldn't wear new clothes before the new year. Jiang Shan tightened his hold on his slight daughter, gently patting her back with earnest advice. Xiaomei, listen carefully. With your father here, there is nothing to fear. Xiaomei nodded firmly. With her father by her side and her aunt in the house, she felt secure. Jiang Shan led Xiaomei towards the entrance of the eldest brother's house. Xuan, did you use a knife to tear Xiaomei's new clothes? Xuan glared at Xiaomei, inwardly cursing her for revealing his misdeed. Xia and Ling stood nearby, observing the scene, noting the fierce expression on their father's face, indicative of his anger. Suddenly, Ling spoke up. Father. It was indeed Xuan who tore it. Xia tugged at Ling, silencing her with a pinch. I am asking you, was it you who tore it? Jiang Shan shouted again. Startled, Xuan felt a shiver. Wasn't he his father resting on the couch? Why was he suddenly so fierce? Jiang Shan's interrogation prompted Chun Malian to emerge from the house. Seeing Jiang Shan scolding her son, she hurried over to shield him. Shanzi, why are you shouting? Jiang Shan understood his sister-in-law's disposition. She had little regard for Xiaomei and indulged her son. Sister-in-law, your Xuan used a pencil sharpener to tear my daughter's new clothes, leaving her very upset. Xuan must apologize and compensate for the new clothing. Chun Malian's expression darkened, her impatience evident as she retorted, they play together every day. What is there to quarrel about? You, an adult, should not be so petty with a child. Jiang Shan clenched his teeth, stepping closer to Chun Malian. Sister-in-law, is this merely a childish prank? Xuan used a pencil knife on my daughter. Thankfully, she was wearing a thick winter coat. Had it been summer clothing, she would have suffered a wound. Chun Malian, more irritated, replied dismissively, Enough. Why are you making such a fuss? It's not even New Year yet. Why are you dressing Xiaomei in new clothes? A cold smile crept onto Jiang Shan's lips. Chun Malian, I dressed my daughter in new clothes today. Xuan must apologize. And he must pay for the damage. Do you understand? Jiang Shan called out his sister-in-law's full name, startling Chun Malian. It also startled Li Wangjun, who had approached to inquire about a mule cart. Upon hearing the commotion at his brother's house, he hurried over. Shanzi, why are you addressing your sister-in-law so directly? Chun Malian raised her voice to the village head. Cousin, look, Xiaomei was playing with my child, and an accident occurred. He let it go. How unreasonable. Xiaomei turned to the village head, explaining. Xuan tore my new clothes, which my father just bought today. Li Wangjun cast a glance at Xiaomei, noticing a gaping tear in the front of her new red cotton coat, revealing a patch of white cotton. This was no trivial matter for the children to play around with. Li Wangjun first attempted to reason with the unreasonable woman. Cousin, your son Xuan has torn Xiaomei's new clothes. You ought to discipline him. Your indulgence will only cultivate bad habits. Chun Malian retorted sharply, Village chief. What are you saying? Isn't Shanzi supposed to protect her? Knowing that reasoning with the woman was futile, Li Wangjun turned to his younger cousin. Let it go, Shanzi. There's no need to argue with your sister-in-law. Li Wangjun's attempt to pull Jiang Shan away was met with resistance as Jiang Shan shrugged off his arm. Village chief. This matter cannot be overlooked. Xuan must apologize to Xiaomei and compensate her with 20 yuan. The commotion outside drew Jiang Hongqi from the house. Though he had no intention of intervening, upon hearing the village chief's voice, he hurried out, his mind preoccupied with retrieving the written acknowledgement from Shanzi's hand. He seized his son by the ear and twisted it. Who told you to tear Xiaomei's clothes? Xuan was perplexed, wondering why his father was defending Xiaomei today. Jiang Hongqi slapped his son on the neck, leaving Li Wangjun momentarily astonished. Was Jiang Hongqi afraid of his brother? With fear evident in Xuan's eyes, he stood frozen, unable to defend himself. Jiang Hongqi barked at him again. Apologized to Xiaomei. Do you not understand? Xuan remained obstinate, prompting Jiang Hongqi to kick him, causing Li Wangjun to look on in astonishment. Jiang Hongqi noticed the cold expression on Jiang Shan's face, his tone subdued. Shanzi, I know this was a new outfit you bought for Xiaomei, and she cherishes it. After it's torn, how can she wear it? How much was it? I will give you the money to buy her another. Jiang Shan's tone was indifferent. If Xuan does not apologize to my daughter, this matter cannot be settled with just 20 yuan. Jiang Hongqi's impatience was palpable as he struggled to maintain his composure, handing 20 yuan to Xuan while shouting. Did you not hear? Apologize to Xiaomei first, then give her the 20 yuan. Xuan glanced at his father, hesitating but ultimately accepting the 20 yuan, handing it to Xiaomei and muttering an apology before retreating to the courtyard. Chun Meiyan also turned and entered her own yard, slamming the door shut. Jiang Hongqi forced a smile. Shanzi, do not let this upset you. Do not stoop to your sister-in-law's level. Jiang Shan held onto his daughter's hand tightly as they turned to head home. Jiang Hongqi then asked the village chief, who stood nearby, Wang Jun, did you need something? His tone was anxious. I am looking for Shanzi. He borrowed my mule cart to fetch coal, and I wanted to see if he has returned. Jiang Hongqi invited the village chief's cousin into his home. I wanted to discuss something with you as well. Would you like to come inside? Li Wangjun declined. No. You carry on with your business. Jiang Hongqi felt a sense of unease, puzzled by the village chief's unwavering support for Jiang Shan. The village chief hurried after Jiang Shan and his daughter. Shanzi, your elder brother is aware that the division of family assets was unjust. He is feeling insecure now that you are addressing it. Jiang Shan understood that his cousin was looking for the mule cart. Cousin, Ying mentioned her desire to return and requested that I escort her to the county town using your mule cart. Li Wangjun expressed his perplexity. In this frigid weather, can't she remain here until the snow melts and the temperature rises? Jiang Shan chuckled. She just said she wouldn't leave after all. Li Wangjun's face lit up with joy. I knew it. It's better this way. She can care for the child. Just look at Xiaomei. Your sister-in-law's child bullies her. How pitiful. A child needs her mother. Realizing he had spoken too much, Li Wangjun quickly silenced himself. The two men lifted their heads to see Xia Ying standing at the entrance, cradling the little one. Ying, everything is fine, Jiang Shan explained the earlier situation. Xia Ying grasped the essence of the situation at Auntie's doorstep. She glanced at Jiang Shan, noting how he had changed from the man he once was. As she handed the little one to his father, she squatted down to embrace Xiaomei, speaking tenderly. Don't be afraid, come inside. Your aunt will mend your clothes for you. It's all right. Yes, Auntie will fix them for me. Xia Ying tugged at Xiaomei, leading her into the house. While calling to village chief Li, cousin, do come inside. No, I'll talk with Shanzi here in the yard. Li Wangjun's eyes were filled with confusion as he watched Xia Ying enter the house. Jiang Shan nudged him. What are you staring at my child's aunt for? It's just that, Shanzi, she just called me cousin. How peculiar. The way she said it sounded just like your wife. Jiang Shan also glanced at Xia Ying as she entered. Her calling him cousin had come naturally, yet she had never met Li Wangjun before. 3 years prior, she had visited Chibai village, and she didn't recognize anyone there. Cousin, you are overthinking it. Last night, my sister-in-law spoke with Ying for a while, of course. She knows that your mother and my father are siblings. Hence, she can call you cousin. Li Wangjun no longer held any doubts about Xia Ying, but he was still curious about Jiang Hongqi's attitude. With Jiang Shan's leg healed, he would surely seek to settle scores, wanting to reclaim the donkey that had not been divided during the separation. Jiang Shan then addressed Li Wangjun with seriousness. Cousin, may I borrow the mule cart for a few days? Chapter 16. Step by step towards progress. Li Wangjun visited Jiang Shan's home and observed how much coal he had gathered to endure the winter. He noted the installation of a new-style stove inside, capable of baking food when the side door was opened. This large stove kept their thatched house warm and cozy. Shanzi, that oven must have cost more than 50 yuan, and the coal 10 yuan, not to mention the 20 for Xiaomei's new clothes. Altogether, that's 80 yuan. Are you not concerned about spending so much? Li Wangjun asked, his words probing while his gaze fell on Xia Ying, who was sewing Xiaomei's clothes, fully aware that the money came from her. Earlier, Jiang Shan mentioned borrowing the mule cart for a few days to engage in business. Jiang Shan had not previously exhibited such a spirited disposition. This was indeed rare. With heavy snow blocking the roads, tractors could not navigate the slopes to the county town. Jiang Shan intended to drive the mule cart to the county's agricultural market to procure goods, then return to the town to set up a stall at the market, hoping to earn some household income. Li Wangjun was taken aback by Jiang Shan's plans now that his leg had healed. If he could transport coal back from the town, surely he could also bring other goods from the county, and during the 12th month, he could earn quite a sum at the market. Li Wangjun was eager for Jiang Shan to take on more journeys and generate more income. In this day and age, it appears that those who venture into business are faring quite well. Shanzi, you need not fear the treacherous snowy roads. Both I and your sister-in-law wholeheartedly support you. Do not hesitate to ask for the loan of a mule cart. I shall even lend you money. Jiang Shan was puzzled as to why his cousin was being so generous. He had noticed a peculiar glint in his eyes when he looked at Xia Yingying, leading him to wonder if there was some ulterior motive. Cousin, if you have something to say, please be candid. Do not keep your thoughts hidden, Jiang Shan urged. Li Wangjun chuckled, pulling his younger cousin outside to the courtyard. Very well, I shall be transparent with you. This is at your sister-in-law's behest. She believes that at 25, you cannot afford to remain unmarried. She suggested you marry your little aunt. Your sister-in-law is overly concerned. However, to be fair, aside from your little aunt, who else truly cares for you? This is all your sister-in-law's doing. She worries excessively for you. If Xia Yingying were an ordinary farmer's wife, one could entertain such notions. Yet, she is a young lady, a university student, and Li Wangjun felt that his wife was merely engaging in fanciful speculation. However, watching Xia Yingying care for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, with her demeanor and gestures, caused Li Wangjun's heart to flutter. This was the very essence of what a wife to Shanzi should embody. Li Wangjun would not concede that he too was worrying unnecessarily. After all, Jiang Shan had lost his mother, and as the village chief and elder cousin, how could he remain indifferent? Jiang Shan's father was Li Wangjun's own uncle, and he had always treated his nephew with great kindness, a fact Li Wangjun held dear. The two cousins had grown up together, inseparable. Li Wangjun pondered how Xia Yingying had managed to attend university. Indeed, had she not pursued her studies, she would have married early, leaving Jiang Shan with little to no opportunity. With a glimmer of hope, Li Wangjun thought perhaps he should seize the moment. What was on Jiang Shan's mind? Cousin, I am presently using your mule cart. Once I earn some money, I shall repay you with a luxurious motorcycle, Jiang Shan declared. Li Wangjun dismissed this as mere fantasy. A motorcycle, you say? As if it were so simple. Does a motorcycle merely cost 300? Instead, you should toil a bit harder during this snowy season. Earn some money to buy milk powder for your child. If you can keep your little aunt around for another day, that would be a significant improvement. Do not dwell on purchasing a motorcycle. Jiang Shan intended to venture far for business, which justified his request for Xia Yingying to remain and assist in caring for the children. He fed the mule 2 bowls of corn, a portion of the relief grain that Li Wangjun had brought a month prior. Why are you feeding the mule corn? Does your family not eat it? We shall not consume corn any longer. We are now eating rice. What? You eat rice? Li Wangjun exclaimed in astonishment. He felt compelled to advise his cousin against frivolous spending. Shanzi, once you earn money, you should transport timber and bricks, build 3 sturdy houses. Only then will others regard you with respect. Can they see the rice you eat? It matters little whether you consume rice. Focus on building a new home, so you can walk with your head held high in the village. A new house offers better prospects for marriage. Do not think merely of your little aunt. Other women will certainly consider the state of this thatched roof. Who would want to marry into the Jiang family under such circumstances? Li Wangjun handed over 300 yuan. Cousin, where did you procure this? Look at what your cousin says. I have been the village chief for 3 years in Qianshan. Surely I have saved a little? He continued, I shall lend you this for now. Earn back the capital and return it promptly. Work diligently. Village chief Li patted Jiang Shan's shoulder, chuckled, and glanced at the house before turning to leave. Upon exiting the main gate, he shouted a couple of lines from Qin opera while walking with his hands clasped behind his back. In the 700 households village, without the support of Li Wangjun, Comrade Jiang Shan faced considerable hardships. Presently, Jiang Shan held the aspirations of old Jiang Dong, possessing numerous ideas and strategies to amass wealth. Yet the realization of these plans remained distant. Relying on his own physical presence, he decided to take steady steps forward. Old Jiang Dong entered the house to discuss urgent matters with Xiao Mei and Xia Yingying. Yingying, my cousin, the village chief, has lent me a mule cart. I plan to head to the county town to procure goods, transporting them to the coal mine and various townships. I could earn a substantial profit in just a month. Jiang Shan expressed, harboring a hint of concern that Xia Yingying might hastily pack her belongings and accompany Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei to the county town. Even if the bus service to the county town is suspended, she could still return home via train. Brother-in-law, the village chief wishes to support you in leading a better life. Do not disappoint his goodwill. Jiang Shan smiled, his true thoughts unspoken. The village chief's benevolent intentions were to keep her with me as the mother of my child and as my wife. How could she not see through that? Yingying, with your assistance in looking after the children, I can leave with peace of mind. As Jiang Shan turned to leave, Xia Yingying called out, before you go, please fetch a bucket of water for the family. I fear my sister-in-law may not welcome me. The tone of her request mirrored that of a wife asking her husband to fetch water. The water well was located at the entrance to the sister-in-law's home, and during the division of property, it could not be separated, but it was permissible to fetch water from it. Upon reaching the well, Jiang Shan's expression soured. The lid was locked, and he needed to call his sister-in-law to unlock it before drawing water. Must he consider their expressions even while quenching his thirst? Jiang Shan returned to his doorstep with an empty bucket, scooping a bucket of snow to pour into the water tank. Xia Yingying chuckled bitterly. They think we can make do with snow water. Yingying, once this business venture is completed, I shall dig a well at our doorstep to store enough water for a year. Xia Yingying murmured, in the dead of winter. Can we even break through the frozen ground? Once we do, it will be easier to dig deeper. Jiang Shan filled the tank with water in one go and then reminded, Xiao Mei, add more coal to the stove. The snow will soon melt. Yes. When the snow melts and the tank is shallow, I will add more snow. I can manage to carry a bucket of snow. Jiang Shan kissed his daughter on the cheek and his son as well, suppressing the urge to kiss his niece. Wait for daddy to come home. Tonight, however, he could not return home. He had a letter of introduction from village chief Li, which allowed him to stay at a guest house in the city. Initially, he planned to sleep in his own bed tonight and return to Jiang Dong's villa at dawn, but it seemed unfeasible. He decided to earn a bit more for his younger brother Jiang before anything else. The mule cart left the village, heading towards the county town. He possessed 813 yuan in capital. 500 yuan was obtained yesterday from old Zhou, a twist of fate that turned adversity into advantage, for otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Jiang Shan discerned that Zhou was not one to be merciful. He had undoubtedly taken that 500 yuan from Jiang Hongqi. Jiang Hongqi's troubles were far from over. Aside from the expenses incurred over the past 2 days, there was also the 100 yuan given by Xia Yingying, and just now, Li Wangjun had lent him another 300. In this initial capital, village chief Li holds a 37% stake, while Xia Yingying possesses 12%. Neither of them fully comprehends the implications of these ownership proportions. The mule cart takes 2 hours to reach the agricultural market. Li Wangjun's information aligns perfectly with Jiang Shan's thoughts. He mentioned that the town government officials desire fish, suggesting they first bring in a basket of fish to sell to the officials. Coal miners have more money than the civil servants in the township government. Anything edible transported to the Ulan mining area is bound to yield a profit. Fish, tofu, garlic sprouts, vermicelli, cigarettes. Jiang Shan's mind is inundated with thoughts of easy profits, as abundant as the new 100 yuan bills that will emerge after April this year. He glances back at his footprints, a long trail etched in the snow, each step meticulously taken. Chapter 17. Mother's return. Xia Yingying stands at the entrance, watching as Jiang Shan drives the mule cart down the village path, gradually vanishing from sight. The sound of the mule's bell no longer audible. Her gaze lingers for a moment, and she murmurs, rest assured, Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao's mother has returned. Upon entering her home, she finds Xiao Mei entertaining Xiao Bao on the Kong. Both children are so well behaved before her, instilling a sense of calm in Xia Yingying. Xiao Mei's clothes have been mended, a patch of floral fabric stitched over a tear, giving the appearance of not being new. Yet Xiao Mei claims she feels more comfortable wearing it outside. Jiang Shan has brought back 5 pounds of meat, and a smile graces Xia Yingying's lips as she speaks to Xiao Mei on the Kong. Xiao Mei, Aunt has prepared meat slices for you. You should have a bowl first. Aunt, let us wait for Daddy to come back and eat together. Silly girl, Daddy said you should eat well first. The meat is cut into palm-sized chunks, blanched in boiling water for 3 minutes, then sliced and diced. As Xia Yingying quietly prepares the meat, memories of her sister's life over the past 6 months flood her mind. Her sister had written her a lengthy letter sent to school, stating that Xiao Mei would be able to care for herself as she grows, but Xiao Bao is too small. During the winter break, she should return to help care for Xiao Bao. Xia Yingying's contemplations remain unspoken to Xiao Mei, who is blissfully playing with her brother on the Kong. The room is warm and cozy. Xiao Mei had woken several times last night to stoke the fire, and now her eyelids grow heavy with drowsiness as she lies beside Xiao Bao, drifting into a deep slumber. After finishing with the meat, Xia Yingying wipes her hands and climbs onto the Kong to cover Xiao Mei with a quilt. Turning, she retrieves her sister's clothes from a wooden box in the corner and changes into them. Tying her hair up and donning her sister's hairpin, she turns back to gaze at the 2 children, feeling tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Mei, Xiao Bao, mother has returned. Mother will not leave you. Xia Yingying picks up a needle and thread to mend the torn quilt on the Kong, her back turned to the sleeping Xiao Mei. After a while, Xiao Mei slightly opens her eyes, and upon seeing her, gasps, "Mother?" Xia Yingying turns, smiling, her tone mirroring that of their mother. "Xiao Mei, darling, sleep a little longer." Xiao Mei realizes this is her aunt who has stayed to care for her and her brother. During that time, their mother had grown thin, her eye sockets deepening, her chin becoming sharp. Yet this aunt, in her current state, resembles their mother during her pregnancy with Xiao Bao. Xiao Mei glances at her aunt's belly, recognizing she is not the same as their mother who bore Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, now awake and lying on the Kong, has stuffed one hand into his mouth, momentarily diverting Xiao Mei's attention. "Xiao Bao, refrain from sucking on your fingers. Why are you so disobedient? Sister will scold you." Xia Yingying set aside her tasks and softly spoke that Xiao Bao was hungry and needed milk. Xiao Mei observed her aunt as she slid down from the Kong, standing by the table to prepare milk for Xiao Bao. The image of her mother's clothing, her hair, and her silhouette flooded Xiao Mei's heart with immense joy. The sorrow of losing her mother seemed to gradually dissipate. In the future, Xiao Bao would surely call her not aunt but mother. "Xiao Mei, come down and eat some meat. Xiao Bao is having his milk." Xiao Mei was tempted by the meat, but she wished to wait for her father to return home to enjoy the meal together. "Is Dad not coming home tonight?" Xiao Mei obediently replied, "You eat first. Dad is out earning money and will bring back more meat. Missing this meal is of no consequence." The meat sizzled in oil, a delicious mix of fat and lean, filling the room with a savory aroma. Unable to resist her aunt's insistence, Xiao Mei picked up her bowl, with half a bowl of leftover yellow millet rice warming on the stove. Xia Yingying encouraged Xiao Mei to finish it all. Xuan went to the village shop to buy pencils for his winter vacation homework. As he passed by the thatched door of Grandpa's house, he caught a whiff of the enticing meat. Oh, Xiao Mei is eating meat. He too wished for a taste, and pushed open the door to enter. Earlier in the afternoon, they had seen Grandpa driving the mule cart from the village chief's house, and he had yet to return. With Grandpa not at home and Xiao Mei without her mother, Xuan felt no fear and called out to the thatched house, "Xiao Mei, what meat are you eating before the new year?" Inside, both Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei heard the call, and Xiao Mei looked at her aunt. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she whispered, "Brother Xuan is here. Ignore him. You focus on your meal," Xia Yingying instructed, rising to lift the door curtain and step outside. Xuan was startled and exclaimed, turning to flee. "Ah, Grandma is alive. It's a ghost." He dashed home, shouting, "Mom, Dad, Xianjie, it's terrible. My grandma has come back from the grave." Jiang Hongqi scolded, Xuan, stop your nonsense. That is not your grandma. It is Xiao Mei's aunt." Not convinced, Xuan insisted, "Dad, it is my grandma. I saw it with my own eyes. Go see for yourself." Chen Malian, impatient, retorted, "Stop your ramblings. Your grandma has a twin sister. Haven't you seen twins before? The girls from the Shangzhuang family. Aren't they identical?" Recalling the twin girls from Shangzhuang, Xuan's fear subsided. That was not Xiao Mei's mother, but rather her aunt. "Mom, Xiao Mei is eating meat. I want some too. I haven't had any." Jiang Hongqi felt a deep sense of discomfort upon hearing this. Jiang Shan had swindled 500 yuan from old Zhou, spending it on coal, new clothes, and meat extravagantly. Yet he was filled with anxiety at night, fearing the police would burst in and arrest him. This could not continue. He resolved to retrieve that promissory note, thinking to himself how he would deal with that family, ensuring they would eat meat. "Mom, I also want to eat meat. Can we kill a pig at home?" Xuan began to whine. "You can't eat any meat. It's not even the 8th day of the 12th lunar month yet. Look around the village, whose family is slaughtering pigs. Endure it." Xuan began to throw a tantrum. "Mom, I don't care. I want to eat meat. Why does Xiao Mei get new clothes and meat while I do not?" The term Xuan also signifies Sister Xia and Sister Ling Xia. Xia murmured softly, "Dad, are we only going to slaughter the pig after the 8th day of the 12th month?" The commotion created by the children exasperated Jiang Hongqi immensely. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You have no idea of the burdens that weigh on adults. What use are you to me? Go away." Xia and Ling hurriedly retreated, not daring to utter a word. Xuan still wished to pester his mother, but was met with a furious reprimand from his father. "If you keep bothering me, I will slap you twice. Get out." Terrified, Xuan ceased his antics and scampered off to the side room to complete his winter break homework. In the main room, Jiang Hongqi and Chun Melian were deep in conversation. Jiang Hongqi, increasingly agitated, declared, "This cannot continue. I must retrieve the document and burn it." Chun Melian retorted, her irritation palpable, "I told you I wouldn't write it. Yet you insist on having old Zhou produce some document. Look at your subservient demeanor towards him these past few days. How embarrassing." Over the last few days, Jiang Hongqi had been racking his brain for a clever strategy to reclaim that document and incinerate it in front of old Zhou. Otherwise, he would inevitably face trouble when old Zhou came knocking at their door. "I will pay a visit to the village head." As Jiang Hongqi rose to leave, Chun Melian blocked his path with her arm. "Do you still have the luxury to visit the village head? You need to think of a solution." "I am thinking. I want to ask the village head what Shan Zi borrowed the mule cart for," he replied. Jiang Hongqi was concerned that Jiang Shan might rush to the county town with the mule cart, potentially seeking old Zhou to extort money, which would only create more problems for him. Li village head was out, and Lu Fun was preparing dinner. She informed Jiang Hongqi that Shan Zi had gone to the county town to engage in business, and he would surely not return that evening. Jiang Hongqi turned on his heel and hurried back home, breathing heavily from the exertion. Chun Melian was even more annoyed. "What are you doing? You went out for a few minutes, and now you're back. I found out that Shan Zi took the mule cart to the county town. You need to roll out some noodles and invite Xiao Mei and her aunt over for dinner. While they're away, I will sneak in and retrieve the document," he instructed. "Huh?" Chun Melian's face was filled with suspicion. "What nonsense. Quickly roll out those noodles, add plenty of scallion oil, and personally invite Xiao Mei and her aunt over for dinner," she insisted. Chun Melian believed this plan could work. Jiang Shan had gone to the county town for business, and he surely wouldn't be carrying that document on him. It was likely hidden in his house. Chapter 18. How did it become your home? Following her husband's instructions, Chun Melian rolled out a large sheet of dough, folding it layer by layer before cutting it into long strips resembling chives. After laying them out on the board, she boiled a pot of water and headed out to invite people from Jiang Shan's house. As night approached, it became evident that Jiang Shan had indeed not returned home after taking the mule cart. Standing outside Jiang Shan's gate, Chun Melian caught the enticing aroma of stir-fried meat wafting through the air, making her mouth water. It was excessive that Xiao Mei had meat for both lunch and dinner. Xiao Mei emerged from the house and smiled brightly upon seeing her aunt at the door. "Aunt, you've come. Come in. Is your aunt at home?" "Yes. My aunt is making noodles inside and has also prepared spicy meat sauce for the noodle soup. It smells delightful." The gate was secured with a piece of wire by Xia Yingying, and Xiao Mei approached to pull it open for her aunt. Hearing Xiao Mei speak, Chun Melian's brow furrowed, realizing she may have arrived a moment too late. Xiao Mei opened the door curtain for her aunt to enter the house, and standing so close, it seemed that her aunt had never set foot in this home before, igniting a flicker of excitement within Xiao Mei. Chun Melian cast a glance around the room and was momentarily taken aback. The figure standing before the chopping board, slicing noodles, was none other than Xiao Mei's mother, which explained the startled reaction. Had she not known in advance that this was Xiao Mei's biological aunt, Chun Melian might have turned and fled in terror. Xiao Ying turned her face to smile at her sister-in-law, while continuing to slice the long noodles with precision, speaking courteously. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Mei loves to eat sauce noodles. I'll prepare a bowl for her. Are you here to discuss something?" "Your home?" Chun Melian replied. Confusion etched across her face. "How has this become your home? As a relative, how can you claim that the Shanzi family is yours?" Before her stood Xiao Yingying, clad in her sister's clothing, her hair styled in the same fashion, clearly intended to mislead the children into believing she was their mother. Xiao Yingying was adept at soothing the two children. Feigning warmth and hospitality, Chun Melian remarked, "Aunt Xiao Mei, you've been here for 2 days, and I haven't had the chance to greet you. I prepared long noodles for dinner tonight, and intended to invite you and Xiao Mei over. Yet here you are making sauce noodles. With new clothes for Xiao Mei and sauce noodles for dinner, you truly have brought the festive spirit of the new year into this household ahead of time." Chun Melian felt a surge of discomfort within her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingying steadied herself, her words subtly pricking Chun Melian's conscience. "Sister-in-law, when my sister held her funeral rites, she slaughtered a pig, and you took some meat, promising to prepare it as sauced meat for Xiao Mei. Have you given Xiao Mei a taste?" Chun Melian stiffened, casting a sharp glare at Xiao Mei, thinking how could a young girl be so audacious with her tongue? Hadn't she eaten well during her stay at my home? Xiao Mei, sensing the intensity of her aunt's gaze, felt a wave of fear. She replied, "I gave some to my aunt during the days of mourning for my mother. I had a few meals of braised pork and stewed vegetables, but I haven't eaten anything since then. In truth, she had not dined at her aunt's home during this time, even though her aunt had clearly taken a large portion of meat to prepare sauce dishes. Chen Melian insisted that Xiaomei and Xiaoying come to her house for dinner. Xiaoying, you are Xiaomei's aunt. Please help Shanzi take care of the two children. Your brother and sister-in-law are grateful for your assistance. Come, let us share a meal at my home. Xiaoying coldly declined. No need, I've prepared the noodles. Xiaomei and I will dine at my place. Chen Melian pressed on. Xiaoying, look at your brother-in-law's house. There isn't tea, even a dining table. When do you plan to leave? The pot of water on the stove reached a boil, and Xiaoying gently placed a handful of noodles into it, stirring lightly with chopsticks. Sister-in-law, I'm on winter break and won't be returning home for now. I'll decide after the 23rd of the 12th month. Xiaoying's response startled Chen Melian once more. What? You plan to stay until after the 23rd of the 12th month? As a university-educated young woman, are you not concerned about living at your brother-in-law's house? The implication of her words lingered unspoken as she noticed Xiaoying's fierce gaze. Chen Melian refrained from saying that she need not worry about what the villagers might say. Chen Melian watched as Xiaoying retrieved the noodles, ladled the sauced meat over them, and set the bowl at the edge of the Kong for Xiaomei to eat first. Xiaomei glanced timidly at her aunt, seemingly hesitant to pick up her chopsticks. Xiaoying hurriedly reminded her, Xiaomei, this is our home. Why would you be afraid of others watching you while you eat? Just enjoy your meal. Xiaomei glanced at her aunt and picked up her chopsticks, eating by the edge of the Kong. Chen Melian was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to say, Aunt Xiaomei, we have some pickled vegetables at home. Why not help yourself to some? No need, Xiaomei replied. My brother-in-law will be back tomorrow. He'll buy everything, and we won't lack for a meal of pickled vegetables. Xiaoying scooped a few strands of boiled noodles from the pot, crushed them with a small spoon, and carefully fed them to the little one, a scene reminiscent of a mother tending to her child. Chen Melian surveyed the room, taking note of the new oven, the new kettle, and the new bowls and chopsticks, while the two of them savored meat and white noodles. All these items had been purchased with a substantial sum extorted from old Zhou. The money from old Zhou was a significant burden, potentially requiring repayment from her own husband. This thought left Chen Melian feeling both dejected and irritable. Casting one last scornful glance at Xiaomei, she turned and left. Once your aunt is gone, your father will step out. Let's see how I deal with you, little brat. No matter what, your mother has passed away. Chen Melian returned home in a huff. Jiang Hongqi, looking anxious, inquired, Are they not coming to our house for a meal? Chen Melian vented her frustration. What is there to eat? That Xiaoying cooked meat sauce soup and made white noodles, treating Xiaomei as if it were a festive occasion. Isn't it infuriating? Why does Xiaomei get to wear better clothes and eat better food, just because her aunt is taking care of her? Jiang Hongqi, can't you think of another way? Jiang Hongqi grew increasingly agitated. I'm trying to figure it out. We must retrieve that written agreement. The agreement was penned by Jiang Hongqi, bearing his fingerprint, stating that the child willingly sold himself to old Zhou for 2,000 yuan, never to pursue the matter again. Old Zhou was cunning. If he denied any connection to the agreement, claiming Jiang Hongqi had fabricated it, trouble would ensue. Old Zhou had extensive connections, and with someone in the government backing him, Jiang Hongqi felt utterly powerless. 3 days passed without the return of the 500 yuan. Old Zhou would surely come knocking. Jiang Hongqi was frantic, unable to eat a single bite. Suddenly, he halted, casting his gaze out the window. I will take the initiative to confront old Zhou. I refuse to be intimidated. After all, wasn't Jiang Shan rushing to the county town to conduct business? The county was old Zhou's territory. Surely, he would find a way to resolve this predicament. Why should he continue to fret here, day after day, watching that young man's expression? He resolved to head to the county town early the next morning. With this thought, Jiang Hongqi felt a pang of hunger and finally sat down at the table to have a bowl of noodles. Chen Melian contemplated speaking, but hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it. Why hold back? I feel that Xiaoying is somewhat off. Chen Melian finally spoke. What seems off? Jiang Hongqi asked. Chen Melian detailed her concerns. Xiaoying was wearing her sister's clothes, styled her hair like her sister's, standing by the cutting board and slicing noodles. A scene strikingly reminiscent of her sister cooking. She also mentioned that she wouldn't return home during the winter break, suggesting they would discuss it again after the 23rd day of the 12th month. Chen Melian couldn't believe that she would dare share a room with her brother-in-law. Furthermore, Shen Malian consistently felt that Xia Yingying's demeanor and mannerisms mirrored those of Xia Huanwan. After listening to his wife's words, Jiang Hongqi felt that her suspicions were unfounded. They were identical twin sisters. How could they possibly be different? Twins were not a rarity. He had seen both older and younger pairs, but he had never encountered a pair like them. Was it feasible for them to be exactly alike in every aspect? Did you not mention that Xia Yingying had attended university for 4 years? Surely, a person who has spent 4 years in higher education would exhibit certain traits. Jiang Hongqi was indifferent to whether the Xia twins were indistinguishable. After finishing his meal, he placed his chopsticks down and went to borrow money from the village chief's cousin. Li Wangjun rolled his eyes at him, saying, "Cousin Hongqi, why didn't you say earlier that you needed money? Just this afternoon." He had lent 300 yuan to Shanzi, hoping Shanzi would undertake a business venture. 300 could yield 500, 500 could turn into 1,000, and 1,000 could double to 2,000, allowing for the purchase of a large livestock for the spring plowing of the barren land. Jiang Hongqi noticed that Li Wangjun was intentionally teasing him, remarking that borrowing money using a mule cart for Jiang Shan implied that a biological brother was not as good as a cousin, having failed to secure the loan. Jiang Hongqi wore a troubled expression. Li Wangjun tugged at him and asked, "Cousin Hongqi, you've been acting strange these past few days. What on earth is going on with you brothers?" Jiang Hongqi hurriedly deflected, "Nothing. What could possibly happen between my brother and me? If you don't have money to lend, then I shall take my leave." As Li Wangjun watched the hurried departure of Jiang Hongqi, he muttered to himself, "He is definitely not acting right." Village chiefly pondered. As darkness fell, whether Jiang Shan had received the goods. He would undoubtedly be staying at the county's guest house tonight. Chapter 19. The most difficult path is the curved slope. Early in the morning, the agricultural market in Ontai County bustled with people and noise. 2 fish vendors were on the brink of a fight. Jiang Shan intervened, gently advising, all right, I will take both of your carp. Weigh them as they are." Only then did the vendors separate. Jiang Shan had intentionally provoked their dispute. He negotiated the price at the first stall, arguing that 2 yuan a pound was too steep. Would they consider 1 yuan 50? When the vendor inquired how much he wanted, Jiang Shan claimed he would take the entire pool of 40 to 50 fish. The vendor, skeptical, retorted that even if he bought them at 1 yuan 50, he wouldn't sell them for less than 1 yuan 80 a pound. The other vendor pulled Jiang Shan aside and whispered that his carp were indeed 1 yuan 50. Jiang Shan insisted that everything be weighed and bagged. As he had no time to waste, the second vendor quickly began weighing the fish and packing them. Upon realizing that Jiang Shan was serious, the first vendor pulled him back, offering to sell at 1 yuan 40 a pound. Jiang Shan agreed, stating he would take them at that price. The 2 vendors resumed their quarrel, pushing and shoving in a bid to fight. Jiang Shan quickly interjected, declaring that he would take fish from both stalls, urging them to bag everything and weigh it at 1 yuan 40 a pound. Business was a matter of cents and fractions. The combined total from both vendors amounted to 230 pounds, packed into 3 bags on the mule cart. When it came to marrying off daughters and hosting lavish banquets, no fish seller could boast such a large quantity. The 2 vendors realized that this young man was not merely delivering fish for a wedding, but likely heading to the market in the township as well. In the frigid winter, he was determinately hauling goods over long distances. They thought to themselves that he was a commendable customer, and they would strive to maintain a good rapport with him. After spending over 300 yuan on fish, Jiang Shan's eyes wandered to a stall in the market displaying several cuts of lamb. After carefully selecting, I acquired 50 pounds at 4.5 yuan per pound, which seems rather expensive to others. Pork, in contrast, costs only 2 to 2.5 yuan. I also collected large bags of garlic sprouts, onions, vermicelli, and tofu, totaling nearly 500 pounds of goods, securely tied to the mule cart as I departed from the agricultural market. Jiang Shan arrived in the county town yesterday afternoon, and by the time he reached the market, night had already fallen. He spent the night at a lodging house on South Street. Early this morning, he procured goods to transport to the Wulan mining area, which would take until noon. The transportation capabilities are woefully inadequate. I have spent 800 yuan, leaving over 200 for emergencies. Conducting business in heavy snow relies on physical strength and endurance. Should any mishap occur along the way, one must not be without a single coin. To earn money, one must begin with gradual accumulation. After walking for over an hour along a long, winding slope, I found only sparse footprints, with no signs of vehicles having passed. This 50-mile stretch features 3 such slopes, rendered impassable by the heavy snow, making it a daunting journey for anyone. Jiang Shan felt compelled to traverse this path, driven by the necessity of earning a living amidst adversity. Only by making a profit, ensuring good sustenance, and building a new home can one truly frustrate those who seek to undermine you. Jiang Shan removed a mat from the cart, folding it and securing it at the back of the mule cart, sitting on it to stabilize himself. With his feet positioned against the wheels, he urged the mule to descend slowly. Anxiety coursed through him, beads of sweat forming. Fortune favors the bold. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, ascending posed its own challenges. The mule's hooves were wrapped in non-slip burlap, and Jiang Shan leaned against the wheel, straining with determination to push it to the summit. Both man and mule were left breathless after the exertion. Despite the snow, the ground beneath was sandy, rendering the cautious descent and ascent relatively safe. He fed the mule 3 steamed buns, each costing 30 cents, believing that it deserved a hearty meal for its hard work. "You eat better than my daughter. She only has dried buns," he remarked. The village chief's mule quietly munched away, not uttering a word. Jiang Shan gently stroked its neck, saying, "My daughter has meat and white noodles today, faring better than you." Carefully navigating the 3 slopes without incident, the mule then followed the asphalt road. Whenever a coal truck approached, he would steer clear. Otherwise, he walked in the center where the wheels of larger vehicles had compressed the snow. Hungry, he consumed a steamed bun, and when thirsty, he sipped ice-cold water from a tin can. By 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at the residential area of the Wulan mining district. To his surprise, an old tractor was parked nearby, peddling apples. This tractor had evidently traversed several slopes, arriving via safer routes. Its apples were selling quite well. Some residents took whole bags, while others carried only a few pounds. Little May and Ying were delighted to receive apples. 2 fish, a bundle of garlic sprouts, and a bundle of vermicelli could be exchanged for 50 pounds of apples. Jiang Shan spread the mat on the ground, emptying 2 bags of fish that had frozen solid. A few calls attracted a circle of potential buyers. "These are dead fish," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, why would anyone buy dead fish?" Jiang Shan chuckled as he explained, "Dear brothers and sisters, when they are caught, they are indeed alive. After being taken out and placed into bags for transport, they inevitably perish along the way. Before the snow fell, someone brought fish that were still alive in a barrel. Why did you not use a barrel?" Jiang Shan candidly confessed that it was his first time catching fish, and he lacked a water bucket. The water bucket they referred to was the kind used for transporting crude oil, typical in rural areas for filling water into cisterns. Upon this reminder, Jiang Shan contemplated acquiring a water bucket for transporting water to fill the cistern upon his return home. Someone spoke on behalf of the fish sellers, sounding as though they were an accomplice Jiang Shan had arranged beforehand. In the depth of winter, even if the fish were dead, they would not emit a foul odor. What is there to nitpick? With heavy snow falling continuously in the 12th lunar month, do you still wish to eat fish? You might as well feast on snow. Buy. The frozen fish are solid as a rock. What is there to fear? Once the first person purchases fish, subsequent sales become much easier. The miners were in need of meat, and the fish required no butchering. They could be sold regardless of size, ranging from 2 to 3 yuan each. Jiang Shan had not anticipated that 50 pounds of lamb would sell even better. 2 individuals each took half and departed. Many were disinterested in fish, preferring beef or mutton instead. With such a high demand for lamb, why venture to the county town to catch fish? Li Wangjun mentioned that the officials in the town desired fish, so Jiang Shan thought that the miners would also relish some. The miners had a particular fondness for beef and mutton. Jiang Shan's mind wandered, contemplating where he could procure a cow to sell, which would yield substantial profits. As the sun began to set, only a dozen fish remained, reserved for the officials in the town government. Garlic sprouts, onions, tofu, and vermicelli had all been sold out. The sky cleared, revealing the sun descending at an angle. The straw curtain had been partially consumed by the mule. Jiang Shan led the mule home, taking a detour to the town first. After counting the cash in his possession, the 800 yuan he had transformed into 1,200. He had earned 400 from this venture. If he could earn 400 daily, he would accumulate several thousand by the new year. In such frigid weather, it is hardly feasible to run about every day. Not only humans, but even mules cannot endure it. Selling fish was not viable. Tomorrow, no one would want them, and the focus must shift to selling beef and mutton. Lacking a supply channel for beef, mutton was easily obtainable, He could gather sheep from village to village, slaughter them, and prepare them for sale. As darkness began to envelop the town, Jiang Shan felt disheartened, knowing the officials had surely finished work. What fish would he sell them? The owner of the butcher shop emerged, glancing at Jiang Shan's mule cart, and approached him, asking, "Young comrade, have you brought them fish?" "Yes. But surely the officials have all finished work by now? It's already 6. How could they not? How many fish do you have? Bring them in for me to see." Why would a pork seller need my fish?" Noticing Jiang Shan's confusion, Boss Wang chuckled. "You are unaware, are you? They discard the fish in my shop, and I prepare them for frying. They take them back home after work." Jiang Shan suddenly understood. With 10 fish brought into the butcher shop, Boss Wang paid him 25 yuan, smiling. "In 5 days, bring me another 10. "All right, Boss Wang, we have a deal." Jiang Shan casually inquired. "Do you know anyone in our town who makes tables and benches? I wish to take a set home." "Ah, you have inquired of the right person. The carpenter who makes tables and benches, Li, is my neighbor. Shall I send my son to guide you there?" Jiang Shan's face radiated joy. The water bucket in the cellar cannot wait to be filled. The family is gathered for dinner, and it is quite unbearable for me to linger by the edge of the Kong. In Chapter 20, do you 3, mother and sons, no longer care for the man? As dusk approaches, Xiaomei stands at the entrance, gazing into the distance, unable to see her father or hear the jingling of the mule's bell. Her small frame silently filled with disappointment. Will her father not return home tonight? Aunt has prepared a savory noodle soup and rolled out long noodles, and Xiaomei eagerly awaits her father's return to share a bowl together. Xia Yingying calls her inside. "Xiaomei, dear, there's no need to rush. Be patient. Your father will surely return tonight." Xia Yingying herself feels anxious as well. In the winter months, darkness falls early, and the man has yet to return home. The journey from the county seat to the Ulan mining district, and from there back to this village, nearly forms a large circle. Who wouldn't he worry about a family member braving the bitter cold to conduct business? "Xiaomei, come inside. It's quite cold out here," someone urges. Xiaomei, clad in gloves and a warm hat, wearing a patched new cotton coat, feels toasty and refuses to leave her post waiting for her father. The sound of bicycle wheels echoes. Daba has just returned from the county seat. "Daba, have you seen my father?" Xiaomei asks earnestly, lifting her gaze. "Your father hasn't he returned yet?" Jiang Hongqi inquires, but in his heart, he thinks that this lad's excursion for business could take 2 days, and he would only return in the evening. A pigeon cooing in a cage attached to the front of the bicycle catches Xiaomei's envy. How delightful it must be to have a pigeon to play with. Jiang Hongqi enters his yard, and Xiaomei wonders when her father will also buy a bicycle. Xia Yingying calls out to Xiaomei not to catch a chill, and with a sense of emptiness, Xiaomei heads indoors. Inside, a kerosene lamp casts light, and Xiaomei sees her aunt, who is like a mother to her, her thoughts momentarily drifting away, and her earlier disappointment dissipates. Just as Xiaomei enters the house, a mule cart halts at Li Wanjuan's gate. Jiang Shan calls from within, cousin-in-law, come out to fetch the goods." Lu Fen emerges first from the yard. "Shanzi, hurry inside to warm yourself and have some hot noodle soup. While you were away these past 2 days, your cousin and I have been quite anxious." Jiang Shan cheerfully replies, "I want to go inside. I have half a bag of apples, 2 fish, and this bundle of garlic sprouts and vermicelli. Also, here's 100 yuan for my cousin. Tell him that the 300 he lent me will be counted as shares. I will return him 100 from my earnings." "What shares? Are you leaving already?" The table and benches from the mule cart are left behind as Jiang Shan quickly heads home, carrying his apples and other items. Xiaomei and Yingying, growing impatient, hasten to their own gate. "Xiaomei, Yingying, I'm back," Jiang Shan announces. Xiaomei rushes out of the house and leaps into her father's embrace. "Father, I waited at the gate and was worried I would catch cold. Look, I'm wearing gloves and a hat. I'm not cold at all." Xia Yingying stands at the threshold holding the baby, watching the tender moment between father and daughter with a slight smile. Jiang Shan attempts to take his son, but is gently rebuffed by Xia Yingying. "You're icy. Warm yourself up inside before holding the baby." As Jiang Shan enters the house, he removes his coat and places it by the edge of the Kong, positioning himself close to the stove to thaw out. His fingers feel numb with cold. "Yingying, had it not been for the journey, I would have nearly frozen stiff. In this weather, few would dare to venture out for business. Those who do are truly seeking profit." Jiang Shan retrieved 100 yuan and handed it back to Xia Yingying. "Keep your money for your purchases when you return home during the 12th lunar month. I have enough capital on me. How much can my cousin's mule cart carry? Once we have a truck, it will be much more convenient. Xiao Mei's face lit up with joy. A truck? Father, can we really buy a truck? First, we must earn well enough to purchase a Lantois agricultural tricycle, he replied. With a tricycle, we can transport bricks, wood, and sand to build a new house. Jiang Shan contemplated this all the way, aiming to earn 10,000 yuan in a month, providing his family with the means to acquire a vehicle and the funds for a new home, while he would return to his role as old Jiangdong. Today, he made this decision during his journey. He would not be able to sleep in his own warm bed tonight. Xiao Mei, eat an apple, and your aunt will join you. Xiao Bao, use your spoon to make apple puree, he instructed. The room was cozy as the three of them enjoyed the apples. Jiang Shan indulged in 3 generous bowls of noodles. Xiao Mei reminisced about eating apples back in October, cutting one into 3 pieces to share with her parents. Father, aunt will only return home on the 23rd of the 12th month. When Xiao Mei conveyed this, her face was filled with excitement, her small lips whispering in her father's ear. Jiang Shan affectionately kissed his daughter's cheek. That's wonderful. Your aunt can spend 20 days with you. Father, look. Aunt is wearing mother-esque clothes. I see. If you want to call for mother, then do so. I dare not say it aloud. I call her in my heart. She replied. Jiang Shan felt a pang of sorrow. Xiao Mei, Xiao Bao, I will exert all my efforts to ensure you both have a mother. Soon, Xiao Bao would be able to speak. Upon hearing his sister call for mother, he too would follow suit. Jiang Shan believed that Xia Yingying would not reject Xiao Mei calling her mother. Xia Yingying fainted in front of the grave, and when she regained consciousness, she wiped Jiang Shan's face and remarked, Shanzi, you have lost weight. Jiang Shan sensed something unusual had transpired with Xia Yingying. The identical twins shared an extraordinary bond. Their thoughts aligned as if they were one being. Wan was Ying, and Ying was Wan. Xia Yingying had studied at a teacher's college for 5 years. Her life needed to transcend this impoverished mountain village, Jiang Shan envisioned. She intended to take her 2 children and the man before her along this journey. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Jiang Shan was aware that with sufficient funds at his disposal, the obstacles Xia Yingying faced would be significantly diminished. Li Wangjun and Lu Fen arrived, carrying a table and benches. Shanzi, you brought a set of dining furniture and then ran off. Your cousin and I helped bring it over. Li Wangjun said with a chuckle. Yes, cousin, I bought the new table and benches from Li the carpenter in town, intending to move them here tomorrow. Jiang Shan replied cheerfully. Village head Li and his wife entered the house. Xia Yingying felt embarrassed and said, the noodles we had saved were all eaten by the children's father. You can have some apples. They are quite sweet. Lu Fen took the apple, praising, Ying. Shanzi just delivered half a bag of apples to our home, along with 2 fish. I wouldn't know how to prepare those. They are frozen on the doorstep. Xia Yingying readily offered, cousin, I will help you cook tomorrow. I promise it will be delicious. Li Wangjun hinted at another matter. Shanzi, you will be heading out again tomorrow, right? I prepared a mix for the mule tonight and added 2 bowls of cornmeal. Jiang Shan embraced his son in playful affection, while Lu Fen took the child, feeling a pang of tenderness and showering praises on the little one for being so well behaved, never having cried a single tear. Cousin, the mule will rest tomorrow. I intend to dig a water cellar at home. With the snow to fill it, we won't have to worry about water anymore. Jiang Shan's intention astonished Li Wangjun, who would dig a water cellar in the heart of winter when the ground is frozen. Isn't the water cellar at your elder brother's home available for your use? Surely they wouldn't be so unreasonable, Li Wangjun remarked. Jiang Shan curled his lip in resignation. I still have to ask them for the key to a barrel of water. I find that quite bothersome. Li Wangjun was aware of Chun Malian's stinginess. She had deliberately locked the water cellar, fearing that Shanzi would use too much water. And she claimed that children were always playing around the entrance, making it necessary to keep it locked. Water was a significant issue for the 700 households in the village. Without deep wells, they depended on rainwater in summer and snow in winter. Any year of drought brought great trouble, as a single barrel of water had to be conserved meticulously, making washing one's hands or face a rare luxury, leaving both adults and children covered in grime. It was said that city dwellers bathed every few days, a notion unfathomable to the villagers. Seizing the opportunity while the table was still set, Lu Fen had another matter she wished to discuss with Xia Yingying. Yingying, why don't you sleep over at my house tonight? You can take little Bao with you. It's much more convenient for us women to care for him together than for you to manage alone. Today, Lu Fen had given her some items and even returned 100 yuan. Not only did she want Xia Yingying to stay at her home, but she also insisted that Yingying take little Bao with her. Just as Jiang Shan was about to decline, intending to sleep on the kitchen kong at his cousin's house like he did the night before, he was taken aback when Xia Yingying readily agreed to go along. All right then, cousin-in-law, little Bao and I will go to your house. As long as Shanzi earned money to buy things, he shared a portion with his cousins. So Xia Yingying wasn't he concerned about the inconvenience of staying with them. No way, I cannot sleep on that kong. Jiang Shan appeared anxious. You can't sleep on your own kong? Now that there's a new stove and coal, just stoke it up until dawn. Are you afraid of freezing? Lu Fen looked puzzled. Jiang Shan watched as Xia Yingying bundled up little Bao and stepped out. Xiaomei looked pitiful, auntie. Xia Yingying took her hand to join them. Xiaomei followed suit, squeezing onto the kong. What was the problem with that? Li Wangjun and Lu Fen led Xia Yingying and the two children away. Jiang Shan called after them. Aren't you leaving me behind? Lu Fen laughed heartily. What is a big man like you afraid of? Is a wolf going to carry you off? Jiang Shan wore a worried expression, pondering what would happen if he awoke early the next morning and found himself back with matters still unresolved. Chapter 21. Digging a water cellar. Oh, I am still little Jiang Shan. With a start, he flipped over upon opening his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still in the dilapidated thatched hut. A momentary panic gripped him. Was he unable to return? The disparity between 100 million and 1,000 yuan felt like heaven and earth apart. Old Jiang had transformed into little Jiang Shan, and this home now possessed a modest fortune of 1,000 yuan, which brought him a slight sense of reassurance. Dad, are you awake? Xiaomei pushed open the door and entered, a chill from the outside sweeping in, prompting Jiang Shan to burrow back under the covers. Xiaomei, why are you up so early? Dad, it's dawn. I came to light the stove for you. I was worried you might be cold. How could a father remain in bed? He dressed quickly and hopped off the kong to join Xiaomei in stoking the fire. Father, my aunt mentioned that their school does not use stoves. The houses in the city do not have stoves either, but instead, they have central heating. Flames flicker and dance in the stove, and Jiang Shan, with a smile, inquires, do you wish to accompany your aunt to live in a centrally heated home in the city? Would my aunt take me there? After the new year, my aunt will go to the city for work, residing in a house with heating, and she will take Xiao Bao with her. Do you want to go along? My aunt will take you. Oh, but what about father? Xiaomei is at a loss for words to express her feelings. Recently, her aunt has quietly asked her if she would like to live in the city, where she can receive a good education. Xiaomei is uncertain how to respond. Deep down, she longs to see the city and discover what kind of world it holds. But what will happen to father? Can my aunt take father with her? This thought weighs heavily on Xiaomei's heart, yet she dares not voice it. How could father possibly accompany my aunt to the city? Jiang Shan gently pats the girl's head, filled with tenderness. Rest assured, Xiaomei, when your aunt goes to the city, father will also accompany her and Xiao Bao. How could he possibly abandon you both? Really, father? Shoo, do not tell your aunt. This is our little secret. The large stove radiates warmth, and the room becomes cozy. A pot of water is placed on the stove, and yesterday's leftover meat sauce made by Xia Yingying is warmed to accompany some dry steamed buns for a delightful breakfast. Xiaomei, keep an eye on the pot to ensure it doesn't overflow. I will go fetch your aunt and Xiao Bao. Okay, I'll watch the pot. Jiang Shan jogs over to his cousin the village chief's house, where Lu Fen and Xia Yingying are in the kitchen kneading dough for steamed buns. Jiang Shan appears somewhat embarrassed. Sister-in-law, our 3 family members squeezed into your home last night, and there weren't enough blankets. I feel quite sorry about it. Lu Fen chuckles heartily. Shanzi, I thought Yingying was just a clever girl focused on her studies, unable to handle such tasks, but to my surprise, she does it exceptionally well, just like your wife. Those who do not know would think your wife has returned. Xia Yingying turns to Jiang Shan with a smile before returning to her task of shaping a flour roll. Jiang Shan thinks to himself, sister-in-law, those who know are already aware that my wife has returned. The 2 women began making steamed buns at dawn, and now they have completed their task. Lu Fen picks up a large basin and covers it with a scarf. Shanzi, take this to your home. After you finish, we'll make more for you. Yesterday, Jiang Shan brought Lu Fen 2 fish, a bundle of vermicelli, and a bunch of garlic sprouts, and this morning, Lu Fen presents him with a basin of steamed buns. Xia Yingying sets aside a lump of dough as a starter for future use. Jiang Shan carries a basin of buns, while Xia Yingying cradles Xiao Bao. As they exit the village chief's house, they encounter 2 idle men from the Li family. Upon seeing Jiang Shan, they regard him with disdain. but their eyes fill with envy and jealousy at the sight of Xia Yingying behind him. Jiang Shan, you've been mooching off your cousin since childhood. And now you're still doing so while trailing your sister-in-law behind you. Do you expect her to become your wife? Dream on. Everyone knows your wife has passed away, and she is your child's aunt. What facade are you trying to present? Jiang Shan, have you borrowed someone's mule cart to go out and earn some money? Have you made any money yet? In this world, if one wishes to earn a living, then everyone can indeed make money. Two individuals exchanged idle chatter. Attempting to lean towards Xia Yingying, Jiang Shan positioned himself in front, allowing Xia Yingying to pass by him, then turning to protect her, offering a comforting word. Do not heed their nonsense. They are merely a few idlers from the village who spend their time playing cards at the small shop. Cradling the child in her arms, Xia Yingying listened to Jiang Shan's words in silence, and once they reached the gate, she softly inquired, "Are you truly going to dig the water pit today? It is imperative to excavate a water pit while there is still snow to store." After breakfast, Xia Yingying tended to the two children indoors, while Jiang Shan took up a steel bar and pickaxe, laboring to break through the frozen soil at the base of the earthen wall by the gate, perspiration glistening on his brow. He noticed his elder brother entering and exiting the gate several times, his gaze persistently directed towards him. Jiang Shan discerned his brother's restlessness, suspecting he harbored some ill intent. After a morning's toil, he had managed to create an opening for the pit, digging down 2 meters, where the frozen earth had yielded to a softer layer of yellow soil beneath. Li Xiangdong ambled over, his sleeves rolled up, standing at the edge of the pit. "Shan, if you dig the pit now, will it hold water without leaking?" "It cannot be done. The water will not be retained." Li Xiangdong's words were indeed sensible. Traditionally, water pits are excavated during the hottest days of summer, and it is rare to find anyone attempting such a task in the depths of winter. "Shan, go to Hongo and fetch 2 carts of red clay, layer it 3 inches thick, then burn a pile of wheat straw at the bottom of the pit, sealing the cracks with fine mud, and burn another pile of straw. This way, the water will be retained." Li Xiangdong's suggestion was indeed a good method, worth a hearty lunch in return. Before noon, Xiao Mei emerged, calling for her father to come eat. "Xiao Mei, what did your aunt cook?" Jiang Shan asked playfully. "Father, aunt steamed rice and stir-fried garlic sprouts with sliced meat. Hurry and eat." Li Xiangdong looked on with envy. "Jiang Shan, your aunt helps you look after the children and prepares meals for you. It is no different from having a wife at home. Xiangdong, the food is ready. Come eat with us." Li, a single man, was eager to enter Jiang Shan's home for a meal, but Jiang Shan could see through his ulterior motives. He feigned conversation with Jiang Shan, his eyes constantly darting towards the courtyard, but he did not catch sight of Xia Yingying for quite some time. Only when Xiao Mei called again did he believe Xia Yingying was indeed inside cooking. Jiang Shan extended his hospitality, but Li Xiangdong did not hesitate, entering Jiang Shan's home to partake in the rice and stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. "Xiangdong, once you finish eating, help me dig the water pit." "I have no time for that. I will give you 10 yuan." Jiang Shan mentioned casually. Li Xiangdong's eyes widened. "You have 10 yuan to give me?" Jiang Shan produced the 10 yuan, waving it before him. "Do you want it?" "Yes, I will help you dig. It's no trouble. I will call another person to assist you. We will dig down 10 meters by this afternoon." After finishing his meal, Li Xiangdong hurried out to summon a fellow named Li Xiaxia. For the two of them, earning Jiang Shan's 10 yuan was trivial. Their primary interest lay in observing Xia Yingying, and the more they looked, the more they felt she was indeed Jiang Shan's wife. Jiang Shan once again brought out the mule cart from the village chief's cousin's home, making a trip to Hongo village to transport a load of red clay, which he piled at the mouth of the pit. He mixed the clay with a pot of warm water, stirring it countless times with an iron spade, spreading a 3-inch thick layer inside the pit. To fill a 10-meter deep pit adequately would take at least 3 days. After applying a layer of fine clay, he would further cover it with a layer of cement mortar. In the corner of the yard, a pile of sand lay covered by snow. All he needed was to sift out fine sand, which he would then fetch from the cement store in town. Jiang Shan planned to purchase supplies tomorrow and would conveniently bring back a few bags of cement. Li Xiangdong earned 10 yuan from Jiang Shan, which he proudly took home to boast to his wife, claiming it was enough to buy 3 feet of fabric for their child's new clothes for the new year. His wife, however, doubted he could earn such a sum from Jiang Shan, who was known as the poorest household in the village, hardly having any spare money to lend to others. Chapter 22. Why does Xiao Mei's family eat rice and meat? A trip with the mule cart takes 2 days. If one departs at dawn for the county town, by the time they reach the agricultural market, it would already be noon, making it impossible to procure the best goods, necessitating a wait until the next morning. Thus, the only option is to leave at 2 in the afternoon on the first day, arrive by 5 in the evening, stay overnight, and then purchase goods early the next day to transport to the mining area for sale, aiming to return home before nightfall. Xiaomei and Yingying. I will leave a bit earlier this time. I will arrive in the county town while it's still early and can attend to other matters. Xiaoying handed Jiang Shan a warm coat and hat, her tone mirroring that of his wife from before. Be careful on the road. Don't keep Xiaomei waiting anxiously. Of course, she couldn't express that she would be anxious waiting for him. Jiang Shan reassured his daughter, Xiaomei, help your aunt keep an eye on your brother. If anyone comes into our yard and speaks nonsense, quickly call the village chief's cousin. The village chief, who had not distributed the relief grain allocated to them from above, had everyone behaving quite obediently. Xiaoying had already planned. Once Jiang Shan left, she would take the little one and Xiaomei to stay at the village chief's cousin's home. And by evening, they would lodge at the village chief's house. This arrangement had been agreed upon with Lu Fan's cousin the night before. After finishing lunch, Jiang Shan set off, the bells on the mule cart ringing as it left the village. Zhuang stood at Xiaomei's front gate. Xiaomei, what did you have for lunch? Why do you ask what we ate? Xiaomei retorted with a glare, her anger evident. Her newly acquired clothes had been torn, and now he had the audacity to come and talk to her. How outrageous. Xiaomei had eaten rice with stir-fried meat, and although she had finished, the delicious aroma still lingered at the door. Seeing that her father had left, Zhuang wanted to go inside. Xiaomei blocked his way, and Zhuang said, Xiaomei, my dad caught a pigeon for me to play with. Don't you want to see it? My dad says it's a messenger pigeon. Xiaomei was indeed curious to see how a messenger pigeon delivered messages, so she lowered her arms and allowed Zhuang to enter. Zhuang could see clearly that Xiaomei had indeed had rice and meat slices, and there was still a bowl of rice and half a plate of noodle dishes on the stove. He assumed Xiaomei would invite him to share that bowl. He volunteered that he and T had lunch yet, as his mother hadn't finished cooking. Zhuang was reluctant to return home and lingered, while outside. His sister called for him to come back for lunch. Pretending not to hear, he stayed put. Xiaoying's face darkened as she asked, your sister is calling you. Didn't you hear? Hurry back. Zhuang turned around, sulking as he complained to his mother, Mom, Xiaomei had rice and stir-fried meat. Why don't we eat like that? Chen Malian, filled with ire, directed her frustration towards her son. What else do you see? Do we have any rice at home? Go away. In truth, her anger was meant for Xiaomei, who was not present. I want rice. I want meat slices. Xiaomei has a bowl on the stove. Mom, go fetch it for me. Xuan began to throw a tantrum, shouting and wailing. Xuan's desires mirrored those of Xia. She too yearned for rice and stir-fried meat. Unlike Xuan, she lacked the audacity to create a scene, yet she encouraged Xuan to press their mother for rice and meat from Xiaomei's home. After their grandmother's passing, some meat had indeed been borrowed from their mother. The more Xuan cried, the more fervent he became, his voice piercing the air, much to his mother's annoyance. She felt a strong urge to slap him, but refrained, contemplating instead to fetch a basin. Standing outside the wood gate, Chen Malian called out, Xiaomei. Xiaomei emerged from the house, whispering, Aunt, keep your voice down, my brother and my aunt are asleep. Chen Malian forced a smile. Xiaomei, you still have plenty of rice, right? Please scoop a basin for me. Xiaomei thought for a moment, responding politely, my aunt is here. You should ask her. But your aunt is asleep. Xiaomei shook her head. Xia Yingying, not asleep, awoke to the sound of Xiaomei being called. She donned her cotton coat and stepped outside. Oh, Yingying, is Shanzi out again? Chen Malian inquired. Yes, he left after lunch. He won't return until tomorrow afternoon. Chen Malian praised Jiang Shan for going out to earn money. Yingying, your brother-in-law is really striving for a better life. Working hard like this will surely yield rewards, allowing for the purchase of flour and rice without worry. Xia Yingying noticed the basin in her hand. Aunt, are you looking to borrow some rice? My Xuan is making a fuss, demanding rice. And I can't calm him down. A slight smile crept across Xia Yingying's lips. Aunt, when my sister passed, you took a basket of steamed buns and 20 pounds of pork. You haven't mentioned repaying those. Now you wish to borrow a basin of rice from my home. But I doubt you will return it. Chen Malian's face flushed with embarrassment, and her anger surged anew. Xia Yingying, do you really think yourself as important as Xiaomei's mother? You are merely a relative. Do not give me that attitude. When you were not around, Xiaomei ate at my house every day. Chen Malian had her own thoughts. Xia Yingying, you will leave soon. What support will Xiaomei have then? Have you considered that? Clearly, Xia Yingying had not. The more she studied, the less she understood the nuances of human relationships. When you are away, Xiaomei dines at my home daily. Is it unacceptable for Xuan to have a meal at your house? Xia Yingying scoffed. Fine, aunt, let Xuan come to my house to cook on the stove, and I will treat him to rice and stir-fried meat. Chen Meilian was at a loss for words. Who said Xia Yingying was as easily bullied as her sister? This girl was unyielding. Chen Meilian contemplated a fierce argument, but remembered her husband's repeated admonitions from that evening. She must endure. Once she retrieved that document, she would burn it and see how to deal with them. Just you wait. Chen Meilian muttered to herself as she turned and returned home. She encountered Jiang Hongqi, whose face was shrouded in gloom, at her own doorstep. He glared at her, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? I told you to endure. And you can't manage it for just a few days?" Chen Meilian, indignant, recounted how Xuan longed for rice, but was unable to have any. You indulge him without a hint of restraint. Jiang Hongqi believed his son's antics would jeopardize his plans. Earlier, he had struck Xuan twice, thinking that hunger would teach him a lesson. Xuan sobbed at home, having not eaten a single bite, muttering about how his father had released his messenger pigeon. Just last night, his father had said the pigeon was for his amusement. Why had it been set free today? Chen Meilian, suppressing her son's wails, felt increasingly exasperated. Since Xia Yingying had come to the Jiang household, Xiaomei feasted on rice and meat, while her own Xuan wailed incessantly. Jiang Hongqi, Xia Yingying is merely a relative. By what right does she impose herself on your brother's home? Can relatives from outside overshadow our own kin? Are you going to do something about it? Jiang Hongqi bellowed. Can you endure for just 2 more days? In that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xia Yingying emerging from Jiang Shan's yard, cradling a child, followed by Xiaomei as they made their way to the village chief's home. Jiang Shan had just set off with a mule cart for the village chief's house. Jiang Hongqi was aware that after completing his business, Jiang Shan would return with benefits to share with the village chief, thus justifying his use of the cart. Xia Yingying, taking her child to the village chief's home, aimed to avoid any disturbances from the idle men in the village. Jiang Hongqi waited for the opportunity presented by Jiang Shan's absence, and finally, he seized it. As Xia Yingying's figure grew distant, she indeed entered the home of her cousin Wang Jun. Jiang Hongqi pushed open the wooden doors of Jiang Shan's house. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, with not a speck of dust on the floor. Did Xia Yingying consider this place her own? Jiang Hongqi searched behind the door, under the edge of the Kong, through the drawers of the offering table, and beneath the chopping board in the frying pan. The document was nowhere to be found. It was certain that Jiang Shan had it on him. Excellent. As long as he carries it, with old Zhou's assistance, there was no fear of not retrieving it. Chapter 23. Who ventures into business without a means of self-defense? Old Zhou received news from the messenger pigeon at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, indicating that Jiang Shan was on his way with the mule cart. The journey from Qiao Town's Qibai village to Antai County would take until 3:30 in the afternoon. He was carrying the capital for his business dealings, which Jiang Hongqi had mentioned amounted to at least 500. Naturally, with old Zhou's funds, he possessed 500. Retrieving that sum along with the document, old Zhou felt he need not even intervene personally. He summoned 2 of his younger associates, providing them with instructions before sending them off. A timid, impoverished boy from Qibai village, submissive and compliant, was dispatched to the mining area for business. The 2 young men assured him they would return to report once their tasks were completed, long before dusk. Jiang Shan was somewhat exhilarated. He was heading to the upper water south alley in the county, where he would soon encounter his 8-year-old self. Jiang Shan had set out 2 hours early, merely to catch a glimpse of the 8-year-old version of himself. As I journeyed along, my pencil inscribed words upon a sheet of paper, filling it to the brim. From my pocket, I drew a sharp awl and pierced it into my index finger, a droplet of blood staining my thumb, which I then pressed onto the paper as a mark. Could the 8-year-old version of myself truly comprehend the significance of the information pinned on that sheet? Ahead, a sharp turn loomed at 100 meters, and 2 individuals pushing bicycles approached. A sense of unease gripped Jiang Shan as he concealed the awl, used for his wife's shoe soles, within his sleeve. Gradually, they were set to brush past one another. Jiang Shan sensed an unsettling gaze emanating from the 2. Their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. The taller man, sporting a small patch of facial hair, suddenly inquired, "Brother, where are you headed?" "To the county town." "Where might you 2 be going?" Jiang Shan responded with a smile, following the thread of conversation. The man with the goatee leaned in closer, offering Jiang Shan a cigarette, his face adorned with a jovial grin. The other individual lingered 3 meters behind Jiang Shan. He returned their smiles, accepting the cigarette and commenting, "I thought the heavy snow would keep everyone indoors." "Not at all. Urgent matters compel one to venture out," the goatee man replied cheerfully, lighting his own cigarette. They positioned themselves, one in front and the other behind, effectively sandwiching Jiang Shan in between, a stance indicative of those seeking trouble. Such an ambush was not uncommon on the road. Jiang Shan asked for a match to light his cigarette, exhaling a puff and revealing a toothy grin. "Have you been watching me since yesterday?" The question caused the goatee man to frown slightly. "Ah, you've noticed, have you? You hail from the Jiang family in the 700 households of Gaoya town, correct?" Jiang Shan took a drag from his cigarette. "Indeed. It appears you two have prepared well, knowing I carry a sum." Rather than fleeing, this young man engaged in banter with them, a demeanor that secretly astonished those accustomed to the county streets. They candidly laid their intentions bare. "Brother, you've crossed paths with Lao Zhou, yet you still dare to conduct business in the county? We mean you no harm. As long as Lao Zhou's money and belongings are returned, you may pursue your trade as you wish." Jiang Shan scrutinized their faces, recognizing them as unfamiliar. In the coming 2 or 3 decades, such individuals would not frequent in Tai County. His encounter with Lao Zhou had also been devoid of recognition, suggesting Lao Zhou was not a formidable figure. The sum owed was 500 yuan, documented in a note pinned by Jiang Hongqi. Jiang Shan carried 1,000 yuan on his person, sensing that the duo sought not 500 but rather his entire 1,000, certainly intending to obliterate the note. "Were you two waiting for me on the road yesterday?" Jiang Shan inquired, his tone revealing clarity. "Who says we were waiting? We only set out after you did," they replied. Jiang Shan understood. His departure had triggered a warning. Jiang Hongqi must have either called Lao Zhou from the town's post office or alerted him by other means. Jiang Shan cast a timid glance at the goatee man. "Brother, I am the poorest family in our village. My wife has passed, and I have 2 children, one 6 years old and the other merely half a year. I am driven by desperation to venture out for a small business. Would you allow me to go this once?" The goatee man laughed heartily. "As I said, as long as Lao Zhou's money and belongings are returned, I will let you go. Hurry up now. Do not dawdle in this frigid weather." Jiang Shan retreated, clutching his cotton coat tightly. "I cannot part with this money. Old Zhou intended to sell my child, but I caught him in the act, and he only offered me 500 yuan. As Jiang Shan stepped back, someone behind him seized his collar, pulling him to the ground. 2 individuals began to tear at his coat. "Damn it, stop dawdling." During the severe crackdown in 83, they dared not rob in the streets, but as the years passed, from 88 to 95, such lawlessness returned with a vengeance. Jiang Shan tightened his grip on the awl hidden in his sleeve, targeting the eyes of the man with a mustache. And with a swift motion of his arm, he struck. A piercing scream echoed as the mustached man clutched his eyes and stumbled to the ground. "You stabbed my eye." Another assailant, quick to react, grasped Jiang Shan's arm, but Jiang Shan swiftly freed his other arm, bending his ankle to thrust a short knife viciously into the man's ankle. Another scream erupted, allowing Jiang Shan to break free from their grasp. "Apologies, gentlemen. I am not one to instigate trouble, nor do I shy away from it. Anyone who attempts to rob me will face my wrath." As he fled the scene, Jiang Shan was well prepared, concealing an awl in his pocket and a knife strapped to his abdomen. Rising to his feet, he observed the 2 men on the ground, one clutching his eye and the other nursing his ankle, both stained with blood. He knew that crossing the line into lethal violence would be unwise. He had 2 children at home and could not afford such trouble. With one man blinded in one eye and the other incapacitated, they were no match for his speed. My friend, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for continued excitement. He thought to himself, I shall return here tomorrow morning. You two won't still be around, will you? Tell old Zhou that I will be staying at the Nanjia Inn tonight. If he dares, let him come find me. The mule cart trotted towards the county town, and Jiang Shan no longer concerned himself with their condition. In such circumstances, he remained calm and composed. Even if they had weapons, he felt no fear. Old Zhou's child trafficking was not a new occurrence. His audacity to come to the Nanjia Inn would be his undoing. The Nanjia police station was adjacent to the inn, and if he dared to approach, he would be apprehended by the police that very night. Regardless of whether he would be released tomorrow, if he dared to confront Jiang Shan, he would not find peace this evening. Upon reaching the county town, Jiang Shan first reported the incident at the Nanjia police station. The officers would respond promptly, likely apprehending the assailants within half an hour. After making a statement, he indicated that he would be staying at the Nanjia Inn and was available for questioning at any time. Exiting the police station, a smile graced Jiang Shan's lips. Most individuals feared venturing out to conduct business in the mining area, primarily due to the threat of robbery, which kept them from reporting such incidents. Jiang Shan, however, had the courage to file a report, confident that old Zhou would not dare seek him out. The two men were not particularly clever. They insisted that Jiang Shan owed old Zhou money, but how could he owe such a debt? Now was the time to visit the Water South Lane and see the 8-year-old version of himself. The mule cart was tethered behind the Nanjia Inn, and the inn staff assisted in filling water and supplies, charging an extra 3 yuan. Jiang Shan prioritized his urgent matters, and the sight of his 8-year-old self and his youthful parents stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. In the familiar alley, at the well-known entrance, the iron bolt was unmistakably recognizable. Jiang Shan had devised a reason to knock on the door. "Do you have corn for sale?" The door was opened by a woman unknown to him. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired, perplexed. Jiang Shan, equally bewildered, thought, "Isn't this the home of Jiang Wenming?" "Jiang Wenming's home. You must be mistaken," she replied. Anxiety gripped Jiang Shan's breath. This is indeed Jiang Wenming's home. He has a son named Jiang Shan and 2 unmarried sisters. I cannot be wrong. If you are mistaken, then this family does not exist. The door was shut firmly, never to be reopened. Jiang Shan stood in a daze for a long moment, his mind racing while his heart churned tumultuously. The place he had lived for 20 years was devoid of the essence of his former self. He knocked on another door, but it was not his clan uncle's house. He tried yet another, only to find it was not the familiar neighbor's home. Suddenly, Jiang Shan felt utterly lost. There had never been a Jiang Wenming family residing in Shuainan Alley, nor any other branches of the Jiang family. He gazed up at the overcast sky, sensing the impending snow. In this world, there existed only one version of himself. Perhaps he would never return. Chapter 24. Unafraid of Trouble. Prioritizing profit upon exiting Shuainan Alley, Jiang Shan felt a profound sense of despondency, his spirit adrift. He returned to the South Street Inn, sitting vacantly on the edge of the bed, contemplating the life that awaited him. His 6-year-old daughter and 6-month-old son, upon his arrival in this life, would confront the reality of being motherless. After 8 years, the 700-household village remained impoverished and backward, lacking running water and sufficient rice. With half the year devoid of white flour, a year-long supply of a single pig was considered a good fortune. The beautiful and charming girl was the twin sister of his late wife, and she was willing to assume the role of mother for the 2 children. Could there truly be another woman in this world who resembled his wife so closely? Could there be another willing to embrace children not born of her own? Aside from Xia Yingying, there was no one else. Jiang Shan touched his face, perpetually haunted by that moment. When he took Xia Yingying to the grave, she had fainted in grief and, touching half of his face, remarked, "Shan, you look so thin." This statement resonated in Jiang Shan's mind like a thunderclap. Xia Yingying was not merely the children's aunt. She was their mother. She was pursuing her studies at Northwest Normal University in another body, and now she had returned, bearing this new identity, thus entering another realm. The children's father must keep pace with her rhythm. Jiang Shan reassured himself. "All right, I will align with Yingying's tempo. Eat when necessary, drink when needed, rest well to regain my strength, and tomorrow I shall earn 400. Just as he was about to leave, a uniformed officer from the South Street police station appeared before him. "Comrade Jiang Shan, those 2 individuals are receiving treatment for their injuries at the county hospital. We need to gather some additional information from you." A flicker of concern washed over Jiang Shan. "What is the matter? Did I use excessive force in self-defense?" The prior explanation had been clear. They had attacked him, attempting to rob him, and Jiang Shan acted in legitimate self-defense. Why were the authorities back again? They were robbers, and Jiang Shan believed that eliminating them would not be unjust. "Comrade Jiang Shan, do you happen to know someone named Zhou Wantong?" Jiang Shan furrowed his brow deliberately. "Someone with the surname Zhou? I do not know him. Does this matter pertain to him?" The 2 officers exchanged glances. "Since you claim not to know anyone by the surname Zhou, there may be other reasons." The Nan Street police station held no acquaintances of Jiang Shan's, and his 30 years of life experiences taught him that in matters like this, lacking absolute certainty, it is best not to trust strangers. These 2 officers were indeed strangers. Jiang Shan firmly asserted that he did not recognize anyone with the surname Zhou. This was his second trip to the county town to procure goods, to sell in the mining area for profit. He knew nothing else. When the two officers realized they could not extract any critical information, they turned to leave, cautioning Jiang Shan, "It would be wise not to drive your mule cart alone to the yuan mining area. You may not be as fortunate as you were today." Jiang Shan expressed profound gratitude for their warning. As he watched the officers depart, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If he were to expose old Zhou now, it might jeopardize his business before the new year, where he aimed to earn 10,000 yuan. If old Zhou sought trouble here, that would present an entirely different scenario. Revealing old Zhou now, with no repercussions for the latter, could lead to his own downfall. He was motivated to earn a sum before the new year, to ensure the well-being of Xia Yingying and his two children. Jiang Shan was acutely aware of his precarious situation. He was too weak to confront old Zhou in the county town at this moment. A temporary retreat was necessary to achieve greater success. He planned to visit the county town every other day for business, but until he fully understood the relationship between old Zhou and Jiang Hongqi, it was unwise to engage them directly. When those two had attempted to rob him, Jiang Shan had shown no mercy, signaling that he was not one to shy away from conflict. He would not turn back in fear. Who could say whether old Zhou had informants among these officers? Exiting the Nan Street Inn, Jiang Shan sought nourishment at a nearby noodle shop. Across the street, in a stir-fry restaurant, old Zhou was dining with several others. Old Zhou restrained those who wished to approach the Nan Street Inn, shaking his head. "Let us wait and see. Brother Zhou, will we let this go? He injured one of our brothers." "Pa, brother?" "He crumbled under a bit of pressure and exposed me. Such a person is unworthy to be my brother. Just watch. I will deal with those two." "Brother Zhou, does that mean you'll spare the lad with the surname Jiang?" Zhou Wantong smirked. "Who said I would let him off? He didn't expose me just now," which seems to indicate his desire to conduct this business properly. "Let him have it. Allowing this lad to earn a few hundred this trip, by the 23rd of the 12th month, he could accumulate several thousand. We can act then, and it will not be too late." The crew under him lacked vision and understanding, disappointing old Zhou. After finishing their meal, they departed. Jiang Shan, while eating noodles, noticed several individuals emerging from the restaurant, with old Zhou's figure among them. This document could exert control over Jiang Hongqi after these days. It could no longer hold sway over old Zhou. They were indeed keeping an eye on the Nan Street Inn. Had he revealed the truth to the police earlier, he might now face severe consequences. Their absence now, could it be a strategy to lure him into a trap? In the following month, Jiang Shan pondered whether his errand-running trade could achieve a semblance of stability. That night, he slept soundly. Early the next morning, he entered the agricultural market to procure supplies with ease. He purchased 100 jin of fish and an ample 100 jin of lamb. Jiang Shan calculated that if he were to collect live sheep from other villages in Gaoyao town, return to his village to slaughter and prepare them, and then sell the meat in the mining district, he could increase his earnings from 100 to 130 yuan. This chapter continues with more excitement, so please turn to the next page to read further. Yesterday, he had gone to the county town to secure the first position in the queue at Shuinan Alley. And this morning, he took the opportunity to visit the agricultural market again. With 500 jin of goods in tow, the first trip went smoothly, and the second was equally straightforward, arriving an hour early at the residence pile in the Wulan mining district. 100 jin of fish sold at a moderate pace, while 150 jin of lamb were snatched up in an instant. The remaining items also sold out. Just like yesterday, he made 400 yuan, leaving him with 20 fish. Upon returning to the meat shop in Gaoyao town, Jiang Shan arrived an hour earlier than before. "Boss Wang, today I brought 20 fish. How many would you like?" Boss Wang replied that he would take 10 today and would order 10 more in 3 days. While Jiang Shan intended to take the remaining 10 home for Xiao Mei and Yingying, as Xiao Mei desperately needed meat to replenish her nutrients. "I'll take all 20. Boss Wang responded without hesitation. "All of them. There can't be more than 20 officials in town." Jiang Shan retorted, "Who says there aren't? The Postal Service, the Electricity Bureau, and the Family Planning Office all require fish, so 20 is just right." Thus, delivering 20 fish to Boss Wang's shop every 3 days turned out to be a stable business venture, earning 1 yuan per fish. He would make 20 yuan in 3 days, which would suffice for the household's essentials. Boss Wang then offered Jiang Shan 10 jin of pork, asking if he wanted it. Jiang Shan requested that it be divided into 2 5 jin portions, paying the regular price. Remembering that there was no firewood left at home, and that Xiao Mei might head to Auntie's to fetch corn husks. Jiang Shan thought to haul a cartload of scrap wood from the carpenter Li's yard. Li the carpenter, I'm back again, not for chairs or benches, but for scrap wood to fuel the fire. How much do you want? For a table and 8 stools, Li quoted 50 yuan, surprised that Jiang Shan didn't haggle at all. Many people sought the scrap wood, others paid 8 yuan for a cartload, but Li offered it to Jiang Shan for 5. Take it for 5, you're a good negotiator. And I can see you're the type who ventures out and knows how to make money, Li remarked. Jiang Shan chuckled, appreciating Li's keen eye. Chapter 25. Bringing home a cartload of firewood. The bag of corn husks for the fire was originally sufficient for 10 to 15 days of use. Jiang Shan had dug a water pit at his doorstep, filled it with red clay, and burned a pile of corn husks at the bottom to hasten the drying of the clay, leaving him without any reserves for the fire. The corn husks were tucked away at the corner of Auntie's yard beneath a haystack. Xiao Mei had just filled half a bag when Jiang Malian shouted at her. Xiao Mei, who told you to take that? Put it down. Chen Malian, furious, snatched the bag from Xiao Mei's hands. Go away, as if you own it. Do you think you can just take it? Xiao Mei, frightened, stepped back, her eyes wide with panic as she looked at Auntie. From now on, you are not allowed to come to my house. Do you hear me? I heard. Xiao Mei whispered in response, turning and running home, tears swirling in her eyes. Auntie clearly stated that once it was used up, she could fill another bag, so why was she not allowed? Just as she reached the gate of her home, she faintly heard the sound of a mule's bell in the distance and spotted her father leading the mule. Xiao Mei shouted towards the courtyard, Annie, my dad is back. She dashed towards him. The little girl, who had just endured a slight grievance, was unsure of what to do. But the sudden return of her father after 2 days filled her with an overwhelming joy that made her feel as if she could soar. Jiang Shan, from afar, noticed Xiao Mei's figure approaching, her hand brushing her eyes as she carried an empty bag from her elder brother's house. How could a father not discern that his daughter was upset? Xiao Mei, did Xuan upset you again? No. Really? It certainly shows on your face. Do you think your father cannot see it? Jiang Shan unbuttoned his coat and enveloped Xiao Mei in a warm embrace. Look at what I brought you, a packet of cream biscuits. Shall we enjoy them together with your aunt at home? Yes. Even my little brother dares to eat them when they're softened. Xiao Mei beamed at her father, cradling the packet of biscuits, while she watched him unload a cart filled with wooden logs of various sizes, his face alight with excitement. Dad, we have firewood now. We no longer need to go to Auntie's to fetch corn cobs. She wouldn't let me fill my bag. Jiang Shan quickly realized that his daughter had been to Auntie's to gather corn cobs, but had been shooed away. Once the mule cart was parked in the yard and the firewood was stacked against the wall, the grievances on Xiao Mei's face vanished. Xia Yingying emerged from the house with a child in her arms, smiling warmly at the 2 women. For the past few days, she had been anxious, relieved now that her husband had returned before nightfall. Brother-in-law, Xiao Mei just mentioned wanting to go to sister-in-law's to fetch a bag of firewood. I advised her against it. And now it seems she won't need to go. Xiao Mei pouted but dared not speak. Her aunt was unaware that she had already made that trip, only to be sternly turned away by Auntie. The family busily unloaded the firewood in the courtyard, while Zhang Hongqi stood at his front gate, watching with disbelief. Xuan also lingered at the gate, muttering, Dad, my dad must have brought back something good. I want to see. Zhang Hongqi scolded, What are you looking at? Go back inside. Earlier that day, Xuan had seen Xiao Mei eating a large, red apple and had wished for one too, but there were none at home, leading to an extended fuss with his mother. Chen Malian, feeling a growing frustration in her belly, had scolded her 2 daughters, who dared not respond all afternoon. Just then, Xuan quietly approached his father's gate to peek inside. Xiao Mei was laughing, sharing a few biscuits from her packet with her aunt. Xuan hesitated before stepping inside. Jiang Shan noticed Xuan trying to edge closer and cautioned Xiao Mei, Take the biscuits inside to share with your mother. Don't let Xuan snatch them away. Xiao Mei turned and went into the house. Xuan, wishing to taste a bite of the biscuits in Xiao Mei's hands, realized it was futile, squatted down, tracing patterns in the dirt with his finger, and then stood up to head back home. After unloading the lumber, Jiang Shan entered the house, took out some money from his pocket, counted a handful and secured it with a rubber band, while putting another handful back into his pocket. Brother-in-law, yesterday afternoon, I was at the village chief's house with the 2 kids, and someone rummaged through our home. Who do you think it was? Jiang Shan was taken aback. Someone entered our house. Xia Yingying sneered. Humph, does he think I wouldn't notice? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan handed her 1,000 yuan earnestly advising, "Do not keep this 1,000 in the house. Keep it on you. The funds for tomorrow's outing will be with me." Money kept on Xia Yingying was comparatively safer, as no villager dared to search her for money. Xia Yingying speculated that some villagers had noticed her brother-in-law was leaving for business and that they must have seen the money at home, sneaking in to search around. Yingying. Some people are guilty and will eventually expose themselves. Determined, Xia Yingying resolved to guard the house from that day forward, refusing to leave. Convinced that the idle men in the village would not dare to disturb her in broad daylight. Did they think she was still the easily bullied Xia Huanhuan of the past? The family was enjoying a hearty meal of noodle soup with fish, the aroma wafting through the air, enticing anyone passing by the gate. Among those at the gate was Zhuang, who had stealthily approached to see what little Mei's family was having for dinner. Overwhelmed by the delicious scent, he hesitated to enter but did not wish to return empty-handed. He called out, "Xiao Mei, come out." Little Mei glanced at her father and then at her aunt, muttering softly, Zhuang is calling me again." Xia Yingying stood up and asked from the house, "Little Mei is having dinner. Why are you calling her?" I'm not doing anything," Zhuang stammered, sensing the fierce look in Xia Yingying's eyes, and quickly turned to flee. What kind of child loiters at someone else's door during meal times? Such children are the most bothersome. Zhuang returned home and complained to his mother, saying that his father had come back and they were having noodle soup with fish. Just like during the New Year, while their family had no meat at all. Chen Meiyan could no longer contain her anger and directed her frustration at her husband. "Jiang Hongqi, look at your son. He insists on having meat. After your trip to the county, couldn't you bring back a little something?" Jiang Hongqi slammed his chopsticks on the table and declared, "I will have someone slaughter a pig tomorrow. Is that satisfactory?" Zhuang was elated and finished a bowl of his mother's sour soup dumplings. After dinner, he placed down his bowl and chopsticks, then ran to Jiang Shan's doorstep, shouting, "Xiao Mei, come out. I have something to tell you." Xia Yingying shook her head, smiling wryly, and nudged little Mei to go outside. "Go see what Zhuang wants to tell you." Little Mei stood at the door and asked, Zhuang, "What do you want to tell me?" "Little Mei, my dad just said we're slaughtering a pig tomorrow, and we'll have meat every day, and we want to share any with you." Humph. Little Mei was unsure how to respond, remembering that her father had mentioned a piece of meat for her aunt to prepare today. She thought that whether Zhuang's family shared their meat or not was inconsequential. After boasting to little Mei, Zhuang prepared to head home when he was called over by his father, who had just emerged from the house. Zhuang, come here. I have a question for you." With thoughts of the meat they would have tomorrow, Zhuang raised his chin, brimming with pride. "What do you want to ask, Dad?" Jiang Shan offered Xuan 2 biscuits, smiling as he inquired, "You mentioned that your father brought you a pigeon to play with. Might you show it to me?" Xuan took a hearty bite of the biscuit, his expression turning sorrowful as he recalled the pigeon. "My dad released it the day before yesterday. When exactly did he let it go?" "During lunch, he wouldn't let me play with it anymore and set it free." Jiang Shan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Xuan, promise not to bully Xiao Mei. Speak the truth to your father, and he will reward you with biscuits." Xuan sniffed, glancing at Jiang Shan's face. "Really? Should I call my dad over? I have something to discuss with him." Xuan turned and dashed home to summon his father. Chapter 26. The three of them found it quite inconvenient to stay at someone else's home. Jiang Hongqi also wished to converse with Jiang Shan, feeling a sense of restraint preventing him from initiating the dialogue. As Xuan rushed into the courtyard, he announced that Jiang Shan had called for him. Jiang Hongqi donned his cotton coat and made his way to Jiang Shan's front door, contemplating that old Zhou must have approached Jiang Shan regarding the matter, and that the promissory note should have been retrieved. Surely, it was old Zhou's scheme to have Jiang Shan inform his elder brother. Jiang Hongqi further mused that old Zhou's discussion with Jiang Shan had but one core intention: to conduct business along the route from the county seat to the Wulan mining area, contingent upon the return of that promissory note. Would Jiang Shan dare to refuse? Unless he intended to remain in the village indefinitely. Standing before Jiang Shan, Jiang Hongqi wore a solemn expression and deliberately asked, "Shanzi, everything was all right on your journey?" "Elder brother, I encountered 2 highwaymen in Xiangchuan village, but I am unscathed. They were apprehended by the police and will likely face 2 to 3 years of imprisonment." Jiang Hongqi exclaimed, swiftly inquiring, "They didn't rob you, did they?" "Not a single coin was taken, elder brother. They were old Zhou's men, demanding 500 yuan from me and the promissory note you signed with him. When I refused, they attempted to forcibly take it from me, but I was prepared. I struck them in the eyes. Jiang Hongqi's face turned anxious. You struck their eyes? As long as you are unharmed. Elder brother, had I handed that note to the police, you would undoubtedly face trouble as well. Jiang Hongqi's heart raced with panic. Shanzi, it was a moment of confusion for me, but you must understand, if I am in trouble, you will not benefit either. Jiang Shan fixed his gaze steadfastly on his elder brother. What do you mean by not benefiting? Am I incapable of toppling old Joe? Elder brother, I have not given the note to the police. It remains safely with me. Jiang Shan patted his own chest, a slight smile flickering across his face as he regarded his brother. The two brothers were acutely aware of the animosity brewing between them, yet they maintained a facade of cordiality. Elder brother, as soon as I departed from the village, old Joe must have learned of it immediately. Xuan just mentioned I left, and you set the pigeon free right after, is that not so? Jiang Shan inquired with a chuckle, while Jiang Hongqi's complexion paled, his mind racing with thoughts of silencing Xuan. What nonsense are you speaking? That pigeon flew away because it wasn't properly confined. It has nothing to do with whether old Joe knew about your departure. Jiang Hongqi could never admit to informing old Joe. Elder brother, Xuan said your family is slaughtering the pig tomorrow. The sooner we do it, the sooner we can enjoy the meat. At my wife's funeral, you took 20 jin of meat from me. Remember to return it tomorrow. As Jiang Shan turned and entered the courtyard, he led the mule cart towards the village chief's cousin's home, ignoring the elder brother who stood at the door. Jiang Hongqi, his legs trembling, felt at a loss about how to return. This young man, having acquired a promissory note, had undergone a dramatic transformation. His tone was now commanding, a stark contrast to the obedient brother who once heeded his elder's words. With the loss of his wife, he appeared to have awakened to a new reality. What did Shanzi say to you? Chun Malian, noticing the man's troubled expression, quickly approached with concern. He mentioned that tomorrow we are to slaughter a pig and return 20 pounds of meat to him. Upon hearing this, Chun Malian's temper flared, and she exclaimed, on what grounds? If he insists on settling accounts, then let us also recount. When your father brought him to the Jiang family at the tender age of 4, without you and your 2 sisters to care for him, he would have perished from hunger. Enough already. How many times must I repeat myself? Will he even listen? Chun Malian believed that the Jiang family's nurturing of him was an immeasurable debt. After the division of the family, what harm was there in giving him 20 pounds of meat? Do you truly feel compelled to repay him? If so, then let it be. Jiang Hongqi's agitation mounted. Chun Malian, exasperated, retorted, if you are to return him 20 pounds of meat, then we shan't slaughter the pig tomorrow. If we don't slaughter it, can you spare your son? He runs off to Xiao Mei's house every day, spreading nonsense. Do you believe I wouldn't slap him dead? Go ahead and slap him. Why not just kill me while you're at it? Their argument escalated, the noise growing louder. The neighbors, embroiled in their own quarrel, could hear the commotion clearly. Xia Yingying cast a glance at Xiao Mei, a slight smile playing on her lips. Such schadenfreude was rather unbecoming, especially since she was unaware of what her brother-in-law had just discussed with the elder brother. Xia Yingying understood well that given the current circumstances, she could only refer to her partner as brother-in-law. The situation was no longer the same. Not addressing him as such would complicate matters. Brother-in-law, has the mule cart been returned? She inquired. Yes, I gave my cousin 100 yuan, but they were reluctant to accept it. I warned them that if they refused, I would not dare to borrow their mule cart in 2 days, and with a loss of 300 yuan, would they be willing to bear that? That's when they finally took it. Xiao Mei blinked her eyes at her father and whispered, Daddy, I heard uncle and aunt arguing. Jiang Shan feigned reprimanding his daughter. Why are you eavesdropping on adult quarrels? You must not listen to such things. Tell me, has your aunt taught you how to write yet? Yes, I can write now. Look, Daddy, Xiao Mei replied, bringing forth her recent writings, each character meticulously penned. Very good. I thought you only knew how to write Arabic numerals. Since her aunt's arrival, learning to read and write had become Xiao Mei's primary task each day. Brother-in-law, I will strive to ensure that Xiao Mei keeps pace once school begins. Yet, Xiao Mei doubted her ability to succeed in school. Daddy, can I really go to school? Of course you can. Why would you ask such a thing? Jiang Shan was perplexed by her question. His daughter felt a deep-seated inferiority, perceiving education as an unattainable dream. Aunt said there's no point in me going to school, without anyone to care for Xiao Bao, and with no one to do the household chores. Jiang Shan gritted his teeth in anger, and Xia Yingying trembled with indignation. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Brother-in-law, For your sister-in-law to say such cruel things to Xiao Mei is merely to ensure that she remains a docile servant in her household. How can she have the audacity to speak to Xiao Mei in such a manner? Jiang Shan embraced his daughter, their faces pressed together. Xiao Mei, your father promises that you and your brother will attend the finest school and receive the best education. Xia Yingying, observing the close bond between father and daughter, felt an increasing sense of concern. Attending the best school meant going to the city. Shanzi, when school starts at the end of February, will you and Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao be able to come with me to the city? Is it feasible? The worries that plagued Xia Yingying were undoubtedly unknown to the man. She expressed her thoughts indirectly. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay overnight at cousin village chief's house? Xiao Mei and I will not go. You're not going? Brother-in-law, it's too cold tonight. I'm afraid the children will freeze if I run back and forth. It's best if we don't go. Xia Yingying was reluctant to stay at the village chief's home, partly due to Lu Fan's incessant chatter, which would keep her and Xiao Mei awake when they were desperately in need of sleep, and in the morning, they would feel compelled to leave early. Jiang Shan, understanding Xia Yingying's sentiment, agreed. All right, I'll head to cousin village chief's house to stay for the night. The next day, he would return with 100 yuan for the village chief, feeling justified in his stay. Lu Fan appeared disappointed. Shanzi, weren't we supposed to have Yingying and Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao come over? Why are you the one here tonight? Jiang Shan shook his head, indicating his inability to change the situation. My little Bao and Xiao Mei cannot bear to be apart from their aunt for even a minute. But having all three of them at your place would be too inconvenient. Sharing one quilt would be a hassle. It's better if I come alone. Lu Fan was frustrated. What is the trouble with that? I sewed 2 new quilts today specifically for Yingying and Xiao Mei. And I even cleared out the left side of the guest room for them to sleep in. Did I tidy up for nothing? The left side of the guest room, usually cluttered, had been prepared for summer nights, complete with a warm fire, specifically for Xia Yingying and her children. Yet, Xia Yingying remained unenthusiastic. Li Wangjun nudged Lu Fan and whispered, "Go and invite her. If you don't take the initiative, how will she come? Would a girl like Yingying dare to sleep in Shan Z's thatched cottage at night? What if someone were to intrude? Exactly, I'll go and fetch her. I'll wrap Xiao Bao up tightly and bring him along. What's there to fear?" Lu Fan dashed out to invite them. Jiang Shan smiled wryly, realizing his own yard's dilapidated gate could barely keep out a stray dog. Li Wangjun pulled Jiang Shan to sit by the fire. "Come now, while your sister-in-law is away. I have something to discuss with you. Cousin village chief, what is so important that it can only be said when my sister-in-law is out?" Chapter 27. A bitterly cold winter morning. Taking advantage of Lu Fan's absence, Li Wangjun clarified certain matters to Jiang Shan. After Xia Huanhuan's passing, Lu Fan lamented the plight of Shan Z's children, deprived of a mother's affection and a father's care. Xiao Mei's paternal aunt and uncle were quite petty and unlikely to care for the 2 children properly. As expected, Zhang Hongqi and his wife had reached out to relatives outside, planning to send Xiao Bao away for them to raise. Was this truly the responsibility of an elder brother and sister-in-law? In a village of 700 households, who could not see that Zhang Hongqi had never regarded Jiang Shan's family as part of the Jiang clan? Lu Fan could no longer contain herself, chastising Li Wangjun for his incompetence as village chief, while Zhang Hongqi was merely causing chaos. Why wasn't he stepping in to manage affairs? Why should such a young child be sent to be raised by another family? Shanzi, let me speak candidly. Your sister-in-law is a good woman. She intended to discuss bringing back the little treasure with your elder brother and sister-in-law, only to discover they had already taken the child away. To our delight, you managed to bring the child back. You cannot imagine our joy. Jiang Shan attentively listened to the words of the village chief's cousin. Were it not for his recent travels for business and his promise to share profits with the village chief's cousin, he would not have spoken so freely tonight. This couple favored industrious individuals. With Jiang Shan's legs improving and his mind clearer, he expressed his desire to engage in business, which delighted the village chief and his wife even further. As long as one is willing to make an effort and endure hardship and possesses a modicum of cleverness, it seems those who ventured into trade these past few years have reaped rewards. Shanzi, must you insist on calculating a 30% share? It is unnecessary. My intention is for you to conduct this transaction well, save up 3,000 to 5,000, and by March, we can quickly build you a new home for Yingying to reside in. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Li Wangjun discerned that Xia Yingying often visited Jiang Shan's home to care for the children. Lacking a proper place to stay was not a viable solution. In front of Jiang Shan was a mule cart, costing 100 yuan to move about, which Lu Fen ultimately took. Can't you see? With this money, Ying would be willing to come and stay. Li Wangjun expressed another thought. Shanzi, you insist on giving me 100 yuan every 3 days. I will keep it safe for you, and by March, I will procure bricks for your new house. Jiang Shan contemplated a different meaning, realizing he needed to clarify matters with the village chief. Cousin, for the past 2 years, you have made countless trips to the township seeking leadership to drill a well for our village, yet success has eluded you. What is the reason? Everyone knows, it's a lack of funds. Drilling a well costs over 10,000 yuan, and the higher-ups expect us to contribute at least half. That's a minimum of 5,000. Where am I to find it? Cousin, Haven Tea we already gathered 200? If by March we cannot raise 5,000, how can I conduct any business? Li Wangjun abruptly stood, incredulous that Shanzi harbored such thoughts. Shanzi, you asked me for a 30% share. When your true intent is to assist me in gathering funds for the well, how far ahead you think? Jiang Shan smiled wryly. Cousin, I am also considering my own interests. If you allocate me 20 acres of newly reclaimed land, without a well to irrigate it, my efforts would be in vain. Li Wangjun slapped his thigh. Shanzi, you are right. If we can irrigate that land, those 20 acres of newly reclaimed fields would be incredibly fertile. If this fellow truly manages to gather 5,000 yuan, not only could he have a room to himself, but even the larger house of the village chief could be made available for him. Shanzi, it is not feasible for Ying to remain constantly by your side to look after the children. Regardless of her extended stay, she must return home before the new year. And once the festivities end, school will commence again. It will fall upon Xiao Mei to care for the little treasure. This arrangement cannot stand. I have discussed with your sister-in-law that, by that time, both Xiao Mei and the little treasure will move in with us to help you. Li Wangjun's suggestion seemed spontaneous. If Jiang Shan truly possesses the capability to earn 5,000 yuan and entrust it to the village chief, accommodating Xiao Mei and the little treasure would indeed be feasible. He believed Lu Fen would likely agree. Jiang Shan could perceive his cousin's words, which were half serious and half polite. Cousin, I appreciate your goodwill. However, you and my cousin's wife have 2 children to look after. How could you possibly attend to my 2 little ones? I can manage my own children, with Ying assisting me in their care. Li Wangjun anticipated that Jiang Shan would express such sentiments. Nevertheless, Shan, regardless of how much Ying resembles your wife, she is still merely an aunt, not their mother. Over time, children require the nurturing of their immediate family. Proximity bears more significance than distant kinship, especially since our families are closely related. Village Chief Jiang Hongqi spoke with a certain bluntness. His message was clear. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are unreliable, and in the future, should you venture out for business, you will need to rely on this cousin and sister-in-law for childcare. While his intentions were good, Jiang Shan believed that his cousin was overstepping boundaries. As the 2 men conversed, they awaited Lu Fen's arrival, yet by 11 o'clock, she had still not returned home. It appeared that she had chosen to sleep at Jiang Shan's house along with Xia Ying and Xiao Mei. This woman truly overstepped. She summoned others, but then vanished herself. Jiang Shan found himself sleeping on the kitchen bed at the village chief's house. At dawn, he and another individual were roused by Jiang Hongqi, who stood in the yard, calling out, Wangjun, we are slaughtering pigs today. I'll take your mining cart to heat the water for the pig. Not only did Jiang Hongqi require the cart for heating the water, but he also summoned others to assist. Whenever a family slaughters a pig, it invariably attracts 7 or 8 neighbors. After spending a night at the village chief's home, Jiang Shan found the situation awkward, particularly as Ying also stayed another night. In normal circumstances, when relatives visit Shan, they should have their own place to stay, and even if they were to borrow a place, it ought to be at the elder brother's home. Li Wangjun grew increasingly frustrated with Jiang Hongqi, speaking to him in a less than cordial manner. Elder cousin, when you built that room for Shan, if you had spent a few hundred more, could Shan's relatives not have borrowed a room at my home? Jiang Hongqi felt justified, maintaining a stern expression as he defended himself. Wangjun, your words sound pleasant, but when I built that room for Shan, I spent every last penny. You know that all too well. At this moment, Jiang Hongqi felt somewhat uneasy, as it seemed improper to let others see that his own home had vacant rooms while Shan's relatives stayed at the Li family. Villagers speculated that Jiang Shan's family of 3 had been squeezed out by his elder brother and sister-in-law, forced to leave the old homestead. Xia Huan, heavily pregnant, moved into a straw house before the mud walls had fully dried. Suffering from an illness after childbirth, her health deteriorated, and compounded by depression, she eventually passed away. How could Xia Yingying possibly stay at their home? These events belong to the past, and what significance do they hold now? Jiang Hongqi chose not to dwell on past grievances, instead focusing on the present need to borrow the mining cart for the pig slaughter. Li Wangjun inquired, Cousin Hongqi, it's still the 8th day of the 12th month. Why are you slaughtering pigs? Our family of 5 is eagerly anticipating a feast of meat, so doing it sooner would be better. This morning, Jiang Hongqi awoke to find his son, Shui Shua, standing above him, asking, Dad, weren't we supposed to slaughter pigs today? Hurry and call the others. Jiang Hongqi felt a surge of annoyance, and under his son's insistence, he dressed and hurried to borrow the cart from the village chief, seemingly forgetting the words exchanged during his argument with his wife the previous day. Shun Melian stated that if they were to return 20 pounds of meat to Shanzi's family, then today, the pig should not be slaughtered. Observing the lack of joy on Jiang Hongqi's face over the prospect of killing the pig, Li Wangjun seemed to grasp the underlying tension and reminded him, Cousin Hongqi, did my sister-in-law say that you were slaughtering a pig today? This question jogged Jiang Hongqi's memory of what his wife had mentioned yesterday, further aggravating his mood. Is she the one in charge of our household affairs? Look at her arrogance. This pig must be slaughtered today. All right, Cousin Hongqi, you take the cart to the mine. I will join you after finishing tea and bread with Shanzi. Jiang Hongqi took the cart to the mine. As Li Wangjun watched his retreating figure, he chuckled mischievously. Jiang Shan inquired, Cousin, what are you laughing at? Just wait and see. After your brother slaughters the pig, those two will surely have a fierce argument. It's not even the 8th day of the 12th month. Which family in the village has slaughtered a pig? Chapter 28. The first family in the village to slaughter the New Year pig. Li Wangjun and Jiang Shan huddled around the stove, brewing tea in cans, each with a bowl, slurping it down while enjoying steamed bread made from a mix of white flour and cornmeal. Cousin, doesn't your family have a proper teacup for drinking tea? All have been broken or smashed, so I suppose a bowl will suffice. After finishing 2 steamed breads, Li Wangjun remarked on another matter. Shanzi, isn't it strange? The bread we've had these past few days tastes just like your wife's cooking. This batch of steamed bread was made by Xia Yingying and Lu Fun together. Jiang Shan playfully asked, Cousin, what are you implying? Your sister-in-law's bread, more often than not, is either too sour or overly alkaline. This time, however, it is just right. This flavor resembles that of your wife's cooking. Enough with the wild guesses, cousin. After we finish this tea, let's go help my brother with the pig slaughter. Jiang Shan's declaration surprised Li Wangjun. Oh, you're also going to help your brother with the pig? I thought you had severed ties with him and were staying out of his affairs. Jiang Shan smiled wryly. When my brother slaughters a pig, he calls on 7 or 8 people for assistance. How can a brother from the Jiang family just stand by and do nothing? The internal matters may be unpleasant, but we must maintain appearances. Otherwise, I would have to explain why I didn't help with the pig slaughter, which would raise questions. If I had the ability, I would move away far from here today. Jiang Hongqi dug a pit at the earthen embankment in front of his door, secured the cart, and built a fire beneath it. As the 2 cousins stepped outside, they encountered 2 mischievous Zhang brothers heading towards Jiang Hongqi's home. Li Wangjun asked them, Zhang Xiao and Zhang Kuaizi, are you 2 going to sneak in and eat the pig slaughter meal? The Zhang brothers were not pleased. Wangjun, you've been village chief for 2 years. Do you really think of yourself as an official? Jiang Hongqi is also my cousin. Why shouldn't I go? Li Wangjun mocked them. Your family has no real connection with my cousin Hongqi. Now that he is slaughtering a pig, you want to sneak in for a free meal. Who will help pluck a few hairs from the pig just to get a meal? Zhang Xiao asked Li Wangjun. How much do you charge to use your family's cart to scald a pig? $5. Did the price go up to $5 just because you're a village chief now? This was a matter Li Wangjun felt obliged to clarify with the Zhang family. Is it possible to compare last year and this year? The price of pork has doubled, as have rice, flour, and oil. Everything has surged in cost. Yet I am still expected to pay the same 3 yuan as last year? Zhang Xiao mumbled to himself. If prices keep rising, I won't be using your family's cauldron. I can use my own large pot. In rural households, there exists both a large and a small stove, and the large iron pot can indeed be used for scalding pigs. Li Wangjun chuckled. Zhang Xiao, isn't your annual pig still under 150 pounds? Only pigs weighing less than that are scalded in the kitchen's large pot. In our village of 700 households, anyone with a pig under that weight is looked down upon. My pig barely eats during winter. It's a miracle it grows at all. Nonsense. Your pig doesn't have a heated shed. It's fortunate it hasn't frozen to death in this cold. Walking alongside the village chief, Jiang Shan didn't even glance at Jiang's family. As they approached Jiang Shan's home, Jiang Shao suddenly inquired, "Cousin Shan, I heard from villagers that you've tied your wife's sister in your house. Is that true? Can we take a look?" Li Wangjun pushed him slightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone knows the situation at Cousin Shan's house. What happened to Xia Yingying taking care of the two kids? I was just joking around. Can I say a few words?" Li Wangjun shot him a glare, warning him not to speak carelessly about Jiang Shan and Xia Yingying. Don't think the village chief won't intervene. Li Wangjun intended to enter Jiang Shan's house to call for his wife. He assumed Zhang Xiao would follow in to see Xia Yingying, but Zhang Xiao and Zhang Kuizi chose not to enter, instead walking a few steps to enter Jiang Hongqi's home. They held no interest in entering Jiang Shan's dwelling. Li Wangjun called from the doorway, "Zhong Ma, Hongqi's family is slaughtering a pig. You should go help." Xia Yingying welcomed her cousin inside. "My sister-in-law just went over. Have you had your morning tea yet? If not, come in and have some before you go." "I've already had it. Don't worry about me and your brother-in-law." Jiang Shan held the baby close, cherishing the moment. Then advised Xia Yingying, "You don't need to help. Just take care of our child." "All right," my sister-in-law said the same. "I'll prepare food for Xiaomei." Xia Yingying opened the oven and took out a warm potato, giving one to each of the men. "Finish eating before you go." Li Wangjun praised. "The new oven makes the potatoes taste magnificent. It's Yingying's cooking that's delightful." Indeed, it's Yingying's cooking. After finishing a potato, the two men turned to leave for Jiang Hongqi's house. Smoke billowed from the stove, and steam rose from the water in the cauldron. 5 or 6 people had gathered at Jiang Hongqi's home, eagerly awaiting the water to boil for slaughtering the pig. They were all excited at the prospect of meat. In the village of 700 households, Jiang Hongqi's family was the first to take the lead in slaughtering their annual pig. Xuan ran in circles in the yard with a large windmill made of red paper. Today he had a new toy, but the pig's bladder was even more entertaining, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Jiang Shan entered the old courtyard of the Jiang family, glancing at the left ear room, recalling another scene. Last year in the 12th lunar month, his father passed away, clearly stating to Jiang Hongqi during his last moments that since the old man died here, the brothers would surely divide the family. His father had specified the division, including the left ear room and the back cave, to be given to Shanzi. This was also considered his father's last will. After the two brothers partitioned their household, they continued to reside within the same courtyard, which proved to be quite inconvenient given the shared entrance. To remedy this, they decided to enclose a space next door and construct a similar house, allowing Jiang Shan and his family of 3 to move out. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. By March of this year, Jiang Hongqi enlisted the help of several villagers to build a mud and straw house for the brothers, insisting that Jiang Shan and his wife relocate by the end of May. It was imperative that the straw house be thoroughly dried before their move. Xia Yingying, eager to escape the discontent of her elder brother and sister-in-law, was determined to leave the courtyard despite her advanced pregnancy, which ultimately jeopardized her well-being. Li Wangjun, noticing his cousin's troubled demeanor, pulled him aside and said, "Let us go inside. Today we're having a pig slaughter feast. Do not argue with your brother about the separation. You cannot carry this house with you." Upon entering the main room, Jiang Shan sensed the peculiar glances directed at him from several individuals. Jiang Wanshou, Jiang Shan's paternal uncle and a butcher in his 50s, sharpened his knife on a whetstone without raising his gaze, inquiring, "Shanzi, I heard from your brother that you've borrowed Wangjun's mule cart to engage in business and make some money?" Jiang Shan candidly replied, "I have already made 2 trips. Tomorrow will be my 3rd. Jiang Wanshou scoffed, "Shanzi, you would do better to tend to your few acres of land. If running a business were so lucrative, I would have amassed wealth long ago." As the new year approaches, those who engage in such activities become increasingly reckless. Do you believe the police will protect you? 2 years prior, Jiang Wanshou had ridden his bicycle to various villages collecting eggs to sell in the city, only to be robbed along the way. The 4th son of the Zhang family suffered a similar fate. In the face of danger, not only the residents of the 700 household village, but also those from neighboring villages refrained from venturing into the Ulan mining area for business during the new year. The villagers eagerly anticipated Jiang Shan's misfortune, relishing the prospect of his downfall. The others began discussing Jiang Shan's business endeavors. What happened in 88? Did 88 bring opportunities for wealth? They mused. "Shanzi, did you think that after languishing on the Kong for half a month, You could suddenly recover and start running the mule cart for business? People expect you to pay them after a few trips. Do you believe the money you earn is yours? Their insinuation was clear. Jiang Shan was merely earning money for those who would rob him along the way. Li Wangjun, infuriated by their derision, defended Jiang Shan. Can't you say something positive about my cousin? What do you mean he must be robbed? Shanzi has 2 children to support. He needs to buy rice and prepare for the new year. If I don't lend him a hand, who will? Let us see how many coins you're willing to contribute. Li Wangjun scolded the group passionately, his anger mounting, and he contemplated leaving in frustration. Seeing Li Wangjun seething, the conversation shifted away from Jiang Shan's financial struggles to the matter of Zhang Xiao's grave relocation and discussions about Li Wangmin's prospective bride. As December approached, the village of 700 households appeared to be bustling with activity. Jiang Hongqi called out, "Come out to help with the pig. The water is boiling." In total, 7 or 8 people assisted Jiang Hongqi in slaughtering the pig, fetching water, eviscerating, and lifting the meat. The pig yielded a weight of 220 pounds. Achieving such a weight at the year's end was quite impressive, indicating the prosperity of Jiang Hongqi's household. Chun Malian wore a displeased expression, clearly unimpressed by the proceedings. The children who came to assist have gathered, filling the yard and the rooms with 7 or 8 eager faces awaiting the feast of the slaughtered pig. 2 women from the Zhang family have also arrived. In previous years, after the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, these 7 or 8 households would join together for the pig slaughter, each family sharing their respective meals. The courtyard of the Jiang family has never hosted such a multitude for the pig feast. Xuan, playing with a pig's bladder, inflated it like a balloon, cradling it in his arms as it emitted muffled sounds. Other children, eager to join in the fun, were denied by him, leading to a chase that culminated in a scuffle. 2 children ran into the courtyard, wailing for their mothers, which irritated Chun Malian, who muttered complaints about the neighboring women. "Wei Ma, must you bring all 3 of your children to my home for a meal? I can serve you a bowl once the meat is cooked, if that suffices." This was a clear attempt to send them back. Zhang Xiao's wife, with a scowl, stormed out of the kitchen, snatching her 3 children and dragging them home, while scolding them for insisting on coming despite her objections, leaving without tasting a morsel of meat. Xuan shouted after their departing figures, "Don't come back." He wished that Xiaomei from the Jie family would visit his home. As mealtime approached, he urged Xiaomei to return, not wanting her to dine with them. The morning passed without a trace of Xiaomei, filling Xuan with disappointment. Hearing Jie Ba conversing with several people in the main room, he peeked inside, wanting to suggest, "Jie Ba, you have fish at home, and purchased meat too. Why not go back?" However, as Jie Ba was an elder, voicing such a thought could earn him a slap from his father. Growing increasingly frustrated, Xuan took out his anger on the other children. "Cheng, go home, we don't want you. Zhong, you too, don't eat our meat." The other children were pushed out of the courtyard, standing at the gate, pitifully inhaling the aromatic scent wafting from the pot. Their fathers remained inside, unaware that their children had been expelled by Xuan. Jiang Shan, engaged in discussions with his uncles, overheard Xuan shooing the other children away and feared that Xiaomei might also be dismissed. He quickly exited the room only to find Xiaomei missing, but noticed that his cousin Zhong was also being sent outside. Grasping his younger cousin's hand, he said, "Zhong, let us go to your uncle's house for a meal." Zhong, teary-eyed, replied, "But my parents are at Xuan's house." Confused as to why he could not stay and partake in the feast, Zhong expressed his dismay. "Zhong, your uncle's house has meat as well. But, Jie Biao, did you not slaughter a pig today?" Jiang Shan whispered in Zhong's ear, "We have fish, braised pork, and meatballs. Don't you want to eat?" Zhong instinctively exclaimed, "Really? You have braised pork and meatballs?" The other children followed Jiang Shan, having overheard Zhong's mention of the delightful dishes. As Jiang Shan returned home, 3 or 4 children trailed behind him. Xiaomei exclaimed, "Oh, Zhong, are you coming to my house for dinner? Xuan doesn't he want us? He has such a meanie." Summer Ying, fearing that Xiaomei might envy the pig feast at Xuan's, had prepared braised pork and meatballs early that morning, along with a fried fish and stir-fried garlic shoots with meat and vermicelli. The table was abundantly laden with an array of meat dishes. The aunt kept watch over her 2 children, ensuring they did not covet the meals of others. Hearing the raucous laughter of children from the adjacent yard, little Mei felt a pang of envy. When would children come to play with her in her own yard? Her father, accompanied by Zhong and Cheng, arrived, much to Mei's delight. As the children entered the house, They found a dining table with 8 stools, ample space for them to sit together. Xia Yingying, with a puzzled expression, quietly inquired, "Brother-in-law, how could Zhongzhong be sent away when our cousins are helping at his home?" She had observed the moment when several children were shooed away by the family dog. Jiang Shan shook his head with a wry smile. "Never mind. These children can dine with us. If there's not enough food, we can steam some bread, as long as there is roasted meat and meatballs." The fare on their table was no less than that of a festive pig feast, with each child receiving a bowl of white rice. "Oh, it's all white worm rice." The 2 little girls from the Zhang family curiously asked Mei, "Do you eat worm rice every day?" Mei nodded yes. "My father said that we will eat white rice from now on, not called worm rice." The village primarily consumed yellow millet, with white rice being a luxury purchased only for celebrations, perhaps a single bag for the new year. The Jiang family's pig feast also consisted of yellow millet and cornmeal. In concern for the children choking on fish bones, Jiang Shan meticulously removed the bones piece by piece. The children savored their meal with great delight. At just 6 years old, Mei yearned for companions, and this shared meal significantly deepened her bond with the others. Suddenly, a woman entered the yard, calling for her children. "Tao Tao, Shun Air, why have you come here for dinner?" Xia Yingying lifted the door curtain and stepped outside, cheerfully beckoning. "Aunt, your Tao Tao and Shun Air are already eating. No need to call them. You should join us." The Zhang family aunt looked at Xia Yingying with an odd expression, her words peculiar. "Oh, one might think you are Mei's mother. I won't go in. Just tell my children to come out quickly." Earlier, she had been conversing with a few women about how Jiang Shan's family had no pig for the new year, waiting instead for some from cousin Malian. Little did they know that Chun Malian would not provide a single pound of meat to Jiang Shan's family. Xia Yingying chuckled. "Aunt, once they finish eating, they will play with little Mei." The Zhang woman disregarded her words and yelled into the house, "Tao Tao, if you don't come out, I'll give you a good beating." Reluctantly, the 2 children set aside their bowls and chopsticks, pulled away by their mother to have another pig feast next door at the Xuan's house. The other 2 children finished their meal, wiped their mouths, and rushed outside, eager to boast to Xuan, "We had fish at Uncle Jia's house. Did you eat fish?" The children who had feasted on fish were filled with pride. Xia Yingying sighed with a bittersweet smile. "Brother-in-law, I fear they will come over every day for our meals." "Well, our food cannot be taken for granted. They helped fill our water tank with snow, saving me half a day's work." Mei called the others to help, and Jiang Shan distributed basins, instructing each child to carry a basin of snow into the water tank. Once the tank was full, the remaining snow was poured into the newly dug well in front of the house. After digging a 10-meter deep water cellar for half a day, a layer of red clay was spread, followed by a layer of cement mortar. Jiang Shan planned to return with several bags of cement. Having learned from Li Wanjun that his family had stored a few bags, which had been untouched for a year and had begun to clump. Even in the depths of winter, one could still mix mortar for the water cellar. Once the bags of cement were brought back, a layer was spread across the bottom of the cellar, which was left to dry for 3 days until it was ready to hold snow. The children eagerly assisted, carrying snow in bowls to pour into the water cellar. Xiao Ying provided them with gloves to scoop snow, tucked candies into their pockets, and gifted each a red apple. "Uncle, must the water cellar be filled?" "It surely won't be filled today. We shall continue tomorrow. Go and play." The children, proudly clutching their red apples, lingered around the dog for a while. The dog, demanding an apple, threw a tantrum, leading to his father slapping him, resulting in the child crying for most of the day in the courtyard. In the main house, several men sat in a circle playing cards, overhearing Chun Malian scolding both her children and her husband. After finishing their game, the prospect of a shared dinner seemed bleak, prompting each to depart one by one. Before leaving, they borrowed a piece of meat from Jiang Hongqi to take home. After the 8th day of the 12th month, families had slaughtered pigs, so returning borrowed items was simply a matter of accounting. Chun Malian was reluctant to return 20 pounds of meat to Jiang Shan's family, and she was equally disinclined to lend to others who requested a few pounds. The group of 7 or 8 men left empty-handed, their hearts heavy with resentment. Once they departed, Jiang Hongqi, filled with frustration, vented to his wife, "You refuse to lend meat to others. Yet do you intend to ignore returning the 20 pounds to Shanxi's family?" Chun Malian's anger flared further. "Their family has meat, fish, and money. Why should I return 20 pounds? If it weren't for my care of their little Bao, that child would have starved long ago." Jiang Hongqi recognized that his wife's assertions were not entirely accurate. The villagers understood the dynamics 2 months prior. Had it not been for Jiang Shan's elder brother and sister-in-law's eagerness to look after little Bao, the child would have been neglected. Lu Fan could have taken the child for care, and someone from Bao's maternal uncle's family would have also stepped in. Jiang Hongqi knew that discussing these matters with his wife would be futile. The celebratory feast of the New Year's pig left him feeling quite conflicted. Was his tension solely due to Jiang Shan? Had the young man not assisted with the pig and feathers today, Jiang Hongqi would have had a valid reason to withhold the 20 pounds of meat. Yet Jiang Shan had managed to maintain a facade that left others unable to fault him, which deeply frustrated Jiang Hongqi. Certain situations had become increasingly perplexing for him these past days. Jiang Shan, who had languished for over a month, suddenly appeared revitalized, as if transformed. Possessing the means to purchase rice, flour, and even fish and meat, and daring to negotiate with the village chief for a mule cart to conduct business. If this continued, by the arrival of spring in March, he would truly transport bricks and timber to build a new house, leaving Jiang Hongqi to ponder where his own dignity would reside. He remarked to the villagers that Jiang Shan, single-handedly raising 2 children, required the support of his elder brother. Jiang Hongqi had initially supported this brother, allowing Xiaomei to work in his home before sending little Bao away. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically during this time. Jiang Hongqi felt an impending burden looming ahead. Chapter 30. Do you have lambs for sale? The day after the annual pig slaughter at Jiang Hongqi's home, before noon, Jiang Shan, accompanied by several children, busied himself with collecting snow for their water cellar. With this half-cellar of snowmelt, the family would have sufficient water until March for their well. This task was more vital than earning $1,000. With this reservoir of water, Jiang Shan felt a true sense of tranquility. After lunch, he ventured out for the 3rd round of business. Li Wangjun arrived with a mule cart to assist him. As the village head, he was preoccupied with one thought. When his cousin Shanzi returned from the 3rd trip, he would receive another 100 yuan. He had refrained from asking for 100 during the first 2 trips, but now he eagerly anticipated it. If he could gather 300 yuan, he would have repaid his borrowed money, regardless of whether he ultimately earned 5,000 or not. The prospect of drilling a well in spring seemed improbable to Li Wangjun. Brother, have you eaten? Jiang Shan inquired. I have, just the stir-fried meat slices. Could your elder brother spare me a bowl of meat? Although Chun Melian had not lent meat to others, Lu Fan, being the village head's wife, returned home with a bowl of cooked meat. Enough to last until after the 8th day of the 12th month, when they would slaughter their own pig. Moreover, when Shanzi went out, he shared half of the fish and meat with Lu Fan, ensuring her family enjoyed a splendid diet during this period. Li Wangjun felt no embarrassment as he urged Jiang Shan to hurry with his mule cart, and since they each had needs, there was no need for excessive formalities. Li Wangjun asked Xia Yingying, "Did your sister-in-law bring you any meat?" Xia Yingying replied dismissively, "My family lacks for nothing in terms of meat. I don't require her to bring me a bowl." Li Wangjun, quite anxious, responded, "Yingying, I wasn't suggesting she bring you a bowl. I meant that she owes your family 20 pounds. What she took over was supposed to be for Xiaomei and Shanzi to eat. Have Xiaomei or Shanzi had even a bite? Why should they not return it?" Li Wangjun then turned and went to Jiang Hongqi's house, raising his voice to address the matter. "Cousin Hongqi, yesterday you mentioned that after slaughtering the pig, you would return 20 pounds to Jiang Shan. When will you do so? If you do not return it, you might as well forfeit your share of the 300 pounds of relief grain come March. I am stating this plainly." After making his point, Li Wangjun returned to Jiang Shan's home. "Shanzi, keep an eye on whether he repays. He seems to have forgotten our brotherhood and my status as your cousin. He should not expect to receive 300 pounds of corn. In our village of 700 households facing a grain shortage, each year in March, the authorities provide each family with 300 to 500 pounds of relief grain." Jiang Shan chuckled lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Li Wangjun asked, irate. "Village head cousin, you're not merely asking my elder brother to return 20 pounds of meat. You are instigating a quarrel between them." Just as Jiang Shan finished speaking, he heard Chun Melian yelling at Jiang Hongqi. Jiang Hongqi wanted to return the 20 pounds of meat, but Chun Melian was adamantly refusing, and naturally, the couple began to argue. Li Wangjun shook his head. "Shanzi, see, have I ever quarreled with your sister-in-law like that? No, right?" Jiang Shan nodded. "Indeed, you and my sister-in-law have never quarreled. You two get along splendidly, which is why you can serve as our village head." Li Wangjun grinned as the commotion continued next door, with Chun Melian shouting and the child, Xuan Xuan, crying loudly. as if the heavens were shaking. Shanzi, let them be. Are you taking your cart out, or are you heading to the county town first? Today, I shall not venture into the county town. Instead, I will attend to matters in several villages. There is no need for the mule cart today. I shall make use of it tomorrow. Li Wangjun is perplexed, wondering what business could possibly be conducted in the other villages. Shanzi, you are not utilizing the mule cart today. Had you clarified this last night, I wouldn't have to return it. Li Wangjun further instructed Jiang Shan to transport coal. On your return journey, bring back 500 pounds of coal for your family. Ensure it is not exhausted before you go. In the event of another heavy snowfall, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Jiang Shan inquired, Cousin, I asked you to compile a list of families in Gaoya town and its surrounding villages who possess a large number of sheep. Have you completed the enumeration? Li Wangjun produced a sheet of paper detailing which families in the vicinity of Gaoya town raise sheep. This is all I know. They are our relatives. You might inquire further, Shanzi. Are you truly intent on pursuing this venture? I shall give it a try. From this day forth, Jiang Shan intends to embark on this business endeavor. For every family with lambs ready for market, Jiang Shan would provide half the payment up front, arrange for slaughter, and subsequently pay the remaining amount. After canvassing the area, Jiang Shan hopes to acquire lamb meat worth 1,000 yuan to sell in the mining district for a profit. He shared this plan with Li Wangjun the previous evening, prompting Li Wangjun to tally the sheep ownership in several villages. Jiang Shan carefully folded the paper inscribed with names and made arrangements for Xiao Mei before leaving. Xiao Mei, keep an eye on your aunt. Do not wander next door to play with Xuan, lest you incur your aunt's wrath. I understand. I want to seek him out. Xiao Zhong and Wei Wei are coming to play with me. The neighbors are unreliable, and the village chief resides far away. It is unlikely he could monitor the area continuously. Jiang Shan contemplated acquiring a couple of puppies for guarding. With determination, Jiang Shan set forth along the village path. Li Wangjun sighed. In a village of 700 households, no one else would brave the cold to pursue such a venture. It is not that others cannot endure the hardship, but rather the fear of being ambushed, robbed, or worse. Jiang Shan first visited a relative from the Wei family in Haichai-go to procure sheep. The path between the two mountains was blanketed in snow, indicating that no one had traversed this area for some time, prompting Jiang Shan to tread carefully. After 2 hours, he arrived at the doorstep of the Wei family by 3 in the afternoon. Is this the residence of Wei Bangxing? Jiang Shan inquired at the entrance. A man emerged promptly, asking, Which relative are you? Jiang Shan smiled warmly. I am Li Wangjun's cousin, Jiang Shan. I have come to procure lamb meat from your family, offering you the best price for convenience. The relatives of the Wei family, known for their warmth, welcomed him inside. You seek lambs, do you? Some are available. Come in. Let us discuss. We are all relatives from the Jiang family, and we support one another during both joyous and sorrowful occasions. Jiang Shan was ushered into the house, where he articulated his intentions. Wei Bangxing offered him a cup of brewed tea. You are the youngest son of Jiang Wanshi? Jiang Shan nodded, responding, My father passed away last October. Now, only my elder brother and I remain of our lineage. Wei Bangxing nodded in understanding. Then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, I have heard from relatives that 20 years ago, your father brought back a child from elsewhere to raise. Could that child be you? Cousin, it is I. The villagers often say that I am not my father's son, that I do not belong to the Jiang family. Let them say what they will. I have also heard that you are the son of your father's comrade. Have you ever investigated this matter? The mention of the Wei family's relatives stirred a chaotic flurry of memories within Jiang Shan regarding the original owner's identity. Over 20 years ago, when I was merely 3, I seem to have no recollection of how Jiang Wanshi brought me to the Chibai village for nurturing. Jiang Shan shook his head. I have forgotten, cousin. It is getting late. How many lambs do you have ready for sale? There are 5 today, waiting for old who to come and collect them. If the snow falls, they won't come. What price will you offer? Jiang Shan rubbed his hands together. I will not take live sheep. You help me process them, and I will pay you 2 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Wei Bangxing's mind raced, and he swiftly calculated that this price was better than what others offered for live sheep, despite the labor involved. Cousin, if you can prepare 1 lamb, I will give you an additional 5 yuan. Wei Bangxing readily agreed. All right, I will process them and hang them up for you. When will you come to collect them? Tomorrow morning, I will leave 100 yuan as a deposit. I will certainly come for the meat. Having concluded the business with the Wei family, Jiang Shan emerged from Haichai-go and ventured to several villages on the Dashan. With only 1,000 yuan in hand, he was still 4,000 short of purchasing a motorcycle. Gritting his teeth against the biting wind and swirling snow, he continued on foot. Chapter 31. The arrival of Xia's brother-in-law after a day of running errands. Jiang Shan secured 500 pounds of lamb meat from 3 villages and returned home just as darkness fell. The expression on Xia Yingying's face was filled with concern. Brother-in-law, where did you have dinner? I did not eat. I could still enjoy tea at a relative's house. The sheep farmers have been doing well these past 2 years, which leaves me puzzled as to why not a single household in Chibai village raises sheep. It seems rather odd. Jiang Shan pondered this dilemma throughout his journey, unable to comprehend the villagers' reluctance to raise sheep. Was it agreed upon? Xia Yingying inquired. Yes. We agreed on 500 pounds to be delivered to the mining area tomorrow morning. How much can you earn from that? Xia Yingying was not merely asking about the profit. She felt sympathy for the hard work her husband endured. Jiang Shan responded cheerfully, insisting he did not find it burdensome. I earn 1 yuan per pound. During my previous trips to the county for miscellaneous goods, I made between 300 to 400 yuan in 3 days. Now, selling lamb meat, I can earn 500 yuan in 3 days. Brother-in-law, that is quite good. Who in the village can earn 500 yuan in 3 days? Xia Yingying calculated that if things went well, by around the 23rd of the 12th month, her brother-in-law could have several thousand yuan in hand. With money in his possession, he could also provide a sum for Xiao Bao's grandparents, ensuring that Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao were well taken care of. Jiang Shan spoke earnestly. Yingying, we must not compare ourselves to the people of Chibai village. If we are to compare, let it be with those outside. Out there, businesses earn 5,000 a day. Brother-in-law, you jest. Who earns 50,000 in a day? Jiang Shan thought to himself, just wait and see. When spring arrives, we shall see if I can earn 5,000 in a single day. The beginning of any endeavor is fraught with difficulty. The first 10,000 is the hardest to secure. Once that first 10,000 is in hand, by March, Jiang Shan had already devised a plan to double that amount in no time. Then, it would be a matter of making money with money, rather than traversing the countryside to secure 500 pounds of lamb meat. Jiang Shan inquired, where is Xiao Mei? At my cousin's house. I am studying with Zhongzhou. Jiang Shan, feeling the warmth of the roasted meat, lifted the little one and pressed his cheek against the child's. Good boy. Call me daddy. At just over 6 months old. How could he possibly call me daddy? Smart children can call daddy at 6 months. Don't you believe it, Yingying? I have truly never seen a 6 or 7-month-old child call daddy, replied Xia Yingying. The little one, annoyed by his father's affectionate nibbling on his chin, stretched out his arms to his mother, expressing his desire not to be held by his father. Suddenly, as he babbled, his mother called out 3 times. Jiang Shan was taken aback, noticing the astonishment on Xia Yingying's face. Yingying, has the little one started calling you mama? Not really. He just makes that sound when he's anxious. What if he genuinely calls you mama? Jiang Shan inquired playfully. Xia Yingying took the little one in her arms and kissed his cheek without hesitation, then let him call. Are you asking on purpose? Just as Jiang Shan was about to respond to her question, the door creaked open from outside, and a voice called out, Sister, my brother has arrived, Xia Yingying remarked, handing the little one back to his father before turning to lift the curtain and ask, Jingjing, how did you come here? Xia Jingjing stood in the courtyard, pushing a bicycle. Jiang Shan recalled how his brother-in-law had cried for 3 days at his wife's funeral, harboring resentment towards Jiang Shan, leading to a brawl between them. Sister, weren't you supposed to take our nephew back? Since the person who was to hold the child has yet to appear, how could I not come to check on you? Xia Yingying had not been seen at Jiang Shan's house for quite some time, and Xia Jingjing, unable to wait any longer, rode over. Jiang Shan, gathering his thoughts about his brother-in-law, welcomed him inside. Come in and warm yourself. You must have ridden all day, from morning till night, and you must be cold and hungry. It was entirely normal for this fellow to show a sour demeanor towards his brother-in-law. The root of his sister's death lay in Jiang Shan's shortcomings in caring for her. If the brother-in-law had been capable, would he have been ostracized by the Jiang family or forced to reside in an unfinished thatched house to give birth? Xia Yingying hurriedly prepared braised pork and meatball soup for her younger brother, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Xia Jingjing, slightly irked, asked Yingjia, are you not going back? Xia Yingying retorted, Jingjing, I thought you would come looking for me after 5 days of me being away. Yet it took you 8 days to show up. Mom and Dad are too cold to come, and you, a 16-year-old lad, can't come either? You visited my brother-in-law's house in Chibai village before. Xia Jingjing's eyes lit up upon seeing the meatballs. Oh, did you guys kill a pig? No. Your brother-in-law made some money from his business and bought the meat. Only then did Xia Jingjing notice Jiang Shan's legs, astonished. When did my brother-in-law's legs get better? Xia Yingying answered on his behalf. He was fine before I came. Don't worry about him. He can now go to Antai County for business. Xia Jingjing felt that the atmosphere in this house was vastly different from that in November, and his brother-in-law seemed to exude an entirely new aura. Sister, when will you return home? Xia Jingjing asked, his primary concern evident. He had traveled a long distance today to check on his sister, seeing how she was faring while helping to care for the child. The room was warm, the food was meat, and his sister's face bore no signs of worry. It seemed there was nothing to be concerned about. I will return after the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. Please explain to our parents clearly. I will bring Xiaomei and Xiaobao back with me then. Upon hearing Sister Ying express her intention to stay until the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Xia Jingjing's countenance revealed her discontent. Sister, why not return together tomorrow, bringing along Xiaomei and Xiaobao? Summer Yingying shot her brother a disapproving glance. What about your brother-in-law? I've promised Sister Wan to keep an eye on him, and I cannot leave this place for a few days. You should return alone tomorrow. No way. Dad insisted that I bring you back. If you do not return, I shall not go either. Sister Yingying, her fair visage now clouded with displeasure, retorted. Are you disregarding your sister's wishes? Just as the siblings seemed poised for an argument, Jiang Shan interjected. Yingying, is this how you speak? Your brother-in-law has just arrived. He has yet to acclimatize. Why send him home tomorrow? Let him stay a few days. Yingying appeared vexed by her younger brother's presence. Stay? Where would he reside? Surely he won't impose on cousin the village chief, will he? He will return tomorrow to clarify matters with our parents. Once the 23rd has passed, I shall go back. Though Summer Yingying would soon be a mother of two, she felt compelled to return home before the new year. On the surface, she appeared as a single woman unwed, and it was inconceivable for her to celebrate the new year at her brother-in-law's home. With Sister Wan gone, her assistance in raising the children could not serve as an excuse. Yet, deep down, Yingying was reluctant to leave. She undoubtedly wished for a means to stay, though none existed. Jingjing, I assure you I shall construct a new brick house by March, and you will have a place to stay. The memory of the late October passing of their second sister weighed heavily on Xia Jingjing's heart, causing him to strike his brother-in-law in frustration, leaving him dazed and incapacitated. Do not boast. What will you use to build a new house? If you possess the means, do not ask my sister for money. This remark incited anger in Summer Yingying. Jingjing, I have no funds to provide your brother-in-law. You should see that he can earn money on his own. Xia Jingjing was perplexed by the sudden shift in Yingying's demeanor. Just 8 days prior, she had declared her intention to return home with Xiaomei and Xiaobao, indifferent to the fate of the men in the Jiang family. Yet now, her decision to remain until after the 23rd day was puzzling. What was there to linger over in this dilapidated dwelling? Although it had been newly constructed in March, the adobe was old, and the wooden beams were aged, with the thatched roof already darkened with time. As Xia Jingjing surveyed the rundown house, he noted that some items were new, including a fresh stove, amounting to a mere 100 yuan, clearly the funds Sister Yingying had brought for him. He had envisioned returning home with her and the 2 children, intending to use her money to buy cough medicine for their parents. Summer Yingying extracted 50 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Xia Jingjing. When you return, go to our county town and purchase a new set of clothes for the new year, as well as a set for our parents. I lack the time to attend to these matters. Xia Jingjing, curiosity etched upon his face, inquired, Sister Yingying, have you not exhausted your funds? My brother-in-law has made some earnings from his business lately. I haven't utilized my money, and I am not financially strained. Xia Jingjing cast a curious glance at his brother-in-law, surprised that he had managed to earn money through his business endeavors. Outside, Xiaomei called out excitedly, Uncle. She lifted the curtain and entered the room, her face lighting up at the sight of her uncle, though she did not rush to embrace him. The memory of her mother's death and the incident where her uncle knocked her father unconscious remained vivid in her mind, having occurred just months prior. Xiaomei, how about you and your brother visit Grandma? Xia Jingjing gently pulled Xiaomei into her embrace. Is Auntie leaving too? Xiaomei inquired. Yes, Auntie is leaving tomorrow, came the reply. Xia Yingying quickly interjected. Xiaomei, don't listen to your uncle's nonsense. Auntie isn't leaving. She will take care of you and your brother. Xia Jingjing exclaimed. He wants you to take care of them? Feeling the weight of 3 pairs of eyes upon her, Xia Jingjing found it peculiar that Ying Jie seemed to have taken on the role of Xiao Mei's mother, reminiscent of Wan Jie. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Would Jiang Shan use the pretext of needing Annie to care for the children to keep Ying Jie in their home long-term? Such a notion seemed implausible. Ying Jie was meant to teach at a secondary school in the provincial capital. How could she remain by her brother-in-law's side? What were the Jiang family thinking? Despite her 100 reassurances, she believed that during this winter break, Ying Jie would only stay with the Jiang family for a short while. Chapter 32. This home grows ever more stable at 16. Xia Jingjing was still a boy easy to please. His sister had given him 50 yuan, and he promised to return the following day. He would assist his brother-in-law with some kind words in front of their parents. That night, as he went to bed, he found himself pulled away by Li Wangjun, who engaged him in a lengthy discussion. Jingjing, if your uncle truly cared for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, he would let Ying Jie stay a bit longer. The children have their father and an aunt who acts like a mother. How wonderful is that? Tomorrow, you and your sister should take Xiao Bao home. Not only is it inconvenient for the long journey in this frigid weather, but if Xiao Bao goes to your home, he will be without his father and sister, losing half of his world. Moreover, consider your brother-in-law. While others are still nestled in bed, he is out at dawn, driving a mule cart to earn a living. Lu Fan also chimed in with a barrage of words, all conveying the same message. Letting Jie stay until the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month before leaving, and you should speak kindly to your parents. With the persistent encouragement from Li Wangjun and Lu Fan, Xia Jingjing's initial resistance began to fade. Regardless of the circumstances, Ying Jie was acting out of love for the children. The next morning, Xia Jingjing returned to his brother-in-law's home, enjoyed a breakfast prepared by Ying Jie, and felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei. He took some candies and 100 yuan, dressed warmly, and prepared to head back. Jingjing, this 100 yuan is for our mother. Make sure you don't spend it, his sister reminded him. Understood, sister. So it's settled. On the evening of the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month at 8:30. I'll meet you and Xiao Bao at the train station in Ningyan County. As Xia Jingjing departed, Xia Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. She did not wish for any family members to disrupt their lives during this time leading up to the new year. Jiang Shan was diligently earning money, allowing her to focus on caring for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao until the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month when she would return to her family. In the village of 700 households, rumors had already begun to circulate, suggesting that Xia Yingying had remained to be the mother of Jiang Shan's children, essentially becoming his wife. Everyone went to watch her as she gracefully donned her summer attire, reminiscent of Jiang Shan's wife. Li Wangjun, serving as the village head, made his rounds, attempting to quell the gossip that had arisen. Are you all blind? Can't you see that Jiang Shan is either away for the night or staying at our home? Who has ever seen Jiang Shan sharing a roof with Xia Yingying? He reiterated emphatically, she is Xia Yingying, a graduate of the Normal University, destined for employment in the provincial capital. It is utterly impossible for Xia Yingying to become Jiang Shan's wife. Yet, the villagers were unconvinced by Li Wangjun's explanations. Oh, village head, why bother with such earnestness and explanations? Everyone is merely joking around, and deep down, we all hope that Xia Yingying truly becomes Jiang Shan's wife. That would be a splendid affair. Otherwise, let's devise a plan to bring them together, host a few tables for a celebratory feast. After all, Shanzi has made some money in business. Setting up a few tables shouldn't be an issue, right? Li Wangjun felt that among the 700 households in the village, apart from himself and Lu Fan, the rest were not to be trusted. In truth, Li Wangjun secretly wished for Xia Yingying to become Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao's mother, and Jiang Shan's wife. Why else would Xia Yingying have pursued a degree at the Normal University? Her status as a graduate stood like a formidable wall in Jiang Shan's path. How could he ever surmount it? Jiang Shan would leave in the morning and return the following afternoon, bringing Li Wangjun an additional 100 yuan on the third trip, 150 on the fourth, and 200 on the fifth. Li Wangjun's hands trembled as he received the money. Shanzi, this is truly excessive. The villagers are talking about me. You needn't compensate me in such a manner for using my mule cart. By the sixth and seventh trips, Jiang Shan handed him 220 yuan. Shanzi, this is too much. Cousin, I have mentioned that you should take 30% of the profits. With your presence in the village, Yingying could stay at my home until the 23rd day of the 12th month. This is the money you rightfully deserve. Besides, this money is not for your personal use. You claimed it would go towards drilling a well for our village. Li Wangjun's heart still raced with anxiety. But Shanzi, Drilling a well requires contributions from every household. It cannot be solely your responsibility to gather 5,000 yuan. Cousin, just rest assured and take it, Jiang Shan urged. Li Wangjun dreamt of holding 5,000 yuan to fund the well for the village. With Jiang Shan's words, he steeled himself to accept the money. By the 8th trip, he had amassed 1,000 yuan. Shanzi, consider this your contribution. I will hold on to it, and you need not worry. I shall not squander a single cent. But we'll wait until after the new year in March to drill the well for our village. After the 8th day of the 12th month, the residents of the 700 households began to prepare for the new year. With those from the Wulan mining district and the 903 rare earth industrial zone eager to stockpile festive goods. Lamb was especially sought after in their vicinity. Jiang Shan could earn a guaranteed 500 yuan by transporting 500 jin of meat. Little did Li Wangjun comprehend the hardships Jiang Shan endured on his journeys. He had accompanied him on 2 trips, traversing 7 or 8 villages beneath the steep cliffs of the town. His knees ached, making it difficult to continue. He was reluctant to embark on a 3rd trip, claiming he would keep an eye on the idle men in the village to prevent them from dismantling Jiang Shan's earthen walls. After the 8th day of the 12th month, the villagers began slaughtering their New Year pigs, preparing a jar of offal, marinating a vat of meat, and setting aside half a vat of lard. With enough ribs to last until the 15th day of the 1st month, the villagers resumed their discussions about Jiang Shan, remarking that although he ventured into business, his household lacked a New Year pig and marinated meat. What was there to envy about him? As night fell, Jiang Shan returned, leading a mule cart that carried a hefty black pig weighing 200 pounds. Li Wangjun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you buy this pig?" "At the market in Gaoya town, someone brought a live pig for sale, and I bought it on a whim. We'll slaughter it together with your family's pig," Jiang Shan replied. Coincidentally, Li Wangjun's family was set to butcher their annual pig the following day, making Jiang Shan's acquisition quite timely. Who would dare claim that Jiang Shan's family lacked a festive pig or a jar of cured meat? With the head, trotters, and offal, this was a rare culinary delight to savor throughout the year. Xia Yingying gazed at a bowl of pig offal, covering her mouth in disgust, and grumbled. "Why did you insist on buying a pig? I cannot handle this." "Don't worry, my cousin's wife offered to help us with it. So you won't have to lift a finger," Li Wangjun reassured her. "But isn't your cousin's wife busy with her own family?" Clutching the 1,000 yuan that Jiang Shan had earned, Li Wangjun felt a twinge of anxiety, constantly pondering how to repay his cousin's kindness. He would gladly assist Jiang Shan with the butchering of this 200-pound pig, and even welcome Jiang Shan's entire family to celebrate the new year at his home. Lu Fan summoned 2 women from the Li family to assist Jiang Shan's household in preparing the cured meat. As they chatted amiably, Lu Fan couldn't resist mentioning that Jiang Shan shared a portion of his earnings with her husband. The 2 women agreed, stating that it was only fair, given that he borrowed their mule cart, stayed at their home, and received so much assistance. However, they noted that they hadn't seen his brother and sister-in-law extend similar help to Jiang Shan's family. Such remarks, spoken by the 2 women, inevitably reached the ears of Chun Malian. This time, instead of arguing, she wept to Jiang Hongqi. "How are we supposed to live like this? Your brother is clearly giving us a cold shoulder." Jiang Hongqi had recently taken to smoking dry tobacco, his face etched with worry. He had assumed that Jiang Shan would only make a few trips with the mule cart for household expenses, but to his dismay, the 8th and 15th days of the 12th lunar month passed, and Jiang Shan continued to make trip after trip. Rumor had it that he had already earned at least 4,000 yuan. As Jiang Shan's endeavors flourished, Jiang Hongqi's frown deepened. Chun Malian lamented. "How can we allow this to continue? Are we just going to watch him build a brick house next door?" Jiang Hongqi was consumed with anxiety. He could not find peace at home, losing his appetite during the day and struggling to sleep at night. The cold took a toll on him, leaving him with a fever. After lying on the Kong for 5 days, consuming a bowl of medicine daily, he was barely recovering. Xia Yingying announced she would return home on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, and indeed, she remained steadfast in her plans. Their household appeared increasingly stable, as if Jiang Shan had not lost a wife, with Xia Yingying seemingly fulfilling that role. Jiang Hongqi mustered the strength to rise. He needed to venture out to the county town. What was old Zhou up to? Was he going to sit idly by while he watched Jiang Shan earn money trip after trip? Would he forsake the 500 yuan owed to him? Old Zhou had already spent over 3,000 yuan on eye treatment for his underlings. On the morning of the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, after finishing 2 bowls of hot rice, Jiang Hongqi dressed warmly and pushed his bicycle out the door. Deep down, he was reluctant to seek out old Zhou in the county town, yet necessity compelled him to go. Chapter 33. The long game of fishing for big opportunities. As the mule cart departed, Jiang Hongqi pedaled his bicycle out of the village. He made his way to the county town, specifically to the old Zhou family in Huamiao Alley, navigating the familiar path with ease as though he had done this many times before. Old Zhou sat by the stove, sipping tea, seemingly alone. Upon Jiang's entrance, he stood before him without even a glance, remarking, "I thought you had no intention of returning." "Old Zhou, that lad has been making a trip every 2 days, earning around 4,000 to 5,000. Are you just going to watch idly as this unfolds?" Jiang Hongqi pressed. Only then did old Zhou lift his gaze. "Is it truly 4,000 to 5,000? Your brother seems quite capable." Jiang Hongqi became increasingly agitated. "Old Zhou, I have stated that he is not my brother. He is not a member of the Jiang family." Zhou Wantong scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If you don't consider him your brother, why have you not banished him from your village?" Jiang Hongqi's expression reflected his despair. Not only had he failed to expel Jiang Shan from the 700-house village, but the young man had also made 10 successful mule cart trips, accumulating a substantial amount of money, of which he had given 1,000 to the village chief. This situation filled Jiang Hongqi with mounting anxiety day by day. If Jiang Shan continued on this path, by the time the new year arrived, he would have 5,000 or 6,000 in hand, and by March, he would be a household worth 10,000. Such a trajectory was intolerable. "Old Jiang, I understand your intentions. You want me to put an end to his business," old Zhou remarked. Jiang Hongqi delivered a frozen pig leg to old Zhou, its hardness evident, and placed it on the doorstep. Chen Malian was unwilling to return 20 pounds of meat to Jiang Shan's family, and Jiang Hongqi chose not to press the issue, turning a blind eye for this very reason. He wished to present old Zhou with a pig leg. "Old Zhou, I've been unwell for several days, too weak to venture outside. I finally felt better today and hurried to find you." Old Zhou sipped his tea, neglecting to pour any for his guest, his demeanor cool and detached. "Jiang Hongqi, can you be certain he carries several thousand when he goes out? How can I retrieve it halfway?" This inquiry left Jiang Hongqi at a loss for words. He too was uncertain whether Jiang Shan always left with a significant amount of cash. He had searched Jiang Shan's home, but found neither the promissory note nor any substantial sums. "Has he perhaps deposited the money in the bank?" Jiang Hongqi ventured. "Absolutely not. I am well aware of this. Do not think I have not been following his movements," old Zhou asserted. Jiang Hongqi placed his trust in old Zhou's words within the confines of Antai County. Old Zhou was the most vigilant about which villagers dared to venture out and earn money, and whether they had come to the bank to deposit it. This was a point of admiration for Jiang Hongqi regarding old Zhou. "You do not know how much he carries, nor do you know if he has hidden any money at home. Why then have you come to me?" Old Zhou pressed. Jiang Hongqi fidgeted. "Old Zhou, I heard from our village chief that he has managed to save 4,008. He plans to go to the provincial capital to purchase a Lantu tricycle. With just 2 more trips, he will have the funds. You cannot possibly allow him to buy a Lantu, can you?" If Jiang Shan were to acquire a Lantu tricycle before the new year, Jiang Hongqi felt it would spell his own doom. In the 700-house village, how could Jiang Shan justify purchasing a Lantu tricycle? His intention in separating Jiang Shan was to ensure he endured hardship, not to see him with several thousand in hand to buy a new vehicle. A glimmer of realization sparked in old Zhou's eyes. "Jiang Hongqi, this is indeed a piece of good news. Keep a close watch on your brother and inform me when he intends to travel to the provincial capital to purchase a Lantua tricycle. Before he departs, please relay the message to me promptly." Jiang Hongqi was panting heavily, sounding quite anxious. "Lao Zhou, today is the 20th, and by the 23rd, he might be taking his children's aunt back to Ningyan County. His 2 children will accompany him, and he may spend the new year at his father-in-law's house. Just consider, would he leave money at home? He will certainly carry it with him." Jiang Hongqi's purpose in seeking out Lao Zhou was primarily to share this information. Lao Zhou's face lit up with excitement as he handed him a cup of hot tea, inviting him to sit down and elaborate. Jiang Hongqi explained that Xia Yingying is the twin sister of Xia Huanhuan, and during this winter break, she is helping Jiang Shan look after the children. She plans to return on the 23rd of the 12th month, and Jiang Shan will drive her and the children to the train station in Antai County. This presents an opportunity for Jiang Shan to purchase a Lantua while he is there, doesn't he? He must be carrying a substantial amount of money on him. Upon hearing Jiang Hongqi's explanation, Lao Zhou felt a surge of excitement. If this is indeed the case, Jiang Shan's trip to the train station in Ontai County could be the moment when he carries the most money, presenting a prime opportunity for action. Jiang Hongqi, on the 23rd of the 12th month, whether or not he sends someone off, you must provide me with accurate information. Lao Zhou, how can I relay the message to you? The carrier pigeons are no longer an option. That fellow has grown suspicious, and I fear complications may arise. Lao Zhou gritted his teeth in frustration. Jiang, can you not be more attentive? How many people under my command use carrier pigeons without issue, yet you encounter problems? Jiang Hongqi felt increasingly despondent, unsure of how to proceed. Very well, on the 23rd of the 12th month, as soon as your brother leaves. You must come to notify me immediately. Surely, you can cycle faster than he can drive the mule cart. Now, you may return. Jiang Hongqi departed from Lao Zhou's courtyard. On the surface, it appeared that he had come to the county town to purchase some New Year's goods, firecrackers, soybeans, peanuts, and persimmon cakes, his bicycle laden with bags for the journey home. After sending Jiang Hongqi away, Lao Zhou appeared deep in thought. Jiang Shan was busy collecting lamb meat from several villages around Gaya town, selling it to the Ulan mining area and the 903 rare earth base. Lao Zhou felt he deserved half the credit for Jiang Shan's earnings. Had he not made arrangements with certain individuals? Could Jiang Shan have managed to make his trips so smoothly over the past 20 days? Others operating tractors to the mining area for business had been warned by Lao Zhou's men, causing them to hesitate. With the 23rd of the 12th month fast approaching, it was time to rein in operations. Lao Zhou provided meticulous instructions to his subordinates, awaiting Jiang Hongqi's precise news. Jiang Shan might be carrying several thousand yuan, either to deposit at the bank or to buy a lawn tua tricycle in the provincial capital. Even if he did not have a few thousand, he would certainly ensure that his children's aunt carried a portion of money with her on the journey home. Lao Zhou stroked his chin, pondering that he should not completely exhaust Jiang Shan, as scaring him into hiding would not serve well. He decided to take only 2,000 from the 5,000 Jiang Shan had earned. A slight smile crept across Lao Zhou's face. A long line may catch a big fish in the long run. Relying on Jiang Hongqi for updates seemed unreliable, so his brothers would begin to stake out fixed points starting tomorrow. Jiang Shan's opportunity would arise when he was transporting a woman and a child in the mule cart. Chapter 34. The weather has warmed. Life has improved on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. After lunch, Jiang Shan sat at the edge of the Kong, counting the money in his hands. He had managed to gather 3,000 yuan, tightly bundled with rubber bands. Originally, he possessed 4,500, but he had given his cousin, the village chief, a full 1,000, leaving him with 300 yuan for Ying. This constituted the entirety of the family's assets. The hard-earned money was not as easy to come by as initially imagined. Where were the promised 7 or 8,000? Most of it comprised 10 yuan bills, with even more 1 yuan notes and a few coins. Using Xiao Mei's pencil, he made small marks on each banknote, invisible to casual observation. Summer Ying's expression was not one of joy, but rather of worry. Tomorrow marked the 23rd day of the 12th month, and it dawned on her that she had been at her brother-in-law's home for 20 days. With another identity weighing her down, she was to return to her parental home. Reluctant to leave, her emotions were evident, and her brother-in-law noticed. Ying, what troubles you? Jiang Shan inquired intentionally. It's still cold outside. How can I take Xiao Bao with me? What's the worry? I have already devised a plan. We shall leave tomorrow at noon when the sun is warm. Jiang Shan consented to Summer Ying taking Xiao Bao back to her home for the new year. As a father, he was loath to part with Xiao Bao, yet it was unavoidable. During these 20 days, Xiao Bao had been cradled in Summer Ying's arms, and she had assumed the role of his mother. Xiao Mei declared that she would remain with their father to celebrate the new year. On the second day of the first lunar month, Jiang Shan intended to take Xiao Mei to visit Summer Ying's family. By the 8th day of the first lunar month, Summer Ying would return to Lan City, armed with documentation from the normal university to intern as a teacher at a high school. At this point, Summer Ying's inner thoughts were finally on the verge of articulation. Brother-in-law, I must return to school before the 8th day of the first lunar month. I need to intern at a high school in Lan City, and I wish to take Xiao Bao with me. Can you and Xiao Mei accompany me? Can you remain by my side? As she spoke, Summer Ying felt a surge of anxiety, her gaze fixed on the 3,000 yuan in Jiang Shan's hands. With this money, his prospects of moving to the provincial capital with Xiao Mei had improved significantly. However, she feared he might hesitate to leave. worried about adjusting to life in a bustling city with children. Should he falter? Summer Yingying had devised an alternative plan. Her biological mother could stay nearby to care for Xiao Bao, while her teaching internship would provide a salary, supplemented by Jiang Shan's business earnings. With the child at her side, life in Lan City would be manageable. Yet, this was not Summer Yingying's ultimate goal. She yearned for Jiang Shan, and Xiao made to depart from Kibahu village and join her in Lan City. Jiang Shan, capable of enduring hardship and adept at business, had managed to earn 3,000 yuan in these 20 days, a feat that surprised Summer Yingying. A man with such financial acumen would surely fare well in the provincial capital. Awaiting Jiang Shan's response, she was taken aback when he readily agreed to accompany her. Yingying, I am willing to take Xiao Mei with you to the provincial capital. My children cannot be without their mother. Summer Yingying's hands trembled with joy as she made a concerted effort to conceal her elation. Xiao Mei, bent over the dining table scribbling a few words, abruptly lifted her head at her father's words, glancing between him and her aunt. Is Aunt really going to be with Dad? Is she my mother now? Xiao Mei's heart surged with unparalleled delight, her face flushed with excitement, yet she restrained herself from expressing her exuberance aloud. As the curtain was drawn aside, Zhuang entered the room. Xiao Mei was startled and exclaimed, Zhuang, couldn't you have called out from outside? How annoying. Zhuang, with a grin, replied, Look, I've folded 5 paper airplanes for you. Shall we play together? Everyone else is here. Let's go out and have fun. Several children were waiting at the entrance. While Zhuang spoke, his eyes were drawn to 3 stacks of money secured with rubber bands, which his father was meticulously placing into a canvas bag. Xiao Mei, go play with them for a while, instructed the aunt. Heeding her words, Xiao Mei closed her notebook, put away her pencil, and joined the other children at the door. Outside, Zhuang inquired, Is your father collecting so much money to travel far away? With a tone of pride, Xiao Mei responded, My father is taking us to Grandma's house tomorrow. We're going by train. Have you ever been on a train? Zhuang had never experienced a train ride and gazed at Xiao Mei with envy regarding her upcoming journey. Jiang Hongqi stood at his doorway, observing as Zhuang entered Xiao Mei's yard and then emerged with her. Zhuang, it's time to go home. If you want to play, do it at your own doorstep, he called to his son. Jiang Hongqi further questioned, What did your father say? Zhuang replied, He told me to find Xiao Mei to play and to listen to what her father says. It would be even better to see how much money he has. After spending a considerable time at Xiao Mei's home, Zhuang indeed returned with some valuable information. My father is counting money, stacking it neatly at the edge of the Kong, and then packing it into a bag. Xiao Mei said they are going by train tomorrow. Dad, I want to ride the train too. Jiang Hongqi, excited, rolled a cigarette, scattering tobacco everywhere. It was confirmed. Jiang Shan would indeed escort Xia Yingying to take the train back to Ningyan County at noon the following day. His 8-year-old son proved to be quite useful during critical moments. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Hongqi went to the county town to inform old Zhou, stating that Jiang Shan might take Xia Yingying and Xiao Bao to the train station, carrying several thousand in cash. What was merely speculation on the 20th became certainty today, as Jiang Shan indeed set out with a substantial amount of money to escort Xia Yingying home. Jiang Hongqi spent a sleepless night. On the morning of the 23rd, he was groggily awakened by a series of firecrackers outside Jiang Shan's door. While enjoying breakfast with steamed buns and tea, he told his 3 children that he would buy each of them a new pair of cotton shoes in the city that day. Before leaving, Jiang Hongqi instructed Zhuang, Go see what your father is doing at home right now. Zhuang dashed over and noticed a scattering of red firecracker remnants at Xiao Mei's door. Xiao Mei eagerly asked him, Zhuang, do you dare to set off firecrackers? Zhuang shook his head, expressing his fear of igniting a whole string. Xiao Mei casually asked, Are you going to set off firecrackers today? Why isn't your father doing it? Zhuang proudly replied, My dad is going to the city today to buy me new cotton shoes. With a tone of superiority, he continued, Don't think your dad leaves in the morning and returns at night. Mine does too. My dad rides a bicycle when he goes out. Does your dad ride a bicycle? Does your family even have one? The 2 children chatted at the entrance while Jiang Shan prepared a cart in the yard, laying down a layer of wheat straw, a quilt, and then adding a new blanket. He overheard Zhuang's remark about his father leaving early in the morning and returning only at night. As Jiang Shan furrowed his brow, lost in thought, Jiang Hongqi hastened to the county town to seek out old Zhou, a possibility that could not be overlooked. After delivering offerings to the kitchen god on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Jiang Shan escorted Xia Yingying and Xiao Bao to the train station in Antai County to catch a train back to Ninganyang. Old Zhou had been anticipating this very moment. The 500 yuan had been procured from Old Zhou, and Jiang Hongqi's keen gaze lingered on this matter. Could he and Old Zhou truly let it rest? Jiang Shan called into the house. Yingying, are you all packed? Almost ready. Just need to fill a few more bottles with warm water. The glass bottles for water had been purchased from the health station, each costing a dime. Jiang Shan bought 10 to fill with hot water, sealing them with rubber stoppers to prevent leaks. Xiaomei used these rubber stoppers to play with as spinning tops, as they prepared to send Yingying back to her maternal home. Several hot water bottles were tucked among the blankets, keeping them warm throughout the journey. After a lengthy period of packing, the mule cart was piled high with their belongings. At this midday hour, the sun shone down, making the chill less biting, and Jiang Shan mused that if they arrived at Antai County's train station by 3:30, Yingying and Xiao Bao would not suffer from the cold. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he stole another glance at Xia Yingying, who regarded him with a look that seemed to disdainfully question her brother-in-law. As the mule cart rolled out of the yard, Xia Yingying and Xiaomei shielded Xiao Bao as they settled on the cart. Villagers basked in the warmth of the sun on the slope, their eyes fixed on the village path. As Jiang Shan drove the mule cart out, women and children were seated atop. They called out loudly, "Shanzi, are you taking your wife and children back to her family?" The concerns of Li Wangjun had been cast aside. Jiang Shan, with a light-hearted tone, replied, "Shu, what are you shouting about? Yingying is my child's aunt, not my wife. Come on, Shanzi, once you leave this village, outsiders will see your family as your wife and children." Came the laughter that echoed behind them as the mule cart departed the village. They secretly mocked Jiang Shan, wondering how much he could earn with his industriousness and whether he truly wished for his child's aunt to take on the role of mother and wife. This group's derision seemed to elude Jiang Shan entirely. Xia Yingying appeared indifferent, saying, "Brother-in-law, the snow on the road has melted, the weather is warming up." Indeed, it is the beginning of spring, and the weather is warming, Jiang Shan mused. The spring of 88 arrived in the 12th month, gradually warming the air, turning the roads muddy. And by nightfall, they would be icy again. What occupied Jiang Shan's thoughts were the plans post-New Year, unbeknownst to Xia Yingying, who cradled Xiao Bao on the cart. Before heading to the train station today, they would first stop by the police station in Gaya Town to file a report. Jiang Shan deemed this the most prudent course of action. Dealing with 2 robbers was manageable, but facing 10 or 8 would pose a challenge. Should Old Zhou decide to intervene, the highwaymen blocking the road would number among that many. Xiaomei was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Daddy, today I will see a train." At nearly 7, Xiaomei had never ventured beyond the village, never having laid eyes on a lengthy train. Today, her father would take her to the county to broaden her horizons. What was merely seeing a train? It would be even better to let Xiaomei ride one. The mule cart turned at a fork in the road, heading towards Gaya Town. Xia Yingying, astonished, asked, "Brother-in-law, aren't we going to the county town? We will first stop at our town's police station to make a greeting. It will ensure our safety along the way." Xia Yingying remained silent, clutching Xiao Bao tightly, while urging Xiaomei to snuggle closer to her. Chapter 35. Sending the daughter-in-law and child on a long journey. The mule cart halted in front of the police station. Jiang Shan instructed Yingying and Xiaomei to sit still and wait for a moment while he entered to inquire with an officer in the office. "Is Officer Wen present?" The officer replied curtly, "What business do you have? Speak to me first." Just then, Director Wen emerged from another room, holding a teacup. Adopting a formal tone, "Fellow villager, where are you from, and what is it you wish to discuss?" The leader was unfamiliar with the local villagers. "Director Wen, my name is Jiang Shan, hailing from the 700 households of Gaoya village. Today, I am escorting someone to the train station in the county." As Jiang spoke, he retrieved 3,000 yuan from his canvas bag, holding it in his hand. Director Wen was taken aback. "Comrade Jiang, what is the meaning of this?" "Director Wen, I am not offering you money. Rather, I wish to make it clear that I am carrying 3,000 yuan today. I have a foreboding that I might be robbed along the way. Accompanied by women and children, what do you suggest I do? I must report this in advance." Director Wen sighed in relief, but was also filled with indignation. "Comrade Jiang, you haven't been robbed yet you report this out of suspicion? Should I wait until I am robbed to report it? Will my money be recoverable then?" Jiang Shan's statement held merit. Why do most people refrain from conducting business in the Yuan mining area? It is precisely due to the fear of being robbed en route, with perpetrators escaping, leaving the police unable to pursue. How many cases have been left unresolved, and how many have been discarded? This line of questioning left Director Wen feeling embarrassed, unable to reprimand Jiang Shan. Comrade Jiang, where did you obtain such a sum of money? Few individuals from the villages under Gaoya town possess such wealth. Jiang Shan replied candidly. Since January 8th until today, the 23rd of the 12th month, I have been making trips every other day with the mule cart from Ontai County to the Ulan mining area and then to the 903 rare earth base. Earning this amount, Director Wen stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Shan. Are you the one who has been collecting lamb meat from several villages during this period? Indeed, today I am sending my child's aunt back, and I plan to deposit this money in the bank. I also hope that Director Wen can assist me in ensuring a smooth journey. After pondering for a moment, Director Wen smiled. I and my colleagues are headed to the county bureau for a meeting. I will accompany you. You can travel without worry. This was the attitude Jiang Shan desired. He shook hands with Director Wen and turned to leave, even though Director Wen might not have taken it entirely to heart. His proactive approach in addressing the situation gave Jiang Shan hope that the journey might not be as troublesome as anticipated. Ying, with her nose and mouth securely covered, quietly asked Jiang Shan upon his return, "Did it go well?" "It went well. If we encounter any trouble along the way, do not panic or shout. Just observe how I handle it." Ying nodded in understanding. Jiang Shan had transformed. He was now resolute and unafraid, exhibiting a steadiness that seemed to stem from a different person. In the past, he would heed every word of his elder brother and sister-in-law, and certain matters could infuriate Xia Huanhuan. Memories of Jiang Shan's frustrations with Xia Huanhuan surfaced in Ying's mind. She then reflected that she too had undergone a transformation. As they traveled from Gaoya town towards the county, at 1:30, the sun grew increasingly warm, revealing patches of melting snow across the fields on either side. The mule cart moved at a leisurely pace. Xia Ying harbored another thought. Brother-in-law, you almost didn't allow me to take Xiaomei back with me. Xiaomei cried for 3 days when she couldn't see me. Xiaomei nestled closely against her aunt. During their 20 days together, Xiaomei felt as though her mother was always by her side. She couldn't bear to be apart from her mother, nor from her aunt, even for a moment. Father, you will also celebrate the new year at Grandma's house, right? Jiang Shan turned to his daughter with a smile. That's not possible. I still have several business dealings to attend to. I won't be free until the afternoon of the 30th. The clients at the mining area and the 903 base had just settled down, and any disruption would make it difficult to regain momentum. Xiaomei, your father says that you can stay with your aunt at Grandma's and help her take care of your little brother. You don't need to worry about me. Xiaomei was deeply conflicted, pouting as she pondered her situation. With her aunt taking both her and Xiaobao away, her father would be all alone at home during the new year. No, father, I should stay with you for the new year. Xiaomei, listen to me. Your father will be celebrating with your village chief's uncle. It will be quite lively. I will come to pick you up on the afternoon of the first day. Xia Ying quietly urged Xiaomei, you should stay with your aunt. With grandma, grandpa, and uncle doting on you, wouldn't that make you happier? After careful consideration, Xiaomei's heart leaned towards her aunt and her uncles. All right, father, you must come to pick us up on the second day. A tinge of worry crept into Xia Ying's heart. On the second day of the new year, Jiang Shan would only take Xiaomei with him, and by the 8th day, he intended to bring Xiaobao to the provincial city. Ying, I fear that Jingjing might forget to pick you up. If that happens, I will take you home myself. They had agreed that Jingjing would meet them at Ningyang train station at 8 o'clock that evening. After exiting the station, they would stay overnight at the Ningyang County guest house and then travel 20 more miles to Xinpu Tun, where Xia Ying lived. 20 days prior, Xia Ying had taken a train to Ontai County and then walked to Chibaihu village. In these times, venturing out relied solely on one's 2 legs. Xia Ying was determined to make the journey, her heart tethered to the 2 children. Brother-in-law, have you given serious thought to what I mentioned? Jiang Shan contemplated taking Xiaomei to the provincial city after the new year. He was not merely considering it. This had been his plan all along. Ying, I will certainly come to the provincial city to find you and Xiaobao. By then, I will have more than 3,000 yuan in hand, so rest assured, I will be able to settle down there. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more exciting. That's wonderful. As long as Jiang Shan goes to the provincial city with Xiaomei to rely on her, Xia Ying will have no lingering concerns. Jiang Shan spoke of settling down in the provincial city with a casual demeanor, showing no signs of anxiety. Xia Yingying regarded him with renewed seriousness, finding it curious that he did not resemble the kind of person who would linger in Qibaihu village. After an hour's journey, the mule cart moved further away from Gaoyai town, with over an hour still to go before reaching the county town. As they rounded a large bend, a group of 7 or 8 men clad in military coats awaited by the roadside, about 500 meters from the mule cart. Their bicycles faced the direction of the county town, suggesting they had come down from the northern mining area. Xia Yingying's tone grew slightly tense. "Brother-in-law, is everything all right?" It is likely that the miners returning home for the holiday are waiting by the roadside, perhaps resting after a tiring journey. The mule cart is about to pass them by, accompanied by the cheerful ringing of bicycle bells as they prepare to depart. This place is devoid of villages or shops. They are scattered on both sides of the mule. A man pushing a bicycle suddenly turns and asks, "Fellow villager, where do you come from?" 2 others block the path of the mule cart, while the remaining 5 stand on either side. Jiang Shan knows he cannot escape this encounter. Today marks his arrival. Pretending to be oblivious, he engages with the man who spoke. "I hail from the 700-house village in Gaoya. Heading to the train station in Antai County to see someone off." "Where are you headed?" The leader pulls out a pair of glasses from his pocket and puts them on, revealing a broad grin and prominent teeth as he steps closer. "From 700 houses, right?" "Jiang Shan, we have a debt to settle." Jiang Shan feigns confusion. "What debt?" "Brother, playing dumb are we? Our eyes have been blinded, and the medical expenses have totaled 4,800. You will cover this, correct? You have the money on you?" All 8 of them fix their gazes on Jiang Shan. "Let us not repeat last time. Can you truly blind all 8 of us in one go?" Jiang Shan glances around, contemplating for 3 seconds, and it sounds like a plea for mercy. "I have money on me. I will give it to you. Please do not harm my wife and children." These words reach Xia Yingying's ears. Jiang Shan claims that the people in the cart are his wife and children, which might serve him well in front of these men. "Hand it over then." Jiang Shan presents 3,000 yuan, and the man receiving the money smiles broadly. "Brother, that's the spirit. Feel free to continue your journey. We will protect you from any trouble. You earn 1,000, and we only take 300. How does that sound?" Before Jiang Shan can respond, 4 bicycles appear around the corner in the distance. The 4 riders, clad in police uniforms, are led by one, accompanied by 3 officers. The man collecting the money whispers to Jiang Shan, "No worries, just stay calm." They pass by. When shouts, "Mountain bandit, what are you doing?" Chapter 36. The serious matter of 3,000 yuan. Jiang Shan realizes that one and this group of mountain bandits are quite familiar with each other. The bandit speaks to one with a grin, as if nothing were amiss. "Leader, we just came from the mine to collect our wages and happened to run into the Jiang brothers here. We were merely exchanging pleasantries." They turn their bicycles around, seemingly coming from the same route as Jiang Shan, heading back to Antai County. One looks at Jiang Shan, his tone filled with skepticism. Is what he says true? If the bandit's words hold any truth, the 4 police officers will likely offer nothing more than a warning to work honestly in the mine and refrain from illegal activities. One and his men proceed past the bandits. The bandit's gaze shifts to Jiang Shan, a clear message in his eyes. "Kid, follow our lead." He assumes Jiang Shan will tell one that everything is fine, and they are merely greeting acquaintances. Jiang Shan speaks loudly. In the midst of the turmoil, "I was robbed of 3,000 yuan. Do you, as officers, choose to remain indifferent?" The words struck like thunder, reverberating through the air. "You scoundrel," one shouted, abruptly drawing his weapon, as 3 others followed suit, their guns aimed at the 8 surrounding them. "Everyone, do not move. Crouch down." The expression of the scoundrel was one of shock, his mind racing. "One, do not heed his fabrications. The money I possess is merely our wages." Jiang, without hesitation, interjected loudly. "One, he lies. The 3,000 on him is mine," with each note inscribed with a small Jiang in pencil. The officers pointed their weapons at the 6 individuals. "Crouch down and cover your heads. Scoundrel, empty your pockets." The scoundrel hesitated, but upon being kicked down by one, the officers searched him, uncovering 3 stacks of cash secured with rubber bands, along with a hidden machete beneath his military coat. "You lot, remove your weapons and toss them to the ground." The clattering of metal resonated as the 6 revealed their concealed arms. A note of excitement tinged Wen's voice. "Xiao Lu, cuff them. With the year-end approaching, this is an opportunity to demonstrate our prowess." Even if it were merely 300 yuan stolen, it could result in years of sentencing. Such incidents were not uncommon during this season, and Wen's team was well prepared. Faced with 4 police handguns, the scoundrel realized that any act of defiance would lead to either injury or death, compelling him to obediently don the handcuffs. Jiang fanned the flames further. 1. They claim I blinded their 2 brothers last time and demand 4,008 in compensation. Are they in league with Zhou Wantong? With cuffs upon his wrists, the scoundrel suddenly sprang up, cursing Jiang. Who the hell is allied with that Zhou? Just wait. Crouch down. What are you shouting about? When instructed an officer to ride ahead to the county police station, reporting that they had captured a group of highway robbers and requesting backup to transport them. Jiang gratefully reclaimed his 3,000 yuan, expressing his utmost appreciation to Wen. Thank you for safeguarding me, Wen. Without you, I would not dare to venture out. I shall escort them to the train station and will reconnect with you regarding this matter upon my return tomorrow. Wen glanced at his watch, waving his hand. Hurry along, or you will miss your train. As the scoundrel squatted on the ground, he watched the mule cart gradually recede into the distance, his heart swirling with astonishment and disbelief. This young man was no ordinary foe. He was cunning, feigning weakness while outmaneuvering them. How many villagers would dare to shout so brazenly in the presence of the police? Was this young man courting death? Suddenly, darkness enveloped the scoundrel as he contemplated the fate of his companions. He knew that the 3,000 he had just taken from that young man was irrefutable evidence, enough to condemn him for 7 or 8 years. How could he have fallen into this predicament? The mule cart continued to distance itself from the scene. Jiang turned to Xia Yingying. Are you afraid? Xia Yingying shook her head. Neither Xiao Mei nor I grasped what had transpired. They were indeed bewildered, having encountered no fierce struggle. Do you still not understand? Jiang chuckled. At this moment, it became clear that you intentionally displayed 3,000 yuan for them to seize, and now they are finished. Xia Yingying regarded Jiang Shan with newfound respect, pondering where he had learned such cunning. Yingying, I genuinely intend to deposit this 3,000 yuan in the bank. It was not my intention to let them take it. Xia Yingying, contemplating this, posed a question filled with curiosity. Brother-in-law, the village chief's cousin said you had 4,008, and that after the new year you would buy a Lantu tricycle. Why then do you wish to deposit money in the bank? Jiang Shan replied cheerfully, Yingying, the Agricultural Bank of Antai County has a policy. If you have 5,000 yuan in savings, in March you can withdraw 10,000. I will definitely purchase the Lantu tricycle. Xia Yingying expressed skepticism, questioning whether such a policy truly existed, allowing one to deposit 5,000 and borrow 10,000. The mule cart arrived in the county town, halting before the Agricultural Bank on South Street. Jiang Shan entered for 10 minutes, emerging with a passbook and a smile on his face. I have clarified everything. With 3,000 in savings, you can borrow 5,000. Deposit 5,000. And you can borrow 10,000. Suddenly, Xia Yingying grasped the implications of Jiang Shan's words. By saving the money earned and borrowing a little more, he could expand his business. This man, who had been muddled for 2 months, had suddenly become remarkably lucid, while others in the village remained cooped up at home. Eagerly awaiting the spring festival, few could conceive of bank loans for business ventures after the new year, as they prepared to sow 5 acres of land. After settling the mule in the back courtyard of the inn on South Street, Jiang Shan, already a familiar face at the establishment, was warmly welcomed by the staff. He cradled the little treasure in his arms, while Xia Yingying carried a quilt and guided Xiao Mei, appearing as a family of 4 making their way to the Antai County train station to purchase 4 tickets. Brother-in-law, you really needn't accompany us to Ningyang. It's just a 2-hour journey. No way, there are bad people on the train, and I must ensure your safety until you reach Ningyang. Uncertainty loomed regarding whether Xia Jingjing would come to pick them up. The green train was rather chilly, and Xia Yingying wrapped the quilt around the little treasure, covering Xiao Mei's legs as well. Miss, is this your first train ride? Isn't it fun? Xiao Mei pinched her nose and quietly remarked, it has a strange smell. The little girl remained curious, her eyes scanning the other passengers in the carriage, while the cacophony of voices filled her ears. The train, shuttling between counties, was unexpectedly packed. The little treasure nestled in his mother's embrace, content with warm water mixed with milk powder in his belly, managed to endure the 2-hour ride. Jiang Shan's gaze lingered on Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei. The sensation of this moment felt surreal. Brother-in-law? What is it, Yingying? There's something I'm unsure how to tell you. Jiang Shan straightened up, his eyes fixating on the child who resembled his wife. And with the same tenderness he showed his spouse, he asked, "What is it that you hesitate to share? Whatever troubles you face, I will shoulder them." I sense that it is not just Jingjing coming to meet us, but someone else as well. Is it the child's grandmother or grandfather? Jiang Shan inquired promptly. No. I worry that Li Wentai might come to collect me. Jiang Shan was puzzled, unsure of who Li Wentai was. Brother-in-law, my parents are trying to matchmake him with me. But I have not consented. He insists on pursuing me. Jiang Shan understood now. Her family had pressured Xia Yingying into a relationship, which she was currently reluctant to accept. Brother-in-law inquired, "Is he from your new village in Putin?" Xia Yingying shook her head. "No, he is from Ningyan County, a high school classmate of mine. And we both gained admission to Normal University together." Jiang Shan's understanding deepened. They were high school classmates, well acquainted, having spent 4 years together at Normal University. Their bond even stronger. In the eyes of others, he appeared to be Xia Yingying's suitor. "Do your family members approve?" "Yes, my parents agree, but I am not willing." Jiang Shan grinned and asked, "He is a university student, quite exceptional. Why do you not like him?" Xia Yingying suddenly glared. "What do you mean? I do not like him. That is all there is to it. How else can I explain?" This tone resembled that of a wife. Xia Yingying stayed at her brother-in-law's house in Chibai village for 20 days, not only helping him care for the 2 motherless children, but also evading Li Wentai's advances. Xia Yingying found herself entangled in another dilemma. Chapter 37. A matter yet to be defined. Xia Yingying's intuition was correct. It was not only her younger brother who had come to greet her, but also someone who wished to pursue her. At 8:30 in the evening, with darkness enveloping the surroundings, a voice called out, "Yingying, over here." Li Wentai jogged over, even more enthusiastic than Xia Jingjing. Xia Yingying retorted sharply, "Why are you here?" "Yingying, as soon as the holiday began, you ran off. I waited for you, but could not find you. If you do not return home, I will go to your brother-in-law's house to find you." Xia Yingying refused to let Li Wentai carry her bag, handing it and the quilt to Xia Jingjing. "Sister, why are you still holding on to a quilt? I wrapped Xiao Bao in it on the train." Li Wentai cast a glance at Jiang Shan, then ignored him, the disdain evident in his eyes. He paid no attention to Jiang Shan or the 2 children, solely focusing on conversing with Xia Yingying. "Yingying, we are both assigned to intern at the same school, Launcher No. 2 Middle School, which my father arranged for us. It was not easy at all." Jiang Shan observed him eagerly discussing the internship with Xia Yingying, his eyes devoid of any regard for Jiang's brother-in-law, Xiao Bao, or the small Mei holding her father's hand tightly. Xiao Mei timidly clutched her father's hand. Xia Yingying's dislike for him intensified. "Li Wentai, please stop talking. Can't you see I am carrying 2 children? I am utterly exhausted." On the train, Xiao Bao could only fall asleep in his mother's embrace. Upon disembarking, Jiang Shan took Xiao Bao, but he was soon in his uncle's arms once again. Li Wentai hurriedly spoke, "I have made all the arrangements. You and your brother can stay at my house for the night. Dinner is all prepared for you." Li Wentai's home is in Ningyan County, not far from the train station. Xia Yingying questioned him again. "If Jingjing and I go to your house, will my brother-in-law and the 2 children accompany us?" Li Wentai appeared awkward. "Yingying, how about I arrange for a hostel for your brother-in-law and the children?" "No need. We will find a hostel ourselves. You should go back and stop bothering me." Xia Yingying was exceedingly cold towards Li Wentai. She turned to Jiang Shan and called out, "Brother-in-law, we will head to the inn. You take care of Xiao Mei." Li Wentai ignored the brother-in-law and the 2 children, and Xia Yingying was even less inclined to engage with him. Li Wentai suppressed his dissatisfaction. "Yingying, do not act this way. Listen to me. We are interning at the same school. If my father makes further arrangements, we could officially be assigned to the same school. How wonderful would that be?" Xia Yingying came to a halt, turning her face to speak, her breath forming a mist in the cold air. "Li Wentai, listen closely. On the 8th day, I will be going to Lancheng for an internship in teaching. I intend to take care of my sister's child, and I have no time for any frivolous entanglements with you. Don't say I didn't make things clear to you if you find yourself delayed." Li Wentai, visibly irate, retorted, "Yingying, I am aware of your sister's situation. Jingjing has informed me. Are you truly planning to assume the role of a mother for your sister's child?" Without hesitation, Xia Yingying responded, "Li Wentai, I am resolutely determined to be a mother to my sister's child, and it is none of your concern." Li Wentai halted, his disdain for the man beside Xia Yingying from the Jiang family growing. Their home boasted a grand entrance and a well-furnished brick house, and they had recently acquired an additional apartment. They were merely awaiting Xia Yingying's agreement to marry Li Wentai. To his dismay, Her attitude was far from compliant. Xia Jingjing tugged at Li Wentai's sleeve, murmuring, "You should return for now. Come back early tomorrow morning." Given the late hour, Li Wentai could not accompany them into the inn, his gaze lingering as he watched Xia Yingying enter. "Yingying, I will come find you early tomorrow," he called after her. Xia Yingying, incensed, quickened her pace into the Ningyang Inn. Jiang Shan observed Li Wentai with a cold demeanor, remaining detached as the brother-in-law of the Jiang family. It was clear that, in Li Wentai's eyes, a rural farmer was not worthy of a greeting. Reluctantly, Li Wentai departed. The four of them secured 2 rooms, and Xia Yingying seemed unwilling to part from Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei for the night. She pressed her cheek against Xiao Bao's, casting another glance at Jiang Shan before finally asking, "Brother-in-law, what should I do about this situation?" Jiang Shan had gone outside to procure 2 servings of stir-fried noodles for dinner. As Xia Yingying nibbled on her meal, she complained, "How can you still have an appetite?" Jiang Shan finished her leftovers with a sigh. "Clearly, my opinion holds no weight. Your father is a leader, and he has the connections to secure you a teaching position at Launcher No. 1 High School." "Leader? Mere opportunist. I detest him," Xia Yingying exclaimed. Jiang Shan discerned that Xia Yingying harbored a deeper loathing for Li Wentai and his father. The crux of the issue lay here. Since the internship at Launcher No. 2 High School had been arranged through Li Wentai's father's connections, what right did Xia Yingying have to bring Jiang Shan's child along for care? Xia Yingying glared at Xia Jingjing, demanding, "What did you tell him?" "I merely mentioned that you were going to your brother-in-law's to look after the 2 children." "He didn't seem pleased," Xia Jingjing replied. "What does it matter to him?" Xia Yingying retorted, giving her younger sibling a light smack on the head. She found her brother's lack of focus on his studies intolerable. Failing high school and aimlessly wandering about was unacceptable. Xia Yingying knew that Li Wentai would come looking for her the following morning, insisting on taking her to his home. She could not allow him to bring Xiao Bao and lead Xiao Mei into his household. "Yingying, do not worry. I will escort you back home tomorrow," Jiang Shan assured her. Xia Yingying firmly refused. "No, the train back to Antai County departs at 8 in the morning. You must catch that train and attend to your business with the mule cart. Do not let my situation delay you." There was no way Xia Yingying would go to Li Wentai's home. Yet, if he persisted in his pursuit, she felt utterly cornered. This young woman found it impossible to sleep peacefully that night. Meanwhile, Li Wentai returned home, his demeanor one of despondency. His parents were eagerly awaiting his arrival with Xia Yingying. "Where is she?" his father inquired, noticing the absence of anyone behind Li Wentai. "Father," Xia Yingying cradles her sister's child, with her brother-in-law following behind. Xia Yingying insists on bringing both children with her when she goes to teach in Lanqing. Li Jiai, visibly irritated, responds harshly, asserting that the Xia family is being unreasonable. While it is understandable for Xia Yingying to help her sister with the children for a while, the notion of taking them to Lanqing for care is absurd. Li Wentai's mother expresses her discontent, stating that it is inappropriate to facilitate work for Xia Yingying when she and her brother-in-law are not yet engaged. Such matters can be addressed once an engagement is formalized. The Li family has prepared to welcome Xia Yingying to their home tonight, intending to discuss the engagement that is to take place before the new year. They visit her family, offering a bride price of 4,800 yuan and presenting her with a red lock as a sign of the agreement. Unexpectedly, Xia Yingying arrives with her sister's 2 children in tow. Li Jiai feels a sense of foreboding. After spending 20 days at her sister's home, could Xia Yingying be entangled with her brother-in-law? Is it possible that her sister's children, resembling her so closely, view her as a mother? Li Wentai's mother scoffs at the thought, doubting that her sister's character could compare to Xia Yingying's. Regardless of their resemblance, Xia Yingying would never allow the Jiang family's children to hinder her career. Li Wentai complains, expressing disbelief at Xia Yingying's prolonged stay at her sister's home and her apparent affection for her sister's children. He feels neglected and remarks on how she spoke to him earlier. Li Jiai reassures his son, urging him not to worry. They will visit Xia Yingying's home together tomorrow, and the engagement must be secured by the 28th. If her family disagrees, Xia Yingying's job security will be jeopardized. Li Wentai breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. The 28th day of the 12th month is an auspicious day for engagement early in the morning. After breakfast at the Ningyang Inn, it is almost 8 o'clock. Xia Yingying urges Jiang Shan to hurry and catch the train back to Antai County. "Brother-in-law, there's no need for you to escort us home. If we miss this train, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. What about the mule? It belongs to the village chief's cousin, and losing it would mean 1,000 yuan in compensation, rendering your efforts in vain." Xia Yingying repeatedly emphasizes this to her brother-in-law. As she hands him a canvas bag, Xia Yingying personally drapes it around his neck. Meanwhile, her sister, Xia Jingjing, watches in astonishment, noting that Xia Yingying's demeanor is strikingly similar to how Zhuangjie cared for her brother-in-law. One should not underestimate the understanding of a 16-year-old. Xia Jingjing feels an unsettling premonition. Is her sister planning to elope with this brother-in-law? She cannot voice her concerns, especially since her brother-in-law had secretly slipped her 50 yuan earlier. Little Mei, sensing her father's impending departure, calls out, "Daddy, I want to go home with you. How will you manage alone?" Her thoughts linger on the days when she had to care for her father. Jiang Shan bends down, planting a firm kiss on his daughter's cheek while earnestly advising, "Be good and look after your brother and your aunt. I will come to fetch you on the second day of the new year." Turning to kiss the little treasure in Xia Yingying's arms, he adds, "Be good, son. Take care of your aunt. If someone takes her away, she cannot be your mother." Xia Yingying shoots her brother-in-law a warning glance. "Stop talking nonsense." The little one reaches out, playfully grasping his father's face, babbling in childlike sounds that are incomprehensible. After kissing his son, Jiang Shan lingers, his gaze silently fixed on Xia Yingying. Xia Yingying was taken aback, mistakenly believing he was about to kiss her cheek, and she swiftly pushed him away, urging him to leave quickly lest he miss his train. Jiang Shan turned and departed. Xia Yingying released a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a kiss meant for her child. It was not yet the right time. Shanzi, focus on earning well. Strive to establish a stable presence for me and our child. Jiang Shan remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xia Yingying's mind as he sat on the train returning to Antai County, clutching a blanket. His eyes fluttered shut. He had not slept well the previous night, and now he felt drowsy, memories of his wife's words echoing in his mind. "Shanzi, I can't go on. Listen carefully. Let Yingying take care of Xiao Bao. Let her be his mother. Yingying is just like me. Cherish her well. You must be with Yingying so that Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao will have their real mother. Wait for Yingying to come find you. Our hearts are one." When Jiang Shan opened his eyes again, the rumble of the train filled his ears. His wife's instructions lingered nearby. Yingying was a reflection of her, guiding Jiang Shan and their two children out of the impoverished and backward village of 700 households in a different manner. The resemblance between Xia Huanhuan and Xia Yingying was striking, as if they were the same person. Xiao Mei quietly confided to her father that during the night, her aunt would roll over and place her small hand in her embrace. When mother was around, Xiao Mei would always place her hand in her mother's arms while sleeping. "Daddy, Auntie is just like Mommy." Jiang Shan reminisced about scenes with his wife while on the train. Simultaneously, Xia Yingying held Xiao Bao tightly as she walked the path back to her maternal home. When Wan Jie gave birth to Xiao Bao, she endured similar pains for an entire day and night, losing a great deal of blood. It was not her menstrual cycle. She had a profound sense that Xiao Bao was her own. "Xiao Bao, Xiao Mei, no matter when, no matter what happens, your mother will never give up on you and Xiao Mei." This sentiment echoed countless times in Xia Yingying's heart. After walking for some time, she could no longer hold Xiao Bao and handed him to the uncle escorting them nearby, urging him to hold him tight. Xia Yingying then tightened her grip on Xiao Mei's hand. Upon exiting Ningyan County, they walked for an hour until they reached the doorstep of Xinputan. Xia Yingying and her two children were blocked at the gate by those who emerged from the courtyard. Zhang Lan, upon seeing her daughter, immediately voiced her grievances. "Yingying, this is unacceptable. How could you treat Wentai in such a manner?" Xia Yingying sensed that someone was at home and vaguely heard it was Li Wentai. No wonder he had been absent early in the morning. He had been waiting there. "Mom, have they come to our house?" Xia Yingying's eyes widened. "Wentai and his father arrived at dawn and are discussing matters with your father, saying they want to arrange your marriage on the 28th of the 12th month." Xia Yingying felt a surge of anger. "Mom, what nonsense are you all stirring up? I am not willing. If you are unwilling, then speak to your father about it. You'll have to follow your own inclinations." Xiao Mei thought her grandmother would rush to her, filled with compassion, but was surprised to find her grandmother blocking the door, arguing with her aunt instead. From the upper room, Li Wentai waved at her, and Xia Yingying genuinely wished to turn around and leave. Xia Jingjing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Mom, can't we let Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao enter the house first?" Her mother, exasperated, retorted, "Enter what house? Have Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao's filial duties been replaced? If not, then let us first settle this with some yellow money. Wait here." Xia Yingying's mother took out a yellow bill and lit it with a match, circling it around Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, before tying a piece of red cloth around the arms of both children. Why must she bring the two children here? They had lost their mother. Yet their father was still present. Did he not care for them? Seeing Xiao Mei's fear, Xia Jingjing turned and embraced her, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Your uncle is here." In the past 5 years, Xiao Mei had seen her grandmother only twice, both times accompanied by her mother, and had since forgotten. As her uncle protectively led her towards the main room to greet their grandfather, their grandmother called out, "Girls should not enter the main room. Take the morning offerings to the ancestors' tablets first." Xia Jingjing, filled with indignation, retorted, "Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? She is just a child." Xia Yingying held Xiao Bao in one arm, while pulling Xiao Mei along with the other, soothing her, "Xiao Mei, do not be afraid. Let us go to the kitchen to warm ourselves." Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more captivating. The fear reflected in Xiao Mei's eyes made Xia Yingying's heart ache, and she fought back tears. Over the past 20 days, in that lowly earthen house, Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao had enjoyed their days, indifferent to the expressions of others. Xia Jingjing entered the kitchen as well, saying, "Sister, Father wants you to go to the main room to answer some questions." Xia Yingying unwrapped Xiao Bao, changing his diaper, and replied tersely, "Wait. Let me calm Xiao Bao down first." Once Xiao Bao was changed and had finished a bottle of formula, he sat quietly on the kitchen calm, playing without fuss. His large, sparkling eyes drew the attention of their grandmother, who could not resist reaching out her hands. "Come, let Grandma hold you. My heart aches for you. Yingying, your father is calling for you. Did you not hear?" With a heavy heart, Xia Yingying steeled herself to enter the main room. Li Wentai's gaze was fixed upon her. Lacking warmth, Xia Yingying's father was clearly ready to scold her. "Yingying, this is unacceptable. How could you stay for 20 days at your brother-in-law's home? How could you endure that? The heavy snow blocked the roads. I had no choice but to stay." Xia Yingying defended herself. In front of her parents, she was genuinely embodying Xia Yingying. Xia Tiancheng was even more enraged. "The snow blocked the roads. How could your brother-in-law conduct business in Antai County? Could you not have accompanied your brother-in-law to take the train to Antai County instead of insisting on staying until today, nearly spending the new year at his home? Was that your intention? Father, if I had not stayed, how could my brother-in-law manage his business? Who would care for the two children?" Xia Tiancheng stood up in anger, exclaiming, "Yingying, your tone is just like Huan Wan's." In the bitter cold, the son-in-law of the Jiang family ventured out to conduct business. Jingjing had shared some details, stating that her brother-in-law had gone out to earn money and that Yingying had stayed behind to help care for the two children, only returning on the 23rd day of the 12th month. "How is your brother-in-law's business?" "Father, he makes a trip every 2 days and earns 5,000 yuan. Xia Yingying felt that she was not lying. By the 28th day of the 12th month, Jiang Shan had indeed earned 5,000 yuan. This sum instilled some confidence in Xia Yingying. It was precisely because her brother-in-law could earn 5,000 yuan that she had stayed for 20 days to help care for the children. Upon hearing this, Li Jiai was astonished. "He can earn 5,000 yuan? Xia Tiancheng snorted in disbelief, having lost all hope in the son-in-law of the Jiang family. He must possess the ability to earn 5,000. Why did he not engage in business before, and why did he allow his elder brother and sister-in-law to belittle him? Do not assume I am unaware of his true nature. This son-in-law has been marginalized within the Jiang family, leading a life of subservience. For the past few years, Huan has endured suffering, and after giving birth to her second child, she could not recover and left prematurely. Following the demise of Jiang Shan's father, Xia Tiancheng harbored deep resentment towards the remaining members of the Jiang family, including the son-in-law, Jiang Shan. The financial situation of the Jiang family's brother-in-law is not of paramount concern to the Xia family. Xia Tiancheng is more preoccupied with the engagement of Xia Yingying and Li Wentai on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. "Yingying, I have discussed with your uncle Li. The 28th is an auspicious date for you and Wentai to formalize your engagement." Xia Yingying's chest heaved violently as she clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure to articulate her feelings clearly. Chapter 39. Has Yingying lost her mind? "Father, I have never agreed to date him. I cannot become engaged to him, nor have I requested his father to leverage connections for me to secure a job." Xia Yingying expressed her stance emphatically. Her father's frustration nearly compelled him to strike her. "Do you not see the Li family standing before you? Yingying, your job has already been arranged. You will be teaching at Lansher No. 2 Middle School. Please refrain from making unfounded statements. The position at Launcher 2 is said to be an internship for 1 semester, but in reality, it is likely to become permanent. The salary exceeds that of the county's high school by 50 yuan per month, along with various benefits and bonuses. Xia Yingying felt a surge of anxiety. This opportunity could slip away, and if Li Jiai were to change his mind, it would be impossible for her to secure a teaching position at Ningyang High School locally. The Xia family had painstakingly raised a college graduate. Employment was of utmost importance. Marrying Li Wentai would illuminate Xia Yingying's future. It seemed this young woman had lost her senses during this winter break. Father, if you neglect Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, then I will take responsibility. I promised my sister I would care for them. I am not considering starting my own family, nor will I become engaged to anyone else. Xia Tianqing's face flushed with anger as he confronted Xia Yingying, repeating you in disbelief. The girl truly seemed to have lost her mind, resolutely insisting on caring for the 2 children of the Jiang family merely because they were twins. Yingying, you are being foolish. Can you truly dictate this matter? Father, do you not know that my brother-in-law's elder brother and sister-in-law are not good people? They nearly sent Xiao Bao away, but my brother-in-law retrieved him. Xiao Bao is your own grandson, Xia Yingying exclaimed, her emotions surging, tears welling in her eyes. Xia Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. Was such a situation possible? The elder brother and sister-in-law of the Jiang family's son-in-law almost sent Xiao Bao away. Had they not promised their relatives to take good care of Jiang Shan's 2 children? Xia Tianqing deeply regretted allowing Huan Wan to marry Jiang Shan. However, regretting now was futile. It only solidified his determination to see Yingying wed into a respectable family. The Li family was indeed a good one. Xia Tianqing called out to Yingying's mother, Lan, can you not hear me? The grandmother, feeling a profound affection for Xiao Bao, rushed in, pulling Xia Yingying aside. Yingying, listen to me. Do not provoke your father's anger. Come out first. What do you wish to discuss with your mother? The mother and daughter exited the main room, leaving Xia Tianqing with a sense of helplessness as he sought to speak kindly to the Li family members before him. Director Li, you have been shown a joke, but rest assured that this matter cannot be trifled with. She cannot disregard her duties. Li Jiai appeared to be quite confident, speaking with a tone of arrogance. The engagement is set for the 28th of the 12th month. If it happens, it happens. If not, so be it. My son will not remain without a bride. Li Wentai, slightly agitated, retorted, Dad, what are you saying? I will marry no one but Yingying. Li Jiai shot a fierce glare at his son, asserting, this is not your moment to speak. Xia Tianqing, with a conciliatory smile, remarked, Director Li, if you say the engagement is on the 28th, then it shall be so. We shall heed your word. As Li Jiai stood to take his leave, he reiterated his earlier sentiment. Tianqing, if your daughter truly disagrees, then this matter is concluded. Beneath Li Jiai's words lay another implication. If the engagement between Xia Yingying and his son were to fail, then Xia Yingying's teaching position at Launcher 2 High School would also be jeopardized. Director Li, it certainly cannot come to that. Yingying has just returned and is still emotionally unstable. She will be fine in a couple of days. You need not worry. I will persuade her earnestly. Li Wentai wished to counsel Xia Yingying, but she clung to the child, refusing to let go, and he felt a surge of frustration. As his father prepared to depart, he was pulled away. Once Li Jiai and Li Wentai had left, Xia Tianqing called Xia Yingying to his side, and, suppressing his anger, spoke gently to her. Yingying, please do not argue with your father. I understand that you care for your sister's child. Do your mother and I not care? That is our beloved grandson. If we did not cherish them, would we allow you to stay at their home for 20 days? Yet, upon your return, you treat Wentai with coldness. Xia Yingying stubbornly clung to her position. I will not get engaged to Li Wentai. Do not even think about it. Do not pressure me. Yingying, if you do not marry him, your job will be at risk. Do you realize that all my efforts to maintain a good relationship with his father will have been in vain? Xia Yingying, unfazed, replied. Who says I will lose my job? The school assigns positions. Must I teach at Launcher 2 High School? I will comply with the school's arrangements. Xia Tianqing felt an overwhelming urge to discipline his daughter. What if your school assigns you to a remote county school with a meager salary of 50 or 60 yuan a month? Would you still go? The authoritative tone of her father made Xia Yingying reconsider her stance. After a moment of contemplation, she softened her tone in an attempt to communicate with him. Dad, on the 8th day of the new year, I will submit my application for assignment at the school, and Tai County or Ningyang County will suffice. For now, I do not care about the salary. My brother-in-law can earn money to support the child. Though Xia Yingying delivered this statement calmly, it sent Xia Tianqing into a furious uproar. Have you lost your mind? You expect your brother-in-law to support you? Yes, I have discussed it with him. I will help him care for the child and assist Xiao Mei in her studies. He can provide for us. It is certainly feasible. At that moment, Xia Tianqing felt weak, darkness swirling before his eyes as he staggered backward. Dad, what is wrong? Please, sit down. Xia Yingying, alarmed, rushed to support her father, calling out for her mother and younger brother. Mom, Jingjing, my father has fainted. Xia Jingjing dashed into the room, seeing their father sitting in a chair, drenched in sweat, and quickly inquired, Dad, what happened? Zhang Lan, dropping little Bao, hurried in, exclaiming, Your father has been upset by your sister. Hurry and fetch some sugar water. Xia Jingjing dashed out to get the sugar water, while Xia Yingying stood there, dazed, hearing little Bao cry from the kitchen. She turned to rush outside, nearly calling for her mother. Do not cry. Do not cry. Dear reader, this chapter holds much more. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Xia Tianqing observed his daughter rushing out to care for the children, panting as he exclaimed, Isn't she the one who gave birth to them? The entire family discerned that in the presence of Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, Xia Yingying's job was merely a secondary consideration. After regaining his composure with a bowl of sweetened water prepared by his son, a singular thought emerged in his mind. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Yingying must become engaged to Li Wentai. Once the engagement is formalized, the Li family would demand a bride price of 4,800 yuan, and he was eager to see her reaction. This implication was conveyed to his wife and son, signaling that they should brace themselves. This revelation filled Xia Yingying's mother with anxiety. Her daughter was unwilling, and wasn't this coercion? As a mother, she further advised her daughter, Yingying, something is amiss. Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao are children of the Jiang family. How could you keep them with you for an extended period? What are you thinking? Casting a glance at her biological mother, Xia Yingying thought, I am the mother of Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao. I am Huan. Zhang Lan was beside herself with worry. Yingying, what has your brother-in-law said to you? Why is your mind so muddled? Xia Yingying felt disillusioned with her biological father and even more so with her mother. She had hoped to rely on her mother for assistance while working in Lanqing, but that seemed futile. Xia Yingying underestimated the resistance from her maternal family. While Xiao Bao rested in his grandmother's arms, she snatched him away. Give me the child. It's none of your concern. I will be Xiao Bao's mother from now on, and no one should try to dissuade me. Zhang Lan was taken aback. What? Do you truly intend to be Xiao Bao's mother? You are not even married yet. Yingying, are you out of your mind? Surely, studying could not have impaired her intellect? If my mind is indeed flawed, so be it. Anyone who dares to trouble Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, let them try. I will immediately take them away. Just as Xia Tianqing regained his composure, he heard his daughter shouting outside and felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Something was amiss with Xia Yingying. Her tone and temper mirrored that of her sister Huan. Xia Yingying shouted once more, Do not enter and disturb us. Xiao Bao needs to sleep. The elder Xia couple remained in their quarters, speculating and murmuring. Frustrated, Xia Tianqing remarked, Look at this. How has Yingying adopted Huan's temperament? After 3 minutes of contemplation, Zhang Lan concluded, It must be that Jiang Shan fellow who said something to Yingying, which has caused her to adopt this attitude. Xia Tianqing raked his fingers through his hair, pondering what stimulus Yingying had encountered during her 20 days at her brother-in-law's home. The twins were indeed extraordinary. Even their biological father, Xia Tianqing, often confused them, sometimes perceiving Huan and Yingying as one and the same. With Huan gone, and gazing at Yingying, Xia Tianqing felt he had not lost a daughter. He found this sentiment peculiar. It dawned on Xia Tianqing. Could it be that Yingying believed she had become her sister, assuming the role of mother for these two children? Zhang Lan furrowed her brow, then glared. What nonsense are you uttering? Why do I feel that Yingying is indeed Huan? Zhang Lan realized that her husband had grown befuddled by their daughter's outburst, and she reached out to pinch him gently. Please, come to your senses. I overheard you discussing with Director Li about arranging their engagement on the 28th day of the 12th month? Yes. The engagement is set for the 28th day of the 12th month. It has been agreed upon and cannot be changed. Zhang Lan was deeply troubled, while Yingying was quite displeased. Chapter 40. Depositing 5,000 in the bank, then borrowing 10,000. Jiang Shan returned to Antai County Town by noon, around 10 o'clock. He first harnessed the mule cart from the South Street Inn and then ventured into the agricultural market, to procure goods. One stall displayed a row of mutton for sale to the townsfolk, half of which was of inferior quality disguised as superior. Over the past 20 days, Jiang Shan had been collecting mutton from local farmers, marking the legs of live sheep a day in advance. He meticulously inspected the prepared carcasses, having become adept at distinguishing between properly slaughtered mutton and that which was not. He could easily identify the frozen and diseased meat. Upon entering the market, the vendors could not deceive Jiang Shan. "I'll take this one, and that one as well," he asserted confidently. The stall owners mixed good meat with inferior cuts at the same price, but Jiang Shan skillfully selected only the finest. The vendor praised him, exclaiming, "You are quite the expert. Keep it down, and I'll give you a discount of 30 cents. The price after the discount was comparable to what he would pay the farmers. For each sheep the farmers prepared, Jiang Shan offered an additional 5 yuan for their labor. The mule cart was loaded with 230 pounds of mutton and an additional 200 pounds of miscellaneous goods. Navigating the familiar route, he arrived at the Wulan mining area and the 903 rare earth base. The snow on the hillside had melted halfway under the sun's warmth, making the descent and ascent of the mule cart less perilous, and Jiang Shan felt a significant sense of relief. Simultaneously, he noticed other merchants beginning to traverse the same route. Several bicycles, a few hand-pulled carts, and 2 tractors appeared, all hauling mutton and pork, along with a fair amount of walnuts and peanuts. One tractor was even carrying live fish and water. Business along this route had become increasingly challenging. After making 26 trips, and then 28, he had managed to save 5,000 yuan. With this sum secured, Jiang Shan decided not to make any further trips along this route. He intended to wait until afternoon to sell off his goods, and then haul a cart of coal back to the village before dusk. Just as the mule cart came to a halt at his home's gate, Jiang Shan caught sight of his elder brother's figure briefly at the door before he retreated inside. It seemed he was quite concerned about Jiang Shan's safe return home that day. Upon pushing open the gate and guiding the mule cart into the courtyard, the last load of coal had just been unloaded when village chief Li entered Jiang Shan's yard. "Shanzi, did you take Yingying and the children to her home in Ningyang County?" "Cousin, I delivered them to Ningyang City last night. I didn't go to her house. I returned to Montai County early this morning to make this trip." Li Wangjun gazed intently, asking earnestly, "Shanzi, did you encounter any bandits on the way?" Feigning confusion, Jiang Shan replied, "Were there bandits? I had a smooth journey." "Why do you ask, cousin?" "Our town chief mentioned that the police apprehended 5 or 6 bandits along the road. They stole a mule cart and 3,000 yuan. It frightened me terribly." "It seems it wasn't you." Jiang Shan pretended to be startled. "Cousin, are you wishing for my misfortune on the road?" "Absolutely not. Why would I wish for you to be robbed? You have money on you, after all." He did not wish to display the bank book in his hand. The village chief was not just anyone. He could show him for a brief moment. Only then did village chief Li truly feel relieved. "You really saved it. You scared me. I almost thought you had been robbed." Li Wangjun went to the town government for some business and hurried to the police station upon hearing the news. The officers informed him that it was not their village's Jiang Shan who had been robbed, but rather someone from another village. The town police had their own considerations and did not wish to disclose the information too early. As Li Wangjun led his mule cart home, he noticed the desolation in his cousin's yard, filled with regret. Shanzi, Yingying, and the children were all gone. How would one celebrate the new year in such circumstances? Lufan had clearly stated that Shanzi could spend the new year at her home. This situation left Li Wangjun in a dilemma. Jiang Shan was the elder son of the Jiang family, whose wife had passed away, and whose child had been taken by his aunt. Logically, he should be at his elder brother and sister-in-law's home. After all, it would be quite inappropriate for a cousin to celebrate the new year at a relative's house on the eve of the festival. Li Wangjun intended to persuade Jiang Hongqi and his wife that on New Year's Eve, the 2 brothers should burn paper money to honor their ancestors and celebrate together, just as they had in previous years. He was already aware that Jiang Hongqi had attempted to send Jiang Shan's youngest son to the county, only to be thwarted by Jiang Shan's return. Jiang Hongqi had acted rather foolishly, seemingly entangling himself with Jiang Shan. Today, through a cadre at the Water and Electricity Bureau, Li Wangjun learned the reason for the discord between Jiang Shan and his elder brother. He had refused to lend his brother the mule cart, evidently caught in a dilemma. "Shanzi, you are closest to your elder brother and sister-in-law. How can things continue like this?" Li Wangjun inquired. "Cousin, I won't see them every day," Jiang Shan replied. Li Wangjun pondered deeply over these words. After the new year, on the 8th day of the first month, Xia Yingying would go to work in the city. She mentioned that she would first take away the youngest child, ensuring stability before bringing along the second child. Surely, Jiang Shan wouldn't accompany them, would he? A few days prior, Xia Yingying had discussed this with Lu Fun, indicating her intention to take both children, suggesting that if her brother-in-law had the capability, he could join them in the city. When Lu Fun relayed this to her husband, she conveyed that Jiang Shan would follow Xia Yingying to live in the city with the two children. Li Wangjun found this rather peculiar. In recent days, Xia Yingying had vanished from the yard, dressed in her sister's clothes, holding the youngest child in her arms with the other resting at her feet. Anyone witnessing this scene would assume Xia Yingying was the children's mother and Shanzi's wife. Yet, as the new year approached, that scene had dissipated. Would Jiang Shan truly accompany Xia Yingying to the city for work? It seemed unthinkable for a grown man to rely on others for sustenance, especially with his elder brother and sister-in-law looking down upon him. Jiang Shan prepared dinner for himself. Before departing, Xia Yingying had made meatballs, braised dishes, and a large pot of steamed buns, clearly treating Jiang Shan as her own husband. After finishing his meal, Jiang Shan soaked his feet in hot water and lay down to sleep. The comforting scent of his wife's presence lingered in the bedding, drawing a subtle, profound smile on his lips. That young man from the Li family had no chance at all. They had no idea who Xia Yingying truly was. Thinking they could use employment as leverage, Xia Yingying's determination to be a mother to the youngest child was unwavering. In her eyes, the children took precedence, while work was secondary. To put it another way, it was impossible for her to remain without a job. As both an aunt and a mother, Xia Yingying diligently cares for her two children at their grandmother's house, while Jiang Shan peacefully sleeps within. Over the next 4 or 5 days, she strives to amass a savings of 5,000 yuan. Jiang Shan feels light and buoyant, his steps filled with joy. Beginning from the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, he rises earlier each morning and returns later each night. His days are not solely spent at the Ulan mining district and Jiling Mountain. Instead, he also frequents Gaoya Town, Hanshan Township, and he co-bridge to shop for odds and ends, alternating between the market and the mining area each day. As the weather warms, the snow on the roads diminishes day by day, and vendors selling mutton and miscellaneous goods gather in clusters, eager to earn some extra money before the new year. Jiang Shan realizes that his earnings are no longer the 300 to 500 yuan he once made daily. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye, with daily earnings of over 200 yuan. On the evening of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Wangjun eagerly awaits at the gate to receive a mule cart, his demeanor reflecting urgency. Shanzi, he exclaims, look at this document from the Water Resources Bureau. It clearly states that if I can gather 5,000 yuan to hand over to the drilling team, they will drill a well for our village by the end of February. This is no mere ruse. Jiang Shan discerns his cousin's intent. He is anxious to raise the funds, but he currently possesses no more than 15 or 1,600 yuan. Aware that Jiang Shan has 3,000 yuan safely deposited in the bank, he inquires about his current cash on hand. Cousin, come inside, and let us count what I have. Inside, the warmth of the stove envelopes them as Jiang Shan empties his pockets, meticulously counting every 10 yuan, 1 yuan. And even the jiao. After a few days of work, he has accumulated 1,200 yuan. Li Wangjun, somewhat disheartened, remarks, I thought you had 2,000 on you. Cousin, there have been many vendors these past few days. I shared the stall with 3 others selling mutton. Earning over 200 yuan is quite commendable. Li Wangjun holds 1,700 yuan in hand, with 1,500 accrued from the mule cart business during this period, and 200 saved from his family's sales of black melon seeds and hair vegetables over the years. Together, their total amounts to only 2,900 yuan, still falling short of the required 5,000 by 2001. Li Wangjun inhales sharply, realizing that with only a few days left in the 12th lunar month, finding an additional 2,000 yuan is implausible, especially with debts needing settlement. It is impossible to solicit contributions from each family in the village. Shanzi, if you would withdraw your 3,000 from the bank, lend it to me. I will gather 5,000 to submit for drilling the well. This is vital for our village, as irrigating 200 acres of land is of utmost importance for our 700 households. Only with Jiang Shan's month-long venture can Li Wangjun dare to hope for the well project. Jiang Shan strokes his chin thoughtfully. Cousin, let us deposit all the money you have into the bank. Deposit it in the bank? Give me your 1,000. I will add it to my 1,000. Once we withdraw 2,000 to deposit in the Agricultural Bank of Ontai County, I will have 5,000 in savings under my name. Then, I can secure a loan of 10,000 yuan, and you can take 5,000 to fund the well. This resolves our issue. Li Wangjuan's eyes brighten with realization. Really, cousin, this can be done? Tomorrow morning, we shall go together to the city of Antai County to deposit the money. One window will accept our deposit, while another will facilitate our loan of 10,000. The more Li Wangjun contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. Tomorrow is the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Will this procedure be completed in time? Chapter 41. Loans require a guarantor. As the new year approached, village head Li found himself overwhelmed with excitement, his thoughts somewhat disoriented. He could hardly believe that he held over 1,000 yuan in his hands. After laboring independently for 7 or 8 years, this was the first time his funds had exceeded that mark. He was acutely aware that this sum had been earned with the assistance of his cousin from the Jiang family, and there was a possibility that his cousin might take it away. He contemplated gathering 5,000 yuan to submit for a well-digging project. As anticipated, his cousin requested 1,000 yuan, and Li Wangjun was suddenly brought back to reality, realizing he had merely lent support to his cousin for a few days. Lending him a mule cart for a month and allowing him to stay at his home, receiving merely 200 yuan in return, seemed rather trivial. His cousin proposed that they go to the bank together, asserting that depositing 5,000 yuan would enable them to secure a loan of 10,000 yuan. Goodness, 10,000 yuan. His cousin assured him that from this amount, 5,000 would be allocated for the well, while the other 5,000 would go towards constructing a brick house for Jiang Shan. The plan included 3 spacious rooms, a main house, a left wing for visiting relatives, and a right wing designated as the kitchen. This thought filled Li Wangjun with a mix of joy and frustration, particularly towards Jiang Hongqi, who had denied him the acknowledgement of Jiang Shan as a brother. Lost in this reverie, Li Wangjun, riding his bicycle, couldn't help but laugh aloud, only to lose his balance and tumble into a nearby snowbank. With Jiang Shan sitting behind him, they proceeded to the agricultural bank in Antai County. Jiang Shan brushed off the dirt from his clothes, appearing rather displeased. "You laugh, yet your bike wobbles?" he remarked. "I can't help but feel elated at the thought of depositing 5,000 to secure a loan of 10,000. It seems like all our troubles could be resolved. But tell me, Shan, how could you manage to earn 5,000 in just a month?" Jiang Shan scoffed, dismissing the sum as insignificant, revealing that he had initially aimed for 10,000, but business had waned considerably in the last 10 days. Yet, he couldn't blame his cousin for his lack of worldly experience. Reflecting on the month, Jiang Shan recognized that the 5,000 was the result of his most arduous labor. Once they secured the 10,000, after the new year and by the Lantern Festival, he envisioned using that money to generate further income without such physical toil. Li Wangjun believed that 5,000 and 10,000 would be more than sufficient. Having never entered a bank before, he felt a rush of novelty as they arrived at the agricultural bank, which was conveniently located near the Nan Street Inn. Upon reaching the bank entrance, Jiang Shan suddenly recalled that on the 24th, he had forgotten a blanket at the front desk while retrieving the mule cart. They first entered the bank's hall to handle the deposit transaction. Standing at the entrance, Li Wangjun paused, marveling, "Shan, I never imagined I would step into a bank to deposit money today." Realizing the inaccuracy of his statement, he quickly corrected himself. "Shan, this money is all yours." He thought to himself that the loan would have to be repaid, but as cousins, he had no intention of signing anything. He merely wished to observe the proceedings. Li Wangjuan's internal musings remained unknown to Jiang Shan. Inside the bank, many patrons were engaged with their transactions, predominantly city workers. The two cousins waited on a row of benches beneath the window. When it was their turn, they approached the counter, handing over their deposit book along with 2,000 yuan. "Excuse me, I have now deposited 5,000. Can I secure a loan of 10,000? "Certainly. You may proceed to the left window for assistance." This announcement filled Jiang Shan with joy, as she had anticipated a waiting period for her deposit, perhaps until after the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Turning to Li Wangjun, she urged him to inquire about the specific loan procedures at the left window. Upon hearing this, Li Wangjun's expression shifted to one of disappointment. A loan of 10,000 yuan could indeed be secured, but it necessitated the signatures of 2 employed guarantors. "Village chief, do you know anyone working in a public institution?" Li Wangjun pondered and recalled some officials from the Water and Electricity Bureau with whom he had been in close contact recently. He had even gifted Director Liu of the Bureau a pig leg for the new year. which solidified his commitment to contribute 5,000 yuan for drilling wells in the village of 700 households. Shanzi, should I give Director Lu a call to inquire? Yes, please do. Li Wangjun dashed off to the post office to make the call. Jiang Shan turned to the person at the window, asking, "Comrade, would it be acceptable for a student from Northwest Normal University to act as a guarantor? She has only one semester left before she graduates and is assigned work." In this era, university graduates are often more sought after than officials from public institutions, so Jiang Shan sought to ascertain the feasibility of this arrangement. Will she be assigned to work in our county of Antai? The response from within brought another wave of disappointment to Jiang Shan. Xia Yingying mentioned the possibility of being assigned to a middle school in the provincial capital, prompting Jiang Shan to clarify. If she is assigned to work in the provincial capital after graduation, would that not suffice? Unfortunately, it is imperative that she can secure a position in Antai County to serve as a guarantor. A placement report would also be acceptable. It appeared that Xia Yingying's role as a guarantor was unlikely. Li Wangjun returned, his demeanor heavy with dejection. Shanzi, Director Lu laughed at me when I mentioned the 5,000 yuan for the well. There's no way he would act as my guarantor. I also inquired with a few other officials in our town, and none were amenable. No one among the higher-ups is willing to guarantee this loan for the 700 households, primarily because of their dire financial situation. Each family in 700 households receives relief grain, burdening the officials from Gaoya town. Is there truly no way out? Jiang Shan murmured. Your sister-in-law's brother is an official at the Water and Electricity Bureau. I wonder if he would be willing to assist. After uttering this, Li Wangjun noticed Jiang Shan's expression darken and quickly corrected himself. No, I won't involve your sister-in-law. I recently discovered that your elder brother and sister-in-law deceived you. They never intended to place your son with the Fan family relatives. But why would Xiao Bao be sent to stay with the Fan family? He has his grandmother and grandfather. Li Wangjun found it incomprehensible why they would want to do that with Xiao Bao. In 700 households, Jiang Shan was the only individual who had deposited 5,000 yuan in the bank, a fact unknown to her elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as the rest of the villagers. They merely observed Jiang Shan driving her mule cart out, returning with either a load of firewood or charcoal, or some miscellaneous household items. The villagers assumed she was venturing to the mines to earn a few yuan on the side. Little did they realize that this winter, Jiang Shan had managed to save 5,000 yuan under her name. With such a sum saved, why are we still so troubled? Village Chief. I know Director One from our town's police station. I wonder if he would be willing to act as my guarantor. I earned 3,000 yuan in front of him, and I even helped him catch those mountain bandits. Let us give it a try. May the chief of the office be willing to assist. Li Wangjun was taken aback. You know Chief One? He is a police officer. When did you become acquainted with him? I began my journey with a mule cart for business on January 8th. Along the way, I encountered dangers, and he took special notice of me. We shall see what can be done. There is a glimmer of hope, and Jiang Shan wishes to make an effort. Very well, let us give it a try. I am also aiming to drill wells in the village to foster industry, enabling our 700 households to break free from reliance on relief rations. If he is a capable leader, he should lend a hand. Li Wangjun assumed they were heading to Gaoya town to find Chief One, but Jiang Shan's steps led toward the county bureau. Shanzi, are you certain Chief One is at the bureau? Let us first check the bureau. If he is not there, we shall then seek him at the Gaoya town office. Jiang Shan held the loan application form as he proceeded to the bureau. On the morning of the 28th day of the 12th month, at 10 o'clock, when Changqing had just exited the meeting room of the bureau and was on his way back to the office to arrange for personnel on duty for the third day of the Lunar New Year. In recent days, when Changqing could not shake off the image of Jiang Shan showing him 3,000 yuan, the moment he exposed the mountain monkey incident was particularly unforgettable for one. This young man exhibited no trace of fear. Such composure is rare. Throughout the expanse of Gaoya town, during the frigid winter, no one else was hustling with a mule cart to earn money from lamb meat. Let us not underestimate the capabilities of some individuals in remote rural areas. Given an opportunity, one or two competent individuals will inevitably emerge. When Changqing held a strong conviction that the young man from the 700 households was indeed capable. Contemplating this, he felt compelled to personally visit the 700 households, not only to seek out Jiang Shan, but also to inquire with Jiang Hongqi to clarify certain matters. Jiang Hongqi's close ties with someone surnamed Zhou had already drawn Wen's attention. As Wen was about to leave the county bureau courtyard, a bicycle entered the main gate, ridden by village chief Li and Jiang Shan. When Chongqing's eyes brightened, such serendipity. Chapter 42. Your wife awaits you in the room. One was on the verge of asking Jiang Shan if he had come to report another robbery, but seeing Li Wangjun beside him, he swallowed the question. Feigning unfamiliarity with Jiang Shan, and in an official tone inquired, Comrade Jiang, what brings you and village chiefly to the office? Jiang Shan presented him with a loan application, elucidating their purpose. Chief One, I have deposited 5,000 yuan and wish to borrow 10,000 today, seeking your guarantee. Would you be agreeable? The bank has regulations that require not only a public official as a guarantor, but also that their salary exceeds 100 yuan per month. When Chongqing's monthly salary should indeed surpass that amount. When Chongqing's expression darkened slightly, his patience waning, his fondness for Jiang Shan diminished by half. Are we so familiar that you would think to ask me for a guarantee? During this period, many had sought one's guarantee, all of whom he had refused. Initially inclined to decline Jiang Shan's request, he was taken aback upon hearing of the 5,000 yuan in savings, leaving the words of refusal unspoken. Xiao Jiang, did you earn 5,000 this month from your business? Li Wangjun stepped forward to clarify. Chief Wen, my cousin is remarkable, isn't he? He earned 5,000 yuan, deposited it in the bank, and seeks to borrow 10,000. He intends to allocate 5,000 for drilling wells in our village, which would provide us with water for irrigation. Consequently, our villagers would no longer resort to stealing coal from the mining area. What do you think? Would you offer your support? The purpose of the Jiang Shan loan is not for personal use, but rather to fund the drilling of wells in the village, thereby ensuring access to water for the community's agricultural needs. As a leader, should you not extend a helping hand? Wen's disdainful smirk suggested that this rationale was merely a fabrication. It is entirely reasonable for Jiang Shan to earn 5,000 yuan in a month. Wen then inquired, do you intend to continue your business? Jiang Shan pondered for a moment and replied candidly, Wen, selling lamb meat in the mining district is no longer viable. With this capital, I can pursue other ventures that promise greater returns. Wen nodded, recognizing the young man's acumen. He understood that resuming lamb sales after the new year would be futile. The profit he earned was a result of seizing an opportunity amidst heavy snowfall, as transportation to the mining area was obstructed. And selling meat at a markup during the lunar month was inherently lucrative. However, post-New Year, such opportunities would diminish. Very well, I shall act as your guarantor. Conduct your business honestly and refrain from straying into dubious paths. Wen's guarantee also implied a watchful eye on Jiang Shan's future endeavors, keen to observe his journey towards prosperity. Li Wangjun observed with astonishment, sensing an unusual rapport between Jiang Shan and Wen. The act of providing a guarantee was not as simple as signing a document. It necessitated Jiang Shan's personal appearance at the bank to complete the paperwork, where the bank officials would capture a photograph of both Wen and Jiang Shan for their records. One would think that acquiring a loan from the bank was a trivial matter. If Jiang Shan failed to repay within 3 years, deductions would be made from Wen's salary. The condition was to repay within 3 years. Jiang Shan mused internally, if they grant me 1,000,000, let us see if I can repay it in 3 years. With Wen's guarantee, the bank's procedures were expedited, and by midday, 10,000 yuan was secured in Jiang Shan's canvas bag. Before departing, Wen reminded Jiang Shan to safeguard the money, cautioning against potential theft along the way. Wen then intended to inquire about Jiang Shan's relationship with his elder brother, Jiang Hongqi. But considering it was already the 28th day of the lunar month with New Year's Eve approaching, he decided to postpone the conversation until after the 3rd day of the new year. After giving Jiang Shan a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Wen mounted his bicycle and returned to the office. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shan, following the arrest of the group known as the Skyrocket, the Bureau allocated a sum of money as a reward, benefiting over a dozen individuals in the office who could now enjoy a better new year. If Jiang Shan had mentioned that he only encountered the Skyrocket by chance, the 3,000 yuan would not have materialized. The Skyrocket had implicated Jiang Hongqi as the informant, revealing that Jiang Shan was traveling with 3,000 yuan. Wen was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Hongqi was indeed Jiang Shan's elder brother. In rural families, instances of fraternal discord are not uncommon, prompting Wen to believe that there was little warrant for undue concern. However, now that he had become Jiang Shan's loan guarantor, it was prudent to remain informed about the relationship with his brother. Li Wangjun, sensing the weight of Jiang Shan's canvas bag nestled against his chest, grew increasingly bewildered. How is it that you are so familiar with Wen? When I was out with the mule cart, you followed me a few times, didn't you? You likely have no idea how we became acquainted. Li Wangjun, not lacking in perception, deduced that his cousin had encountered some issues during his month of travel with the mule cart. As Jiang Shan prepared to venture forth in business once more, his cousin followed closely behind. With 5,000 yuan now in hand, today's task was to remit it to the Water and Electricity Bureau. Li Wangjun consistently emphasized the necessity of remitting 5,000 yuan to the Water and Electricity Bureau, assuring that the drilling of wells for the 700 households could commence in March. Jiang Shan found something amiss with this transaction. Cousin, did you not mention earlier that this 5,000 should be given to Director Liu of the Water and Electricity Bureau? Indeed, Li replied. We had an agreement. I offered him a pork leg, and in return, he consented to allow us to pay 5,000 for the well drilling. Otherwise, the fee would have been at least 8,000. Jiang Shan pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Cousin, I fear that if you hand over 5,000 today, it may very well be wasted. Not only is it doubtful that drilling will occur this March, but it might not happen even by next March. Li Wangjun stared blankly at his cousin, perplexed. What do you mean? The money is lent out. Do you no longer wish to give your cousin the 5,000? Shanzi, why do you speak so carelessly? I promised to pay him today, and in exchange, he assured us that several households in our village would receive electricity, including yours. Having received a pork leg from village chief Li, Director Liu dispatched workers to connect electricity for a few households, and Li Wangjun felt immense gratitude towards him, eager to pay the 5,000. Dear cousin, what good is he as a cadre? Isn't it their duty to provide electricity? Jiang Shan retorted. On the 28th of the 12th month, you were asked to pay 5,000. Think logically. Li Wangjun contemplated this and realized there was indeed something off. Why had Director Liu not mentioned waiting until after the third day of the new year to receive the payment? Could it be that he was attempting to deceive the villagers out of their money? If that were the case, why had Jiang Shan gone through such lengths to secure a guarantor and borrow 10,000? Cousin, just wait. After the Lantern Festival, we shall see how much the drilling team requires. Our village shall pay them directly, with no need to funnel money through Director Liu. Li Wangjun perceived that Jiang Shan was not merely boasting, paying the drilling team in March. Jiang Shan spoke as he walked towards the South Street Inn, the 10,000 in his bag conspicuously bulging. Shanzi, what brings you to the South Street Inn? You're not staying the night again, are you? That 1,500 of yours, cousin, I shall borrow for a month. I will repay you more than 5,000 after a month. That seems reasonable. But what do you need such a large sum for? You want to need 10,000 to build your house in March. Li Wangjun wished to reclaim his 1,500, but Jiang Shan refused, leading him into the courtyard of the South Street Inn with a frown. That money rightfully belonged to Shanzi. If he chose to take it, so be it. Yet, Li Wangjun still felt a sense of loss, as the prospect of drilling wells seemed increasingly bleak. Cousin, when I returned from Ontai County on the 24th of the 12th month, I left a quilt at the inn. I came to retrieve it. Of course you must collect it. How could a quilt be discarded? It was painstakingly sewn by your cousin's wife. The front desk receptionist, well acquainted with Jiang Shan, smiled warmly. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I knew you would return for the quilt, but your wife has already taken it. They are waiting for you in room 206 on the second floor. Now it was Jiang Shan's turn to be astonished. What? My wife is waiting for me on the second floor? Li Wangjun quickly corrected him. What nonsense are you spouting? My cousin's wife is gone. How could she possibly be on the second floor? Jiang Shan's cousin, with a tone lacking in warmth, remarked, Your wife has just passed away. Surely it is Xia Yingying who has taken Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao back to Ontai County. I shall go and see. Have they truly returned? That seems implausible. Jiang Shan replied. What do you mean, Shanzi? Do you genuinely consider Xia Yingying your wife? Li Wangjun inquired, his mind amused, thinking, what nonsense. Just because Yingying resembles your wife, you regard her as such? Upon reaching the entrance of room 206 in the guest house's second floor, Jiang Shan already discerned Xiao Mei's voice. Auntie, aren't we waiting for Dad to pick us up? No need to wait. Auntie will take you both on the 3 o'clock bus back to town. And then you can walk home, she replied. Jiang Shan felt a wave of anxiety. It wasn't joy at hearing his daughter and Xia Yingying's voices that filled him. Rather, it was a profound worry that something must have gone awry with Xia Yingying. If all were well, she would not have brought the 2 children back to Ontai County today. She must be returning them to their father. Chapter 43. A television for each household. Xiao Mei opened the door. It's me, Dad. As the door swung open, Xiao Mei rushed into his arms. Dad, Auntie said you wouldn't come to pick us up. Xia Yingying seemed unfazed by Jiang Shan's sudden appearance. handing over Xiao Bao to his embrace. If you don't come for us, we would have taken the 3 o'clock bus back, and I've already inquired about it. Fortunately, there was a bus heading to the town. Jiang Shan steadied his heart, voicing the disbelief that lingered within. Ying, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you spend the holiday with us three? Xia Ying fixed him with a fierce gaze. You don't want me? Jiang Shan promptly assured her. How could I not want you? It's New Year's. My children cannot be without their mother. Xiao Mei, biting her lip, felt her cheeks flush with excitement as she glanced between her father and aunt. Dad, and he sneaked out. Xia Ying did not stop Xiao Mei from speaking freely with her father. Following closely behind Jiang Shan, Li Wangjun peered into the guest house room, seeing no one else, and asked, Ying, what is going on? What do you mean by sneaking out? He initially thought of the two children unable to spend the new year at their grandmother's home, as they were still in mourning for their mother, and thus their grandmother wouldn't take them. It seemed Xia Ying had returned the children along the same route. The train from Ningyan County to Antai County departed in the morning, and they had stayed at the guest house until 3 in the afternoon to catch the bus. Li Wangjun pondered further, considering that Xia Ying would send the children back to Chibai village and then take an evening train back to Ningyan County. From the tone of her conversation with Shanzi, it seemed she would not return to Ningyan. She intended to remain with the children for the new year. Li Wangjun chuckled, nudging Jiang Shan. This is splendid. Having your children's aunt celebrate the new year with you is perfectly acceptable. You can continue to stay at my home tonight. He then turned to Xia Ying. I thought your family wouldn't care about Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao's mourning, but it appears they have indeed been sent away. That night, as they prepared for bed, Lu Fen expressed her concerns to her husband, stating that the Xia family must have their principles and would certainly not want Jiang Shan's 2 children staying at their house for the new year. Just wait and see. Xia Ying will most likely return the children. Xia Ying, however, denied this. Village Headley, do not speak nonsense. It has nothing to do with their mourning. 2 large men should not linger at the entrance, so Xia Ying invited them inside. Ying, since it is not due to my daughter or my son's mourning, what then is the reason? Please clarify with your brother-in-law. Indeed, you must elucidate the matter to Shanzi. In just a few words, Xia Ying explained the events of the past few days. Today marks the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Xia Ying's parents were busily preparing at home to welcome Li Wantai and his family, arranging for their marriage to be formalized. Xia Ying's parents received a bride price of 4,800 yuan from the Li family, and both families shared a toast over a cup of engagement wine, securing the bond with a red lock for Xia Ying and Li Wantai's union. Unable to resist her parents' wishes, Xia Ying feigned acceptance the night before. As dawn broke, taking advantage of her family's attention, she swiftly gathered her son Xiao Bao and coaxed Xiao Mei, making her escape to the Ningyan County train station. They boarded a train to Antai County, where she settled into the Nanjie Inn. She had devised 2 plans. Should Jiang Shan arrive at the inn that afternoon, she would return to the village with him the following midday. If he did not come, she would catch the 3 o'clock bus back to Gao Press Town, and subsequently to Chibai village. After listening to Xia Ying's explanation, Jiang Shan remained silent, while Li Wangjun was on the verge of leaping up in distress. Ying, are you not afraid of your parents and the Li family pursuing you? You are fleeing from your brother-in-law's household. Of course, Xia Ying was apprehensive. She glanced at village chief Li with a pitiful tone. You are my brother-in-law's cousin and the village chief of Chibai. Will you not intervene on my behalf? What can I do? This is not a matter of land division or well drilling for our village. Xia Ying looked again at Jiang Shan, wondering if she could truly rely on this man to resolve her predicament. Her father was playfully pinching Xiao Bao's cheeks, clearly enjoying the moment. Ying, do not fear. Even if they come after you, I will shield you. You are my child's dear aunt. There is no shame in spending the new year with them. It is quite reasonable. Xia Ying perceived that Jiang Shan was entirely unperturbed, which alleviated her worries. Li Wangjun chuckled. Very well then, Ying, you shall celebrate the new year at Shanzi's home. Just look at how much your brother-in-law has packed. It might astonish you. Xia Ying cast a surprised glance at Jiang Shan's bag. Has he earned a great deal? This is a loan. We will take it home first and arrange matters after the 3rd day of the new year. Xia Ying did not have time to inquire about the arrangements after the 3rd day, as Xiao Bao was fussing and reaching out for his mother. She took him back into her arms, as he was hungry and in need of nourishment. Li Wangjun was even more astonished. Your Xiao Bao can call for his mother now? Jiang Shan defended their son. The child merely expresses himself in a moment of urgency. Of course, he is 7 months old. It is entirely normal for him to call for his mother. Over the past few days, Xia Yingying had tirelessly repeated the word mother by Xiaobao's ear. And now he was calling out mama. With a considerable amount of time remaining until 3 o'clock, Jiang Shan asked Li Wangjun, "Did you mention that the electricians are bringing lighting to our village?" "Yes, they will reach your doorstep today. Simply connect a line from your home to the power source." "Excellent. We shall finally have a television to watch tomorrow evening. Let us go together to the Gulu shopping mall and purchase 2 televisions. 1 television will suffice. I have been saving 100 yuan a year for the past 5 years in anticipation of this year's purchase." Li Wangjun contemplated the matter and suddenly recalled that his cousin Hongqi had saved 500 yuan, expressing intentions to purchase a television this year. Yet, in recent days, he had not heard any mention of this plan. His younger cousin, Shanzi, intended to buy a television as well, something that Hongqi likely did not anticipate. Shanzi's considerable loan was not solely for business capital, but also to furnish his household. A television costing 500 yuan hardly necessitated borrowing 10,000. "Yingying, you and Xiaomei wait for us at the inn. My cousin and I will head to the Gulu shopping mall to buy a television. Our family will be able to watch the Spring Festival Gala tomorrow night," he said. Xiaomei, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to go to the mall too." Summer Yingying flashed a bright smile. "Sure. Let us all accompany Daddy to buy the television." Jiang Shan held on to his little treasure tightly, while Summer Yingying took Xiaomei's hand. Leading her down from the 2nd floor of the inn, Li Wangjun trailed behind, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. In that moment, he realized that Yingying resembled Shanzi's wife and was indeed the mother of 2 children, a picture of happiness. Yet, Yingying was clearly not Huan. They had pressured her into an engagement with someone else, compelling her to follow her brother-in-law. Li Wangjun understood that this was a positive development. Tomorrow night, Shanzi's home would be lively and bustling. The Gulu shopping mall was teeming with people, all gathered to purchase New Year's goods and household appliances. "Shanzi, I never expected we could bring home a television today. Your sister-in-law will be overjoyed," he remarked. Xiaomei chimed in. "Zhongzhong will be even happier." "Indeed, your Zhongzhong will be ecstatic." Xiaomei worried that her uncle's son, Zhuang, might be displeased, as he had boasted about his family purchasing a television this year. Jiang Shan turned to his cousin and inquired, "Which family in our village owns a television?" Li Wangjun felt embarrassed as he replied, "No family in our village has a television. Only your elder brother and I plan to buy one this year, but he hasn't mentioned it lately." "Cousin, as our village chief, why don't you purchase a color television?" someone suggested. "A color television costs 4,800 yuan. As expensive as a bride's dowry. Am I mad to buy a color television?" Li Wangjun spoke with his lips, but his gaze fixated on the bag Jiang Shan held tightly, pondering whether he would actually spend 10,000 yuan on a color television. Li Wangjun had ulterior motives. He intended to buy a television for 500 yuan and watch it together with Jiang Shan's family, thus sparing Jiang Shan the expense. He had committed to contribute 5,000 yuan for a well, and he could not go back on his word. Jiang Shan disagreed. "Cousin, you buy yours, and I'll buy mine. Every family manages their own affairs. Tomorrow night, our family of 41T need to run over to your home to watch the Spring Festival Gala." Li Wangjun shot a sidelong glance at his cousin. "What are you saying? Summer Yingying is your little aunt, not your wife. Do you truly believe she is your spouse? I dare you to sleep on the same bed with her tomorrow night." As for their family of 4, it sounded as if Summer Yingying was genuinely his wife. Chapter 44. The 28th of the 12th month, the 2 Chongfeng brand black and white televisions required a payment of 1,000 yuan. The 10,000 yuan in Jiang Shan's bag remained untouched, while both men had exhausted their remaining funds. Li Wangjun wished to purchase some household necessities, but felt disheartened by his lack of money. Summer Yingying offered him 50 yuan from her own pocket. Feeling embarrassed as a cousin, Li Wangjun promised to repay Summer Yingying. Li Wangjun could not fathom why Jiang Shan seemed reluctant to draw even a single bill from the 10,000 yuan tucked away. The 2 televisions, though not particularly large, appeared rather substantial housed within their cardboard boxes. A rickety little truck from Gulu Mall was transporting several televisions to the bus station, where Xia Yingying and her 2 children were headed to catch the bus. Jiang Shan instructed Li Wangjun to cycle home first, harness the mule cart, and head to town to load 2 televisions along with the New Year's goods for both families. Li Wangjun continued to grumble, questioning the necessity of purchasing 2 televisions. Could they not simply celebrate the New Year's Eve at his home? He found it hard to believe that Yingying would be sleeping at his house. Xia Yingying had chosen to stay at her brother-in-law's for the festivities, and Li Wangjun was convinced she would surely be sharing a bed with her sister-in-law, enjoying the revelry until midnight. In Jiang Shan's small dwelling, where could they possibly place the televisions? Would they simply rest atop the water vat? Jiang Shan shot him a glare, admonishing him to cease his incessant chatter and hurry home to prepare the mule cart. It was uncertain when the bus would next venture into Chibai village. Li Wangjun, laden with half a bag of dried fruits and New Year's provisions, made his way back, while Jiang Shan, accompanied by Xia Yingying and the two children, waited on the bus until 3 in the afternoon. A flicker of worry crept into Xia Yingying's heart, fearing someone might suddenly appear at the station, perhaps her parents or Li Wentai. She occasionally glanced toward the station entrance, anxious for the bus to depart. Casting another glance at the man beside her, she found him seemingly unperturbed, his demeanor optimistic. Yingying, there's no need to worry. I am here with you. Hearing such reassurances from her husband, Xia Yingying could not help but respond with a soft acknowledgement, holding her little treasure close, her heart gradually finding solace. On this bus journey to Gaoya town, it was inevitable they would encounter relatives from neighboring villages. A woman scrutinized Jiang Shan and Xia Yingying for an extended period before suddenly slapping her thigh in realization. Oh, isn't this the old Jiang lad? I can't believe you don't recognize me. I am your cousin from Weijia at Sanchayan. You didn't greet me, and I dared not acknowledge you. Jiang Shan forced a smile, racking his brain to recall the familial connection. The original owner's awareness of social ties had become increasingly muddled, leading the woman to mistakenly believe Jiang Shan failed to recognize his relatives. This relative peered intently at Xia Yingying, who held little Mei, and whispered to Jiang Shan, I heard your wife passed away after giving birth. Could I have been mistaken? Xia Yingying glanced at Jiang Shan, curious to see how her brother-in-law would respond. Jiang Shan was reluctant to clarify that this was his wife's twin sister, the aunt of his child, and that there was also an elder aunt. It was understandable that the external relatives were unaware of the existence of Jiang Shan's wife's twin sister, who had spread such a rumor about his wife's demise. To them, it was clear that Xia Yingying was indeed Jiang Shan's spouse. A row of seats at the back of the bus was unoccupied, and seizing the opportunity as more passengers boarded, Jiang Shan took little bow from Xia Yingying's arms and settled into the last row, wishing to avoid idle chatter with relatives he barely recognized. A slight smile played on Xia Yingying's lips, pleased that Jiang Shan had not introduced her merely as the children's aunt. Little Mei raised her face and quietly inquired, Auntie, my father said shoo, in front of others, you should call me mother. Don't let it slip, she replied. Okay, call you mother. Little Mei wrapped her arms around Xia Yingying, mirroring the embrace of a mother and child. The bus swayed unsteadily, stopping intermittently, while Xiao Mei's complexion turned pale and Xiao Bao slept soundly. Enduring the 1.5-hour journey on this bus was truly torturous. Xia Yingying took an orange from her pocket and offered it to Xiao Mei, hoping it might alleviate her dizziness. Meanwhile, Li Wangjun hurriedly rode his bicycle home. Eager to harness the mule cart, Lu Fan promptly inquired, how did it go? Where's Shanzi? The two men had departed in the morning, and Lu Fan had not clarified their intentions. Li Wangjun refrained from disclosing the matter of saving money and taking out a loan, fearing Lu Fan would indiscreetly share with the villagers, potentially ruining their plans. If he couldn't secure the 10,000 yuan loan, the drilling project would be doomed, and both he and Jiang Shan would become the subject of ridicule in the village. My dear, just wait and see. I assure you, it will astonish you beyond your imagination. With this declaration, Li Wangjun cracked the whip, and the mule cart sped away. Lu Fan shouted after him, clarify yourself. What is it that I wouldn't imagine? How ridiculous. As she turned, she noticed Jiang Hongqi approaching her. Lu Fan's fondness for Jiang Hongqi had waned significantly. That evening, unable to contain himself, Li Wangjun recounted what he had heard to Lu Fan, who then learned that Jiang Hongqi and his wife had nearly given away Shanzi's son. Is this how one behaves as an elder brother? Cousin, I heard you took Jiang Shan's child to the county. How true is that? Jiang Hongqi stiffened, feeling uncomfortable. He knew the villagers would inevitably discover this matter, and Lu Fan had indeed inquired about it. Zhongma, Shanzi agreed to this. The child was temporarily entrusted to relatives. Once he is well, he will take the child back. Isn't the child back now? What more do you wish to know? Though Lu Fan had a kind heart, she wasn't foolish enough to consider raising Jiang Shan's son. In a village, everyone could see. Letting the child be raised by cousins was an oddity. Jiang Hongqi resolved to send Xiao Bao to relatives in another village, wishing to avoid further discussion. After the new year, he hoped this matter would fade away. The previous afternoon, he had quietly gone to the county, returning the 500 yuan he had borrowed from old Zhou for a television, settling Jiang Shan's debt. He intended to let this matter rest. Old Zhou had told him, "You haven't even secured that promissory note. How can this be settled?" The mocking tone in old Zhou's voice was unmistakable. It had been several days, and the note still lay with his brother. "Did you not say your brother listens to you?" After returning the 500 yuan to old Zhou, Jiang Hongqi decided to confront Jiang Shan to reclaim that promissory note. Not finding Jiang Shan at home, he made his way to village head Li's house. Assuming Jiang Shan would be busy there today or tomorrow, he had another matter to discuss with Lu Fun. "Auntie, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. You can't have Shanzi spend it at your house, can you? He cannot be alone at his place either. I've spoken with your sister-in-law, and like in previous years, Shanzi will celebrate the new year at my house. We could gather a few people to play cards." Lu Fun shot him a disapproving glance, replying sharply, "Cousin, last New Year's Eve, you nearly drove them out of the yard. Do you really think he can spend it at your house this year?" Jiang Hongqi forced a smile, defensively retorting, "Let us not dwell on last year. Let us just ensure this new year is celebrated well." Seizing the opportunity to celebrate the New Year's Eve together tomorrow, Jiang Hongqi contemplated whether he could retrieve the promissory note from Shanzi. "Auntie, it's settled then. You must not allow him to stay at your home tomorrow night." Lu Fun expressed her annoyance towards Jiang Hongqi. "I understand. We shall discuss this when he returns. Whether my cousin wishes to celebrate the new year with his elder brother is entirely his decision. No one can compel him." Jiang Hongqi turned and departed, leaving Lu Fun feeling a weight in her heart. What if this lad had nowhere else to go, spending the New Year's Eve alone at his home? That would be quite pitiful. Yet, it wouldn't do for the two children to remain by his side either. Xiaomei recalled last year when their mother was still with them. This year, without her, it was truly sad. It was best for Xiaomei and Xiao Bao to stay at their grandmother's house, where they would have Xiaoying to look after them. Lu Fun sighed deeply as these thoughts crossed her mind, remembering that Jiang Shan would be returning home in the afternoon, just like the day before. Lu Fun went to stoke the fire in Shanzi's room. "Jiang Hongqi, why haven't you gone into his house to tend the fire?" Chapter 45. The family of four returned home in good order when the mule cart arrived at the station. Li Wangjun had yet to see the bus, so he stamped his feet and waved his hands, waiting for a while. He noticed Zhang Xiao, hurrying towards him with his sleeves pulled up. "Xiaozi, what brings you here?" Li Wangjun inquired. Zhang Xiao jogged over to the village head, beaming as he replied, "Village head, I came to purchase some New Year's goods. A pound of soybean oil is now $1, and peanuts are 80 cents. It's exorbitantly expensive. Last year, peanuts were only 50 cents a pound during the 12th month." The village head mocked him. "You're quite the fool. Tomorrow is the 30th, and you're only just buying peanuts for the new year. If the prices don't rise for you, then for whom should they?" Observing the village head standing by the mule cart with nothing loaded, Zhang Xiao was curious. "Village head, why haven't you bought anything? Who are you waiting for?" "I bought 2 televisions in the county today, but I couldn't carry them back myself. So I'm bringing them back on the mule cart," the village head explained. Zhang Xiao nearly leaped in excitement. "Oh, village head, are you getting a television at home? We can watch television at your place tomorrow night for New Year's Eve. You didn't mention buying a television today? Isn't the price stable?" Li Wangjun was also puzzled as to why televisions had not increased in price on the 20th day of the 12th month. They had been 500 in the autumn and remained so in recent days. Zhang Xiao added that he had given the bus driver $2 to bring back a bundle of garlic sprouts and rice noodles from the county, as well as a large aluminum pot. He found the prices at the market in town too steep. Of course, they are expensive. The rice noodles and garlic sprouts at the market in town are all sourced from wholesalers at the county agricultural market, Li Wangjun stated, calculating. The bus driver took $2, and the amount saved from your purchases is still $2. It would have been better to buy at the market. I wonder what you gained from this. Zhang Xiao retorted. The aluminum pot in town costs $15, while in the county, it's only $12. I saved $3. After discussing the pot, Zhang Xiao quickly asked Li Wangjun, "You just said you bought 2 televisions on the bus. Whose is the other one?" "It belongs to our cousin from the Jiang family," Li Wangjun replied, glancing into the distance as he saw the bus approaching. Zhang Xiao's face lit up with excitement. It's from Hongqi's family. I knew my cousin Hongqi would buy a television. I'll go to his house to watch it tomorrow night." He misheard. Jiang Hongqi is slightly younger than Zhang Xiao, and he mistakenly thought that village head Li was referring to Jiang Hongqi, completely unaware that Jiang Shan is also their cousin from the Jiang family. Li Wangjun cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shao, refraining from clarifying that the other television belonged to Jiang Shan's family. In the village, Jiang Shao was close with Jiang Hongqi, and the two families exchanged labor from spring to winter. Jiang Shao was particularly excited. Wonderful. I'll go watch television at Hongqi's cousin's house tonight. Jiang Hongqi is clearly Li Wangjun's elder cousin. It was puzzling how Jiang Shao misinterpreted this. As the bus made its stop, numerous people disembarked. Yet Li Wangjun had not yet spotted Jiang Shan. He called out, "Shanzi, are you asleep?" Jiang Shan emerged from the bus. He needed to take little bow from Xia Yingying and wake up Xiao Mei, ensuring the children were properly dressed in hats and gloves before exiting the bus. "Cousin, did you wait long?" "Not too long, just about 10 minutes. I was chatting with Zhang Shao." Zhang Shao peered into the bus and saw Xia Yingying, dressed in vibrant red and pink, exiting. He smirked and said mockingly, "Cousin Shanzi, didn't I tell you? You can't let your two children spend the new year at your father-in-law's place. But you didn't believe me, did you? They've been sent back." Such remarks had previously been made by Zhang Shao in front of Jiang Hongqi. The daughter who married out had passed away, and since the child was still in mourning, there were superstitions at the maternal grandmother's home that forbade the child from remaining over New Year's Eve. After his outburst, Zhang Shao entered the bus to retrieve his large pot and garlic sprouts. Li Wangjun discreetly tugged at Jiang Shan's sleeve, quietly advising, "He thinks one television belongs to your elder brother's family. Don't say a word and watch how your brother explains this." Jiang Shan's family had one television installed, and Li Wangjun was curious to see the true faces of some people. Two televisions were brought out one by one from the rear compartment of the bus and secured onto the mule cart, along with various other sundries purchased by Xia Yingying. The mule cart was piled high. Zhang Shao placed his New Year's goods onto Li Wangjun's mule cart as well. Li Wangjun scolded him. "I'm not pulling the mule cart today. Can't you carry your own things back?" Zhang Shao chuckled. "Village head, your mule cart is right here. Just lend a hand and help me take it back." Xia Yingying, wary of Zhang Shao's prying questions, deliberately walked at the back with Xiao Mei. Zhang Shao glanced back at Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei, clicking his tongue in disbelief, and quietly remarked to Jiang Shan, "Cousin, you have to admit, if she weren't from our village, one wouldn't even guess she is your child's aunt. She looks just like your wife. Can you really claim her as your wife?" Though he posed the question, in his heart, he thought, "Jiang Shan, you have no real ability. Her merely helping you care for the children is already a blessing." Zhang Shao was convinced that Xia Yingying would return early the next day, and today was merely a matter of returning the two children to Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan remained silent, contemplating how he would pull the electric wire into the house tonight, eliminating the need for kerosene lamps. "Shanzi, I'm talking to you. You borrowed the mule cart to transport coal to the mine, right? You can earn 5 yuan a day. How much did you actually make?" At that moment, Jiang Shan realized that the villagers believed he borrowed the village head's mule cart to haul coal to the mine. There were no sheep raised in the village. The trade in mutton took place in neighboring villages. When the mule cart set out, it was empty, but upon returning, it would carry home some household items and coal for heating. Calculating it this way, even if Jiang Shan earns 5 yuan a day, the expenses for the household would quickly deplete his finances. A new stove and a hefty black pig weighing 200 jin would cost 200 yuan. And the villagers are all speculating on how he acquired the funds for these purchases. Zhang Shao could not help but inquire, "Shanzi, they say you stay awake at night, using a cart to sneak out 500 jin of coal to sell, making 10 yuan per cart." Li Wangjun glared and reprimanded him. "Zhang Shao, what nonsense are you spouting? Shanzi takes a mule cart out to transport 500 jin of lamb meat to the mining area for sale. Who told you he was stealing coal there?" Zhang Shao scoffed. "Everyone in the village is saying that. Does he even have the capital to haul 500 jin of lamb? Let him show me 1,000 yuan." Li Wangjun reassured Zhang's cousin, walking alongside. "Don't listen to the village gossip. Focus on your own business." Jiang Shan slowed his pace to wait for his younger sister, Xiao Mei, to catch up, bending down to carry her on his back. "Daddy, I can walk," she protested. "But you're still holding your brother. How can I carry you too?" Summer Yingying reached out to take the little one, then told Xiao Mei, "Let your father carry you for a bit. We still have an hour to walk." Xiao Mei climbed onto her father's back. Summer Yingying whispered, "Brother-in-law, are they saying ill things about you in the village? I heard the village chief scolding someone." Jiang Shan believed that people thought the money he earned was ill-gotten. Summer Ying huffed, "They're all no good. After the new year, on the 8th day of the first month, you'll come to the city with me." She did not specify which city, uncertain if she would find work in the provincial capital. After provoking the Li family today, her chances of securing a position at Lanshurno to middle school were slim. She would see where the normal university assigned her. Regardless of the location, it would certainly be a city school. She had resolved in her heart that wherever she went, she would take Jiang Shan and their 2 children along, far from this village. Jiang Shan understood her thoughts. "Ying, for the sake of these 2 children, your burden is immense. As long as we work together, we will soon overcome this hurdle. Brother-in-law, how do you plan to proceed? Let us first get through this new year. I will share my money-making plans with you after the holiday." Chapter 46. An 8-meter-long television antenna pole. Jiang Shan carried 10,000 yuan with him. The bus was crowded, so Summer Ying did not inquire deeply. She subtly sought clarification. "How could you deposit 5,000 and borrow 10,000 at the agricultural bank in Antai County?" The officer at the police station, Director 1, guaranteed me, which enabled the loan. "I will utilize it after the 8th day of the new year." "Brother-in-law, you Haven T earned 5,000. You actually owe the bank 5,000, which is still a talent of yours." His wife had never before praised this man for his capabilities. Jiang Shan returned Summer Ying's smile and quietly hinted, "Ying, this is just the beginning." Jiang Shan did not wish to reveal to anyone in advance what his plan was for utilizing the 10,000 yuan to generate profit, fearing that the information in his mind might not be entirely accurate. The information at this juncture was derived from his studies and research for future business, enhanced through meetings and discussions with his subordinates. The 10,000 yuan in Jiang Shan's bag surprised Summer Ying. This man was wholly consumed with ideas of embarking on a profitable venture. Village Chief Li followed closely behind him, and together they entered the bank to secure a loan. Xia Ying initially assumed that Chief Li's intention was to use the funds for drilling wells in the village. However, judging by Jiang Shan's tone, it seemed that the money would be spent after the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, indicating that it was not solely for this purpose. Was it perhaps to impress Xia's family? With this sum of 10,000, Xia Ying felt a sense of reassurance. Even if her parents came to cause a commotion or if Li Wentai troubled her, she felt unperturbed. "I'm not afraid. I will submit my job application on the 8th. At worst, I'll be assigned to teach in Antai County." Jiang Shan paused in his stride, and Xiaomei, perched on his back, pushed herself up. He recalled hearing in the bank that if Xia Ying were assigned to Antai County, she could serve as a guarantor for the loan. "Ying, being assigned to teach in Antai County is not out of the question. Although the salary is slightly lower than in the provincial capital, it is closer to my home. I am familiar with Antai County, and it would be more convenient for me to earn a living." During this time, Jiang Shan was busy running a mule cart while mentally mapping out familiar routes. Compared to heading to the provincial capital, he deemed it wiser to remain in Antai County for the foreseeable future. While there may not be any seasoned veterans in the alley, during his stay at the South Street Inn, he roamed half the county, and everything remained steeped in familiar sights and scents. That was enough for him. Staying in Antai County, close to the village, would facilitate the handling of various matters. Chief Li was determined to drill a well for the village and could not simply abandon that responsibility. Having borrowed 200 yuan for urgent matters, Chief Li also borrowed the mule cart for a month, and Jiang Shan was tasked with assisting him in drilling a well by March. He could not neglect his elder brother and sister-in-law. He needed to look after their family properly. Last New Year's Eve, they had expelled their pregnant daughter-in-law from the Jiang family home, and this winter they had contemplated selling their own son. Jiang Shan felt compelled to reciprocate their past actions. Consequently, it would be ideal for Xia Ying to secure a position in one of the 2 high schools in Antai County. "Ying, I hope your job placement is in Antai County. It would make things easier for me." "All right." Xia Ying readily agreed, considering another layer of meaning. The 2 children were registered in Qianbai village, and after the new year, taking them to the city would be quite inconvenient. Although Xia Ying would be considered a city dweller due to her job placement, it wouldn't be as straightforward for the children and their father to transition to city life. This would require time. Now, having severed ties with her family, it seemed unlikely that she would secure work in the provincial capital. Applying for a position in Antai County was the most practical solution for the children's transition. They need not accompany her to the provincial capital. They could remain with their father, and she could return to spend time with them on weekends. Xia Ying pondered this new life after the new year. In front of her, Li Wangjun noticed Xia Yingying struggling to hold Little Bao and asked Jiang Shan to take the mule cart's reins while he lifted Little Bao from her arms. Such a good boy, not shy at all. Your uncle will carry you home. Li Wangjun planted a kiss on Little Bao's cheek. They had already arrived at the village entrance. Shanzi, Yingying, your sister-in-law will surely be thrilled to see you both coming home together. Jiang Shan scoffed. Only my sister-in-law will be pleased. Everyone else will just criticize Yingying. The villagers cast their eyes in this direction. Their gazes filled with disdain as they observed Xia Yingying spending the new year at her brother-in-law's home. The mule cart arrived first at Jiang Shao's doorstep. He unloaded his belongings and reminded Jiang Shan, Shanzi, tell your elder brother that I will carry a long pole to serve as an antenna for the television. Tonight, we shall watch the performance of Sun Wukong at your brother's house. Jiang Shao entered his courtyard, and the mule cart continued on its path. Jiang Shan inquired of Li Wangjun, cousin, did you truly not inform him that the television belongs to my family? I did not mention it, Li Wangjun replied. Jiang Shao has an 8-meter-long white poplar pole. He said he would bring it over to your elder brother's house tonight. I simply told him to do so. Li Wangjun chuckled, relishing the thought of certain individuals making fools of themselves. As the mule cart approached the entrance of Li Wangjun's home, Lufan was already waiting outside. Hearing the sound of the mule's bells, she hurried out, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the rosy-cheeked Xia Yingying and the 2 children. My goodness, it's already dark. You must have traveled quite a distance. Your cousin mentioned a surprise for me, and indeed, this is a delightful surprise. Tomorrow is the 30th, Yingying. You aren't truly staying to celebrate the new year with them, are you? Sister-in-law, I intend to stay for 3 days until the New Year festivities conclude before returning home. Lufan was genuinely overjoyed. Is that so? How wonderful. Have you discussed this with your parents? This matter should not be taken lightly. I have a plan, tomorrow evening. We shall watch television together to usher in the new year. Li Wangjun tugged at his wife's sleeve, chiding her, what nonsense are you spouting? We are the Li family, and we do not share our ancestors with the Jiang family. How could they possibly celebrate New Year's Eve in our home? Look at them, an entire family of 4. Can't you see that? Lufan paused, taken aback by the notion of a family of 4. Glancing at Jiang Shan and Xia Yingying, who were tending to the 2 children, she realized they indeed resembled a complete family. The mule was unloaded, and after taking down the items for Li Wangjun's family, Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei found a place to sit, while Jiang Shan led them back home. Lufan watched their retreating figures from the entrance and discreetly asked her husband, are we inviting Yingying to stay at our home tomorrow night? Li Wangjun, with a serious demeanor, replied, tomorrow night. Let them all sleep together on one bed. Lufan was taken aback. What are you thinking? How could that be possible? Li Wangjun had contemplated this journey and saw no impossibility in it. Xia Yingying's demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Shanzi's wife. This young woman had dared to flee her wedding on the 28th of the 12th month to come to her brother-in-law's home. If she were to return only after the 3rd day of the new year, what would her parents think? They would surely suspect that Xia Yingying had formed a bond with her brother-in-law. Such words could not be allowed to circulate without merit. Their relationship was indeed genuine. While Xia Yingying wished to stay at Jiang Hongqi's home, Li Wangjun had no desire for her or his cousin. They could simply share a bed. This was not uncommon. Even beyond the 700 households of the village, in other villages, it was equally prevalent for a man to marry his brother's widow for the sake of the children. Why should Jiang Shan not marry Xia Yingying? The circumstances were unique. Xia Yingying donned her sister's attire, resembling Shanzi's wife perfectly. How splendid. Let us proceed with this plan. Lufan pinched her husband's arm, reminding him, Yingying has enrolled in university. She aspires to become a teacher in the city. Have you forgotten this detail? Li Wangjun suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. How did Xia Yingying manage to attend university? It seems she has taken a wrong turn in her academic journey. It's disheartening. Jiang Shan, untroubled, drove the car into his yard, first lifting little Mei down, followed by his son. Be good. Let us go inside and warm ourselves by the fire. It must be your Aunt Finfin who helped us light the stove. The chimney was smoking, and the room was enveloped in a cozy warmth. Xia Yingying surveyed the chaotic state of the Kong and the kitchen. Has the house turned into this after just a few days of my absence? How are you managing with the 2 kids? Jiang Shan chuckled. That's why this home cannot do without you. Xia Yingying hurriedly tidied up the kitchen, then prepared 2 bowls of noodles on the countertop, pulling half a pot of noodle pieces for dinner. Jiang Shan observed everything. Her nimbleness was not something cultivated in 4 years of university. It was a reflection of her innate disposition as a devoted wife. Little May quietly confided to her father. Auntie asked me to call her mom, but I'm too shy to do so. It's fine. Just call her mom. Say it loudly. Xia Yingying shot her a stern look. Outside, Jiang Shovel called out. Shanzi, are you going to your elder brother's house to watch television? Jiang Shan lifted the curtain and replied, You go ahead. I haven't eaten yet. Little May was puzzled. Does Annie's house have a television too? Shouldn't you go and check? All right, I'll take a quick look. I'll be right back for dinner. Yes, I'll just take a glance and come back immediately. Little May dashed out to see the television at Xuan's house. Chapter 47. A television shared between two families. Jiang Shovel, carrying an 8-meter-long poplar beam, stood at the entrance of Jiang Hongqi's home and called out, prompting Xuan to dash out of the courtyard. Uncle Shovel, why are you bringing a beam to my house? Xuan, hasn't your father told you? It's for your house as a television antenna pole. Where's your dad? He just stepped out. Jiang Shovel chuckled. Just wait. Your father went to your village chief's cousin's home to fetch a television. Jiang Shovel set down the beam, waiting for Xuan's father to return with the television, to see where this beam would be placed. Little May approached Xuan, who stood with his legs apart, blocking the entrance to his home, preventing her from entering. Do you want to come to my house to watch television? Xuan asked. Irritated, Little May, still a bit intimidated by him, replied softly, I don't want to watch your television. If you don't want to watch my television, then why are you here? Little May was reluctant to continue the conversation, glancing at the long beam and thinking that her grandmother's television pole was just as long. Xuan, my dad bought us a television too, and the village chief's cousin also got one. We bought them together. Jiang Shovel turned to correct the little girl's statement. Don't spread rumors. That television belongs to Xuan's family. Your uncle took it away. Little May felt a bit confused, wondering if her uncle had also gone to fetch a television from the village chief's house. Jiang Hongqi returned empty-handed, waiting at the entrance for Jiang Shovel, who stood there with a long wooden beam. Jiang Shovel, being older, was affectionately addressed as cousin. Cousin Shovel, why are you standing at my door? Why don't you come inside? Jiang Shovel was all smiles. Hongqi, didn't I promise you a few days ago? Once your television is brought home, I'll bring you an antenna pole. Didn't you go to fetch the television? Jiang Hongqi's expression darkened. Who said I went to fetch a television? Jiang Shao, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, Our village chief has brought back 2 televisions, one of which belongs to your family. Did you not claim it? Xuan, in a state of urgency, replied, Dad, bring home our television. Jiang Hongqi, feeling exasperated with his son, retorted sharply, What nonsense are you spouting? That is not our television. Jiang Shao cast a puzzled glance at Xuan, his confusion deepening. Then whose is the other television? Xiaomei, unable to contain herself, clarified, It belongs to my family. My father purchased it. Jiang Shao shot a disbelieving look at Xiaomei, saying, You silly child, how could your father afford a television? They cost 500 yuan. Xiaomei thought to herself, If you don't believe me, so be it. And she dashed into her house to inform her father of the incident. My uncle did not buy a television, yet Xuan insists that it is ours. And Uncle Xiao says it belongs to them too. Xia Yingying brought a bowl of noodle soup to the table, urging Xiaomei to sit and eat, disregarding Xuan outside. Xuan trailed closely behind Xiaomei. Meanwhile, Jiang Shao contemplated sending Xuan to his grandfather's house to check for a television. Xuan, upon seeing the kerosene lamp lit in his grandfather's house, thought it impossible to watch television there. As night fell, Jiang Shan returned home, neglecting to install the wiring for a light bulb. Upon entering his grandfather's house, Xuan immediately spotted the large television box beside the dining table. Xiaomei took the initiative to speak. Xuan, my father bought this television today. Do you still not believe it? Yet, Xuan remained skeptical, pondering where his own family's television had vanished to if his grandfather had acquired one. Uncle Xiao claimed that one of the 2 televisions belonged to him. It dawned upon Xuan that his grandfather had taken their television into his house, with his mother away at his grandmother's since yesterday afternoon and yet to return. Xuan felt justified in asserting, Xiaomei, the television is ours, and I will take it. With arms wide open, he attempted to embrace the box, though it was far too heavy for him to lift. He decided to run home and call for his father to help him. Xia Yingying, astonished, remarked, How could a 10-year-old boy have such thoughts? Jiang Shan smirked. He has been spoiled by his sister-in-law. Just wait. Tonight, there will be chaos at his brother's house. Xia Yingying, feeling a surge of indignation, thought, What do I care if there is chaos at their home? Xuan rushed back home, loudly informing his father, Dad, My grandfather has taken our television into his house. You must bring it back. Jiang Shan, still present and bewildered, had yet to comprehend how that television had become Jiang Shan's. As he walked back, village chief Li had not mentioned that the television was Jiang Shan's. Cousin Hongqi stated that he had not lent Jiang Shan money to purchase a television, and it was implausible that the village chief would buy one for himself while also lending Jiang Shan 500 yuan for another. Jiang Shan, fuming, declared, Hongqi, if that is the case, our village chief must have lent a mule cart to Shanzi to go to the mine. Who knows how much coal they have stolen and sold, each family with a television. Jiang Hongqi found Jiang Shao's reasoning to hold merit. Feeling even more furious, who knows what mischief he has been up to this past month. Just then, Chun Meiyan returned from her family home, and Xuan rushed to her, complaining, Mom, my grandfather took our television away, and I told Dad to bring it back, but he won't go. Chun Meiyan, startled, glared at Jiang Hongqi, asking, Did you give the television to his family? Jiang Hongqi was consumed by rage, his impulse to strike his son nearly overwhelming. The television in question was purchased by him. What relevance did it hold for me? Jiang Hongqi's justification was far from convincing. Just yesterday morning, he had requested 500 yuan from Chun Meiyan to buy a television for their home in the county. Jiang Hongqi had taken that sum and returned it to old Zhou. If he were to admit to repaying old Zhou, Chun Meiyan would certainly refuse him. That 500 yuan was discreetly tucked away in her clothing, intended for the purchase of a television this coming winter. This plan had been set in Chun Meiyan's mind since autumn. The previous afternoon, Jiang Hongqi had returned home on his bicycle, devoid of any television, and coincidentally, Chun Meiyan was not home at that moment. She had gone to her maternal home to deliver something and had only just returned. Little Zhu, this chapter has more to offer, so please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement unfolds further. Jiang Shan had just brought home the television, and Xuan was making a ruckus, leading everyone to believe that the television he had purchased had been carried back by Jiang Shan. Chun Meiyan was furious. Jiang Hongqi, do you have any ambition? Are you not his elder brother? How can you let him manipulate you like this winter? Chun Meiyan was well aware of why Jiang Shan was able to exert such control over the couple. It was all due to that promissory note. The child had been reclaimed by him, and what more could he want? Jiang Hongqi, was he really going to bow so low? Chun Meiyan comforted Xuan softly. Do not cause a scene. I will go over and retrieve the television. However, as she turned to head to Jiang Shan's house to reclaim the television, Jiang Hongqi grabbed her arm, exclaiming, What are you doing? The television belongs to him. I did not buy it yesterday. Chun Meiyan halted, turning to him with a fierce glare. If you did not buy the television, then why did you go to the city yesterday? What happened to the 500 yuan? Jiang Hongqi found himself at a loss for words. He had gone to the county to repay Jiang Shan the 500 yuan owed to old Zhou. He believed that by doing so, he could reclaim the promissory note from Jiang Shan today, and once the note was back in his possession, he could turn the tables on Jiang Shan completely. Chun Meiyan yelled again, Speak up! What were you doing yesterday? Where is my 500 yuan? Xuan, embraced by his mother, shot a resentful glare at his father. Mom, the television is at my paternal grandpa's house. I saw it with my own eyes. But Xiaomei insists it belongs to her family. Xia and Lingling, sensing that their parents were on the verge of a quarrel and fearing Xuan might get punished, retreated into the inner room, refusing to come out. Jiang Shan, realizing that the couple was about to clash, took a few steps back and fled. You did not buy the television, so where is my 500 yuan? Chun Meiyan demanded fiercely. She had intended to go to the city herself to purchase the television yesterday, but urgent matters at her maternal home had prevented her from doing so, prompting her to hand the money over to Jiang Hongqi. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Hongqi had gambled away the funds meant for the television. Chapter 48, a turbulent scene in the neighboring courtyard. Jiang Hongqi, exasperated by his wife's anger, lost his composure and shouted, I returned the 500 yuan to old Zhou. It was you who foolishly incited me to take Jiang Shan's child. Chun Meiyan let out a cry and lunged at Jiang Hongqi, intent on tearing apart his insipid words. Hadn't they agreed not to mention old Zhou in front of anyone? Chun Meiyan's fury was not just because her husband had mentioned old Zhou, but also because Jiang Hongqi had returned the 500 yuan to him. As a woman, she could not tolerate this. The 500 yuan in old Zhou's possession had been used by Jiang Shan. Why should their family be responsible for repaying it? In a fit of rage, Jiang Hongqi felt an overwhelming surge of anger as the woman lunged at him, clawing at him. He retaliated with a resounding slap, striking Chun Malian across the face. For several moments, she saw stars, and upon regaining her senses, she retaliated with her long nails aimed at him. The pain burned fiercely on Jiang Hongqi's face, prompting him to turn and grab the iron shovel from the corner, swinging it in a wide arc. Damn you. If it weren't for this wretched woman causing trouble, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Xiao Shan, terrified, began to cry. Xie and Lingling, not daring to remain indoors, rushed out to intervene, but Jiang Hongqi swung the shovel, causing both daughters to tumble to the ground, wailing loudly. Lingling, usually quiet and reserved, decided to run to her father's house for assistance. In a desperate voice, she called out from the gate, "Daddy, please come quickly and save my mother." Xia Yingying gave Jiang Shan a push, urging him, "Hurry and help out. We can't afford to have a tragedy right before New Year's Eve." Jiang Shan, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "All right, I'll go right away. We can't have this chaos just before the new year." He hurried to his elder brother's house for help, while Xia Yingying glared at his retreating figure. Is he really going to help, or is he just going to watch the show? Lingling, full of despair and pleading for aid, caught Jiang Shan's attention. He feigned ignorance, asking, "Aren't your parents fine? What prompted this sudden fight?" "I don't know, please hurry," she cried. Lingling's temperament was quite different from that of her brother and sister, leaving Jiang Shan uncertain about her future and her relationship with their little sister, Mimi. Unfortunately, Jiang Shan arrived a moment too late. Chun Malian lay on the ground, groaning. After being struck by Jiang Hongqi's shovel on the back, blood trickled from a scratch on Jiang Hongqi's face as he sat on the doorstep, panting heavily, cursing his wife and children in a torrent of foul language. Jiang Shan loudly admonished the trembling children, "Xiao Shan, Xie, why aren't you helping your mother up? It's freezing on the ground. She'll catch a cold if she lies there." Xiao Shan and Xie rushed to assist their mother, crying out, "Mom, please get up." Chun Malian propped herself up, her hair disheveled, and her tongue vicious. "Jiang Hongqi, just wait. Tomorrow, I'm filing for divorce and exposing all your misdeeds." Jiang Hongqi brandished the iron shovel again, but Jiang Shan seized him by the arm, pleading, "Brother, that's enough. If you kill my sister-in-law, you'll pay dearly for it." Covered in dirt, Chun Malian was pulled inside by Xie and Lingling, their tears flowing freely as they mourned. Xiao Shan hid behind his sister, too frightened to speak. Jiang Hongqi retreated a step, sitting once more on the doorstep, his head lowered in despair. Jiang Shan stood before him, waiting for him to articulate his thoughts. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What family bickers like this?" Jiang Hongqi muttered incoherently, lifting his head to glance at Jiang Shan, a bitter smile on his face. "Are you satisfied? Is this the spectacle you wish to witness between me and your sister-in-law?" Jiang Shan remained silent, observing his elder brother closely, allowing him to express whatever he wished without interruption. "I returned the 500 yuan to old Zhou yesterday. If I hadn't, he would have certainly caused you trouble. Brother, your sister-in-law is only making a fuss because I helped you repay that money." The 500 yuan was spent by Jiang Shan on charcoal, a stove, rice, flour, and meat. Jiang Shan's expression darkened, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Brother, what are you saying? I did not ask you to repay old Zhou. You are intentionally provoking my sister-in-law." Jiang Hongqi abruptly rose, his fierce eyes glaring. "Did you choose today to bring home a television? Are you not simply aiming to incite a quarrel with my sister-in-law? Shanzi, I implore you, can you return that promissory note? What more do you want? Are you trying to ruin my New Year celebrations?" Jiang Shan had not come to mediate. He was merely awaiting the opportunity to respond to his brother. "Brother, when you and my sister-in-law sold my son, did you ever consider whether I could celebrate the new year or if my daughter could? Brother, do not even mention whether you can celebrate the new year." Jiang Shan turned and returned to his own house. Xia Yingying casually inquired, "Did you have a falling out?" Jiang Shan pouted, "I sense my sister-in-law will return to her parental home tomorrow. At 30, would her family still want her back?" Xia Yingying expressed disbelief. She could go to her sister's or her younger sister's home. But what about their 3 children? Xia Yingying paused, then scoffed. "Who is to pity our little Bao? Who is to pity Xiaomei? It's all your fault for pretending to be oblivious and agreeing to send little Bao away." Jiang Shan leaned closer to Xia Yingying, his tone exceedingly earnest. "Yingying, I lost my wife, and in my grief, my mind became muddled. Now that you are by my side, I am no longer sorrowful or confused. Step aside. Can't you see little Bao is about to cry? A child only cries when hungry." He warmed half a bowl of noodles, feeding little Bao spoonful by spoonful. Little Bao sat on the Kong, each bite prompting him to call out for his mother. Oh, good boy, take another bite. Mama. All right, listen, call out after you finish eating. Little Bao smiled, revealing 2 tiny white teeth. Dear reader, this chapter continues on the next page. Please click to read further. The story becomes even more captivating. Little Bao was 7 months old. Jiang Shan observed this scene and, thinking of tomorrow's New Year's Eve, felt the urge to call out for his wife almost overwhelm him. If he were to kiss Yingying's cheek, would she possibly dash out of this room? The one who dashed out was Chun Malian. She had packed a bundle and ran off, covering 10 miles to her parental village. Xia Xia chased after her, crying out for her mother. Jiang Hongqi shouted, "All of you get out." He kicked Xuan Xuan, who was also trying to escape, pulling him back into the house and throwing him onto the Kong, unleashing a torrent of blows. Xuan Xuan huddled at the edge of the Kong, too frightened to utter a sound. Xia Yingying prepared a pot of water on the stove, washing the feet and heads of Xiao Mei and Little Bao, the water bubbling vigorously. Xia Xia's cries went unheard as they passed by the wood gate. She watched as Jiang Shan played with their son, both father and son delighting in their time together. Xia Yingying doused him with cold water. "Aren't you leaving yet? Where am I supposed to go?" Jiang Shan was momentarily taken aback. "You expect me to seek lodging at someone else's home?" Xia Yingying implied that he, as the father, should sleep in this room, leaving her to find shelter at her cousin's house. "I'll go. Little Bao needs his mother tonight. And Xiao Mei still wants to cuddle with you. How can you leave? Do you not understand you are still not leaving? At least wash your feet before you go. Do you want me to chase you away?" In the realm of fate, it is a perplexing circumstance that one finds themselves in their own abode, with their own child resting upon the bed, yet must seek refuge in another's home for slumber. The individual before him is none other than Xiang Yingying, who is not yet a legitimate spouse. Such is the nature of the predicament. Jiang Shan, after washing his feet and changing into a fresh pair of trousers, ensured that Yingying was secure with a sum of money before he sought temporary shelter at his cousin's house for the night. Chapter 49. A marriage certificate. Upon Jiang Shan's return to borrow lodging once more, Li Wangjun could not suppress his mockery towards his cousin. "Cousin, I once thought you two might share a bed, but your sister-in-law insisted it was impossible. She was right. You lack the courage. What do you fear? If you choose to stay away, can she truly let you freeze outside?" Village Chief Li stood atop the courtyard wall, adjusting the television antenna, meticulously securing it before descending and clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Shanzi, after much effort, I finally got a signal. Tomorrow, I will install the antenna for your home." Despite the commotion caused by his elder brother and sister-in-law, he had not bothered to intervene. His focus remained solely on tinkering with the television. "Cousin, let me tell you, you simply lack the determination. If I were in your position, I would stay right here on my own bed at night. What's the matter? Let the villagers say whatever they wish. Outsiders wouldn't know she's not your wife." "And where's my sister-in-law?" Jiang Shan inquired. "She has gone after your elder brother. Did you not see? Your sister-in-law walked away in tears, with 2 girls pulling at her, unwilling to let her go." "She would not ignore it if she heard," came the response. Li Wangjun, now equipped with a television, hurried to fine-tune the antenna, his interest in the quarrels of others having waned. "Shanzi, hurry inside and take a look. The picture is remarkably clear." As Jiang Shan entered his cousin's home, he beheld the television screen displaying static and snowflakes, questioning the clarity of such a vision. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the ultra-clear images of modern LCD screens, rendering this display unappealing. The nostalgic advertisement for Waha from 1988 washed over him like a distant memory. The purpose of the television was to watch the upcoming Spring Festival Gala. As a mule cart unloaded a television box at the entrance, neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle, their eyes wide with astonished anticipation, holding their breaths in silence. Someone shouted, "Village Chief, doesn't T. Hongqi's family also own a television? Let us go see if theirs is clearer than yours." Seeing the throng of individuals gathered in his home, Li Wangjun feigned urgency in his tone. "Quickly, go to see the television at Hongqi's house. It's bound to be clearer than mine." Hongqi's family had first slaughtered a pig for meat and aimed to purchase a television. It was likely that theirs was already installed. A group of people then dashed out. Li Wangjun twisted the channel knob, but to his dismay, only one channel appeared. His expression turned anxious. "This can't be right. Weren't there supposed to be 2 channels? Village Chief, if you reposition the antenna pole, you could receive 2 channels, someone suggested. "Go home, it's already past 10. There's no time to be moving antenna poles. Get some sleep," he retorted. Some remained at Li Wangjuan's home, unwilling to depart despite feeling drowsy. Lu Fen returned, breathless, and upon seeing the crowd, shouted, "Everyone, go home. We can watch again when the sun rises." She approached the television and turned it off, covering it with a cloth, prompting the crowd to finally leave the house. "Village chief, weren't you raising money for a well? How come you bought a television today?" "I raised no such funds. Drilling a well costs 8 to 10,000. Are you contributing?" The individuals engrossed in their television were oblivious to the matters concerning the well drilling, which left Li Wangjun feeling quite despondent. His gaze fell upon his cousin at his uncle's home, and he silently pondered, "Shanzi, would you consider reserving that 10,000 yuan for our village as well?" Lu Fen tugged at Jiang Shan, fearful he might join those individuals outside. Once the others departed, Lu Fen quietly inquired, "Did your elder brother and sister-in-law truly engage in a quarrel? Late at night, I chased after her to persuade her to return, but she refused and took the 2 children back to her parental home. What are we to do?" Li Wangjun, devouring the clumped noodles from the stove, advised his wife. In these days leading up to the new year, couples often quarrel over trivial matters. Why concern yourself with others? If any troubles arose within the village, it was likely they would seek out village chief Li to sever ties, which Lu Fen felt would also become her burden. Her worry was not merely for others. She was apprehensive about disturbances in Jiang Shan's household as well. "Shanzi, did Ying run away? Surely her parents won't come after her? If not today, then what about tomorrow? You must handle this with care." Li Wangjun informed his wife that Xia Ying had fled from her engagement. Lu Fen was filled with dread. Tomorrow the Jiang family would be in disarray. How shall we celebrate the new year? Li Wangjun mentioned that his cousin had brought back 10,000 yuan to be used for the village well in March. Any disturbance in the Jiang household would leave the village chief and his wife trembling with anxiety. "Shanzi, do not fear. I have conferred with your cousin. If the Xia family comes to cause trouble tomorrow, we, along with the entire village, shall reason with them." Jiang Shan understood what his sister-in-law intended to convey to Xia Ying's parents. The 2 children, having lost their mother, would experience their first new year without her. The Xia family should not hesitate to adorn their home with red spring couplets and allow Ying to join Jiang's family to celebrate the holiday with the children. Lu Fen found this reasoning entirely justifiable. Moreover, although Ying had spent the winter break at the Jiang household, each night, Shanzi had stayed at her home. They could not possibly share a bed. What was there to worry about? Lu Fen clearly instructed Jiang Shan on how to address the Xia family. Jiang Shan smiled, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, Ying's parents will not pursue her. They are not unreasonable people." "Really? If they seek to reason, we shall persuade them, allowing Ying to become little Mei and little Bao's mother." Li Wangjun entirely concurred with his wife's sentiments. "Indeed, let Ying become Shanzi's wife. Tomorrow night, on New Year's Eve, the 4 of you can enjoy a festive dinner and perhaps share a drink, and let the rest unfold later." Lu Fen shot a stern glance at her husband. "What nonsense are you speaking? You cannot suggest they simply share a bed. It must be legitimate." Li Wangjun internally mused that it was indeed legitimate. After all, if one were to see Ying clad in her sister's attire, who could deny their resemblance? In the eyes of the children, the sisters appeared identical, thus rendering it entirely valid. Lu Fen's notion of legitimacy referred to their need to register their marriage and obtain a marriage certificate. Jiang Shan produced the marriage certificate, which bore a photograph of Xia Ying. Though Li Wangjun refrained from voicing his thoughts, he pulled up the quilt, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep, reminding his cousin, "Shanzi, tomorrow morning we shall bring lighting to your home and connect the television antenna." Jiang Shan lay on the Kong at Li Wangjun's home, his mind preoccupied with the whereabouts of the marriage certificate. That certificate resided in Xia Ying's handbag. While soothing the children, Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, to sleep, she discreetly retrieved the photograph of their wedding, a black and white image capturing the blissful smiles of both her and her sister. The memory of the moment they posed at the town's photography studio was vividly etched in her mind. Jiang Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was pulled closer by her. When returning home on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, this wedding photo found its place in Xia Ying's handbag. She intended to move to the city with her 2 children and their father, making it essential to keep the photograph handy. However, unforeseen circumstances compelled her family to pressure her into an engagement with Li Wentai, thus bringing the marriage certificate back into this household. The villagers of Qian who knew her as Xia Ying, once she moved to the city, who would remember that she was not Jiang Shan's wife. After gazing at the marriage certificate for a long time, She returned it to her handbag and quietly snuggled under the covers. Xiao Mei lay to her left. Xiao bowed to her right, and there was still room for another. Xiao Mei turned over, sleepily opening her eyes to call out, "Mom." "Be good, Xiao Mei. Mommy is here." Xia Yingying gently embraced her daughter. The 6.5-year-old girl was often treated as a laborer by some. Each night, as she watched her small frame and glanced at the barely 1-year-old Xiao Bao, a surge of resentment welled up within Xia Yingying. Chapter 50. Keep it down. Don't wake my wife and kids early in the morning. Two grown men approached Jiang Shan's home through the courtyard gate. Li Wangjun chattered incessantly, prompting Jiang Shan to remind him, "Keep it down, don't wake my wife and kids." "Oh, so you really consider Xia Yingying your wife? If you're so confident, why not share the Kong with her tonight?" Li Wangjun, not entering Jiang Shan's yard, turned to visit Jiang Hongqi's family. "Shanzi, I need to check if your sister-in-law returned last night. If she hasn't tea, it's troublesome. I'll have to persuade your elder brother to go fetch her. We can't have your sister-in-law spending New Year's Eve at her parents' house. In our rural culture, a married daughter cannot stay overnight at her family's home on New Year's Eve." Li Wangjun entered Jiang Hongqi's house. Jiang Shan quietly returned to his own home. Xia Yingying lifted her eyes to ask, "Brother-in-law, is Xiao Mei still waiting to watch television? Will it be ready today?" Rising earlier, she had stoked the fire and prepared a bowl of sauced noodles in a small aluminum pot, garnished with scallions and garlic sprouts for breakfast. "Yingying, can't you allow yourself a moment of indulgence and sleep in? It's New Year's Eve. How could I possibly sleep? Hurry up and connect the wires to hang the light bulb." Jiang Shan busied himself, with Xiao Mei trailing behind, handing him tools and wires. "Daddy, all our pliers are brand new. I bought them yesterday for setting up the electricity and hanging the light." The switch was affixed to the edge of the Kong. As the cord was pulled, a crisp sound echoed, and the bulb illuminated. The happiest of all was Xiao Mei. "Daddy, we have a light bulb now. It's New Year." Xia Yingying was slicing pig's head meat, which had been marinated by Lu Fan's sister-in-law. She assumed that Yingying and the children would not return home, planning instead to have Jiang Shan take them to the Xia family for a meal on the second day of the new year. A portion of the 10,000 yuan Jiang Shan had in his bag was to be allocated to assist his cousin in drilling a well, a matter that Li Wangjun and Lu Fan discussed quietly in the dead of night, determined to help Jiang Shan have a joyful new year. The pig's head has been submerged in water, all thanks to Lu Fan's assistance to the Jiang family. Xia Yingying felt as though she had contributed nothing yet possessed everything. At that moment, she inquired of the man in her family, "Brother-in-law, I heard that cousin was with you. Where is he?" "He went to persuade elder brother not to sulk and to call sister-in-law back home." Xia Yingying scoffed. Jiang Shan leaned closer to examine the slices of meat on the cutting board and ventured, "Did your sister teach you this?" "Whatever my sister knows, I know too. But your sister mentioned that you do not partake in any household chores at home, merely immersing yourself in books to study, which is why you were accepted into university." Xia Yingying straightened up, staring at him with wide eyes. "You don't believe it was my sister who taught me?" Jiang Shan quickly flattered her. "All right. It was indeed your sister who taught you. You are quite clever, learning it all so swiftly." Li Wangjun rushed into Jiang Shan's home, cursing Jiang Hongqi. "What kind of person is our elder brother? He accuses me of being unworthy. If he has the capability, he should celebrate the new year with his son." Li Wangjun urged Jiang Hongqi to summon his wife and 2 daughters, as it was merely 10 miles to Shomping village. If he were to leave now, he would be back by noon, yet he refused to go. Li Wangjun disregarded this, having not seen him contribute any funds for the village well. The 8-meter-long beam that Zhang Xiao had carried was still at Jiang Hongqi's doorstep, and Li Wangjun hauled it into Jiang Shan's yard. "Shanzi, you can use this beam from Zhang Xiao's family for now. At worst, just give him 5 yuan. I'll install the television for you. I finished setting up my own yesterday." Li Wangjun had completed the installation of his television the previous day and was now assisting Jiang Shan. He glanced around and asked, "Yingying, Shanzi, where will you place the television? It cannot simply be left on the ground." The dining table was moved to the center of the room, half designated for the television and half for dining. "Shanzi, you must swiftly build a new house by March. You've purchased an appliance yet have no place to put it." As Li Wangjun helped install the television for Jiang Shan, his thoughts were consumed with the anticipation of receiving 5,000 yuan from Shanzi after March, which he would then hand over to the drilling team for the well. He had nearly given it to Director Lu yesterday, which would have likely resulted in a loss. Li Wangjun cast a furtive glance at the Kong in Jiang Shan's home, unable to see the bag containing money, and quietly asked, "Shanzi, the money is secured. right? Rest assured, it is safe. Li Wangjun exhaled and tentatively inquired, Shanzi, why not keep the 5,000 at my place for safety? If cousin is out in the new year, I will give you 10,000 for the well. Li Wangjun's hand trembled, causing the tool he was using to tighten the antenna to fall and strike his foot. How much? I will give you 10,000. You can directly pay the County Water Resources Bureau and remember to get an invoice. Then the drilling team will come to our village. Are you not building a new house? You are giving me 10,000? There are priorities. First, we need to drill the well. My family needs water to drink. I must irrigate my 20 acres of land first. That is the pressing matter. Despite the snow collected this winter, it only amounted to half a cellar of water. And after March, water would still be a challenge. Li Wangjun was puzzled. Shanzi, since this 10,000 is meant for the well, why keep it at your house? Would it not be better for us cousins to each safeguard half? Upon further reflection, Li Wangjun thought that if he kept half, he might end up needing to repay half of a loan himself. He decided against it. Li Wangjun focused intently on the television, producing a dazzling display of white static. Lu Fen entered, carrying a steaming basin of festive flower buns. Ying, I understand that you are tasked with caring for 2 children, and it overwhelms you. I have prepared the steamed buns for the new year. Xia Ying exclaimed with delight. Oh, cousin-in-law, the flower buns you steamed this time are simply exquisite. They are neither sour nor excessively sweet, and will suffice for our family until the 8th day of the new year. Are you returning on the 8th? Lu Fen inquired with a look of confusion. I will go directly to the school to handle some formalities on the 8th, Xia Ying replied. Jiang Shan was puzzled. Isn't the plan to return to Ningyang on the 2nd day to pay respects to your in-laws? Xia Ying had not intended to return home on the 2nd, as she feared that her family would keep a close watch on her and pressure her into an engagement with Li Wentai. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more captivating. She resolved to remain until the 8th and then return to school directly. She had not yet shared this thought with her brother-in-law, but upon Lu Fen's inquiry, she expressed her decision. Jiang Shan felt uneasy. Believing it would be best to visit the in-laws on the 2nd, during the festive season, surely the father-in-law would not deny his daughter and son-in-law entry. Xia Ying offered another perspective. Brother-in-law, do you really think my parents are so unconcerned? Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao are still in mourning. Having not yet completed 100 days, they would be less than pleased to see us on New Year's. Li Wangjun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I calculated that the 15th day of the 1st month marks the completion of 100 days, and then the children can visit their grandmother. Lu Fen pondered this and questioned, but how did Ying manage to take the 2 children away on the 23rd of the 12th month? Li Wangjun reminded his wife. Ying returned just yesterday. Let us wait and see if they will come after her. Lu Fen was concerned that the Xia family might come to cause a disturbance. If they did not appear today, it would indicate their tacit approval of Xia Ying staying at her brother-in-law's home to care for the children. This was indeed a sign that the relationship with the Xia relatives was still intact. Li Wangjun helped Jiang Shan set up the television, while Lu Fen, who had much to discuss with Xia Ying, returned home, reminding her, aren't you going to put up the couplets? It was already noon, and after lunch, Li Wangjun intended to hang the couplets. Shanzi, I will write 2 beautiful couplets for your family and have Zhongzhong deliver them, he offered. No need. I will write them myself, Xia Ying replied. Li Wangjun was taken aback. You can write in calligraphy? Just a couple of simple ones will suffice, she insisted. Then I shall not concern myself with your couplets, he acquiesced. Li Wangjun and Lu Fen left Jiang Shan's home together. Village chief Li had something exciting to share with his wife, but could hardly wait until evening to whisper sweet nothings. Funner, I must tell you something that I can scarcely believe, he said. What is it? Lu Fen asked, her face brimming with curiosity. With no one else around, Li Wangjun leaned closer to Lu Fen and whispered a few words. Lu Fen's expression reflected disbelief. Impossible. He wants to lend you 10,000 to drill a well? I cannot believe it either, but this lad does not seem to be lying. Shoo, keep this quiet. We shall see when the new year arrives. I wouldn't take 10,000. At most, I would accept 5,000. Lu Fen felt that the 2 cousins were merely stirring up trouble, and such entanglements were not beneficial. Chapter 51. Hanging Spring Couplets on New Year's Eve. The sound of firecrackers bidding farewell to the old year and the rhythmic beating of drums welcoming the new spring. On the afternoon of the 30th in 1988, Jiang Shan stood by the edge of the Kong, lifting his brush to inscribe a couplet on the red paper. Xia Ying was utterly astonished. When had this man mastered the art of calligraphy? Jiang Shan deliberately crafted each stroke with meticulous precision, resembling the handiwork of anyone who could write. Yet, in Xia Yingying's eyes, such a display of penmanship was not casually achieved. In the span of these 7 years, when had he ever picked up a brush? Yingying, why are you so surprised? It takes merely 3 years to produce a scholar, Jiang Shan remarked. The words Xia Yingying wished to express remained unspoken for 3 years. She had observed his every action. When had he ever wielded a brush? The couplets had always been inscribed by his elder brother from the Jiang family. Xiao Mei, too, wore a puzzled expression. When had father practiced calligraphy? Xiao Mei, for your father to write, there must be the sound of drums and firecrackers. Quickly, set off a string of firecrackers and add a couple of cannon blasts. Xiao Mei was thrilled, bouncing beside her father. But I'm afraid to set them off. Zhuang is brave enough to do it. Your father will teach you. Jiang Shan set down the brush, grabbed a string of firecrackers, and placed them against the earthen wall at the entrance. The loud pops erupted, releasing a cloud of smoke that filled the air with the scent of gunpowder. In the village of 700 households, the first to sound the firecrackers were those at Jiang Shan's doorstep, followed by 2 cannon blasts, echoing through the sky. Xiao Mei, wait for your father to write another couplet to hang on the door, and then your mother will dress you in new clothes. Xiao Mei was overcome with excitement. Not only was it New Year's and the time for couplets, but since this morning, her father had begun to call her not auntie, but mother. It felt unfamiliar, and she silently repeated the term, finding Auntie Mother to be the most fitting. Father, Auntie Mother says to wear the new clothes after lunch. Xia Yingying smiled cheerfully. The meal is ready, let us eat. Jiang Shan entered the house, swiftly writing another couplet and a few characters, adorning every corner of their home with vibrant red decorations. On the dining table lay a platter of meatballs, a dish of pork, and a jar filled with ribs, accompanied by 3 bowls of rice. Xiao Mei gazed in astonishment, her chopsticks unmoving, prompting Auntie Mother to urge her, eat. Why are you in a daze? Memories of last year's New Year's Eve flooded back to Xiao Mei. Her mother, pregnant, had been scolded by the elder aunt. The elder aunt had insisted that if her mother had any ability, she should move out. By this time last year, the 3 of them had been residing in the left wing of the elder aunt's courtyard, having already begun to fend for themselves at mealtimes. Xiao Mei was unaware of the reasons behind the elder aunt's reprimands. Zhuang, gnawing on a piece of meat, stood at the door, teasing Xiao Mei with laughter. By May of this year, their family had moved out. Father, Auntie Mother, I remember last year when the elder aunt scolded my mother, Xiao Mei recounted. Xia Yingying's mind conjured the vivid scene from last year's New Year's Eve. It was indeed during that time when the elder sister-in-law had been boiling a pot of ribs in the kitchen, filling the courtyard with a tantalizing aroma. Xiao Mei, tempted by the meat, had quietly snuck in to grab a rib to offer to her mother, only to have Zhuang snatch it away, claiming it was his mother's cooking and forbidding Xiao Mei to steal any. Chen Melian also admonished Xiao Mei, asserting that the ribs were meant for the evening feast of New Year's Eve, not to be consumed at this hour. Xiao Mei, reprimanded by the elder aunt, felt tears welling up, but her mother rushed to protect her, arguing with the elder aunt, leading to a heated exchange between the 2 women. Jiang Hongqi's countenance was shrouded in gloom as he chastised Xia Huan, questioning her desire to celebrate the new year properly. If she was unwilling to cherish the evening, they ought to dine separately. In defiance, Xia Huan stubbornly refused the bowl of meat that Jiang Shan had brought from the kitchen. She had resolutely decided to move out of the Jiang family's old residence, and by March of this year, she had constructed a humble earthen and thatched dwelling on the vacant lot next door, moving in by May. In the eyes of little May, it was her mother who had suffered a great injustice last year. The young girl was oblivious to the profound pain that her aunt was currently enduring. Xia Yingying suppressed memories of the past, stifling her tears and offering a cheerful smile to May. Be good, my dear, enjoy the meat, and once you're done, I'll dress you in a beautiful new outfit. The tender morsels of meat were best savored now rather than later. Jiang Shan served dishes to May and then to Yingying while casually inquiring, Yingying, it is entirely my fault for being ineffectual, for not prioritizing my wife and child. Your sister longs for meat during her pregnancy, yet I admonish her, insisting she wait for her sister-in-law to offer it. Xia Yingying interjected. Let us refrain from dwelling on the past. We shall focus on creating joyous memories for May and the little treasure this new year. May at home. There are no others, so you may call me mother rather than aunt. Little May quickly asked, when others are present, should I still call you aunt? Jiang Shan reminded his daughter. When others are around, you may still call her mother. Xia Yingying shot him a look, asserting, when others are present, you should still refer to me as aunt. Mei nodded in understanding, resolving to heed her father and her aunt-mother. After their meal, the father and daughter affixed spring festival couplets. At this midday hour, the sunlight was bright and warm. With spring declared in the 12th lunar month, the weather grew increasingly delightful, and by the 30th day, it had turned pleasantly warm. The vibrant couplets adorned the earthen walls beside the front door. Father, look, I've folded so many jujube thorns. The paste failed to hold. So a row of jujube thorns was secured to the earthen wall. Mei glanced at the adjacent home of Jiang Shan, which appeared desolate and silent. Father, don't they put up spring festival couplets? Jiang Shan smiled. Why don't you go and check? I want tea. Mei recalled last year when her aunt had scolded her mother, and she had no desire to see if her aunt had returned home. Jiang Shan emerged from his front door, glanced over, and burst into tears, his head tilted upwards as he walked towards his father. Dad, my mother and sister haven't come back yet. Woe is me. Observing Jiang Shan's deep sorrow, Mei was at a loss for words. Father finished securing the last jujube thorn and offered words of comfort to Jiang Shan. Rest assured, your mother will return shortly. She dotes on you too much to abandon you. Really? Just wait patiently at home. Don't provoke your father, or he might give you a couple of slaps. Dad, I haven't eaten lunch yet. Is there meat being cooked in your house? The aroma of meat wafted from their home, enticing Jiang Shan to enter. When your mother and sister arrive, they will cook for you. Your family should also prepare a pot of meat. Mei understood that her father was preventing Jiang Shan from entering their home to partake in the meat that had been cooked that morning. The little girl had no such trivial calculations in her heart. She simply yearned for auntie and sister Xiaxia to return home swiftly. The commotion caused by Xiaoshan crying and clinging at their doorstep was rather bothersome. In the distance, a few figures were approaching, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in Xiaomei's eyes. Look, Xiaoshan, your mother is back. Xiaoshan turned to see the familiar figures drawing nearer. Indeed, it was her mother and two sisters, along with what appeared to be her uncles. Xiaoshan dashed eagerly towards her mother. Jiang Shan and Xiaomei secured the wood gate before entering the house. Hearing their conversation outside, Xia Yingying inquired of Jiang Shan, brother-in-law, is my sister-in-law back? Her two brothers had accompanied her sister-in-law home, and perhaps they intended to reprimand their eldest brother. However, Xia Yingying believed that Xiaoshan's uncles would not chastise Jiang Hongqi, especially during the festive season. With the arrival of the new year, they would likely offer kind words, encouraging the couple to cherish their life together. A procession of footsteps passed by the gate. Xia Yingying was disinterested in the affairs of the neighboring elder brother and sister-in-law. Instead, she took out a new outfit for Xiaomei, also dressing Xiao Bao in fresh clothes. The day was no longer the coldest of winter's snowy grasp, and the new outfit, though not heavy winter clothing, was vibrant and eye-catching on Xiaomei. Xiaomei, go outside and play with the village children. After lunch, the children donned their new clothes and rushed out, eagerly comparing whose outfit was more splendid, their faces alight with excitement. Xiaomei felt a twinge of shyness in her new attire and murmured softly, I fear Xiaoshan might spoil my dress. Her father offered a gentle reminder. Why not visit Xiaoshan's home? You could play with your cousin Zhongzhong at your village chief's house. All right, I shall go. Xia Yingying tucked a handful of peanuts into Xiaomei's pocket for her to enjoy along the way. No sooner had Xiaomei ventured outside than she encountered Wei Wei from the Li family, leading his younger siblings toward her. Xiaomei, does your family have a television? Yes. My father bought a new television yesterday, but Xiaoshan insists it belongs to his family. Wei Wei, noticing the television antenna standing in Xiaomei's yard, quickly interjected. That pole was brought over by my father yesterday. This revelation made Xiaomei a bit anxious. Surely Wei Wei wouldn't demand the antenna back, would he? Look, Xiaomei, we are all dressed in new clothes. Can we come to your house to watch television? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaomei nodded. Sure. Let me ask my father to turn it on for you. However, during their meal, her aunt had covered the television screen to prevent it from getting dirty. Would it still be possible to watch? Having been outside for just a few moments, Xiaomei returned with several children from the Li family, all dressed in new clothes and eager to see the television. Father, Wei Wei claims the pole belongs to his dad. Xia Yingying filled the pockets of the children with peanuts and candies, instructing them to sit quietly on the small stools while watching the television, forbidding them from touching anything in the house. The children sat still, perfectly poised, while the neighbors' children were engrossed in the television. Xiaomei felt a thrill that surpassed even the joy of wearing new clothes. Xia Ying cut a stack of colorful paper, meticulously pasting each sheet onto the window panes. Jiang Shan affixed 5 sets of decorative couplets at the entrance. The afternoon of the 30th day had passed. Chapter 52. Each family burns paper money in front of their doors. Jiang Shan was taken aback when Xiao Shan's uncles sought him out to discuss matters on the afternoon of the 30th. At the entrance of Jiang Shan's home, the couple stood by the gate, calling out to people instead of entering the courtyard. Jiang Shan stepped out to greet his relatives. Xuan's uncle, please come in. He then noticed that Shanzi, with his 2 children still in mourning, had put up red couplets on the door. Jiang Shan realized he had forgotten about this detail in his enthusiasm to hang the couplets. This year, not only was he prohibited from displaying red couplets, but also his brother Jiang Hongqi was barred from doing so. No wonder his brother's door remained bare. Jiang Shan inwardly cursed such ridiculous traditions. Xia Ying emerged from the house with the little one, facing the entrance and observing the 2 Qin family men. Xuan's 2 uncles were taken aback. Is your wife at home? They had not shown up at the funeral at the end of November. Jiang Shan's wife had passed away, as mentioned by Chun Malian. What was going on? Xuan's uncle, Ying is my wife's twin sister. She is staying with me to look after my 2 children. As if my wife were still alive. We will still put up the red couplets at our door. Whether my elder brother's family chooses to do so is their affair. Little May eagerly anticipated the new year, longing for couplets, firecrackers, and new clothes. She could not be told that her mother was gone and that they could not hang red couplets this year. In her heart, her mother had returned. Today, the house and courtyard were vibrant and joyful, ready to celebrate the new year. Xuan's uncle could not fathom such sentiments. He retorted to Jiang Shan. Why is your family allowed to hang them, while my brother's family cannot? Their visit to Jiang Shan was not merely about whether or not they could put up couplets. The quarrel between Xuan's parents was related to Jiang Shan, and there were matters that needed clarification. Shanzi, we are all relatives, and we see each other often. There's no need for you brothers to be at odds over this. You bought a television, and it has led to a fight between Xuan's parents. This is unacceptable. Jiang Shan was unaware of what his sister-in-law had said in front of her family, but judging by the expressions on the faces of the Qin family, they attributed the quarrel between Xuan's parents to him. What does it matter, Xuan's uncle? I bought a television yesterday. Is that my fault? Chen Zhongjie suppressed his anger, attempting to calmly advise Jiang Shan. Xuan's father, I am not saying it was wrong for you to buy a television. However, with Xuan crying and your elder brother and sister-in-law fighting, isn't it a result of your television purchase? During the new year, you brothers should be harmonious. Since autumn, Xuan's parents had been clamoring to save 500 yuan for a television. Yet, Xuan's family had no television, while his father's separated household had purchased one. Clearly a provocation against Xuan's family, leading to strife between the couple. Did Xuan's uncle not see this? Less than 100 days after his wife's death, Jiang Shan bought a television and hung red couplets at his door. Did that not seem deliberately antagonistic towards his elder brother? Just because a woman appeared behind him, who happened to be his wife's twin sister. Xuan's father, heed a word of advice from your relatives and promptly take down those couplets. If your elder brother's family does not hang them, yours cannot either. Jiang Shan understood that these 2 from the Qin family shared the same disposition as their sister. Xuan's uncle, you want me to tear down the couplets? Xuan's uncle had more to convey. Shanzi, you and your brother share a close bond. Tonight, why not take the television to your elder brother's house, allowing their marital atmosphere to ease a bit? With the New Year festivities at hand, if they continue their quarrels, it will cast a shadow on your side as well, won't it? Jiang Shan felt a profound astonishment. It was indeed surprising that Xuan's uncle harbored such thoughts. He had the audacity to have others tear down the couple's spring couplets and even suggested bringing a television for his nephew to watch. It is no wonder that Xuan possesses such a temperament, as the roots lie here. Jiang Shan believed that whatever he thought should be articulated. Uncle Xuan, if my elder brother and sister-in-law are still at odds tonight and continue tomorrow, to be frank, it brings me a sense of relief. I will not tear down the spring couplets on my door, nor do I see any reason to lend my television for your nephew's viewing. Uncle Xuan's temper was reaching its limits. You disrespectful lad. Must I spell it out for you? Your sister-in-law has informed me that your elder brother's 500 yuan has been used to settle your debts. What is the issue with bringing over the television you purchased a few days ago? Chun Malian claimed that Xuan's father deceived her out of the money she had set aside for a television, which was used to help Jiang Shan settle a 500 yuan debt. At the same time, Jiang Shan and village chief Li had jointly purchased a television. Upon hearing this, who among the relatives would not be infuriated? Unable to contain his anger, Uncle Xuan sought out Jiang Shan for an explanation on New Year's Eve. You have no money to pay off debts yet can afford a television. What do you call this, Jiang Shan? Jiang Shan glared at Uncle Xuan, gritting his teeth. Chun family relative, you should first inquire with my sister-in-law why her 500 yuan was returned to someone else. Does she dare to speak of it? She repaid a mere trifle. Why are you glaring at me? Do you think you have a case? Uncle Xuan returned the glare, seemingly ready to engage in a quarrel with Jiang Shan. In the eyes of the Qin family, Jiang Shan was viewed as an outsider, and he was expected to speak humbly and adhere to his elder brother's wishes. Meanwhile, Xuan's younger uncle, who had been silent, tugged at his brother, softly advising, "Let it go, brother. We are merely inquiring and offering counsel, not seeking to intervene." In the eyes of the Qin family, Jiang Shan was an outsider, expected to remain subservient and comply with his elder brother's wishes. The voice of Uncle Xuan was met with the second uncle's urging for his brother to refrain from escalating the situation. As the intricacies of their affairs were known to none, their sister and brother-in-law had been pushing Jiang Shan, and the relatives were not oblivious to that. What was there to advise? The two men from the Qin family left Jiang Shan's house, and, as they walked away, continued mumbling to themselves. On their way back, they passed by Jiang Shan's doorstep, offering their opinions once more. Little did they know, their attempts at persuasion bore no fruit. Xia Yingying observed coldly as Jiang Shan engaged with them, feeling a stronger conviction. This man had ceased to defend his elder brother and sister-in-law. After the death of his wife, he had been in a daze for a month, but now, upon regaining his clarity, his disposition had transformed. His eyes now brimmed with love for his wife and child. "Shanzi, your wife has returned to life. Can you safeguard her?" Xia Yingying silently pondered, tightening her embrace around the little one. When voices called out at the entrance, Xia Yingying felt a flicker of panic upon stepping out. She found it was neither her own family nor Li Wentai. She perked up her ears to listen to Jiang Shan's conversation with the Chun relatives. In that moment, Xia Yingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. At this late hour, it is improbable that her family would come to create a disturbance. She could peacefully spend the new year at her brother-in-law's home until the third day of the lunar month. The village was alive with the continuous crackle of firecrackers, and the sound echoed at her sister-in-law's doorstep as well. A couplet adorned their front door. The children were engrossed in the television, and had Summer Yingying not turned it off, they would have remained captivated until dusk. They were all obedient, and she encouraged them to play outside for a while. Jiang Shan disassembled the firecrackers into scattered pieces, placing a few in each child's pocket, and filled their bags with peanuts and candies to the brim. The family gathered around the table for dinner, enjoying a dish of noodle soup. Suddenly, Summer Yingying asked, "Brother-in-law, if I hadn't brought the two children back, where would you be now?" Jiang Shan replied, "Yingying, if the children were with you, regardless of where you might be, I would certainly be there as well. Home is not merely this house, but rather the presence of you and our two children." His implication was clear. He had gone to celebrate the new year at his father-in-law's home in Ningyan, and it was unlikely he would be alone in the house. "Aren't you afraid my parents will drive you away?" she inquired. "Your parents did not come to cause a ruckus today, nor would they expel me," he assured her. As dusk fell, it was time to burn paper money at the crossroads to honor their ancestors. Jiang Shan had already prepared to go outside for the ceremony. Xuan stood at the doorway calling out, "Dad, my father is asking if you would like to join us in burning paper." "No need. Tell your father that I will burn my own paper," he replied. From this year onward, Jiang Hongqi should understand that Jiang Shan intended to sever all ties with his family. Chapter 53. This man is truly remarkable. Summer Yingying wished to remain at her brother-in-law's home until the 8th day of the lunar month, before returning directly to the normal university. She was somewhat sulking with her family. Since the Xia family had not caused a scene on New Year's Eve, Jiang Shan felt it was reasonable of them. However, Summer Yingying's sentiments were misplaced. After 4 years at normal university, it was undeniable that she was a golden phoenix for the Xia family. In their village and even among relatives, she was regarded as a model of admiration. From the 2nd to the 3rd day of the lunar month, the Xia family had numerous relatives who not only paid respects to their elders, but also sought to curry favor with the educated and employed Summer Yingying. Last year, due to his wife's pregnancy, Jiang Shan's family did not visit Ningyan to pay New Year-esque greetings to his father-in-law. The year before, heavy snowfall had obstructed the roads, rendering travel difficult. and thus the son-in-law of the Jiang family could not visit his father-in-law on the second or third day. This year, failing to visit would be somewhat indefensible. After a lengthy explanation, Summer Ying still wore an expression of discontent. Do you truly wish to visit my family that much? Ying, you came to my home right after the winter break and stayed for 20 days. On the 28th day of the 12th month, you secretly returned with our 2 children. Can you blame your parents for being upset? He countered, but they did not pursue us, did they? When we returned to your home on the second day, even if your parents are angry, would they actually expel you? Summer Ying's words did not reflect her true feelings. She had longed to return to her family since the first day of the lunar month. However, she feared that Li Wentai might come looking for her, so she intended to delay her return to school until the 8th day, altering her internship arrangements at Launcher No. 2 High School. And she wondered how Li Wentai would leverage this situation against her. Her brother-in-law had made some valid points. Ying, regardless of the circumstances, the Li family will not cause any disturbances on the second or third day of the Lunar New Year. It would be quite absurd for them to create trouble during such an important festive time. Li Wentai and his father are truly despicable, and our parents can see through their true nature. No matter the disagreements, we must not let them overshadow the joyous celebrations of the new year. Once these 3 days are over, we can address all matters at hand. Xia Ying chuckled softly. Hearing Jiang Shan denounce the Li father and son as scoundrels was rather amusing. Enlightened by her husband's perspective, she began to pack some items in preparation to return to her parental home on the afternoon of the first day of the new year. Brother-in-law, should this sum of money remain here? She inquired, as she extracted a stack of bills amounting to 10,000 yuan. Jiang Shan's intention was clear. It ought to be placed within her handbag for safekeeping, rather than left behind in this house. Xia Ying found this arrangement rather inconvenient. Must she carry it back and forth? What if it were to get lost? You promised to give 5,000 to the village chief's cousin for well drilling. Why not do so now? Jiang Shan felt it necessary to clarify to Ying why this money needed to be kept close. I will be staying at your home on the second day and taking a train to the provincial city on the third. I intend to spend every last yuan of this. Xia Ying was taken aback. What? You plan to spend 10,000 yuan? I aim to earn back 30,000 by March, Jiang Shan replied. Xia Ying was astonished, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. He intended to invest this 10,000 yuan to generate profit in the provincial city. The leap was indeed quite ambitious. Ying, do you think I'll still be borrowing a mule cart from your cousin to sell lamb meat during the new year? That's no longer necessary. This 10,000 is sufficient capital. For Jiang Shan, making money through investment was the proper course of action. Having studied for 4 years at Northwest Normal University, surrounded by classmates discussing national economic development, Xia Ying quickly grasped Jiang Shan's intentions for the provincial city. There were numerous ways to turn 10,000 into a profit. Yet the notion of transforming it into 30,000 in merely over a month seemed utterly fanciful. She could not fathom how Jiang Shan could entertain the idea of venturing into a big city for investment. Brother-in-law, are you sure no one has been misleading you into investing this money in the provincial city? Xia Ying asked, her face etched with concern. This man, who had just earned 5,000, was now taking out a bank loan to accumulate the 10,000 needed for investment. Her immediate thought was that he had been duped, likely by his cousin Li Wangjun. This fellow was often seen drinking with officials from the Water and Electricity Bureau, leading Jiang Shan into misguided schemes. It was no wonder he had been trailing Jiang Shan during the loan process. Brother-in-law, it must be village chief Li who has misled you, suggesting you take 10,000 to the provincial city to invest, claiming you could turn it into 30,000? Jiang Shan discerned that Ying was worried about being deceived and had directed her suspicions towards Li Wangjun. This would not do. He needed to elucidate his plans for earning money to reassure Ying, alleviating her concerns. Ying, you have lived in the provincial city for 4 years. You almost taught at Launcher No. 2 Middle School. You must have heard of the development of Launcher Chemical Group. Launcher Group is the first enterprise in our province to pilot a reform in shareholding system. Since January, the stocks have been available for public trading. If I invest 10,000 yuan in stocks now and sell them in March, would I not make a profit of 30,000? You are aware of these matters? Xia Ying's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Li Wentai had already purchased 2,000 yuan worth of Launcher stock, and within just a month, he claimed that his investment had grown to 2,800. How could Jiang Shan, residing in the modest 700-house village, possibly know such things? Had Li Wentai ever discussed Launcher Group stocks with him? But Li Wentai didn't even spare Jiang Shan a glance. How could they have conversed about this? Ying, am I mistaken? Brother-in-law, I don't think you are wrong, but how did you come to know about this lucrative venture? I don't understand. Jiang Shan replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Launcher Group is the first enterprise in our province to issue publicly traded stocks. It was announced on television and reported in newspapers. It is not surprising that I am aware of it. I believe that if I purchase stocks worth 10,000 yuan, I can sell them in March for 30,000. Xia Ying gazed deeply at the man. Little did she know that he was not merely her brother-in-law. He was her own man. The sudden enlightenment of her significant other made her feel that the disparity between them was not as vast as she had once perceived. The stocks of Launcher Group are accessible to those with wealth. Why should he be any different? With this mindset, he was no longer confined to a life in the village. He deserved to live in the city. On the morning of the 30th, this man wrote with a brush. And Xia Ying found it astonishing. So that was the issue. He understood launcher stocks and how to turn money into more money. With this 10,000 yuan, he no longer had to rush with a mule cart to the mining area to sell mutton. Xia Ying exhaled, trying to calm her excited heart. I heard from my classmates that buying launcher stocks can be profitable. If by March you have 30,000 yuan, you could drill a well for your cousin, build a house, or even purchase a tractor. In this village, you would truly earn the admiration of everyone. Ying, I do not seek the admiration of others. I only desire your regard. Xia Ying's hands shook slightly as she tidied her bag. Father of my child, can't you see? I already hold you in high esteem. The reason I call you brother-in-law is that I have no choice but to do so for now. Regardless, Xia Ying believed that her brother-in-law was not being deceived. He genuinely had the potential to earn a substantial sum. Very well, we shall return to Ningyan County early tomorrow. Are you not afraid of being chased away by your parents? I am not afraid. Once you start earning, you will earn their respect, and in doing so, you protect me. Chapter 54. Village head Li's mind was a tangle of confusion. Jiang Shan was set to visit his father-in-law for the new year, and village head Li was even more enthusiastic. Shanzi, you carry a little bow and lead a little May. It would take an hour to walk to the town for the bus, which is quite a strenuous task. Whether the bus runs today is uncertain, but I will surely lend you my mule cart. His mule cart would take someone to the train station in Antai County, and he would personally accompany them, bringing the cart back home afterward. During the festive season, Jiang Shan felt quite embarrassed to borrow his cousin's mule cart, but unexpectedly, he had offered it willingly. Cousin, aren't you visiting your relatives? Li Wangjun replied, beaming with joy. If you are able to catch the shuttle bus, I can return to the village and visit my relatives without delay. However, if the bus does not run, I will escort your family of 4 to the county seat to catch the train. I need not visit my father-in-law today for the new year. Li Wangjun's father-in-law resides in the same village as the Jiang family, where he is currently. Xia Ying and her 2 children are seated in the cart, ready to depart. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Wangjun inquired of his cousin, Shanzi, what of that sum of money? You haven't left it in your house, have you? His thoughts were consumed by that money. Rest assured, I have it on me. I would never abandon it in the house. Li Wangjun found it perplexing. Carrying 10,000 yuan on one's person seemed reckless. What could his cousin possibly be thinking? At the time of the loan, he believed it was meant for Director Liu of the Water and Electricity Bureau, unaware that Jiang Shan intended to take it to his father-in-law's house. It dawned on him that the money was primarily to facilitate a job for Xia Ying. Village Chief Li assumed Jiang Shan would entrust him with 5,000 yuan for safekeeping, yet the young man had not even broached the subject. Shanzi, carrying so much cash is exceedingly unsafe, especially when you'll be taking the train. Are you not concerned about losing it? Perhaps you could leave it at my house? He promised not to touch a single cent, only needing 5,000. Jiang Shan's expression revealed a hint of anxiety. Cousin, I have not disclosed this to anyone. Not even your elder brother and sister-in-law are aware that you are carrying this amount. Do you doubt my word? Only Li Wangjun and Lu Fun were privy to the fact that Jiang Shan was carrying over 10,000 yuan. Others would hardly believe it if told. Walking side by side with his cousin, Jiang Shan's cart followed closely behind them. Cousin, have you forgotten what I said on the 28th of the 12th lunar month? Li Wangjun halted, not from forgetfulness, but from disbelief. Shanzi, is it truly the case that you would give me 10,000 in March? Jiang Shan felt a flicker of irritation. Cousin, you are my maternal uncle's son, and we have grown up together in this village. How could I jest about such matters? Li Wangjun's expression was somewhat uncomfortable. From Jiang Hongqi's perspective, Jiang Shan might not be his biological child, a notion Li Wangjun dared not voice. I did not imply you were joking. But if you give me 10,000, you will be left without funds. I cannot accept that. Jiang Shan shot him a sidelong glance. Then how much do you want? Just 5,000. If you can provide me 5,000 now, I will communicate with the Water and Electricity Bureau by the 4th day of the new year, ensuring that by March we can establish a well for the village, allowing us to irrigate our crops. Cousin, listen to me. If we wait until March to secure the 10,000 for the well, irrigation will be delayed by a month, jeopardizing the farming schedule. Jiang Shan found this unacceptable. This winter had seen ample snowfall. By March and April, crops would not lack for water. The real concern for water would arise in mid-April, when the well would be ready to draw water for the young seedlings. Did village chiefly not understand this? Why was he in such a rush? As the new year approached, the chief should be mobilizing the villagers to repair the irrigation channels and level the fields, rather than fixating on this sum of money. Li Wangjun was utterly baffled as to why Jiang Shan would carry 10,000 yuan to his father-in-law's house in Ningyang. Was he considering depositing it at the Agricultural Bank of Ningyang to later withdraw 20,000? Was that even feasible? Li Wangjun struggled to comprehend this young man's convoluted reasoning. Xia Yingying cradled the little one in her arms as she sat in the vehicle, listening to the conversation between the two men ahead. It became evident to her that Li Wangjun was filled with trepidation, prompting her to reassure him. Cousin, rest assured, my brother-in-law has promised you 10,000. The most pressing matter is to drill the well for the village. With your earnest assistance, do you think he would not help you? Deep within, Xia Yingying harbored another intention. Once the well was completed, she would have Li Wangjun clarify that the funds for the well were provided by Jiang Shan. The villagers would then regard him with newfound respect, and Jiang Shan's status would inevitably shift. Xia Yingying believed that she would also gain rightful recognition in their eyes. Li Wangjun glanced back at Xia Yingying, feigning an air of understanding without needing her explanations. Yingying, how could I not trust my cousin? We grew up together. You should see that Shanzi regards me as a brother. This remark carried an underlying meaning, while Zhang Hongqi did not acknowledge Shanzi as a brother. Shanzi considered Li Wangjun as a true sibling. Yet, Li Wangjun remained anxious, casting a sidelong glance at his cousin, his heart brimming with grievances. Shanzi, if you were wise, you would realize that my flattery towards you is merely to secure the funds for the well. Could you not expedite giving me 5,000? Why keep me in suspense? Li Wangjun endeavored to convince himself to harbor no grand expectations of receiving the money from his cousin. With such a mindset, disappointment by March would not be overwhelming. On the 2nd day of the new year, they were driven by mule cart to send them off, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. The bus nearly departed. The crowd was so dense it could be compressed into a single mass. The throngs of people were overwhelming, as many were heading to visit relatives for the new year with their children. The bus usually operated only during the lunar months, making 2 trips each day. Xiaomei, unable to board the bus, felt nauseous. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It was now a little past 1 in the afternoon, the sun bright and gentle, making it not too cold on the cart. Jiang Shan tugged at his cousin Li Wangjun, saying, if you are a good man to the end, why not take us directly to the train station in the county? It may take longer, but it spares my wife and child from hardship. Li Wangjun's gaze betrayed disdain. Cousin, do you really have the audacity to claim these are your wife and children? Your family? Humph. Xia Yingying remarked that she could no longer sit still and suggested a short walk, while Xiaomei held little bow and remained on the cart. The 2 cousins, accompanied by a woman and 2 children, made their way to the county, a journey of 2.5 hours. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon of the 2nd day of the new year, they encountered a vendor selling oranges on the streets of the county. Jiang Shan hurriedly purchased a basket to load onto the cart, instructing Li Wangjun to take it back for his sister-in-law and their children. Shanzi, a basket of oranges costs 8 yuan. Do you truly wish to spend that on my family? You have escorted us thus far. Consider it our bus fare. Nonsense. 8 yuan was trivial for Li Wangjun, who was preoccupied with thoughts of obtaining 5,000 or even 10,000. Jiang Shan stated clearly that by March, he would hand over 10,000 to his cousin. He had every intention of taking this sum and presenting it to Xia Yingying's parents, asserting that thereafter, Xia Yingying would be the mother of his 2 children, hoping for their approval. If Xia Yingying became the mother of his children, would that not make her his wife? Li Wangjun hoped that Xia Yingying's parents would not be deceived and absolutely must not accept this sum of money. After all, Zhang's son-in-law owed the bank 10,000 yuan. Casting a glance at the basket of oranges in the cart, Li Wangjun mused that perhaps his cousin could venture out with this 10,000 yuan and return with another 10,000. If he had that amount, he would give it to him. He was willing to part with this money to develop 20 acres of irrigated land for himself, ensuring that his own cellar had water, and to avoid the displeasure of his elder brother and sister-in-law. It was all for his own benefit. However, Li Wangjun suddenly realized something amiss. Could Jiang Shan, for his own benefit, truly afford to contribute 10,000 yuan to dig a well for the village? To this day, he could not comprehend why Jiang Shan had become adept at making money. It undoubtedly had something to do with Xia Yingying, who had attended university. During her 20-day stay at his home, she had offered Jiang Shan advice that allowed him to successfully earn a substantial sum. At this moment, Li Wangjun's jumbled thoughts were unknown to Jiang Shan, who was wandering around South Street and West Street with Xia Ying and Xiaomei, having taken quite a lengthy stroll. Jiang Shan's mind was filled with various avenues for making money, which he sorted and organized in his thoughts. The train from Antai County was scheduled to depart at 5:40 p.m., and they still had to wait for over an hour. Xia Yingying felt puzzled as to why her brother-in-law was meandering through the streets for so long while carrying a child. Xiaomei, are you tired? Not tired. Daddy said he would buy me a toy gun. Xia Yingying scoffed. What does a girl need a toy gun for? You should get a doll to play with. Daddy said he would buy me a toy gun. I can play with it, and my younger brother can play with it later too. A smile crept onto Xia Yingying's lips. Your dad wants a toy gun for himself, doesn't he? The family of four strolled through the streets from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 5 o'clock before finally entering the train station. Had they had a car, Jiang Shan would have arrived much earlier at his father-in-law's home in Xinpian, Ningyan County. Chapter 55. After a lengthy train journey, Jiang Shan did not anticipate encountering a group of relatives from the Jiang family on this train. It took 2 explanations before he understood that the middle-aged man was the eldest son of his mother's cousin from Yangshuang. This man had attended both his wedding to Xia Huanhuan and the funeral of his parents. He immediately recognized Jiang Shan as he saw him with his wife. Noting that Xia Yingying resembled Xia Huanhuan from their wedding day, Jiang Shan, I am your cousin. We are indeed related. Surely you remember me? Are you heading to your father-in-law's home in Ningyan? Jiang Shan offered a slight smile and nodded, but with his wife and child in tow. They were not visiting for New Year's greetings. The cousin from the Yang family was heading to the city, stating he was going to visit his paternal uncle, a leader in the municipal government who could arrange jobs for his son. Jiang Shan, you already have a son? I heard your wife passed away after giving birth. Who spread such nonsense? Your wife looks just as she did when you married her. It's strange. She doesn't appear to be a woman who has given birth to 2 children. Jiang Shan glanced at Xia Yingying, silently asking if he should clarify. Xia Yingying tugged at him and whispered, no need for wild explanations. She did not wish for Jiang Shan to disclose that she was the twin sister of his wife. It was exhausting to explain to everyone they met. Xiaomei and Xiaobao, listening in, felt uneasy. Xia Huanhuan has passed away, and a simple funeral was held. The relatives outside were not informed of the mourning, unaware of the events that transpired within the Jiang family in November of the previous year. Relatives from the Yang family chattered incessantly about their connections with the Jiang family, particularly the relationship between him and Jiang Hongqi. He then boasted that his son had graduated from a junior college and was soon to be assigned a job, indicating that his family would soon produce a distinguished individual. His son, he claimed, would be allocated a position in the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Information Technology, enjoying an administrative rank with a starting salary of 100 yuan in the first month. Among the relatives, who else's child could earn 100 yuan upon starting work? His son was the most accomplished. Jiang Shan discerned the underlying message. The 700 households of the Jiang family were lacking. None had produced an educated individual, hence the relatives looked down upon them. Jiang Shan wanted to interject. Sitting beside him was his wife's sister, a graduate from Northwest Normal University, destined for a position in a key high school in the county. Xia Yingying tugged at her brother-in-law, advising him not to explain, letting them say whatever they wished. The train stopped at every station, moving at a snail's pace. A girl approached Xia Yingying, her voice rising in delighted surprise, resonating throughout the carriage. Oh my Yingying, is that really you? I've missed you so much. When does school start for you? Is it the 8th? Xia Yingying requested Jiang Shan to shift his position, allowing her classmate to sit between them as they had much to discuss. Wenxiu, what brings you on this train? Have you received your job assignment yet? I've been working for a year already. I'm in a junior college, unlike you who studied for 4 years at a normal university. You might even end up at the best high school in the city. The Yang family relative listened with wide eyes. Jiang Shan, your wife studied at a normal university? Just as Jiang Shan was about to clarify that this was his wife's twin sister, Zhou Wenxiu looked astonished. What? Xia Yingying, you're married? He is your husband? Xia Yingying playfully slapped her. What is the fuss about? My son is almost a year old. Jiang Shan was taken aback by how Xia Yingying chose to explain things. Leaning forward to whisper in her ear, Isn't this problematic? Aren't you worried about future complications? Xia Yingying shot her brother-in-law a sideways glance. Mind your own business. Qin Wenxiu, observing the child in Xia Yingying's arms, noted the striking resemblance between them. Oh my, is this your son? Isn't the normal university rather liberal? At our junior college, they don't even allow dating. Jiang Shan realized that Xia Yingying had landed herself in a considerable predicament. If the misunderstanding spread from this classmate, it would lead to rumors of Xia Yingying secretly marrying during her university years and having a child who was nearly a year old. Xiao Mei clung to her aunt, silently listening to her conversation with another woman. The woman glanced at Xiao Mei, her face reflecting astonishment, as the little girl bore a resemblance to Xia Yingying. Xia Yingying, don't tell me this girl is also yours. Wenxiu, we shared a dorm in high school. Do you believe I had a child back then? Xiao Mei was nearly 7 years old. It was evidently impossible for Xia Yingying to have given birth during high school. Exactly. You couldn't have had a child back then who has grown this much. The two girls burst into laughter, prompting Xiao Mei to giggle along. Qin Wenxiu gently took the child from Xia Yingying's arms, planting a tender kiss on the little one's cheek, exclaiming, so adorable. Well, you've already graduated, so the school can do nothing about it. Had you given birth during your freshman or sophomore years, they would have certainly expelled you. Jiang Shan cast a glance at her, committing Yingying's classmate to memory. Relatives from the Yang family overheard the conversation. Recalling that Jiang Shan's wife was still in high school when they wed, before she eventually enrolled in a prominent university in the provincial capital. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. At a station, as some passengers disembarked, vacant seats became available. A relative from the Yang family turned away, opting to sit elsewhere, disregarding the Jiang family connections from Chibai village. Jiang Shan pondered how he could have married a woman from a teacher's college. The notion baffled him. The journey continued with female classmates engaging in lively chatter until they arrived at Anyang County Railway Station. Qin Wenxiu moved a bit further forward, planning to alight at the next stop, feeling reluctant to part from Xia Yingying, lamenting, how could you manage to marry and have a child while attending university without anyone knowing? Upon exiting the train, Jiang Shan expressed concern, asking, Yingying, aren't you worried this might lead to trouble? Dear, the chapter continues. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Xia Yingying shot him a sharp look, saying, what trouble could arise? I'm graduating this semester. Surely, they wouldn't prevent my graduation. Some of our classmates are married. The school just remains oblivious. In this day and age, while universities may prohibit marriage, many individuals over 25 exist, and it's hardly surprising if some marry in secret. Do you truly wish for everyone to know that little Bao is your child? Xia Jingjing had been eagerly waiting at the exit, her eyes scanning the crowd until she spotted them, rushing over with a shout, sister, brother-in-law, Xiao Mei. She appeared to be the most delighted among them. Jingjing, did you know we were coming today? Jiang Shan replied with a grin, knowing that if Xia Yingying stubbornly refused to return home, his younger brother would have waited in vain. Xia Yingying cautiously inquired, are mom and dad furious? They must be ready to give me a good scolding. She had sneaked out on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month and was only returning home now, on the 2nd day of the new year. A reprimand from her parents was inevitable. Xia Yingying was not particularly fearful. She had mentally prepared herself for a tongue lashing from her father, who might even wield a few sticks against her. However, Xia Jingjing wore a worried expression. How can you even say that? 6 members of the Li family came to see you, and you vanished. They left without even a sip of tea, and now your job prospects are bleak. How can mom and dad not be upset? Xia Yingying shot her younger brother a sidelong glance, reproaching him. Couldn't you say a few good words for me? Xia Jingjing, feeling exasperated, replied, am I not helping you? I said little Bao is only 6 months old. My nephew cannot be without a mother. You think he can manage without you for a few days? Dad might scold you, but he never said you couldn't care for little Bao. You can't just leave without a word, leaving our parents in such a predicament. Xia Jingjing took little Bao from Jiang Shan's arms, showering the child with affectionate kisses, feeling a pang of sympathy. Xia Yingying retorted sharply, Do you think I rely on Li Wentai for job placement? What are mom and dad thinking? Xia Jingjing pouted, saying, honestly, if you hadn't returned today, I would have gone to fetch you tomorrow. I'm telling you, our eldest sister is waiting to scold you, so brace yourself. Xia Yingying could not help but feel a sense of vexation as she recalled the nagging demeanor of her elder sister, who seemed intent on meddling in every aspect of her life. With the weather warming up and the chill of the road becoming less biting, Xia Yingying contemplated simply mustering the energy to walk home rather than spending a night at a lodging in Ningyang. After all, it was the new year, and her family awaited the return of the youngest sister. Jiang Shan agreed that there was no need to stay overnight in the town. Xia Jingjing rode her bicycle, with Xiao Mei perched on the rear seat, as they made their way home. The journey from Ningyang to Xinputun would take approximately an hour and a half. Who is at home? Xia Yingying inquired. Who else? The whole family is here. My sister's family has come, and the 4 children knelt to ask for their New Year's money. I simply didn't have enough to give them, so I rushed out to welcome you, he replied. Xia Yingying cast a sidelong glance at Jingjing. What do you mean by that? You only know how to con money from Yingjia. Why don't you try doing that with your elder sister? Seeing his affection for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, Xia Yingying's heart softened, and she took out a handful of money from her pocket to give him. Xia Jingjing first distributed a portion to Xiao Mei, then to Xiao Bao. This is the New Year's money from your uncle. Be sure to save it, he advised, showing particular fondness for the 2 children, who, in their uncle's eyes, deserved special care due to their lack of a mother. On the second day of the new year, Xia Jinfang and her family arrived at her parental home. A striking 4-wheeled tractor, newly acquired by her family for 5,000 yuan, was parked prominently at the entrance. Residing in the floodplain area by the river, her family owned rice fields, an apple orchard, and a duck farm, flourishing in recent years. This summer, they purchased the tractor, with plans to acquire a Dongfeng mini truck the following year. Not seeing her sister, Xia Jinfang inquired of her parents, "Where is Yingying?" Huang Tianqing grumbled. Where else could she be? As soon as the winter break began, she ran off to the Jiang family. She has taken it upon herself to care for their 2 children, and who knows if she'll even return. Xia Jinfang felt a wave of dissatisfaction. What is going on with Yingying? Why has she spent so long at the Jiang family? Those are the Jiang children, not ours. Why is she so concerned? She vented her frustrations to her parents. Zhang Lan could not hold back, revealing another layer to the situation. Fong, you might not know, but Yingying said she plans to take Xiao Bao to work with her. How can she work like that? It's utterly disheartening. Xia Jinfang was taken aback. What? She wants to take the Jiang children to work? What is she thinking? Is she not planning to get married? Having returned to her parental home expecting to enjoy a cheerful reunion with her sister and discuss future plans and earnings, she was instead met with this distressing news. Yingying, a 4th-year university student and a pride of the Xia family, was acting in a manner that perplexed her. What has gotten into her? Running off to the Jiang family to play the role of a mother for 2 children? Just because she and Wan Mei are twins, and those children see her as a mother, she behaves like this? Her elder sister grumbled, but Zhang Lan quickly intervened. Let it go, Fong. It's the new year. Why stir up unpleasantness with Yingying? Our grandchildren are quite pitiable as it is. Am I creating discord with her? Look at what she has done to upset you and your father. Just wait until I deal with her. Nonsensical chatter. How do you intend to discipline her? Keep a watchful eye on your children and ensure they do not venture out to engage in brawls with the neighbor's offspring. The eldest daughter's thoughts remain a mystery to her mother, who is utterly oblivious. Xia Jinfang seethes with indignation. Yingmei is tasked with caring for the 2 children of the Jiang family. Ought she not to receive some form of acknowledgement for fulfilling the role of a mother and an aunt? Should it be financial support or provisions? Why should she be obliged to contribute at all? Has the Jiang family no one else to rely upon? Does that boy not have an elder brother and sister-in-law? Why should the Jiang family neglect their own children? Xia Tianqing asserts that Yingying is evading her engagement to Li Wentai, knowing that chaos reigns at home. And if she is questioned today, she will surely not return. Xia Jinfang kicks Jingjing with a fierce reprimand, instructing her to go to the train station and fetch her sister Ying. If she does not return, then tomorrow, Jingjing must go to the Jiang household to retrieve her. Why should she remain in the Jiang household to tend to those 2 children, fostering their bad habits? Her parents may indulge her, but I shall not. Xia Jingjing is bewildered by her elder sister's harshness, as she is not the mother. She remains entirely unaware of the intricate entanglements that have transpired among her 3 sisters over the years. In the presence of her younger siblings, Xia Jinfang exerts an authority even greater than that of a mother. She firmly believes that the children of the Jiang family should be cared for by their own kin, and that the Xia sisters should not be further entangled. Observing his wife's fury, Shi Hongtai grows even more irate. Your sister is to play the mother to those two Jiang children? How can that be without my involvement? Rest assured, our family will not contribute a single cent. I wish to make this clear from the outset. My Yingmei is not mentally fit. She is merely courting trouble for herself. Shi Hongtai casts a sidelong glance at his wife. If her mind were truly unwell, how could she possibly attend normal university? The man implies that one should refrain from criticizing Yingmei, as their 4 children will eventually rely on her when they enter middle school and pursue higher education. However, he is utterly opposed to providing living expenses for the Jiang children. Xia Jinfang's anger escalates. Our children are not dependent on her. Why should the Jiang children be? What gives them the right? With Huan Mei gone, what connection do we have to the Jiang children? Xia Jinfang genuinely wishes to declare a severance of ties with the Jiang family, who are impoverished, lacking in all essentials. Unable to even quench their thirst, living in such dire straits for 3 days has driven them to despair. At the end of November, Xia Jinfang attends Juan Mei's funeral in Qibai village. Enduring 3 days of discomfort, her spirit weighed down by an escalating aversion towards the Jiang family. Juan Mei's marriage to a man from such a place was merely a misguided promise made by their father. During the tumultuous years of political upheaval, Xia Tianqing and Jiang Ziyuan were assigned to the same coal mine. In a fateful accident, Jiang Ziyuan heroically saved Xia Tianqing's life, forging a bond of brotherhood between them. Xia Tianqing expresses that since he has 3 daughters, if Jiang Ziyuan has a son, he shall one day marry him to one of his daughters. Jiang Ziyuan readily agrees, promising that his son will marry Xia Tianqing's daughter in the future. When the eldest daughter matures, Xia Tianqing proposes that she wed Jiang Shan, a suggestion that Xia Jinfang vehemently opposes. As for the twin daughters, when they come of age, Xia Tianqing declares that whoever fails to pursue their studies shall be married off to the Jiang family. The twins initially believe their father is jesting. Little do they know, he regards this matter with utmost seriousness, having convened countless family meetings to deliberate upon it. The twins soon realize that their slender arms and legs cannot contend with their father's robust stature and resolve. After the college entrance examination, Xia Huanhuan took the initiative to step forward, declaring that she had not been accepted and could only marry, expressing her willingness to wed into the Jiang family. Her father warned that going back on such an agreement would invite retribution. However, Huanhuan had a condition. After marrying into the Jiang family, the Xia family would spare no effort to support Yingying through high school and university. Over the course of those 7 years, from high school to college, Xia Jinfang invested considerable resources and effort into supporting Yingying. From the ages of 18 to 25, Huanhuan lived in seclusion in the mountain village after marrying into the Jiang family. Only Yingying was aware of the debt she owed to her sister, a debt that began when she entered high school. This matter remained a secret even from their elder sister and younger brother, not to mention their parents. Yingying vowed to immerse herself in her studies, determined to repay her second sister. She wept at her sister's grave, lamenting that it was originally meant to be Huanhuan who pursued higher education, while she was destined to marry into the Jiang family. Unbeknownst to anyone, including their parents, the grades that had led to Yingying's acceptance into high school were actually Huanhuan's, an indistinguishable fact between the identical twins that their teachers could never discern. The secret weighed heavily on the hearts of the 2 sisters. As the elder sister, Xia Jinfang could never have imagined that they exchanged scores during high school. Regardless of the circumstances, the sister who married into the Jiang family was gone, leaving behind 2 children whom Yingying could not be expected to look after solely because she resembled Huanhuan. Li Jinfang intended to pull Yingying aside and admonish her to regain clarity. Yingying, do not be so stubborn. The pain of caring for a nephew is not something to diminish your future in university. On the night of the 2nd day of the new year, as darkness fell and the siblings had yet to return home, everyone assumed they were staying in Ningyan County, planning to come back the next morning. Alternatively, it might be that Yingying dared not return, fearing a reprimand from her elder sister. If Xia Jingjing did not go to the Jiang family to fetch Yingying, Xia Jinfang decided she would discipline her younger brother as well. Jingjing rode her bicycle to the Jiang family, effortlessly bringing Yingying home. Just as Li Jinfang was about to soothe the children to sleep, a flurry of footsteps announced Jingjing's arrival, accompanied by Yingying and her brother-in-law from the Jiang family. Along with the 2 children in tow, Li Jinfeng's demeanor soured immediately. Ying, what on earth is going on? The new year is not yet over. The offerings on the ancestral table have not been removed. You allow them to enter the house and pay New Year's respects to our parents? In her mind, Li Jinfeng believed that even if the children came to their grandmother's house, it should be after the Lantern Festival and once mourning was properly observed. Although Jingjing felt a twinge of fear towards her elder sister, she felt compelled to speak up for her nephews. Sister, Xiaomei and Xiaobao are our nephews. Why be so rigid? Don't you want them to come inside? Ying stood at the forefront, assertively declaring, Sister, do you hold dominion over this household? What do you mean, Ying? Jinfeng retorted. Sister, we have walked a long distance, exhausted and famished, and during this new year, you refuse to welcome the children and my brother-in-law into the house for a meal, blocking my entry? Clarify your position. You are the married daughter, while I remain unwed. Who holds authority here? Ying felt a sense of superiority in her unmarried status at that moment. Xia Jinfeng, intent on reprimanding her sister, was taken aback by the reasoning that emerged from her lips. You have not married, therefore you are in charge, while I am the guest. Understand your position. If you insist on adhering to those trivial customs, then let us converse according to your preferences. Xia Jinfeng wished to uplift her parents' spirits. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, stifled by Ying's sharp retort. Xia Ying, in a huff, pushed past her elder sister. Step aside. Do not obstruct little Mei and Xiao Bao from entering the main house to pay New Year's respects to our parents. I shall not pay my respects to you. What right do you have as my aunt? Your excessive fussiness is tiresome. Ying, I am your elder sister. Your behavior is utterly outrageous. A figure emerged from the main house, Xia Tianqing, confronting his eldest daughter sternly. Can't you all refrain from quarreling until after the third day of the new year? Tomorrow is the third day. We will honor our ancestors at the offering table first thing in the morning. Once that is done, feel free to bicker as you wish. Xia Ying, grasping little Mei's hand, scooped up Xiao Bao from her uncle's embrace and called out to Jiang Shan behind her. Come on. Aren't you going to pay respects to my parents? Jiang Shan, ever modest, played the part of the invisible son-in-law, observing the sisters' altercation with indifference. When Ying beckoned, Jiang Shan entered the main house. They lit an incense stick and placed a yellow paper offering before the ancestral altar, kneeling down to honor their elders. Little Mei dutifully knelt, bowing to her grandparents, uncles, and aunts, even to her older cousins. Her grandmother quickly pulled her up. Little Mei, do not bow to your older cousins. Simply play with them instead. In the eyes of the Xia family, these four newcomers were not merely a family of four. Did Ying truly consider herself the mother of Jiang family children? Xia Jinfeng's irritation grew with every glance. Chapter 57. The reunion feast on the third day of the new year. At the break of dawn on the third day of the new year, the Xia family's entrance was adorned anew. The offering table for their ancestors was cleared. A series of firecrackers erupted, and Xia Tianqing, holding a yellow paper note, knelt in the courtyard with a jar of fine soil to hold the incense, murmuring wishes for prosperity and peace. Just as he was about to ignite the yellow paper, he noticed his son was absent and called out loudly toward the main house. Jingjing, have you overslept? Am I to do this alone this early in the morning? Without a son, would you still be doing this? Xia Ying scoffed, observing these outdated customs with disdain. Xia Jingjing emerged from the house, rubbing her eyes, and joined her father in the courtyard, lighting the yellow paper and bowing 3 times. Father, what is the significance of this? On the eve of the 30th, we receive our ancestors, and on the morning of the third day, we send them off. I remind you every year, yet you still ask? This ritual allowed the women of the household to enter the main house and converse. Jiang Shan stood at the door, contemplating that at this very hour, Jiang Hongqi would be engaged in similar customs at his own home. Regardless of their meticulous observance, the ghosts of his past could not be dispelled. Zhang Lan emerged from the kitchen, clutching 2 scorching stones, which she placed into a jar of vinegar, parading it around the yard for both adults and children to sniff. A splash of vinegar purifies and wards off illness. Xia Tianqing rose and entered the main house, summoning his 2 sons-in-law, Hongtai, Shanzi, come in and join the conversation. The father-in-law maintained a stern demeanor, and Jiang Shan understood that a storm was brewing, one that would follow the completion of their ceremonial rites. Last night, as I entered my father-in-law's house with my 2 children, I could discern the somber expression on his face, a clear indication of his suppressed emotions, while my mother-in-law wore a deeply etched look of concern. My elder sister was prepared to reprimand my younger sister severely, but my father intervened, insisting that whatever the matter, it should be addressed after the ancestral rites were completed the following day. My brother-in-law showed no inclination to engage with the Jiang family, remaining silent in the main room, failing to inquire about Jiang Shan or the well-being of the household. He did not even cast a glance at Jiang's two children. Upon seeing my brother-in-law, I was reminded of his absence at the funeral of my wife in November. The sleeping arrangements last night were rather peculiar. The family from the Shi household, father and 4 sons, were crammed into the left side room, while Jiang Shan, along with Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, occupied the right side room. In the main room were Xia Tianqing and his son, who could have made space for Jiang Shan. But Xia Tianqing insisted that Jiang Shan should tend to the 2 children and need not squeeze into the main room. This arrangement displeased Xia Yingying, who wished for Jiang Shan to stay in the main room while she and the children occupied the side room, not wanting to be separated from them at night. To her surprise, Xia Tianqing shot her a disapproving glance, reprimanding her. Haven't you cared for them enough? What if you leave? Isn't he responsible for his son? Reluctantly, Xia Yingying had to sleep on the kitchen con with her mother and elder sister. Frustrated, she pretended to be asleep, burying herself under the blanket, enduring several kicks and scoldings from her elder sister. In reality, she spent the night restlessly, straining her ears to listen for any commotion from the side room. Whenever Xiao Bao cried for his mother, she would dash over immediately. She was acutely aware that the 3rd day of the new year was when her father would truly admonish her. At noon, a few plates of dumplings were brought to the main room, combining breakfast and lunch. Xia Tianqing called his wife and daughters to join him. Xia Yingying, cradling Xiao Bao, entered, and Xia Tianqing's anger flared at the sight. Yingying, hand the child to your brother-in-law. I need to set things straight today. Reluctantly, Xia Yingying surrendered Xiao Bao to her brother-in-law. Zhang Lan observed as Xia Yingying handed Xiao Bao to Jiang Shan and promptly took the child from Jiang Shan's arms. Jiang Shan offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that what was inevitable had come to pass. Regardless, it was already a blessing that he and his 2 children were not turned away at the threshold of his father-in-law's home. Being able to sit at the main table together for the dumpling meal on the 3rd day of the new year signified that the in-laws regarded Jiang Shan as part of the family. The reunion dinner on the 30th was not truly considered a family gathering. It was the meal on the 3rd day that counted. On this day, the entire Xia family could finally sit together at the table, albeit missing one member, Xia Huanhuan. In fact, Xia Huanhuan had been absent the previous 2 years as well. And unexpectedly, starting this year, the second daughter could no longer share meals with her parents and siblings. Had Yingying been obedient, everything might have proceeded smoothly on the 28th day of the 12th month, and Li Wentai would have been recognized as the prospective son-in-law of the Xia family, sitting with them to enjoy dumplings on the 3rd day, which would have lent a more pleasant atmosphere to the meal. Now, however, the ambience was far from that of a joyful family gathering. The eldest son-in-law quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor, pouring a glass to toast his father-in-law. Dad, please calm down. Speak your mind and settle what needs to be settled. Let me raise this cup in your honor. With that, the eldest son-in-law downed the drink in one gulp. Xia Yingying cast a glance at Jiang Shan, her eyes conveying a silent message. You should also raise a toast to our father. Just as Jiang Shan was about to lift his cup, Xia Tianqing extended a hand to halt him. Shanzi, what I am about to say will not sit well with you. However, once I finish, you may toast me if you wish. Zhang Lan tensed, pressing her grandmother's face against the cherubic cheeks of Xiao Bao. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei and several children from her elder sister's family were seated at the kitchen table, savoring dumplings, unable to enter the main room and disturb the adults' serious discussions. Jiang Shan, concerned that his sister's son might bully Xiao Mei, wished to send Xia Yingying over to check on her. Observing that Xia Tianqing was truly about to discuss something significant, he quickly urged everyone to sit properly and listen attentively. In a moment of abstraction, he felt a disconnection between his consciousness and body, as if he were merely an observer of others' troubles. Yingying, after this meal, your mother, your brother, and I will take you to celebrate the new year at Wentai's house. While the celebration is secondary, it is imperative that you sincerely apologize to Wentai. Xia Yingying erupted. Why should I apologize to him? What have I done wrong? Are you insisting that I become engaged to him? A surge of indignation bubbled within her. Dad, Mom, without my consent, 6 members of the Li family arrived, claiming they were here to arrange my engagement. Who is truly in the wrong? Shouldn't it be the Li family who owes me an apology? Xia Tianqing recognized his youngest daughter's stubbornness, astonished that her fury surpassed that of the elders. She was even contemplating demanding an apology from the Li family. With a sigh, he replied, "Father, you continue to sigh as if we are still in a bygone era. Do you really believe that your daughter's marriage is solely your decision? If I disagree, no one can compel me. Do you believe I would leave with Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei today and never return?" Xia Yingying's intentions were unequivocal. Anyone who pressed her to apologize to the Li family would find her departing, taking the children along, leaving them to their own devices. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, her abrupt departure filled Xia Tianqing with profound concern. What could he do? Beat his daughter? Yingying, I am only trying to ensure you secure a good job. I merely ask you to apologize to the Li family, not to insist on an engagement to Wentai. Xia Tianqing had already made concessions. Yingying, if you do not wish to be engaged, so be it, but you must at least extend an apology. The tone of a father imploring his daughter had grown humble. Yingying, they arrived early with 6 people, and you fled without so much as a greeting. What are we to do with our faces? Is this the educated daughter I have raised? Do you aspire to teach? You have no sense of decorum. How can you instruct anyone? Frustration welled within Xia Tianqing. If Xia Yingying refused, she ought to communicate her disapproval clearly to the Li family. Why run off to Jiang's house? It was one thing to visit others, but to go to Jiang's house to see the 2 children. Were they even hers? Tears welled in Xia Yingying's eyes as she defended herself. Dad, my brother-in-law stated that you were reasonable for not pursuing me. Therefore, I will now present my case to you. Xia Tianqing scoffed. Just because you attended university, does that grant you more wisdom? Zhang Lan interjected gently. Yingying, please speak kindly to your father. Xia Yingying bit her lip, feeling that her simmering anger was no less than her father's. Father, you incessantly accuse me of lacking propriety. Yet is your notion of propriety merely to coerce your daughter into marriage? You pressurize my sister Yuan, and now you turn your sights on me. Is this the lesson you impart to your daughters? Father, just the day before, Li Wentai came to pick me up of his own volition. Upon returning home, I made it abundantly clear that I am not in a relationship with him, nor will I enter into an engagement. Yet, you disregard my feelings entirely and consented to their proposal for me to become engaged to him on the 28th of the 12th month. Should I remain here merely to facilitate your acceptance of their bride price of 4,800? Am I to be bound with a red cloth around my neck like some mere possession? Xia Yingying understands that your casual dismissal of my dissent, claiming I can refuse if I do not wish to comply, holds no weight. When the Li family arrives with 6 members, and the gifts of cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and tea are laid out, the 4,008 must be accepted. The Xia family is to comply. And your daughter is to secure a teaching position at Launcher No. 2 High School, replete with high salary and benefits. Should your daughter decline, her job allocation will become a troublesome affair. Xia Yingying feels compelled to flee without a word. Xia Tianqing observes his youngest daughter boldly refuting him, sensing the weight of their disagreement, and he falls silent for a protracted moment. He shifts the topic. Yingying, you make a valid point. If you do not wish to pursue a relationship with Li Wentai, your mother and I shall not interfere. However, we absolutely cannot consent to you becoming a mother to the Jiang family's child. This is the crux of Xia Tianqing's profound indignation. Chapter 58. The Depth of Conflict. A meal cannot resolve it last night. Xia Tianqing took a harsh stance, forbidding Yingying from caring for Xiao Bao. He wishes to see if the son-in-law of the Jiang family can tend to his own child. There are countless children in the world without mothers. Must fathers perish as well? Last night, Xiao Bao faced no peril. Was it truly necessary for Yingying to watch over him incessantly? Xiao Mei was perfectly capable. The 7-year-old girl already helps with household chores and looks after her little brother. Why must Xia Yingying linger at the Jiang household on the first day of winter break? Upon hearing of her sister Wan's passing, she barely exchanged a few words with our parents before fleeing. Xia Tianqing's anger began to simmer. To his astonishment, she lingered for 20 days, only for his frustration to mount further. He never expected that on the 28th of the 12th month, she would again take her leave. No matter how patient a father may be, he cannot indulge his youngest daughter in her whims. How can she assume the role of Xiao Bao's mother if she neglects her studies and shuns employment, simply to substitute for Wan in the 700 household village? Xia Tianqing senses that Yingying wishes to pursue this path, placing her work as a secondary concern. Who could fail to perceive this? Ultimately, Xia Tianqing's core message is clear. From this day forth, Jiang Shan must care for his 2 children himself. If he cannot manage, that is his burden to bear. his own life. He must not drag Ying into his responsibilities. Henceforth, Xia Ying is prohibited from dedicating her every thought to Xiaobao and Xiaomei. This matter is entirely separate from her willingness to become engaged to Li Wentai. Today is the third day of the new year. She should remain at home for the day and promptly return to her university tomorrow to engage in her internship and extend New Year's greetings to her teachers. Striving for placement in a better school, Xia Tiancheng turns and retrieves a stack of money from behind the cabinet, placing it before him. Seated beside Xia Ying, Xia Jinfang felt a tightening in her heart and mind as she realized her father intended to give this money to Jiang Shan. She hastily intervened. "Dad, why are you taking out so much money? Are you giving it to him?" Xia Tiancheng was aware that his eldest daughter had a penchant for meddling in everything. So he cautioned her, "Today, I have things to arrange, so you should remain quiet and sit still." Xia Jinfang cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shan and felt no fondness for her younger sister either. Her frustration boiled over. She believed her sister was foolish for missing out on Li Wentai. Several times, she attempted to express her thoughts, but her husband restrained her, insisting they first listen to their father's plans. Xia Jinfang sat there obediently, yet her heart was heavy with discomfort. Xia Tiancheng refrained from handing over the 1,000 yuan to Jiang Shan until he clarified certain matters. Ying, with Li Wentai's scheming. Do not harbor any illusions about securing a position in the high schools of Ningyan County or Antai County. Even if you somehow manage to get in, you will find it unsatisfactory. This is trouble you've brought upon yourself. Xia Ying was unconvinced. "Dad, the school allocates jobs. I actively applied to be assigned to Antai County. How could Li Wentai's father influence the school's allocations?" Xia Ying scoffed, finding no common ground with her father's reasoning. If the Li family truly sought to undermine her, that would reflect poorly on them, not on her. Some truths were simply beyond her father's comprehension. He was too stubborn, and Xia Ying grew weary of the conversation. Xia Tiancheng recognized that his daughter had not fully grasped the situation. Li Wentai's father was an official in the Ningyan County Education Bureau, and with him wielding influence. Even if Ying were assigned to teach in Ningyan or Antai County, her circumstances would be far from ideal, and the Li family would hold sway over her. Xia Tiancheng articulated his concerns clearly. Even if you are assigned to Antai County, can you work there comfortably? Will the Li family not create trouble for you? Do you understand what I mean? I have already discussed this with my brother-in-law. My work will ultimately be in Antai County, Xia Ying asserted defiantly. Xia Tiancheng's gaze bore down on his younger daughter, and the previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense once more. Everyone present could discern why Xia Ying was insistent on settling in Antai County. She was still concerned about the two children of the Jiang family. Xia Jinfang could no longer contain her anger and stood up, voicing her opposition loudly. "No, Ying's job absolutely cannot be in Antai County. Why do you keep thinking about caring for someone else's children?" Xia Ying also stood her ground, her tone unwavering. "Elder sister, mom and dad. Xiaobao has already called me mom. I cannot refuse him. I do not want him to know that his mother is gone. I am not his mother. I am his aunt." Xiaomei, in the kitchen, felt uneasy amidst her unfamiliar siblings, her heart racing. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, seeking out her father and aunt, cautiously taking a seat beside her aunt. Despite her tender age of 7, she understood far more than one might expect. An aunt could never replace a mother. Grandma would not permit it, nor would grandpa, nor would aunt and uncle. Her aunt could not assume the role of mother to her and Xiaobao. As tears streamed down Xiaomei's cheeks, she looked up at her aunt, her distress palpable. Xia Ying's heart ached deeply as she turned to wipe away Xiaomei's tears, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right, it's all right. Don't be sad, Xiaomei. Your aunt will surely take on the role of a mother for you. No one can stand in the way." Suddenly, Xia Tiancheng bellowed, "Ying, do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Ying had no desire to engage in a dispute with her father. Let him vent his anger as he pleased. She embraced Xiaomei tightly, thinking to herself, "Who dares to be harsh with Xiaomei?" Xia Tiancheng glanced at his son, who had devoured all the dumplings on the plates without uttering a word. "Are you a ravenous ghost? All you do is eat. I could just as easily let you starve." Xia Jingjing was bewildered, wondering why his father was scolding him. The dumplings had grown cold, yet they all wore glum expressions, refusing to eat, and did not permit others to do so either. At 16, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of food and drink, and he wished his brothers-in-law would bestow upon him a bit of pocket money. In this moment of contention among his father and sisters, he paid little attention to the underlying issues, as he could hardly comprehend the conversation. What he could grasp seemed irrelevant to him. Jiang Shan felt it was time to voice his thoughts. The conflict was profound. Yet Jiang Shan held a strong conviction that his father-in-law would remain his father-in-law, as it was inconceivable for them to turn against one another and sever ties. Fundamentally, he was concerned about the future of his youngest daughter. Jiang Shan understood that, aside from the children's mother, no one else could fully consider the welfare of the two children. It was completely understandable. As a son-in-law, he fully grasped his father-in-law's perspective. If the father-in-law were to suggest that while the children were still young, Xia Yingying should act as a mother to Xiao Bao, then he would no longer be the father-in-law he knew. What breadth of heart could he possess? Should he accept Xia Yingying as Xiao Bao's mother and embrace her as his daughter-in-law, it would imply that he was no longer of the same social standing, or that he had foreseen the heights to which Jiang Shan would ascend. Jiang Shan raised his cup, saying, "Dad, allow me to toast you first. After you drink this, I shall share my thoughts with you more thoroughly." Xia Tianqing was reluctant to drink. It was the third day of the Lunar New Year, after all, and a son-in-law's toast could not be declined. Xia Tianqing downed the drink in one go. "Speak, Shanzi." "Dad, the two children are your own grandchildren. I know you and Mom care deeply for them, but you must consider Yingying's future and her way of life, which makes this situation difficult for you." Xia Tianqing was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Shan had become quite articulate. In the past, he had been passive and easily manipulated by his elder brother and sister-in-law. Lacking any opinions of his own, Xia Tianqing sat up straighter, regarding the son-in-law of the Jiang family with newfound interest. Chapter 59. The transformation of my little sister Jiang Shan continued to express his innermost thoughts to his father-in-law. "Dad, Yingying is working in Antai County, and while she may face pressure from the Li family, this situation will not endure for long. The leadership in Antai County will eventually recognize Yingying's worth. Nowadays, graduates from normal university are typically assigned to teach in provincial or city-level schools, and counties rarely receive such placements. Yingying voluntarily applied to work in Antai County, which speaks volumes about her value. There is a deeper implication in my words as well. Within 3 years, the fortunes of Jiang Shan will transform, and in Antai County, who would dare to disrespect Xia Yingying? These individuals could hardly fathom this layer of meaning. Shirhantai scoffed derisively. "Brother-in-law, what grandiose claims are you making? Do you truly believe that the principal of Antai County High School is a mere relative of Yingying? The leaders of Ningyan County and Antai County are overseen by the same municipality, and they merely rotate among themselves, shielding one another." Jiang Shan cast a glance at the 1,000 yuan in his father-in-law's possession and pondered briefly, concluding that there was no need to utter any nonsensical remarks. "Father, just wait and see. In a few months, I will construct a brick house for myself, purchase a motorcycle and a tricycle, and this year, I will emerge as the wealthiest individual in our village." Rather than pontificating on lofty principles, it is far more pragmatic to present tangible promises to my in-laws. To others, this commitment may sound like mere boastfulness. Beginning in March, he envisioned riding a motorcycle to visit his in-laws, utilizing a tricycle to assist them in transporting sand and grain, and providing a spacious brick house for their comfort. Xia Tianqing lifted his gaze to scrutinize Jiang's son-in-law, wondering what the lad had just proclaimed. Jiang Shan also regarded his father-in-law with seriousness. Xia Tianqing was a man of his word. He had promised to marry one of his daughters to Jiang Yuan's son, and he would honor that commitment. Such a person, regardless of his current statements, commanded Jiang Shan's respect. The words Jiang Shan uttered left the rest of the table. Apart from Xia Yingying, utterly astounded, Zhang Lan pulled her son-in-law aside, urging him, "Stop spouting nonsense and take the 1,000 yuan to properly care for the children." Jiang Shan refused. "Mother, I am financially stable. I do not require assistance from you or my father." Xia Tianqing insisted on giving Jiang Shan the 1,000 yuan. "Take this money to care for the two children. I have noticed your elder brother and sister-in-law are unreliable, and with Yingying returning to school and resuming work, they cannot help you with the children." In November, the actions of Jiang Hongqi and his wife were evident to Xia Jinfang and Xia Jing, who upon returning to inform their parents, led Xia Tianqing to realize that his youngest daughter was being oppressed by her elder brother and sister-in-law. However, with the loss of his daughter, the Xia family could not readily confront Jiang Shan. All Xia Tianqing could do was provide some financial support to Jiang Shan. Of the 1,000 yuan, 500 was a filial tribute from Xia Jinfang to her parents, which she had given to her father-in-law upon her arrival yesterday afternoon. Jiang Shan not only refused to accept any New Year's money from his father-in-law, but also expressed a desire to take the 1,000 yuan from him, which left Xia Jinfang feeling increasingly vexed with the Jiang family. This money could have been justified for Wan Mei, but with her absence, why should their father give anything to Jiang Shan? 1,000 yuan is not a trivial sum. It represents a significant investment on their father's part. It was indeed surprising to Jiang Shan that his father-in-law could offer him such a sum, presumably a result of years of savings. Apart from Xia Yingying, no one else at the table anticipated Jiang Shan's refusal of the money. Not only did he reject it, but he also made grand declarations. Jiang Shan proclaimed that after March, he would possess a motorcycle, a tricycle, and a brick house. Sure, Hongtai thought Jiang's brother-in-law must be delusional. Brother-in-law, if you wish for Yingying to be the mother of your child, such promises are unnecessary. A motorcycle costs 5,000 and a tricycle 3,800. Together, that amounts to 8,800. How do you plan to procure such funds? Are you mining for gold and building a brick house? A decent brick house cannot be constructed for less than 10,000. What are you thinking? Sure, Hongtai turned to his father-in-law, saying, Dad, do not listen to his nonsense. I can see through his thoughts. Xia Jinfang gazed at her husband, perplexed by his words, and quickly inquired, Hongtai, what have you discerned? Sure, Hongtai believed that the crux of his message was yet to be conveyed. He reflected on the fact that bearing 2 children was a burden, and it seemed improbable that he could remarry. His desire was to have Yingying assume the role of their mother, ultimately becoming his wife. Sure, Hongtai kept this intention unspoken, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. The elders, in their minds, viewed Jiang Shan as a man of merit, struggling to support 2 children, which they understood. However, they could not fathom that Jiang Shan wished for Yingying to become his spouse. Sure, Hongtai wondered how anyone could perceive this notion, especially considering that Jiang Shan's brother-in-law dared to entertain such an idea. Xia Tianqing dismissed his son-in-law's ramblings, recalling that 7 years prior, Xia Yingying was adamantly opposed to marrying Jiang Shan. Despite her academic struggles, her family had suggested the marriage when they learned she might not qualify for high school. She remained resolute in her refusal. Subsequently, when her sister Huan missed out on high school by a mere 5 points, Yingying managed to secure admission, and the following year, Huan married Jiang Shan. At the time, Xia Tianqing found it peculiar that the one who fell short was Yingying. Yet, it was a matter of circumstance. Since Huan did not wish to repeat her studies, it was decided she would marry Jiang Shan. Now, once again, Xia Yingying was adamant against an engagement with Li Wentai. Sure, Hongtai was merely speculating. Yingying's desire to be a mother to Xiaobao stemmed from unique circumstances, and it was illogical to conflate that with her wanting to marry Jiang Shan. Hongtai, refrain from making such remarks. Xia Tianqing cautioned his son-in-law. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Sure, Hongtai glanced at Xia Yingying, then at Jiang Shan, shaking his head in resignation. Was he the only one to notice? It was evident that Xia Yingying's gaze toward Jiang Shan was not that of a sister toward a brother-in-law. It resembled that of a woman in love. Sure, Hongtai only hinted at Jiang Shan's desire for Yingying to be his wife, never suggesting that Yingying had any inclination toward that prospect. Never mind, I shall say nothing more. We shall see, he thought. Xia Tianqing felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Shan's promise indicated newfound clarity. He was determined to lead a better life. Shanzi, I am eager to see how, come March, you plan to acquire a motorcycle and a house, he mused. Xia Yingying nearly blurted out that Shanzi currently possessed merely 10,000 yuan. Contemplating the importance of discretion, she quickly suppressed her thoughts, her eyes fixating on the 1,000 yuan in her father's hand. Jiang Shan's commitment seemed to alleviate some of the family's underlying tensions. As the weather grew warmer, the farmers, having celebrated the new year for 3 days, began to clear the fields of weeds and prepare the land for planting. Shanzi, Xiaomei and Xiaobao will stay here under Grandma's care. You need not worry. Return home to attend to your farming duties, Xia Yingying suggested, echoing the sentiment of her father. Brother-in-law, Xiaobao and Xiaomei will remain with Grandma. You should head back to manage your affairs. Only Xia Yingying knows that her brother-in-law is not busy with farm work at home. He will head to the provincial capital early tomorrow morning, aiming to turn 10,000 into 30,000. Filled with curiosity, Xia Yingying wonders how he plans to earn such a sum. Xia Tianqing reassures his eldest daughter, Fong. Why the sulky face? Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao are staying with your mother, and you should be happy about that. After dinner, your family will return. Your mother-in-law also wishes to visit her family. Xia Jinfang had intended to spend a few days at her maternal home, enjoying time with Ying and discussing her son's impending transition to middle school. However, she was unexpectedly urged to leave by her parents. With her spirits dampened, Xia Jinfang decided to return home instead. Zhang Lan expressed her thoughts. Isn't it customary to visit my family during the new year? I didn't go last year. Did I? Xia Tianqing shot a stern look at his wife. I just said that Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao were to stay. What will happen to them if you leave? Zhang Lan retorted softly. Ying will be there to look after them. I can go today and return tomorrow. Xia Tianqing was not convinced. Ying goes back to school tomorrow. The New Year festivities will conclude in 3 days. And the graduating class needs to complete their formalities. Do you think I am unaware? Xia Ying straightened up and declared, I will definitely return to school tomorrow. Let my brother-in-law take Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao back first. I will have them come down to my mother once the farming season commences. Xia Tianqing was delighted by Ying's stance. Then it is settled. Tomorrow morning, Jiang Shan will take the 2 children back, while Xia Ying heads to school. The family meeting in the main room concluded. Xia Jinfang went to the inner room to gather her belongings when Shi Hongtai entered, snorting through his nose. Fang, your parents don't believe a word I say. Just wait and see. Your brother-in-law will eventually whisk your younger sister away. Xia Jinfang began to ponder her husband's words seriously. During this visit, she too sensed something unusual about Xia Ying. It was as if her younger sister viewed Jiang Shan's children and brother-in-law in a manner akin to that of a mother regarding her own children, or a wife toward her husband. Hongtai, do you not feel that Ying has transformed into a different person? Shi Hongtai snorted again. You are only noticing now? She is determined to be a mother to those 2 children. She has become like Huan. Xia Jinfang found this quite perplexing and felt the need to have another conversation with her sister. In Chapter 60, Xiao Bao cannot manage a day without a mother. Xia Ying would never admit to having become like Sister Huan. Elder sister, who told you I wish to be his wife? Do not listen to my brother-in-law's nonsense. Xia Jinfang pressed on. You are resolute in being a mother to Xiao Bao. Isn't that akin to wanting to be his wife? Xia Ying pushed her sister away. Her tone exasperated. Enough already. Just because I want to be Xiao Bao's mother doesn't mean I want to be my brother-in-law's wife. Stop worrying so much. Frustrated, Xia Ying thought to herself how tiresome it was to have such a sister, always meddling. Their mother was still alive and well. Was it her place to oversee everything? Just because you have apples, does that make you exceptional? Is harvesting 2,000 pounds of rice something to boast about? Acquiring a 4-wheeled tractor elevates you above others? Who do you look down upon? If you are capable, why don't you and your husband show me that 10,000? The 10,000 in Jiang Shan's hands gave Xia Ying a sense of confidence. She had not mentioned it to her family, as no one would believe that Jiang Shan could earn 10,000 during this winter break. The sound of a 4-wheeled tractor reverberated outside the gate, belching forth a cloud of black smoke. 4 children leapt into the carriage, as Shi Hongtai maneuvered the vehicle, calling out to them, Why is your mother dawdling? Tell her to hurry up. Inside the carriage, the 4 Shi children chorused, Mom, come on out. Xia Jinfang, carrying 2 bags, tossed them into the carriage with an expression of annoyance, saying, What are you all shouting for? Can't you just wait a moment? She believed that if she could wait just a bit longer, she might glean some additional information from her younger sister. Yet, she also felt that her husband was simply talking nonsense. How could Ying possibly become Jiang Shan's wife? They were worlds apart. Ying had attended university and was set to teach at a city high school, having already stepped beyond the confines of rural life, holding an urban household registration, and had no ties to Jiang Shan. Xia Jinfang considered the situation might evolve in unforeseen ways. Given the affection surrounding Ying, who was devoted to being the mother of Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, and having spent considerable time with their father, she could easily become Jiang Shan's wife. There were countless twins in the world, and between her 2 younger sisters, Xia Jinfang often struggled to tell them apart. To Jiang Shan, Ying was merely Xia Huan, and thus, she could be viewed as his wife. As the eldest sister, this predicament weighed heavily on her mind. One particular suspicion had long troubled Xia Jinfang. 7 years ago, when the 2 sisters sat for their high school entrance exams, under normal circumstances, it should have been Huan who passed, yet it had been Ying instead. Was it possible that Huan intentionally wrote Xia Ying on her paper, and Ying did the same with Xia Huan, resulting in a swap of their fates? To echo Huan's sentiments, she felt compelled to shield her sister from the storms of life. But was it truly a form of protection to marry off her sister to the Jiang family, thereby succumbing to her own despair? These two naive sisters had persistently sheltered one another, creating chaos that could drive their parents to despair. Xia Jinfang pondered further, dismissing the tangled mess, thinking that each household must carry its own burdens, and her primary concern should be the well-being of her 4 children. It was not as though the eldest sister had not contributed a single penny to support Jiang Shan in caring for his 2 children. If she hadn't given her father 500 yuan, could he have possibly handed over 1,000 to her 2 sons-in-law? The audacity of that lad was astonishing. He claimed that by March, he would buy a motorcycle, a tricycle, and even construct a brick house. Did he think that boasting would come without consequences? Xia Jinfang found Jiang Shan's bravado utterly baffling. It was as if he had transformed into a different person, daring to make such grand claims. She recalled the days spent at the Jiang household, where he simply obeyed his elder brother without a single original thought. She could hardly fathom how Huan had endured her 7 years there. After sending off her eldest daughter's family, Xia Tianqing wore a grim expression, as if nothing had been resolved. Xia Jingjing quickly discerned that her father was upset with her brother and hurried outside, afraid to return that evening. Xia Tianqing grasped his wife's arm, discreetly pressing some money into her hand, whispering, "Give this to Shanzi. No matter what grandiose plans he has, he needs capital to engage in business." Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Tianqing felt it necessary to provide this 1,000 yuan to his son-in-law. Back in November, he had intended to hand over this sum directly, but since he could not go to Jiang Shan's house, he had contemplated passing it through his eldest daughter instead, which was impossible. Thus, he resolved to wait until the new year when his son-in-law would come to pay him a New Year's visit to hand over the money. Zhang Lan accepted the money without hesitation, pocketing 30 yuan for herself first. Now, with Yingying and Xiaobao at home, Zhang Lan is eager to visit her parental home, ensuring she has some pocket money. Thus, during the Lunar New Year, on the 2nd day, the daughter and son-in-law visit her family. On the 3rd day, the daughter stays home, and the mother also makes a trip to her parental home. Zhang Lan discreetly gives Jiang Shan some money, saying, "Here, take this. Your father believes you should have some capital for your business." Summer Yingying fears her brother-in-law will refuse and snatches it into her hands. "Wait, I'll give it to my brother-in-law. If you wish to visit my grandmother, hurry and take my father along." Zhang Lan quickly instructs, "Keep an eye on Xiaomei and Xiaobao. I will definitely return by tomorrow." "Yes, Mom, take my father with you. He will surely want to go during the new year," replies Xiaoying. Xia Tianqing is reluctant to visit his father-in-law's house, feeling quite irritable. Zhang Lan cannot help but complain, "Why won't you go? Are you angry with Yingying? Just because you're upset with her, you refuse to visit your father-in-law? If you don't treat your elder son-in-law well, how can you expect your younger son-in-law to treat you kindly?" Xia Tianqing thinks his wife is being unreasonable as he wheels out the bicycle, taking along cigarettes, alcohol, and sweets for the 30-mile journey to his father-in-law's home. Summer Yingying breathes a sigh of relief, appearing quite pleased. "Brother-in-law, let us take Xiaomei and Xiaobao and go to the provincial city before our parents return home." Jiang Shan, puzzled, replies, "Going to the provincial city? If I give you money, my mother will surely take 30 of it. It's my father's fault. My mother doesn't spend a penny when she visits her family." Feeling awkward about accepting money from his wife, Jiang Shan has already spent 10,000 on launcher stocks, leaving him financially strained. Those 970 yuan would serve as emergency funds. In the eyes of the elders, Jiang Shan returns to Kibahu village with the 2 children, while Summer Yingying heads to Lan City to attend to school matters. Tomorrow, they will part ways. However, Summer Yingying insists that Jiang Shan and the children accompany her to Lan City. "Is that appropriate, Yingying? We might upset your parents." "What will upset them? Xiaobao can't be without his mother for a day. Besides, if we don't mention it, how would my parents know we're taking Xiaobao to Lan City?" Jiang Shan concedes. "All right, I will follow your arrangements." Summer Yingying beams with joy. "Now that's more like it. It feels as if you're a proper father." On the afternoon of the 3rd day, several relatives arrive at the Xia family to pay New Year's greetings, adults accompanied by children, including distant cousins and uncles. They enter the main room to offer incense and pay respects for the new year, noticing Summer Yingying cradling the child, her hair styled like a young wife. "Oh, you're Huan, right? I thought you were Yingying. Where is she? Isn't she on holiday?" Summer Yingying does not explain, merely stating, "My sister is still at school. She will soon be assigned a job, so she hasn't returned home." With the elders absent, The relatives who came to greet departed after a short while. Jiang Shan gazes intently at Summer Ying, thinking, "Isn't this clearly indicating you wish to be my wife?" Shoo. I can't divulge that my sister Huan passed away last November. If I did, people might blame my parents for not informing them of the death, which would hurt their feelings. Let them misunderstand as they will. With Xiaobao and Summer Ying's arms calling out for mommy and two mommies. How could the relatives not misconstrue the situation? As soon as the winter break began, Summer Ying went to her brother-in-law's house, and, to the eyes of the neighboring community, she seemingly never returned. The family now identifies her as Xiao Huan. My dear brother-in-law, regarding my sister Wan, my parents have not mentioned anything to the neighbors. Can you fathom why? Jiang Shan is perplexed by this. My parents deliberately chose silence, allowing them to misconstrue that I am Wan at this moment. You must not speak carelessly. Jiang Shan believes this is not at all the intention of the elders, but rather a fanciful notion concocted by Ying herself. As evening descended, numerous visitors came and went from our home, all mistaking Xia Ying for Xiao Wan. The following morning, after breakfast and tidying up, to the eyes of others, our family of four had completed a visit to the maternal home and was preparing to return. As we passed by the neighbor's gate, Xia Ying cheerfully greeted them. "Aunt Mai, I hope your new year has been splendid." "Indeed, it has." "Oh, you are Wan. I mistook you for Ying. Are you all heading back now? Stay a few more days." "No, Aunt Mai, we are busy at home and must return early." "Uncle Ba, Happy New Year." "Look at you. All your teeth are gone." "I am not Ying. I am Wan." Jiang Shan cradled the little treasure, while Xia Ying held a bag in one hand and grasped Xiao Mei's hand with the other, appearing to others as a complete family of four. Upon exiting the village and reaching the highway, we could wave down a bus to Ningyan County. Xiao Mei quietly inquired, "Auntie, they have mistaken you for my mother." "Shoo. Do not call me Auntie. Call me mother, do you hear?" In front of the grandparents. Xiao Mei dared not call her mother, but now that they were away from their grandmother's home, her aunt insisted she must address her as such. Jiang Shan intended to travel to the provincial city, believing that purchasing loess stocks a day earlier would yield greater profit. He had initially thought of leaving the two children with their grandmother while he completed his business and returned for them. However, Xia Ying asserted that there was nothing amiss with two adults accompanying two children. With their parents absent, little Bao would surely cry at night. Xia Ying had no desire to part with little Bao for even a night. Chapter 61. The minimum investment for stocks is 10,000 yuan on the afternoon of the fourth day of the new year. The family of four boarded the train once more. Jiang Shan stood on tiptoe to place their bag atop the overhead rack, which contained 10,000 yuan in cash. Xia Ying quietly advised him to keep a close watch on it. "No worries, we'll arrive in Lan City in 3.5 hours. Although traveling by bus from Ningyan to Lan City would be quicker, Xiao Mei experienced motion sickness on buses. Thus they had to take this train instead. With the bag secured above, Jiang Shan was curious to see who would dare to take it. Xiao Mei's face was filled with confusion. She had gleaned from her grandfather that her aunt was going to work, and her father was taking her and little Bao home. They would no longer sit with their aunt, yet at this moment, she was closely nestled beside her, holding little Bao, wondering if her aunt was also returning home with them. "Auntie, are you coming back with us?" Xiao Mei raised her chin to ask. "Do not call me auntie. Call me mother. Can you not get that right?" Xia Ying feigned annoyance. In their grandmother's house, Xiao Mei had not dared to call her mother. Now that they were away from her grandmother's home, Xiao Mei adjusted her tone and continued to inquire, "Mother, Grandpa said you were going to work in the city. How can you come back with me and Dad?" Xia Ying chuckled and kissed Xiao Mei on the forehead. "Who said I am returning to the village with your father? It is you two and your father who will accompany me to Lan City for a few days of fun. Are you excited?" "Absolutely." How could Xiao Mei not be thrilled? The upcoming days promised no separation from her auntie mother, seated obediently beside her aunt. Xia Ying listened to the rhythmic clatter of the train as it forged ahead. She pondered over the upcoming winter break, contemplating how she might balance work and childcare in Lan City. During her working hours, it was imperative that someone was ever present to care for her little one. Initially, she had planned for her mother to accompany her to Lan City, but recent days had revealed that neither her father nor mother could be relied upon. It would be far better to depend on the child's biological father and sister. Xia Ying felt compelled to clarify her thoughts with Jiang Shan. "Brother-in-law, our graduating class has been assigned to various schools in Lan City for our internships. We will not be residing in the school dormitories. Instead, the three of us girls have rented a humble abode near the normal university for our stay. If the internship arrangements cannot be altered, I will be compelled to remain in Lan City for a semester. You and Xiao Mei can also stay in that house for the same duration. Originally, Xia Yingying had hoped for Xiao Mei to begin attending school after the new year, but since transferring mid-academic year was challenging in Lan City's elementary schools, she decided it might be more feasible for Xiao Mei to help her care for the little one for a semester. After the internship concluded, she aimed to secure a position in Antai County and facilitate Xiao Mei's enrollment in a local elementary school there. She communicated this plan clearly to her brother-in-law. Xia Yingying's placement for her internship at Lansher No. 2 Middle School was indeed facilitated by Li Wentai, whose father had utilized his connections. Upon completion of her internship, it was highly probable that she would be formally assigned to Lansher No. 2 Middle School. However, the commotion during the winter break had seemingly jeopardized that prospect. Jiang Shan was well aware of all these circumstances. Yingying, are you suggesting that during your internship at Lansher No. 2 Middle School, I and the two children will reside in the rented house you've secured? Jiang Shan inquired. Xia Yingying nodded in affirmation. My father has provided us with 1,000 yuan, which should suffice for a semester's living expenses. Furthermore, by March, you will be able to earn back 20,000. Remaining in the city will not pose a problem. Following the completion of my internship and after a summer break, I will be able to teach at the high school in Antai County, and Xiao Mei can start first grade. Jiang Shan discerned that regardless of the circumstances, Xia Yingying had no intention of being separated from her children for even a day. Wherever she was, her children would be there too. This sentiment directly contradicted her father-in-law's advice from the previous day. Yingying, are you not concerned that your father might disown you? Xia Yingying raised her eyes to meet Jiang Shan's gaze, solemnly conveying her thoughts. To resolve this predicament, I need your support. You made a promise to my father to purchase a motorcycle and a lawn tuo, and to build a brick house. If you can fulfill these commitments, I can manage. And my father will not be so upset, allowing me to care for the little one with peace of mind. Jiang Shan found her reasoning compelling. Her father-in-law's reluctance to let her care for the child stemmed from a fear that the Jiang family would interfere with her career. If Xia Yingying diverted her focus to childcare, how could she possibly commit wholeheartedly to her work? The family from her maternal side would undoubtedly disapprove. However, Xia Yingying was unconcerned with their approval. Safeguarding her two children was her foremost priority. As the train rattled towards Lan City, Xiao Mei gazed wide-eyed out the window, unable to comprehend the adult's discourse. Daddy, look. There is still snow on the mountains in the distance. Yes, the shaded areas still have snow that will melt in a few days, Jiang Shan replied, then turned to Xia Yingying. Shall we head to the Lansher group first, or to your residence? A smile graced Xia Yingying's lips. I will take the two children to my place, while you attend to business at the Lansher group. We will await your arrival. Yingying, is it possible for you to negotiate a direct internship at the first high school of Antai County? Xia Yingying pondered, uncertain whether the school would amend her internship arrangements. Of course, I will endeavor to make it happen. If not, I shall adhere to my original plan, she asserted. Jiang Shan readily acquiesced. All right. The train was crowded, and the 3.5 hours felt somewhat unbearable. Xiao Mei and her aunt were both feeling a bit lightheaded. Jiang Shan mused that soon their family would no longer have to endure such cramped train rides. As they were nearing their destination, Xia Yingying suddenly cautioned Jiang Shan. If the three of them are in the courtyard, do not reveal that you are my man. I shall refer to you as my brother-in-law. Jiang Shan immediately grasped the underlying implication. In Xia Yingying's heart, he had already assumed that role. It was merely a matter of time before their classmates recognized Jiang Shan as her partner. Should Xiao Mei still call you mother? Xia Yingying contemplated before responding. If Xiao Mei wishes to call her mother, let her do so. It is of no consequence. I will clarify this with my classmates. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. As the time to disembark approached, Jiang Shan grasped the bag in one hand while holding Xiao Mei's hand with the other, followed closely by Xia Yingying, who cradled the little one, keeping her gaze fixed on the bag Jiang Shan carried. Outside the train station, a line of modified tricycles awaited passengers, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Jiang Shan. In 2 years, such modified taxis would likely vanish from the provincial capital streets. Yet they thrived in the county town. Brother-in-law, Xiao Mei, the little one, and I will share one tricycle, while you take another. Once you finish your errands, come find us. Xia Yingying instructed. Concerned that Jiang Shan might forget the address, she took his hand and inscribed a series of characters on his palm, reminding him. Remember this and return swiftly. Do you not require me to escort the three of you back? Jiang Shan inquired with a smile. No need. Just ensure that you do not lose yourself in the process, she replied, feeling quite anxious. This man had never set foot in launching. Could he locate the entrance of the launcher group? Would he be able to exchange that 10,000 yuan for shares in the launcher group? If he succeeded today, he would have the opportunity to conduct business and earn a profit in launching. As he watched the tricycle carrying the 3 women depart, Jiang Shan gathered his thoughts and boarded another one. Driver, to the operations department of launcher group. Proceed east along the riverside road. I will guide you further upon arrival. Understood. It will take about half an hour, 3 yuan. The driver stated, operating without a meter, agreeing on a fixed fare instead. Jiang Shan observed the stunted pine trees lining the streets, seemingly planted only in recent years. In 30 years, these saplings would grow into towering giants. By 1988, launching streets had become quite prosperous, with a steady flow of vehicles, yet there was no talk of road congestion. The driver initiated a conversation. Young man, are you a worker at Launcher? I am from out of town, Jiang Shan replied. The driver appeared quite affable. I thought you were a Launcher worker. Have you heard about Launcher's restructuring and stock issuance? Some say investing in those shares is quite lucrative. Jiang Shan straightened up, realizing that the information he had gleaned 30 years hence differed somewhat from the local gossip circulating among the townsfolk. He had seen reports in the newspapers about Launcher Group's transition to a shareholding system, claiming that ordinary citizens could purchase stock. The driver shook his head in response. Can the ordinary common folk afford it? A minimum investment of 10,000 yuan. How many individuals possess such an amount? In this day and age, those with 10,000 yuan are typically business owners. Jiang Shan was only then made aware of this restriction. Fortunately, he had the requisite sum. Lest this journey be in vain. This limitation bars a significant portion of people from entry. The master turned left, entering Shumo Avenue. How could I be unaware of the newly constructed office building of the Launcher Group? Jiang Shan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Yingying and the 2 children. Had they already arrived at their rented house? Chapter 62. My own flesh and blood Xia Yingying had yet to fully adapt to the constant switching between her 2 identities. In Qianlu village, in the company of Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao, she was Xia Huan, the mother of the 2 children. In front of her parents at her natal home, she could only be Xia Yingying. Among her university friends, she remained Xia Yingying, yet with Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao by her side, she transformed back into the motherly Xia Huan. Now, as she headed to the rented house in Lawn City, she wondered if those 3 individuals had arrived. They would undoubtedly pry into her life upon seeing the little ones in her arms. The thought vexed Xia Yingying. Jiang Shan was right. She should strive to secure an internship at Ontai No. 1 High School, distancing herself from her friends. Why explain herself so much? It would be best to avoid them altogether in the future. Xia Yingying approached the school administration, requesting to change her internship from Launcher No. 2 High School to Ontai No. 1 High School. The school would surely inquire about her reasons for not complying with the internship assignment. As everyone else was striving to secure positions in provincial capital schools or relevant institutions, it was unheard of for a graduate from the normal university to request an assignment at a small county high school. Xia Yingying resolved to be forthright with the school leaders, explaining that her twin sister had passed away, leaving behind these 2 children whom she needed to help care for. Perhaps the school leaders would alter her paperwork. Xiao Mei lifted her weary eyes to her mother and timidly spoke. Mommy, I feel nauseous. Since disembarking the train, she had been unwell, and now, seated in this cramped tricycle, she could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. Xia Yingying turned to her, urgently calling for the driver to stop. Driver, my daughter is car sick. We should get out. After paying 3 yuan, Xia Yingying cradled Xiao Bao in her arms and held Xiao Mei's hand as they walked along the street near the normal university. She was quite familiar with this route. In just over 20 minutes, they would reach their destination. Xiao Mei, shall we walk there instead of taking a vehicle? Yes, it's uncomfortable in the car. I feel dizzy. Xiao Mei, after a few more rides, you won't feel dizzy anymore. Look at all those little cars zipping by on the street. Your father will drive a little car in the future. Won't you still ride with him? This revelation left Xiao Mei astonished. Will Daddy really drive a little car? Her face lit up with curiosity as she observed the small vehicles racing along the street. Black ones, red ones, so tiny and yet so swift. Having seen such cars in Ontai County and Ningyan County before, her prior panic had transformed into a sense of wonder. Have you seen them, Xuan? What about Zhong? Xiao Mei felt as though her eyes had been opened wide, her little heart racing in excitement. unsure of where her aunt was leading her. At this moment, Xia Yingying experiences an overwhelming sensation. Venturing outside with her two little ones without the presence of a man feels utterly untenable, perhaps due to the increasing weight of her youngest. She squats by the roadside to catch her breath, safeguarding her children, acknowledging the exertion it entails. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" inquires the little one. "Daddy is out earning big money for our family. He will return shortly," she reassures. Little May ponders how much money that might be. Could it purchase a little car that zooms around? Rising to her feet, Xia Yingying resumes her journey, with Little May closely by her side. After turning down a narrow path and traversing a neighborhood of stacked buildings, they arrive at a modest courtyard. "Mommy, do these houses have heating?" asks Little May. Xia Yingying chuckles. "Little May, our home also has heating, so we need not stoke a furnace." The courtyard behind the high-rise buildings is equipped with heating as well, alleviating the need to rise in the night to add coal, a significant convenience. Upon entering the yard, Xia Yingying retrieves her keys, preparing to unlock her dwelling when a figure rushes forward, exclaiming, "Yingying, I thought you wouldn't arrive until the 5th or 6th day. My heavens, whose child are you holding? He is utterly adorable." Breathless, Xia Yingying replies, "Xingping, could you please hold the baby for a moment? I really need to relieve myself." She takes Little May along to the restroom. Zhang Xingping glances at the infant in her arms, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is he a replica of you? Did you really give birth to him?" she questions, incredulous that Xia Yingying could have delivered a child and raised him to such a size over the winter break. Little Bao, feeling uneasy in the arms of this unfamiliar woman, begins to cry out for his mother, stretching his arms towards the restroom where Xia Ying has just rushed off. "Be good, Little Bao. Mommy is here. I'll prepare your formula and soak some biscuits for you." Xia Yingying coos as she takes him back from Zhang Xingping, kissing his cheek, her heart aching. "Why are you so unfamiliar? Can you not be away from me for even a minute?" Zhang Xingping stands, astounded. "Xia Yingying, is he truly your child?" "Indeed, he is," Xia Yingying affirms. "I believe you not a bit. Did you give birth during summer or winter break?" Zhang Xingping presses, recalling that Xia Yingying had been absent from school during the winter break for over a month. "A child this small could not possibly call you mommy so casually." Little May, feeling parched, raises her eyes. "Mommy, I'm thirsty." The little girl, unable to contain her thirst any longer, calls out for water. Xia Yingying hastily urges Zhang Xingping, "Please pour my daughter a glass of water. We've been on the train for 4 hours and walked for another half hour." Zhang Xingping, even more bewildered, contemplates the fact that such a young child calls Xia Yingying mommy. What could this mean? She picks up the thermos to pour hot water, and Xia Yingying reminds her, "Xingping, please mix in some cold water for Little May." Little May, call her Auntie Pingping. She is mommy's dearest college friend. Receiving the glass from Zhang Xingping, Little May sweetly chirps, "Hello, Auntie Pingping. What a well-behaved girl. Have a piece of cake." Zhang Xingping offers her a slice. Eagerly, Zhang Xingping seizes the opportunity to press Xia Yingying. "Quickly, tell me, whose child is she? Why do they both call you mommy?" "I gave birth to them," Xia Yingying replies, her expression earnest. "Xia Yingying, do you think I would turn against you? I am utterly exasperated. Will you speak or not?" Xiaomei could not help but clarify, "She is my aunt, and I now call her mother." Zhang Xingping suddenly enlightened, "Oh, is she your sister's child? Did you not mention that you have a twin sister? How is it that they call you mother?" While Xia Yingying busied herself preparing formula for the little one and changing diapers, she could not spare much time to elaborate to Zhang Xingping, simply stating, "My sister is gone. I am raising her 2 children, thus I consider myself their mother." Zhang Xingping understood. "Xia Yingying, how do you manage to work while taking care of your sister's 2 children? Who looks after them in your absence?" Zhang Xingping had already surmised the reason behind the children calling her mother. Throughout this winter break, Xia Yingying would undoubtedly be inseparable from the children, a rarity among aunts. Xia Yingying glanced at her friend. "They still have their father. When I am not around, their father takes care of them." "Oh, their father has come too? Where is he?" Xiaomei's father is currently attending to matters at the Launcher Group. Zhang Xingping's eyes lit up. "Oh, is her father affiliated with the Launcher Group?" "No. Her father hails from Kibahu Village in Anyang County, a farmer." Zhang Xingping frowned. "What sort of place is Kibahu Village?" Outside, someone called, "Yingying Xiaomei?" Xia Yingying quickly replied, "Yes. We are inside. Please come in." Xia Yingying had not anticipated Jiang Shan's swift return. He had located this place without delay. Her heart brimmed with joy, indicating that the children's father was not directionally challenged. capable of navigating the bustling city without losing his way. Indeed, he was someone who dared to earn substantial wealth. Jiang Shan patted his bag, signaling to Xia Yingying that everything was settled. Upon entering the operational hall of the launcher group, Jiang Shan queued for a few minutes to pay 10,000 yuan, receiving 1,000 shares of launcher group paper stock certificates, which lightened his bag slightly, before taking a tricycle to the address provided by Xia Yingying. Chapter 63. Networking for Business Matters. Xiao Bao consumed a bottle of formula and half a bowl of softened cake, sitting on Zhang Xinping's bed, his large eyes blinking enchantingly as he flashed a captivating baby smile. Zhang Xinping was utterly charmed. "Come here, Xiao Bao, let Annie hold you. Your aunt will be your mother, and I will be your aunt." Zhang Xinping resolved to assist Xia Yingying in caring for the child this semester, feeding him and changing his diapers. The thought of such a small child losing his biological mother made her, an outsider, feel an overwhelming sense of compassion, not to mention the grief of his own aunt. Once the fatigue from the train journey subsided, Xia Yingying finally explained her plans for the next 2 days to her friend. She might no longer reside in this courtyard. She wished for the school to amend her internship paperwork and directly assign her to Anyang County No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinping was indeed alarmed, nearly leaping to her feet. "Xia Yingying, are you out of your mind? Is the treatment at Anyang No. 1 High School comparable to that of the provincial capital schools? After 4 arduous years of university, who wouldn't aspire to join a prestigious school or esteemed institution, yet you wish to return to Anyang County? Can the provincial capital possibly compare to Anyang County? Xia Yingying has ample reasons. Ping Ping, I stay in Antai County to conveniently care for the 2 children. You heard it. I am now their mother." Zhang Xinping turned Xia Yingying around and said, "Hey, did you not understand what I just said? When AI Sha, and I can help you take care of the children, why must you return to Antai County?" Xia Yingying found it difficult to articulate the necessity of returning to Antai County. Jiang Shan's home is in Kibu Village, located in Antai County, where he finds it easier to manage certain matters. Without these classmates and friends in Antai County, Xia Yingying believes she can better care for the children and enjoy a more convenient relationship with Jiang Shan. "All right, mind your own business. I will go to school early tomorrow to clarify the situation. If I can process the paperwork, I will do so. I will return to Antai County after the 8th day." Zhang Xinping lectured extensively, but Xia Yingying remained unyielding. To put it plainly, staying and launching offers better benefits, with an additional 50 yuan in income each month. Xia Yingying thought to herself, as long as the father of my children earns money, what does an extra 50 yuan matter? By 4 in the afternoon, it was already too late to handle matters at school. Xia Yingying and Jiang Shan took Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao for a stroll until nightfall. Upon returning, they found Zhang Xinping was missing, and they had no idea where she had gone for the night, leaving one room for Xia Yingying and the children. Xiao Bao shared a room with his father, while Xia Yingying slept with Xiao Mei. Early on the 5th day, Xia Yingying went to school to inquire whether she could amend her internship paperwork, actively requesting a transfer to Antai No. 1 Middle School. During Xia Yingying's half-day at school, Jiang Shan stayed at their residence to look after the children. Xiao Mei, troubled, asked, "Daddy, no one is watching our home. Is someone going to come in and take our things?" She was concerned about their belongings, especially the coal and firewood stacked in the yard, which could easily be taken. "Xiao Mei, who do you think would come in to take our things?" Her father asked deliberately. "It's Xuan and the auntie. They would come into our yard and take the coal and firewood," Xiao Mei replied. Jiang Shan gazed into his daughter's eyes, noting that she had never harbored such thoughts before. She had not previously considered that the auntie would take things from their home. It was Xia Yingying who had instilled this notion in her. "Xiao Mei, did your auntie tell you that the auntie is not a good person and would take our things?" Xiao Mei nodded. "My auntie said not to believe anything the auntie says. She is not a good person." Jiang Shan had long wished to convey this sentiment to his daughter, but hesitated, thinking she was too young to comprehend it. He never anticipated that Xia Yingying would directly express it to her. "Xiao Mei, the auntie is not a good person. Keep your distance from her." "Daddy, the auntie said that after mommy is gone, if she doesn't help take care of Xiao Bao, he will starve." Jiang Shan embraced Xiao Mei and spoke earnestly. "Xiao Mei, listen to Daddy. The auntie is taking care of Xiao Bao so that you will be compelled to work hard for her family. She intends to take Xiao Bao away and give him to someone else. She is not a good person. Heed your mother's advice and stay away from your auntie." Xiao Mei nodded, resolving to keep her distance from the auntie, and also from Xuan. He is not a good brother either. Xiao Mei's worries extended beyond the coal and firewood in the yard. She was concerned about other things as well. Inside the house, there were rice and flour, as well as new household items. Xiao Mei feared that the aunt would come in and take these belongings. Father assured her that the village chief, who was also a distant uncle, would keep an eye on their possessions. The father and daughter waited until noon, when Xia Yingying and Jiang Shan returned together. Xia Yingying appeared visibly distressed. Brother-in-law, things are not looking good. Didn't you say that the school would alter your internship paperwork for the sake of the two children? I had no idea it would be this complicated. The school requires my sister's death certificate, as well as the household registration proof for both children, and a receiving notice from Entai No. 1 High School. What a joke. By the time I return to obtain these 3 documents, it will be well past the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Xia Yingying needed to report for her internship at Launcher No. 2 High School on the 8th day. Once the paperwork was signed, she would have to start her semester, making it impossible to switch to Entai No. 1 High School. This left Jiang Shan somewhat puzzled. Was it really necessary to provide so many documents just to amend Xia Yingying's internship registration? Yingying, it seems that certain individuals are deliberately complicating matters for you. Do not fret. Let me think of a viable solution. There was no need to return to Gaoya town to procure this or that documentation. Jiang Shan resolved to seek out the responsible authority at the school. Jiang Shan shot a sidelong glance at the father of the 2 children, a farmer from Chibaihu village in Entai County, and questioned his ability to resolve this predicament. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more intriguing. Surely, the leader in charge of this matter at your school must be a vice principal or a director. Is it possible to get in touch with him? Jiang Shan appeared somewhat taken aback. This fellow spoke with a tone unlike that of an ordinary farmer. It was indeed Vice Principal Lin who oversaw the allocation of internships for graduates, but he had been absent from work lately, likely avoiding students seeking favors for prime positions at reputable institutions. Xia Yingying nodded in agreement. Ping is right. If we can clarify this matter with Vice Principal Lin, perhaps we can resolve it. However, Xia Yingying understood that finding a leader during the festive days of the Lunar New Year would be a challenge. Jiang Shan inquired, "Do you know where Vice Principal Lin lives?" At his home? The 2 girls had not even considered going to a leader's home in their minds. Leaders could only be found at school, and if they were not present, they would simply wait. Both girls shook their heads, unsure of the exact location of Principal Lin's residence, only knowing he lived in the faculty housing area of the normal university. It was not far, just a couple of streets behind the university. Jiang Shan explained the situation to the 2 female students. This should not be a burden for Vice Principal Lin. We are not asking him to change the paperwork for a better position, but rather to return to his original high school to teach. The school strongly advocates such a spirit. There is no reason they would refuse. I will buy 2 boxes of fine tea, and you 2 can take them to meet this leader. Jiang Shan looked disappointed. How do we find him? Do we just ask at each house? My goodness. Who does that? Jiang Shan spoke confidently. Do not worry. I have a plan. Just take me to the faculty housing area. Without hesitation, they set off. Jiang Shan tugged at Xia Yingying and quietly asked, "What does your brother-in-law do?" "I told you, he's a farmer from Chibaihu village." "I cannot believe it. Does he resemble a farmer? Can you even fathom the idea of directly visiting Vice Principal Lin's home? It's something one wouldn't dare to imagine, right?" Xia Yingying nodded and quietly inquired of her close friend, "What do you think he resembles?" Engaging with high-ranking officials requires intellect and insight, indicating that he often mingles with those in power. He must be the type of affluent businessman, wouldn't you agree? Xia Yingying pondered this. Is he truly capable of amassing substantial wealth? Jiang Shan seemed to have discerned this. Not only did he smoothly acquire 10,000 yuan worth of stocks from Launcher Group, but he also mentioned that there was no need for any formal documentation. A simple word from Vice Principal Lin to the staff would suffice. Is this something a mere farmer residing in the village could achieve? Jiang Shan observed the 2 whispering at the back and turned to inquire. "What are you 2 gossiping about me?" Jiang Shan chuckled. "Who would speak ill of you?" Yingying mentioned that she is the mother of 2 children, and you are the father of 2, making you both a couple. Xia Yingying playfully pinched Jiang Shan's cheek. "Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" The 2 girls frolicked as they entered the faculty housing complex. Jiang Shan's thoughts were indeed correct. There was a gatekeeper present at the entrance of the faculty housing complex. Jiang Shan handed the little one in his arms to Xia Yingying and turned to enter the gatekeeper's lodge. He emerged in less than a minute. Building 3, Unit 2. Apartment 301, the gatekeeper informed, adding that Vice Principal Lin had returned home half an hour ago. Zhang Xinping was astounded. Xia Yingying, is he your brother-in-law? Xia Yingying was equally curious about what Jiang Shan had discussed with the gatekeeper that enabled him to learn about Vice Principal Lin's residence. Chapter 64. A letter of introduction back to Lantai County. Yingying, you two go upstairs together. I'll wait for you and the children downstairs. Xia Yingying glanced at her brother-in-law. Somewhat perplexed. It was his suggestion to speak with Vice Principal Lin, so why wasn't he accompanying them now? Zhang Xinping tugged at Xia Yingying. Come on, your brother-in-law is right. We can go up on our own, no need for him to follow. If he were to go up and introduce himself as Xia Yingying's brother-in-law from the countryside, who tends to the fields, expressing concern for his deceased wife's sister, it would surely provoke disdain from the leaders towards Xia Yingying. The two female students entered the corridor. Jiang Shan held the little one in his arms while Xiao Mei leaned against her father's leg, waiting for Xia Yingying and Zhang Xinping to complete their business. The hassle of this period was that they had to carry the two little ones wherever they went. Xiao Mei looked around at the towering buildings, clutching her father's pant leg tightly. Everything she saw these past few days felt alien, causing her heart to race with anxiety and discomfort. She either clung to her mother's hand or pressed closely against her father's leg, too fearful to venture away. Xiao Mei, what are you afraid of? Daddy, when are we going home? Once your mother's matters are settled today, we will return tomorrow. Xiao Mei felt as though she couldn't wait until tomorrow. Little Bao reached out towards the entrance of the building, crying for his mother. Little Bao, Mommy will be out shortly. The trio waited for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Xia Yingying came rushing down, scooping up Little Bao in her arms and showering his little face with kisses. All right. From this day forth, Mother shall never part from you again. Since this winter break, Xia Yingying, along with Xiao Bao and Xiao Mei, has remained inseparable. Is it settled? Jiang Shan inquired. Observing her elation, he understood that matters had come to fruition. However, it was not so simple. I endured a reprimand from Vice Principal Lin, who claimed he had never seen a graduate from the provincial capital transferred to a small county. I explained that if I did not transfer, no one would care for my sister's two children. Guess what? Vice Principal Lin promptly seized his phone and called the school allocation office, instructing the director to issue an introduction letter to Antai No. 1 High School. I merely needed to present that letter to register. All the other irrelevant matters were unnecessary. Upon uttering this, Xia Yingying recalled Jiang Shan's earlier statement that only a letter from the school was required. She planted a fervent kiss on Xiao Bao's cheek and then glanced at her brother-in-law. The more she looked, the more appealing his face became, prompting her to desire to place a kiss upon it as well. Zhang Xinping emerged from behind, and the impulse to kiss her brother-in-law was redirected to Xiao Bao's cheek. Zhang Xinping looked on in confusion. Why was Xia Yingying so exuberant? Vice Principal Lin was right. She had indeed never seen a graduate from the provincial capital transferred to a small county. Yingying, did you just say you are returning to Antai County this afternoon? Yes, I am heading to the school now to collect the introduction letter. The train back to Antai County departs at 3 o'clock. And with only 2 days until the 8th day of the new year, I must find accommodation upon my arrival. Time is of the essence. Zhang Xinping quickly reminded Xia Yingying. What are you thinking? With that introduction letter, won't the school arrange for you to stay in the best dormitory? Do you really need to find your own place? Xia Yingying glanced at the man and the two children, explaining to Zhang Xinping. They are not looking for accommodation. They cannot stay together. Zhang Xinping was even more perplexed. Upon returning to Antai County, Jiang Shan would lead the two children back to the village. Was it truly necessary for Xia Yingying to assist them in finding a place to stay in the county? Zhang Xinping could not concern herself with such matters. All she could do was prepare a variety of everyday items, packing them into a bag for Xia Yingying to take along. Xia Yingying dashed to the school, swiftly acquiring the introduction letter and several other relevant documents, then hurried back to her rented accommodation. She noticed Zhang Xinping had stuffed a package into her hands. Ping Ping, why are you spending money on this? I can buy things for my children myself. I have already purchased everything. It's all for Xiao Mei. A new backpack, a new pencil case, notebooks, erasers, and rulers, all essential for her studies. How could they go to waste? Xiao Mei, be good and study hard. I will visit you when I have the time. Yes, Aunt Ping Ping, goodbye. Xiao Mei donned her new backpack, her face beaming with joy. Xuan Xuan and Xia Xia carried backpacks crafted from patchwork fabric, sewn by a tailor, far less appealing than the purchased ones. As Xia Yingying fed Xiao Bao, Zhang Xinping seized the opportunity to speak with Jiang Shan about an important matter in the adjacent room. Hello, Xiao Bao's father. I initially intended to refrain from mentioning this, but now that you are departing, I cannot help but inform you that Xia Yingying is seeing someone. Do you know that? Li Wentai, you are aware? I believe your close proximity to one another is not ideal. Li Wentai may cause you trouble. Jiang Shan glanced at Zhang Xinping, a charming young lady with a round face and petite lips, who genuinely regarded Xia Yingying as a friend. I am aware that trouble will inevitably find her. However, Yingying seems unperturbed. She is not afraid of Li Wentai. Don't you fear that he might cause you trouble? Yingying's sister is your wife. And with your wife gone, she tirelessly cares for your children and remains close to you. Sooner or later, feelings will develop between you two, and Li Wentai will definitely seek to create issues for you both. I merely wanted to give you a heads up. Jiang Shan found Zhang Xinping's concern somewhat excessive. How could you possibly think that I would develop feelings for Yingying? She is my wife, for goodness sake. Zhang Xinping, are you certain that Yingying is in a proper relationship with Li Wentai? Zhang Xinping's gaze faltered. He has been persistently pursuing Yingying. But it is unlikely that it is a genuine relationship. It is more likely to be clandestine. Do you have a partner? Jiang Shan inquired again. Zhang Xinping's cheeks flushed, her tone slightly proud. Of course, he is more handsome than you. Then focus on your relationship. If it is time to get engaged, do so, and do not concern yourself with what will happen between Yingying and me. Xia Yingying is correct. She should devote her heart to caring for these two children and best distance herself from these acquaintances. What a useless brother-in-law. Xiao Mei called out to her father, saying that their mother was ready, and they were set to leave. Zhang Xinping escorted the family of 4 to the street to hail a taxi, and a van conveniently stopped to take them to the train station. Zhang Xinping smiled and bid farewell to Xia Yingying. As the van drove away, she muttered under her breath, Xia Yingying, you are quite foolish. If you want to be an ant, then be an ant. But why take on the role of a mother and invite trouble for yourself? Zhang Xinping was frustrated that Xia Yingying wouldn't live, eat, and spend the semester together with her. Among her close friends, Xia Yingying was not only beautiful, but also caring and kind-hearted, making their time together most enjoyable. Zhang Xinping harbored a thought she deemed inappropriate. Rather than dating boys, how wonderful it would be to spend time with Xia Yingying. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Once this semester of internships concluded, she had applied to teach at Antai County No. 1 High School. Zhou Xinping, you are being ridiculous. An hour later, Jiang Shan led Xia Yingying, cradling little Bao and holding Xiao Mei's hand, aboard the train bound for Antai County. Yingying, I thought there was only one train from the provincial capital to Antai County in the morning, but I didn't expect there to be another in the afternoon. This train is merely passing through, with its final destination in Beijiang. It would take 5 hours to reach the city of Antai County. Suddenly, Xia Yingying expressed a sentiment. Shanzi, once we arrive in Antai County, let us settle down. I no longer wish to be running about carrying little Bao and leading Xiao Mei. It is far too exhausting. In recent days, Xia Yingying felt as though she had been either on a train or on the way to one while managing the 2 children. All right, let us find stability in Antai County. Jiang Shan feigned indifference, though inwardly he was elated. He understood that Xia Yingying would eventually stop calling him brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, while sitting on the train back to Antai County, she suddenly addressed him by his nickname, exactly as she would call Wan Wan. Was she aware of the troubles that loomed behind her? In the past few days, while she had taken the children and her brother-in-law to Lancheng, she carried a letter of introduction to report for her internship at Antai No. 1 High School, ultimately securing employment in Antai County. Her parents were entirely unaware of these developments. Earning 120 yuan has now dwindled to a mere 60. A stark contrast from the provincial capital to a small county town. You cradle our little treasure, while I lean against you for a brief respite. Having had a restless night, Jiang Shan holds the baby, with Xiao Mei to his left and Ying to his right, enduring the journey to Antai County. Chapter 65. Visiting the police station for inquiry as darkness descends, the family of 4 finds refuge in a modest inn on South Street. The front desk attendant, curious, inquires, Brother Jiang, why didn't you bring the mule this time? Jiang Shan responds with a warm smile, explaining kindly, this time, I returned by train from afar, so I didn't take the mule cart. The attendant then reminds him, someone came looking for you yesterday, claiming to be your cousin from the Li family. Xia Yingying, puzzled, asks, did cousin Wang Jun really come all the way to the inn for you? Jiang Shan shrugs, Ying, it's not that he is worried about us. He is concerned about me carrying a substantial sum of money. Ying cannot grasp why village chief Li would chase after him to the inn. Knowing that Jiang Shan has been staying at his father-in-law's home and might not return to the village for some time, Jiang Shan's cousin, Li Wangjun, surely harbors thoughts of the 10,000 yuan Jiang Shan is carrying, assuming he might be staying at the South Street Inn. Jiang Shan secures a room for himself and another for the three of them. Having engaged in the mule cart business, he has earned several thousand yuan, often staying one night at the South Street Inn every couple of days. Concern for him extends beyond just village chief Li Wangjun. Even two officers from the South Street police station are keeping an eye on Jiang Shan, as Xia Ying tends to the baby and Xiao Mei. Preparing to settle down for the night, the two officers arrive. They seek out Xia Ying first. We received a report indicating that you are in the company of suspicious individuals, and we need to conduct an inquiry. Startled, Xia Ying asks, "Who is suspicious? We have been observing you for some time. Your association with unrelated men raises concerns. We must take you to the police station for questioning." Jiang Shan, emerging from another room, is taken aback by the scene and quickly steps in front of Xia Ying. "Officers, this is a misunderstanding. How could my child's aunt be deemed suspicious?" The officers respond coldly, maintaining a professional demeanor. "Young man, whether you are suspicious or not will be clarified at the police station. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Jiang Shan reassures Xia Ying, "Do not fear. It will be fine. We will go to the police station and cooperate with their inquiries." He senses that someone is meddling in his affairs. His movements are being monitored not only by cousin Wang Jun, but also by old Zhou from the county. At this moment, it is prudent not to resist the officers. They will dictate the course of action. Xia Ying feigns calmness, worrying about the sleeping baby. She implores whether she might avoid the police station to tend to the children. The officers, however, insist that the bundled children be taken along. Jiang Shan comforts Xia Ying once more. "Listen to the officers. Wrap up the baby snugly, and we shall carry him over. We will return shortly." In just a few minutes, utilizing the wisdom acquired over 30 years of life, Jiang Shan surmises a possible motive. These officers have received a hint from someone to clarify Jiang Shan's whereabouts in recent days and to ascertain whether the 10,000 yuan is indeed concealed within his handbag. They circled around, claiming it was for the welfare of the women and children residing in the inn. Ultimately, it was merely a reflection of their own insignificance, as they were easily manipulated by these individuals. As Xia Ying entered the room while cradling the infant, her mind was racing, pondering the peculiar situation at hand. From the perspective of the two uniformed officers outside, those two children did not belong to her. She and Jiang Shan were not a married couple. Why then? Did they assert they were a couple while staying at the inn? There would certainly be an investigation into their circumstances. When they checked into the room, the receptionist had referred to her and Jiang Shan as a couple, and the trouble likely stemmed from that. "Shan, I have the marriage certificate tucked away in my bag. Perhaps we should show it to the police. It might clear things up." Jiang Shan firmly declined, saying, "Ying, no, we cannot lie. We will answer the police truthfully." After considering, Xia Ying nodded in agreement. "All right, I will speak the truth." Xiao Mei glanced at the two police officers, feeling not only unafraid, but also inexplicably exhilarated. The drowsiness dissipating, Jiang Shan held the sleeping infant, while Xia Ying took Xiao Mei's hand, and they followed the two officers into the neighboring Nan Street police station. Jiang Shan was taken aback when they entered the two-story courtyard, as he and Xia Ying were to be separated by the police. Moreover, a policeman was to assist in watching over his bag. "Wait," Jiang Shan called out, opening his bag to retrieve a stack of stocks, slightly larger than a 10 yuan note, each with a face value of 100 yuan, pristine and untouched. "Officer, these are 100 shares of stock I purchased from the Lansure Group's operations department. I will count them in your presence to ensure none are lost when you return my bag." The two officers exchanged glances, surprised by his unexpected display. "You bought shares of the Lansure Group?" "Indeed. A total of 100 shares, and when I reclaim my bag, not a single one should be missing." One officer counted the stocks, confirming that there were indeed 100, a style of stock certificate they had never encountered before. The officers felt a tinge of irritation. What was the meaning of this, suspecting that his belongings might be lost at the station? Jiang Shan was not doubting the safety of his belongings. Rather, he was proactively asserting transparency, indicating there was nothing to conceal. This approach differed significantly from passively responding to inquiries. Upon learning that Jiang Shan had invested 10,000 yuan in stocks, the two officers' questions became somewhat distracted. The station had received a report alleging that Jiang Shan and a woman were posing as a couple, carrying 2 children while staying at an inn, raising suspicions of illicit activities, and thus the police sought to clarify their situation. Jiang Shan clarified the nature of his relationship with Xia Yingying, recounting their itinerary over the past few days. His wife had passed away, leaving behind 2 children, and her twin sister was present to help care for them. They had visited his father-in-law and then traveled to Lan City to complete the necessary formalities for Xia Yingying to report to Antai No. 1 High School. That was the gist of it. In his bag, he also had Xia Yingying's student ID, her internship introduction letter, and a copy of his marriage certificate with Xia Huanwan, which he presented openly before the officers. The 2 policemen were somewhat taken aback. So, Xia Yingying is a graduate of this year's normal university and is to report as a teacher at Antai No. 1 High School? Otherwise, what are we doing at the South Street Inn? Tomorrow marks the 6th day of the new lunar year. She must report to school, and by the 8th, she will commence work. On the 10th day of the first month, a portion of high school students will return to classes. After expressing this thought, Jiang Shan glanced at the officer who had summoned him and inquired, "Officer, may I know your name?" "I am Huang. How did you come by that 10,000 yuan?" Jiang Shan nodded, committing the name Officer Huang to memory. "Officer Huang, the clerk at the Gaoya Town Police Station knows me. You may inquire with him regarding the origin of the money I possess. Also, that marriage certificate belongs to my wife and me. Is there a problem?" "No problem," replied the officer. "You mentioned that your wife is a twin sister. It is not surprising that the photos are identical." Officer Huang packed everything into a briefcase and offered Jiang Shan a faint smile, as if nothing were amiss. "All is well. You may return." As Jiang Shan exited the room with his bag, Xia Yingying and the 2 children emerged from another room. The 3 of them, holding the children and leading Xiao Mei, returned to the South Street Inn. Xia Yingying was seething with frustration. "What are they playing at?" "Yingying, someone reported that we are not a legitimate couple, but rather pretending to be, and we must undergo questioning. Those people from Antai County are utterly absurd. They infuriate me." "Yingying, tomorrow you should complete your registration at Antai No. 1 High School. As long as you are a legitimate employee with a proper affiliation, they cannot do anything to you." Xia Yingying felt that their torment stemmed from lacking identity and status, which led to misunderstandings. Jiang Shan smiled at Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei, soothing them to sleep before retreating to his own room. The man's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, an expression unseen by Xia Yingying and Xiao Mei. The officers were not inquiring about her relationship with Xia Yingying or the children. They were after that 10,000 yuan. Chapter 66. The best living conditions for teacher Xia. At midnight, Huang Miao Lane was dimly lit, and a short man quietly entered the central room of a courtyard. Inside, an orange light illuminated the space. "Brother Zhou, I have gathered the information that Jiang Kid has made a trip to the provincial city. The 10,000 yuan he possesses was used to purchase shares in the launcher group." "Brother Zhou, what exactly are shares?" Zhou Wantong himself was uncertain about the nature of shares. This news left him utterly disheartened. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, he had not obtained the 3,000 yuan from Jiang Shan. Not securing that amount was trivial. However, one of his subordinates was apprehended by the police, and it was said he would not be released anytime soon. Jiang Shan was unpredictable. Zhou's associates had fallen into his traps twice, and he himself had nearly been ensnared. From the 23rd of the 12th month to the 5th day of the 1st month, Zhou Wantong had been busy with gift-giving, New Year's greetings, and hosting dinners, spending 800 yuan. Had it not been for Jiang Shan's antics, he would not have squandered that sum. On the 2nd day of the new year, Jiang Shan had taken his 2 children and their aunt by train to Ningyan. Old Zhou was aware of their departure, but he had no knowledge of when they would return to Antai County. It was only tonight that he learned of their return. Lao Zhou believed that Jiang Shan had returned alone. Little did he expect that he was accompanied by a beautiful woman and 2 children. He needed to ascertain whether Jiang Shan had brought a substantial sum of money with him. While he shared moments with the woman from the Xia family, they were not bound by matrimony. This presented an opportunity. Having clarified the situation, he discovered that Jiang Shan had invested 10,000 yuan in shares of the launcher group. When they traveled to Ningyan, Zhou Wantong received a discreet warning from higher-ups, advising him to refrain from rash actions until the commotion subsided. This prompted the young man named Jiang to depart from Antai County with his 10,000 yuan. Moving forward, Lao Zhou sought to comprehend the true nature of the launcher shares purchased with that sum. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to visit Lansheng to ascertain the details." You must continue to monitor them, Lao Zhou stated gravely. His subordinate appeared perplexed. Brother Zhou, are we merely to observe him without taking any action? What should we do? We must first understand his intentions behind spending 10,000 yuan on stocks. Lao Zhou expressed that it would not be too late to act once the situation was fully understood. One of his men had another piece of information, uncertain of its significance. Brother Zhou, that woman is a graduate of the normal university and is set to be assigned as a teacher at Antai No. 1 Middle School. Zhou Wantong's eyes widened. He found this news even more crucial. She is to become a teacher at Antai No. 1 Middle School? The information from the department cannot be false. We will clarify everything tonight. Lao Zhou fell into deep contemplation. If Jiang Shan's children's aunt was a teacher at Antai No. 1 Middle School, the situation would require a more cautious approach. It would not be so simple to take action. This was also promising news, as it indicated that the two children would frequently remain in the county, and Jiang Shan would often visit as well. The expenses for his subordinates' eye treatments and the costs of managing connections would need to be recuperated. Zhou Wantong would never engage in a losing venture. Having suffered significant losses due to the young man from the Jiang family, he spent considerable time pondering where things had gone awry. Was it because this young man was unafraid of him, unafraid of being intercepted by 7 or 8 individuals? While Zhou Wantong lay awake deep into the night contemplating, Jiang Shan remained oblivious. He slept soundly until dawn. Observing that Xia Yingying and Xiao Bao were still peacefully asleep, he quietly slipped out. Dad, Xiao Mei called out. Shoo, Daddy will be back soon. Be good and let Mommy sleep a little longer. Xia Yingying, groggy, opened her eyes and noticed the digital clock on her wrist read 8 o'clock. Oh no, I'm late. I need to report to school to complete the paperwork. And Dad didn't even wake me. Xiao Mei had already woken up, sitting quietly on her bed, waiting for her mother and brother to awaken. Dad has already left. He said to let you sleep a bit longer. Xia Yingying quickly tidied herself up, arranged Xiao Mei, and then picked up the playful Xiao Bao to head to school. She muttered in complaint, Dad really should have taken us along. It's not convenient for him to go alone when I need to handle school matters. Jiang Shan had returned. Where have you been? Why didn't you wake me earlier? I just checked out of the 2 rooms. Yingying, I went to the school to gather information for you. Take your introduction letter and engage with the school. You can sort everything out today. The third-year students have begun classes, and some teachers are already back at work. Xia Yingying looked astonished. You went to the school? I shall first inquire. After all, it would be in vain to venture there early in the morning only to find no one to receive me. Xia Yingying bestowed a smile upon her partner, wondering if such meticulous care for his wife was truly necessary. The man even brought breakfast for her, a steamy bun purchased from outside. Hurry and eat while it's hot, he urged. However, Xia Yingying harbored a different intention, one she felt compelled to clarify with him at this moment. I no longer require the dormitory allocated by the school. Let us find a place nearby to rent today, ensuring that Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao always have a place to stay. Jiang Shan pondered, his thoughts slightly diverging from Yingying's perspective. If you relinquish the school dormitory, it would create a spacious area for us to maneuver. Additionally, we should still rent an external residence for convenience. It's impractical to stay at the South Street, and every time I visit. After a sleepless night, Jiang Shan concluded that the South Street Inn was no longer safe, having attracted unwanted attention. In recent years, the county's development had surged, increasing the demand for rental accommodations. Many urban dwellers constructed rows of bungalows in their yards, renting them out for varying monthly fees of 20 to 30. Around noon, Jiang Shan stood at the entrance of the first high school, holding Xiao Mei's hand while cradling Xiao Bao, waiting for Xia Yingying. Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following segments are even more thrilling. He recalled waiting for her at the gate of the normal university in Lan City the previous day, and now he was here again. Deep within, Jiang Shan reassured himself that he was waiting for the mother of his children, his beloved wife. After a lengthy wait, Xiao Bao grew restless in his father's arms, squirming and yearning for his mother. Xia Yingying emerged alongside a male and a female companion. Director Li, Teacher Tao, this is my brother-in-law. This is Xiao Mei. And this is Xiao Bao. These 2 children will be residing with me long-term, and I kindly ask for your understanding. The displeasure that clouded Xia Yingying's face dissipated, as she had not anticipated matters to unfold so smoothly. The unfavorable feelings she harbored towards Antai County seemed to vanish overnight. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shan, Xia Yingying and Director Li exchanged words that left him with a benevolent expression as he extended his hand amicably. Comrade Xia Jiang, we have eagerly awaited the arrival of teachers from the normal university. This is wonderful news. It enhances the appeal of our school. I have discussed with teacher Xia, and we will allocate a 60-square-meter apartment in the newly constructed staff building to her, complete with 2 bedrooms. She may reside there first, and we will address any additional needs gradually. Jiang Shan grasped the implication. No need to wander about in search of rental accommodations. Antai First High School was making every effort to provide Xia Yingying with optimal living conditions to retain graduate teachers from the normal university. A 60-square-meter apartment was precisely what Xia Yingying required at this juncture. Had she claimed to be alone, she would have been assigned to the dormitory for single female teachers. Now, with 2 children in tow, the circumstances were decidedly different. Director Li appeared quite exhilarated. Teacher Xia, you are the first graduate from our normal university to teach at Antai First High School. I am confident that there will be a second and a third. Our high school's college entrance examination success rate has been commendable in recent years, and we are actively applying for provincial-level exemplary high school status. Rest assured, once we secure this designation, more graduates from the normal university will be eager to join us at Antai First High School. Xia Yingying is the first graduate from the normal university at Yizhong, making her a rare gem in the eyes of the school's leadership. Little do they know, in a decade, all the teachers at Antai Yizhong will be alumni of the normal university. Director Li and teacher Tao are currently escorting Xia Yingying and Jiang Shan to the staff apartments at Yizhong to view 2 available units. One on the 5th floor and another on the 3rd. Jiang Shan quietly whispers to Xiaomei, your mother wasn't mistaken, was she? She intends to have you and Xiaobao live in an apartment. Dad, I still want to go home, Xiaomei replies, revealing her longing to return to the village. Surprised, Jiang Shan did not expect Xiaomei to be preoccupied with thoughts of going back. All right, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I'll take you back on the bus. Chapter 67. The father and daughter return to the village after a whirlwind of events. Xia Yingying feels the need to settle down at Antai County Yizhong. She believes it is time to clarify her thoughts to Jiang Shan. Brother-in-law, the sun rises and sets, and the young ones need their mother. My son cannot be separated from me for even a day, and I would prefer Xiaomei to stay by my side as well. During my working hours, someone must be home to look after them, and there should be a man in the house. You cannot abandon us 3 to return to the village. It was agreed back in the 12th lunar month that Xia Yingying would establish her roots in the county town, allowing her to return to the village on weekends to care for the children. Consequently, Xiaobao and Xiaomei eagerly anticipate the weekend to see their mother. However, Xia Yingying is not content with this arrangement. She desires to have both children and their father by her side. Brother-in-law, do you really intend to remain in the village to tend to those fields? She gazes at him, still unaccustomed to calling him by his given name. So brother-in-law comes out more naturally. Do you comprehend what the children's mother means? You must find a way to stay close to me. Yingying, I understand your concerns. You wish for me to stabilize in the county town and spend as much time as possible with the children. Xia Yingying nods in agreement. Regardless, we must prioritize the 2 children. There is no need for you to return to Kibahu village. How much income can those fields possibly yield? Whether we can even dig a well is uncertain. Do you truly need to cultivate that 20 acres of wasteland? Jiang Shan smiles slightly, aiming to clarify his intentions to Xia Yingying. He has no desire to expend effort on cultivating those 20 acres of barren land. It was Li Wangjun who repeatedly insisted that come March, Jiang Shan should work on the most level and irrigable 20 acres of wasteland. His elder brother and sister-in-law have also agreed to yield their share, but Jiang Shan has not committed to remaining in the village to farm, not to mention 20 acres. Even 200 acres would yield negligible returns in the eyes of Lao Jiangdong. Wealth is not derived from 20 acres of land. Jiang Shan cannot afford to spend excessive time in the village. Xia Yingying implies that there is nothing in Kibahu village worth Jiang Shan's lingering attachment. It would be best to sever ties completely and move on. Yet, Jiang Shan finds it impossible to completely sever ties. When he first arrived in the village, his cousin, 5 years his senior, looked after him and continues to do so. He possesses 100 yuan, and if Jiang Shan's cousin requires a loan, he could lend 70. This winter vacation, if not for his cousin lending him a mule cart multiple times, Jiang Shan would not have managed to hold on to 10,000 yuan. Deep down, Jiang Shan realizes that he cannot break away from the Li family. Jiang Shan still remembers that since childhood, Due to his father's tendency to reserve the best delicacies for himself, Jiang Hongqi has always harbored an intense jealousy towards Jiang Shan, never considering him a true brother. This winter vacation, Jiang Hongqi is determined to sell his own son and sever his means of income. Deep down, Jiang Shan is aware that he cannot completely extricate himself from Jiang Hongqi's entanglements. Ying, the ties to Chibai village weigh heavily on my heart. I cannot sever them so easily. Summer Ying looks up at Jiang Shan with wide eyes, puzzled. Ying, you've noticed too, I am not the same person I once was. I am grateful to those who assist me, yet I hold grudges against those who harm me. To those who treat me well, I repay them generously. To those who seek to rob me of my wealth and livelihood, I must ensure their downfall. Summer Ying feels a jolt of surprise, her heart tightening. She understands who Jiang Shan is referring to. Shanzi, is it really necessary? With your skills, establishing yourself in the county should not be difficult. Let go of that few acres of land and that dilapidated courtyard. There's no need to raise a ruckus with the villagers. Jiang Shan chuckles. Ying, I cannot simply abandon that courtyard and that shabby house. They represent my foothold. Even a broken home can be worth a fortune. Xiaomei wishes to return today. Summer Ying turns her face away, feigning displeasure as she questions Xiaomei. Did you cause trouble for your father? You want to go back today? Xiaomei timidly replies, Mama, I'm afraid that Xuan will take away the firewood from our yard. Summer Ying bursts into laughter, pinching Xiaomei's nose playfully. You, at such a young age, want to be the head of the household? How much could that old firewood possibly be worth? Why would you want to bring it here? Xiaomei believes that the firewood and coal were hard-earned by her father, and in such cold weather, it's not easy to go out. How could she allow Xuan to take it? Remembering that Auntie forbade her from gathering corn husks, Xiaomei feels a surge of resentment. She too will not permit Xuan to take the firewood. Mama, it's not acceptable. He cannot take it away. Jiang Shan gently pats Xiaomei's head. All right. This afternoon I will take you home to see if the firewood has been taken by Xuan. If he has taken it, we will get it back. Summer Ying scoffs. Brother-in-law, are you really fretting over a pile of firewood? Jiang Shan's visit to Chibai village today is to provide reassurance to his cousin, the village head, that the 10,000 yuan has been spent without incident, neither lost nor stolen, allowing him to await his share and march with peace of mind. Summer Ying is somewhat reluctant. Though there is a bed in the house, there are still many things we need to acquire. I want to check on Xiaobao. I cannot manage to go out and gather supplies. Jiang Shan contemplates. Ying, I will return to the village and ask a couple of people to help. We cannot procure all our household items at once. We can bring some essentials down first, including the 2 quilts made by your sister-in-law. Jiang Shan heads back to the village to enlist the help of his cousin Li and his wife to settle in, while Summer Ying feels a bit embarrassed. She pulls out money from her pocket and hands it to him. I know you're short on cash. I'll give you 100. When you return, buy something practical for your sister-in-law. Jiang Shan accepts the money from Summer Ying, feeling as though he is receiving it from his own wife. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ying, I shall take my leave now, catching the 3 o'clock bus. Xia Ying tugged at Xiaomei, teasingly inquiring, Are you planning to stay in the village? Don't you miss your mother? I do, Xiaomei replied. Didn't Dad say we would come down tomorrow? Xia Ying was puzzled. Was Xiaomei returning home merely to check if the firewood in the yard was still there? The father and daughter boarded the bus without purchasing anything. Leaning against her father, Xiaomei raised her eyes and asked, Mother mentioned buying something for the house. Why didn't you buy anything? Their cousin's family was in need of a donkey cart, which could not be procured for a mere 100 yuan. Li Wangjun was in dire need of 10,000 yuan to dig a well for the village, but that would have to wait until March. With the bus journey lasting an hour and a half, Xiaomei was already feeling dizzy. Jiang Shan had initially considered buying a bicycle to ride back to the village. But the weather was overcast with a gusty headwind, making it impractical to ride, especially with his frail little daughter in tow. He decided against it. Dizziness was unavoidable, so they could only endure this bus ride. The father and daughter, feeling somewhat lightheaded, braved the hour and a half together. Xiaomei's worries were validated daily. Just then, Li Wangjun, with a glimmer of hope, cast his gaze towards Jiang Shan's doorstep, where he spotted Shuaishua holding a bundle of firewood. Li Wangjun furrowed his brow and hastened over. Shuaishua, why are you carrying firewood from your grandpa's yard? Who told you to do that? Shuaishua defiantly tilted his head. My mom told me to carry it. Li Wangjun couldn't help but laugh in frustration. His cousin's wife was spoiling Shuaishua. Put that back. Aren't you afraid your grandpa will come back and give you a good scolding? Shuaishua turned and dashed back into his own yard with the firewood. Li Wangjun felt it necessary to remind his cousin's wife not to let Shuaishua run over to Jiang Shan's place to take firewood. This was theft, and one who steals needles as a child may grow to steal gold. Following Shuaishua, he entered Jiang Hongqi's yard. Chapter 68. Children spoiled by adults will eventually cause trouble. Cousin, where's my cousin? Li Wangjun first inquired about Hongqi's whereabouts while talking to Chen Melian. With an icy tone, she replied, I don't know. Li Wangjun was filled with concern. It was already the 6th day of the first lunar month, and the couple was still at odds. On the 28th day of the 12th month, Jiang Shan's cousin had bought a television, which had led to a fierce quarrel between the neighboring couple, shaking the foundations of their dwelling. Although the couple would argue at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot, Li Wangjun could not believe they had not exchanged a single word from New Year's Eve until now, each engrossed in their own affairs. He suspected that the root of their discord was not merely the purchase of the television. With his cousin absent, Li Wangjun could only speak to his cousin's wife. Cousin, since Shanzi isn't home, you cannot just take the firewood and coal piled in his yard, can you? Chen Melian denied it. I didn't take anything. Li Wangjun was astonished. Shuaishua just carried a bundle into your kitchen, and you deny it, sister-in-law? I saw Shuaishua bringing it in. You shouldn't let him do that. If his grandpa comes back and scolds him, neither you nor my elder brother will feel good about it, and you two will end up arguing again, won't you? Chen Melian splashed a basin of laundry water onto the ground, splattering Li Wangjun's shoes. Her irritation was directed at him, as if she were venting her frustrations on the village head. Sister-in-law, can you not see that Shanzi has changed? He is quite particular about certain matters now. Please do not let Xuan run into his yard to fetch firewood again. Chen Melian could no longer contain herself and glared at Li Wangjun. Wangjun, just because you are the village chief, do you think you can dictate everything? What value does the firewood in his yard hold? What harm is there in my Xuan carrying a few bundles? Li Wangjun appeared embarrassed, pondering the futility of reasoning with such a woman. He decided it was best to speak with his cousin and have him keep Xuan in check. Jiang Hongqi had not returned home for 4 days. He feared that if his wife went back to her parental home, she might not return. With visitors at home, he felt ill-equipped to entertain them. As he could not cook, he had left on the morning of the 2nd day of the new year and had yet to return by the 6th day. From the 2nd to the 3rd day, he was occupied with his brother-in-law's wedding festivities, taking advantage of those 2 days. On the 4th day, he attended his cousin's daughter's wedding, and now, on the 6th day, he still had not come back. During this festive season, Chen Melian did not dare to speak ill of a man who had not returned home. As Li Wangjun turned to leave, Jiang Hongqi pushed a bicycle into the yard. Wangjun, do you have something to discuss? Li Wangjun managed a sheepish smile. Cousin, my cousin is marrying a daughter-in-law, and I was hoping you would bring some good news. It has been days since I last saw you. Jiang Hongqi assumed his wife had taken the children to their grandmother's, only to find that they were all at home. Wangjun, when I left on the 2nd day, you didn't mention anything about bringing good tidings. Li Wangjun followed Jiang Hongqi into the house, choosing not to mention Xuan's firewood incident, as he had other inquiries for his elder cousin. You visited 2 relatives. Did you not send good wishes to Shanzi? Jiang Hongqi looked up at Li Wangjun, a hint of annoyance in his gaze. I did not, for he departed on the 2nd day and did not settle anything for me to convey. Li Wangjun expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother, you are kin. When you visit relatives, Shanzi should also be acknowledged. If you do not extend this courtesy, he may sever ties with them. Jiang Shan was absent when the relatives came to the village to distribute invitations, and the invitation meant for Jiang Shan was left with Jiang Hongqi. Li Wangjun did not anticipate that Jiang Hongqi would not even mention it to Jiang Shan, realizing this was not a favorable situation. Jiang Hongqi had a pressing matter to discuss with Li Wangjun. I heard that Shanzi earned 10,000 yuan during the 12th month and intends to give you 5,000 for the well. Li Wangjun was taken aback. How could others possibly know about this? Where did this information come from? Cousin Hongqi, who told you such nonsense? Is it that easy to earn 10,000 yuan? Jiang Hongqi frowned. Just now, Zhang Xiao was with your 8th uncle and stopped me to say that Shanzi earned 10,000 yuan and that you would split it, each taking 5,000 for the village well. They claimed you said it yourself. Li Wangjun touched his mouth, realizing that his drinking had led to misunderstandings. He had gotten carried away while drinking with the 8th uncle, forgetting what he had said, to deceive the 8th uncle out of a few silver coins. He had been drinking heavily lately, and this could not continue. Reflecting on the 10,000 yuan in Jiang Shan's possession, Li Wangjun felt a tumult of emotions. After much contemplation in recent days, he understood that his cousin Shanzi had outmaneuvered him. He had given himself 1,000 yuan to facilitate borrowing the mule cart, only to realize that he would eventually reclaim that 1,000, rendering the cart unavailable for future borrowing. He saved 5,000 and borrowed 10,000, then fled with Xia Yingying and their 2 children. The 10,000 he carried with him was undoubtedly to facilitate activities for Xia Yingying, to silence his in-laws, and to have Xia Yingying look after the 2 children. Ultimately, he intended for Xia Yingying to become his wife. With that 10,000, Shanzi would assuredly arrange matters concerning Xia Yingying and the children meticulously. He intended to take 5,000 to dig a well, but that was beyond his wildest dreams. In a state of despair, Li Wangjun searched tirelessly in Antai County yesterday, but found no trace of Jiang Shan. At this moment, Zhang Hongqi was mocking Li Wangjun mercilessly. Wangjun, you kindly lent him your mule cart time and again. Do you truly believe he would share any money with you? 5,000. Did he even give you 500? Though Li Wangjun felt conflicted, Shanzi's words resonated clearly. Come March, he would hand over 10,000 directly to the leadership at the County Water Conservancy Bureau. After all, March had not yet arrived, and one could not claim that Shanzi's cousin was untrustworthy. Cousin Hongqi, Shanzi is not deceiving me. He handled all the provisions for the new year, and the 300 yuan I have in pocket money was earned by him. How can you say he hasn't shared any money with me? He hasn't misused my mule cart. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. Jiang Hongqi grew even angrier. He gives you this little benefit, and you believe he can share 5,000 with you? What are you thinking? Did he buy your family's television with his earnings? The television at home was purchased with his own 500 yuan. Had Jiang Shan not taken that 1,000, Li Wangjun could have claimed that the television was bought with Shanzi's earnings. Jiang Hongqi's implication was clear. That scoundrel borrowed Wangjun's mule cart to make money and then left. Who knows what he and Xia Yingying were up to outside? Li Wangjun waited in vain for his 5,000, lost in thought. Li Wangjun felt that his elder cousin seemed to have a point. He found himself unable to argue and changed the subject. Cousin Hongqi, I just told my cousin that during these days when Shanzi is away, we shouldn't let Xuan into his yard to fetch firewood, as Shanzi would create a ruckus upon his return. Last time, Xuan accidentally cut Xiaomei's clothes with a knife, and Jiang Shan was relentless, demanding apologies and compensation. Didn't you pay him 20 yuan, dear elder cousin? This fellow is not the same as before. He doesn't heed your words as he once did. So you should be cautious. Li Wangjun's mention of this matter only incensed Jiang Hongqi further. Why did I have to compensate him 20 yuan that time? Was it because of that promissory note? Nearly 2 months have passed, and Jiang Hongqi felt no apprehension regarding that note. Even if someone had committed robbery and murder, the fear and anxiety would have diminished significantly after 2 months. Jiang Hongqi did not believe that Jiang Shan still possessed that note. Even if he did, what could it achieve? His son was safe and sound, under Xia Yingying's care. Could he still use it to extort anyone? If he had the audacity to threaten someone, it was because he took 500 yuan from old Zhou, which his elder brother helped him repay. Would he even mention it? Jiang Hongqi felt the promissory note had lost its significance. Li Wangjun's words were hardly of great significance. His tone mirrored that of Chun Malian. What of Xiaoshan carrying a bundle of firewood? What value does it hold? Li Wangjun was infuriated, feeling as though smoke were billowing from his nostrils. This couple was identical in their attitudes toward such matters. Xiaoshan, that child, was bound to be spoiled and go astray under their indulgence. Trouble would inevitably ensue. Chapter 69. Village head Li's dilemma and anxiety departing from Jiang Hongqi's residence. Li Wangjun's heart grew increasingly heavy. As he passed by Jiang Shan's home, he glanced inside to see a heap of firewood and a pile of coal. A long television antenna stood erect beside the earthen wall. He felt a disconnection, questioning whether his experiences with cousin Jiang Shan during the 12th month were indeed real. In a village of 700 households, his family and that of his cousin were among the first to possess a television, provoking a mix of envy and jealousy among the villagers. Village headly, did you rely on Jiang Shan to earn money for your television? Are you depending on him to fund your well? They would mock. Beware, for when the mountains crumble, one must be cautious not to fall into the ditches. Li Wangjun wiped his mouth, deciding to visit Uncle Ba for a couple of drinks. Knowing that loose lips could lead to trouble, Jiang Shan had discreetly advised him, Cousin, I will give you 10,000 yuan for the well in March. But please do not speak of it to others. No one believed that anyone in their village could earn such a sum in the 12th month. In recent days, when villagers conversed with village head Li, their tone was laced with derision. He increasingly wished to avoid encounters with others in the village. Standing at his doorstep, Jiang Shan spotted the village head approaching and greeted him with a laugh. "Village head, did your cousin give you 5,000 yuan? Let us see it. Is it any of your business? Did you clear the irrigation ditch beside your land?" Jiang Shan chuckled again. "Village head, the lantern festival has not even passed. Who takes a shovel to work in the fields now?" Li Wangjun quickened his pace, eager to return home, wishing to avoid further conversation. Lu Fun was also feeling restless these days, subject to the villagers' ridicule, questioning whether Jiang Shan had indeed given Li Wangjun a sum of money for the well. Whenever villagers inquired if the money had reached the village head's hands, she felt a disquiet in her heart, leading her to incessantly nag her husband. "Wangjun, how has Shanzi settled you? You were warned not to speak out of turn, yet here we are, the subject of everyone's mockery." Li Wangjun wore a look of despair. "I had a few drinks, and I didn't even realize what slipped from my lips." Lu Fun retorted angrily. "You, with a good heart but an ill tongue, will be the cause of our ruin." Determined, Lu Fun resolved to accompany her husband to Li Laoba's house, intent on preventing him from drinking. Uncertain of when Shanzi would return, she also worried about Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao. Having not seen the two children for several days, Lu Fun found herself missing them dearly. It pained her to think of them without their mother, stirring a sense of compassion within her. Could Li Wangjun not discern her sentiments? "What are you fretting about? Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao are under Xia Yingying's care, with their father by their side. Why do you feel sorry for them?" Lu Fun shot her husband a sidelong glance, her tone sharp. "Is it the same? Yingying may be their aunt, but she is not their mother. Do you truly believe she will remain single and devoted to the children forever? It is simply not feasible." Li Wangjun felt in his heart that his wife was right. Xia Yingying could not possibly remain as a motherly figure for Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao indefinitely. They were spending a few days at their grandmother's house during the new year, but his father intended to bring them back soon. During the days in the 12th lunar month, witnessing Yingying's attentive care for the children, he had thought that Shanzi's wife had returned, and his life had returned to normal. "Now, it seems you were indeed correct." Lu Fun sighed. "Thus, we must assist Shanzi in caring for the children. If he wishes to pursue business, he should continue. In the 12th month, he earned 5,000 yuan. Surely, he can earn several in a regular month. As long as he ventures out to earn, we will help him look after the children." Li Wangjun cast a sidelong glance at his wife. "Are we to watch the children for free? Your words sound appealing." Lu Fun grew more anxious. "Hey, do you have no conscience? Isn't he supposed to give you a sum for the well? Everyone in the village knows about your shouting. Do you not trust him anymore?" Li Wangjun was somewhat taken aback by his wife's unwavering faith in Jiang Shan, as if he had already handed over 5,000 yuan. "Funner, listen to me. People are inherently self-serving. Who does not consider their own interests? Shanzi claims he will provide me money for the well. But with that 1,000 yuan he intends to take, he must settle 2 children, accommodate Xia Yingying, and win over his father-in-law, which will undoubtedly require a substantial expenditure." Lu Fun looked astonished. Has he exhausted the loan he acquired? That cannot be true. If he were to purchase a Lantua, it would certainly deplete his funds. "You have not seen those 3-wheeled vehicles. They are strikingly beautiful in a vibrant blue. Our town's electric company possesses one, and a family in the village has already acquired one this year for 4,800 yuan. Not a single household among the 700 villagers owns a tractor. If Jiang Shan were to return with a Lantua 3-wheeler, the 5,000 yuan intended for the village well would surely be in jeopardy." Lu Fun articulated this thought clearly. Unexpectedly, she smiled and remarked, "What does it matter? If Shanzi is funding the well, that is his generosity. If he does not contribute, that is his obligation. We must not allow this to cause a rift between him and the 2 children. If he can indeed bring back a 3-wheeler, is that not even better? It showcases his capabilities. We can lend him our mule cart, and in return, he could lend us the 3-wheeler." Li Wangjun chuckled. His wife's perspective was indeed refreshing. As the village chief, he had no need to borrow his cousin's 3-wheeler. He simply wished to drill a well to develop 200 acres of irrigated land for the village. The television flickered to life, yet after the Lantern Festival, electricity was once again cut off. Although half of the households in the 700-house village had access to electricity, once the Lantern Festival was over, power was not supplied during the day. As the couple conversed while watching television, the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, someone called out cousin at the entrance. Li Wangjun sprang to his feet, Shanzi had returned. Jiang Shan stood at the doorway, holding Xiao Mei's hand, while Xiao Bao was nowhere to be seen. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Li Wangjun welcomed his cousin and little niece into the house, momentarily setting aside his inner turmoil. Come in quickly, you must have walked for an hour. My heavens, your visit to the in-laws was quite the trek. As Li Wangjun observed the father and daughter before him, their faces beamed with joy. He brewed tea, served flour buns, and urged Lu Fun to prepare sauce noodles for their 6th day of the new year. Shanzi, I knew you could not possibly stay at your father-in-law's home until the Lantern Festival. At most, you would return before the 6th or 7th day, right? So, are you not coming back today? Lu Fun busied herself in the kitchen for a while before running into the main room to inquire about an urgent matter concerning Shanzi. Has Xiaobao been left with his grandmother? No, he remains with Ying, who insists that her grandparents are unreliable and that she will care for him herself. Li Wangjun and Lu Fun exchanged puzzled glances. Ying is taking care of the child? Isn't she about to graduate this semester? How can she bring Xiaobao to school? Jiang Shan traveled by bus for quite a while, then carried Xiao Mei on his back for 40 minutes to return to the village. Thirsty and hungry, he drank a cup of tea and ate 2 steamed buns before explaining to his cousin and cousin-in-law about Ying and Xiaobao. Upon learning this, Li Wangjun and his wife discovered that Ying had been assigned to teach at the first middle school in Antai County. The school even provided her with a 60-square-meter apartment, where Ying and Xiaobao would be residing that very night. Jiang Shan and Xiao Mei returned to the village to move their bedding, stove, and television. They would also need to borrow the villager chief's mule cart for the move. Li Wangjun initially thought Jiang Shan would leave without borrowing the cart from him. However, upon returning home, Jiang Shan first went to his cousin's house, asking for food and drink while also requesting the mule cart. This relieved Li Wangjun, as it indicated that his cousin had not completely disregarded him. Such an attitude from his cousin made Li Wangjun feel optimistic about the funds for the well. He readily agreed to lend the mule cart to help with the move. It seemed that Ying was wholeheartedly committed to being a mother to Xiaobao. Xiao Mei hastily interjected. My aunt also wants to be my mother. She doesn't let me call her aunt. I can only call her mother. She says I still need to study in the city. Lu Fun, being perceptive, still harbored a lingering doubt. Shanzi, since Ying is teaching at the first middle school in our county, she must spend most of her time at school. Who will take care of Xiaobao? What will you do? It was only then that Li Wangjun realized this concern. Yes, Shanzi, when Ying is at school, who will look after Xiaobao? She can't possibly carry him on her back to work. In the village, women take care of children by strapping them onto their backs while managing household chores and farm work. Jiang Shan chuckled. What do you think I am doing? When Ying is at school, I will be at home looking after the children. Li Wangjun's initial joy began to wane, and he opened his mouth slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding. Shanzi, are you not returning to the village to work the fields? Are you planning to stay in the city to look after the children while Ying earns a salary for you to spend? Are you intending to live off her? Chapter 70. The firewood in the courtyard has been given away. Ying works at the school, while Jiang Shan and the 2 children remain in the village. On weekends or during school holidays, Ying either returns to the village or Jiang Shan takes the children to the city. This arrangement is not entirely unfeasible. Xiaobao and Xiao Mei seem to have their mother attending to their needs. However, Jiang Shan's subsequent remark left Li Wangjun once again bewildered. Cousin, I need to return to the county tomorrow. I will borrow your mule cart to move our bedding and belongings to the new house. You and my cousin-in-law should come down to help us set up the home, light the stove, and warm the house. It feels more welcoming to have a personal touch in the new place. Shanzi, what do you mean? Are you and the 2 children planning to live in the city? Following Ying, Li Wangjun was taken aback by Jiang Shan's verbal acknowledgement. I have such intentions, but I cannot neglect the land in the village. The 20 acres you promised are undoubtedly mine, and they must be cultivated. The well will be drilled in March, rest assured. I will deliver the full 10,000 yuan to you. Jiang Shan's visit to his cousin's home was primarily motivated by this statement. Li Wangjun cast a glance at Lu Fun, swallowing hard, and forced a smile to mask his astonishment and suspicion. I believe it. Why wouldn't I? You have the ability to earn 5,000 yet borrow 10,000, but you choose to live with Ying in the city? That seems implausible. Lu Fun tugged at him. Shanzi has his own plans. Let us not meddle. Li Wangjun compelled himself to refrain from interfering with Shanzi's choice to live in the city with the 2 children alongside Xiao Ying. As long as you ensure the money in your hands goes to your cousin for drilling the well, You and Ying will have the support of both your cousin and his wife. By March, if Jiang Shan were truly to provide him with 10,000 yuan for a well, the villagers' reactions would surely be a sight to behold. Lufan chuckled. Shanzi, Ying's arrangements are solely for the two children's sake. You must cherish her well. Li Wangjun glared at his wife, pondering how Shanzi could possibly cherish Ying as a wife. How could Ying ever regard Shanzi as her husband? Jiang Hongqi's earlier admonition still lingered in Li Wangjun's ears. Could a beautiful university student truly fall for a simple lad from a village of 700 households? Was it merely because she bore a striking resemblance to Huan, or simply because she was the aunt of Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao? Lufan held a different view, persistently urging Jiang Shan. You cannot go wrong by listening to your cousin's wife. Shower Ying with affection. She cares for your two children. How could she not care for you? With care comes progress. What Ying confided in me, I have not disclosed to you. Li Wangjun understood that the words exchanged between Xia Ying and his wife were merely perfunctory. Could one truly take them at face value? Stop the idle talk and help Shanzi with his work. The cart was brought to Jiang Shan's yard, ready to transport blankets, a television, and cooking utensils the following morning. It mattered little that Jiang Shan did not watch television in the village. The city dwelling where Ying resided must have one. Leaving these belongings in the house created a risk of them being gradually taken away by the neighboring Chun Malian and her son. Noticing a slight reduction in firewood in the yard, Li Wangjun hoped Jiang Shan had not noticed. Jiang Shan instructed Li Wangjun to take the firewood. Cousin, I might not need this pile of firewood. Please take it to your home. Xiao Mei quickly discerned that some firewood had been taken away. Daddy, it must have been Xuan who carried it off. There is so much missing. Jiang Shan examined the woodpile and confirmed that a considerable amount had indeed been removed. The young girl could hardly swallow her indignation. She dragged Xiao Mei to her elder brother's house, seeking to confront Xuan. Believing that arguing with her sister-in-law was not the optimal course of action. Xiao Mei, wait. Xuan will surely come looking for you to play. Just watch how I handle him. Li Wangjun took a conciliatory stance regarding the matter. Shanzi, let it go. Are you really going to quarrel with your elder brother and sister-in-law over a few pieces of wood? Jiang Shan was reluctant to confront his elder brother and sister-in-law over this issue, yet he could not allow his daughter to remain so upset. Sure enough, upon hearing the commotion from the yard, Xuan dashed over from his home. He had missed Xiao Mei during the past few days and wanted to inquire where she had been. Jiang Shan whispered softly in Xiao Mei's ear, and she dashed into the house to fetch a toy gun. Zhuang's eyes remained fixated on the toy gun, motionless. Xiao Mei, where did you get that gun? My father bought it for me, she replied. Where did he buy it? Zhuang continued to inquire, taking a step closer. In the city. Zhuang, would you like to play with it? Yes, may I? No, you must trade something for it. Zhuang pondered hard, contemplating what he could offer from home in exchange for the toy gun in Xiao Mei's hand. Jiang Shan casually remarked, Zhuang. This toy gun requires 5 eggs for a trade. Go to your chicken coop and collect 5 eggs, and then your father will give it to you. Zhuang, skeptical, asked, really? Of course, it's true. Your father also has oranges and apples for you. With that, Zhuang turned and sprinted back home. Li Wangjun was baffled. Jiang Shan had not scolded Zhuang, but rather seemed to be amusing him. Cousin, just wait, in a few minutes. Zhuang will be crying after being scolded by his mother. Chun Malian was indulgent towards her son. But if Zhuang were to emerge with 5 eggs to trade for a toy gun, she would undoubtedly disapprove. Zhuang would insist on bringing eggs to trade, claiming that if Xiao Mei had a toy gun, so should he. Chun Malian would become irritated and likely argue with Jiang Hongqi, resulting in Zhuang facing punishment. Meanwhile, as the last of the firewood was loaded, Zhuang suddenly burst into tears in his yard, unsure whether it was his father or mother who had scolded him. Upon hearing his cries, Xiao Mei erupted into laughter. Xiao Mei, are you happy? Yes, I'm happy. Jiang Shan then spoke to Li Wangjun. You should first take this pile of firewood to your home and give it to my cousin for the stove, then come back for this pile of coal. Jiang Shan no longer needed the firewood and instructed Li Wangjun to take it away. Li Wangjun hesitated. Is that appropriate, Shanzi? If I take both the coal and the firewood, won't your brother and sister-in-law be upset? Jiang Shan looked perplexed. These are my belongings. If I no longer require them, I can give them to whomever I choose. Why should I care about my brother and sister-in-law's opinions? Li Wangjun felt unable to convey his thoughts to Jiang Shan. Some 5 months prior, the two brothers had lived in the same courtyard. and Jiang Shan's family had not shared the same living space as his cousin S, so the firewood and coal should rightfully be taken by his brother's family. Now, letting his cousin and his wife take them would surely attract gossip in the village. Zhuang's cries subsided momentarily, only to erupt again, having received yet another scolding. Jiang Shan turned his head, and his older brother entered. Li Wangjun quickly advised Jiang Hongqi, "Cousin Hongqi, why do you always resort to scolding your son? The more you hit a boy, the more unruly he becomes. It will only be harder to educate him later." Jiang Hongqi's face darkened as he retorted, "It's all his mother's indulgence. He has learned to throw tantrums. There will come a day when I truly lose my patience." Jiang Shan sensed his brother's underlying frustration. Jiang Hongqi glanced at the toy gun in Xiao Mei's hand, his expression darkening further. He could not comprehend why this father and daughter enjoyed such abundance while his own household was in turmoil. Xiao Mei quickly hid behind her father. "Shanzi, I need to speak with you. Brother, please wait a moment while I finish this." Jiang Shan first instructed Li Wangjun to take away the firewood. "Cousin, you should take the coal as well." Li Wangjun cast a glance at Jiang Hongqi and defended himself, saying, "Shanzi asked me to take it away." "Hurry up and do it," Jiang Shan urged. Li Wangjun pulled the cart out of the courtyard, calling out for Xiao Mei to join her brother Zhongzhong for some fun. Jiang Hongqi suspected that what Jiang Shan was discussing was not favorable. He feared that if the brothers quarreled, it would frighten Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei followed behind the cart. Returning to her uncle's house, Jiang Hongqi's eyes were fixed on the cart full of firewood, and he inquired, "Do you no longer need this firewood?" "I don't need it for now. I will be living in the city for a while, and if I leave it here, it will likely be taken away by others. It is better to give it to my cousin's wife to use for cooking." Jiang Hongqi felt a pang of embarrassment. Jiang Shan would rather donate a cart of firewood to his relative than provide it for his own elder brother. Jiang Hongqi felt as if a fishbone was lodged painfully in his throat. The matter at hand was not merely about the cart of firewood. Chapter 71. Bitter enmity. Jiang Hongqi's tone had shifted since the cold of winter. "Shanzi, I promised you during the 12th month that I would allocate 20 acres of the flat land in Shitan for you to cultivate, but your sister-in-law is not pleased, and you heard her quarrel with me about it daily. The disputes with his sister-in-law might indeed be tied to the land distribution." Jiang Shan shook his head, a smile escaping his lips. He was not at all concerned about the land in Shitan. Rather, his focus lay on his cousin the village chief drilling a well in that area. "Brother, I understand that you have invested years of effort in that piece of land. But the decision on who receives the land is not solely yours. It is a collective decision made by the villagers. You can take only a portion of the land where you have invested your efforts, and that is hardly even 10 acres. Jiang Hongqi rolled a cigarette, his frustration and anger causing his hands to tremble slightly. "Shanzi, let me make it clear. The land where I have invested my efforts cannot be given to anyone else. I understand. I only want a maximum of 10 acres. If not 10, then 2 or 3 will suffice. I do not rely on farming for a living." Jiang Hongqi was taken aback, looking at Jiang Shan's face. "If you do not depend on farming, then what do you rely on? I hear the villagers say you borrowed the village chief's mule cart to steal coal from the mine for money. Is this how you make a living?" At this moment, Jiang Hongqi was not addressing the matter of the land in Shitan. This was merely a prelude to gauge Shanzi's attitude, as he had something else to clarify with Jiang Shan. After Xia Yingying left, this fellow's tone had grown less assertive. "Shanzi, you have used the 500 yuan from old Zhou, and if you do not mention it again, old Zhou will come to me for the money, which I will have to help you repay. 500 yuan is no small sum." The matter of old Zhou's 500 yuan could not be overlooked by the elder brother. He had been suppressing it until today. A cold glint appeared in Jiang Shan's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Hongqi. "Brother, are you suggesting that I should give you 500 yuan? Jiang Hongqi thought to himself, "If you won't give me money, then I will take that television of yours." He did not voice this thought, but exhaled a puff of smoke and continued to express his thoughts. "Shanzi, I know you won't give it to me, and I don't want it anymore. Old Zhou is keeping an eye on you. Do you think you can continue to conduct business smoothly in the future?" Jiang Shan had not anticipated that Jiang Hongqi would so boldly invoke old Zhou's name as a threat. In solitude, certain matters necessitate a warning from my elder brother. "Brother, on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, 8 individuals seized 3,000 yuan from me, led by one known as Quan Tianho. They have all been apprehended by the police. Were you unaware of this?" Jiang Hongqi was indeed oblivious, having had no contact with old Zhou during this period. He was only aware that old Joe had dispatched 2 individuals to intercept Jiang Shan, one of whom was blinded while the other sustained a leg injury. Was there another incident? 8 assailants captured by the police? Jiang Hongqi's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Brother, was Quan Tianho's capture by the police not partially due to your influence? Did you not inform Zhou Wantong? How could Jiang Hongqi possibly admit to that? Shanzi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I inform Zhou Wantong and facilitate their robbery of you? Such words should never be uttered lightly. Jiang Shan's tone grew increasingly frigid. Brother, the first time you sent a carrier pigeon with a message, the second time you delivered the information personally. Do you truly believe your actions went unnoticed? In front of the police, if I were to assert that you were the informant, wouldn't that create complications for you? The terror on Jiang Hongqi's face was palpable. Shanzi, are you making baseless accusations against me? Baseless accusations? Brother, your dealings with old Joe, selling my son for 2,000 yuan, is that not concrete evidence? If you had not engaged in further misdeeds, that document would hold no weight against you. However, if I were to claim that you were involved in both robberies, do you think the police would refrain from investigating you? Jiang Hongqi was thoroughly panicked. He had not anticipated Jiang Shan would employ such tactics against him. If that document were presented to the police, claiming his ordeal was connected to him, he would be doomed. Yet, why had he not reported this to the police? Was it due to the fact that he respected Jiang as the head of the Jiang family? Jiang Hongqi took several deep puffs of his cigarette to mask his inner turmoil, refusing to concede verbally. Shanzi, do not make reckless accusations. Your son is perfectly fine. Do you think the police will believe that document and your wild claims? Jiang Hongqi was uncertain. He needed to ascertain whether old Zhou in the county was indeed in trouble. If nothing had occurred, then the entire notion of 8 individuals being apprehended was merely Jiang Shan's fabrication. Shanzi, I have clarified the situation for you. If you do not return the 500 yuan, so be it. However, I advise you to exercise caution in your future endeavors. Jiang Hongqi turned to leave. Brother, do not allow your son to run into my yard again to take things. This time, it was merely some worthless firewood, but will he next abscond with my television? Turning his back on Jiang Shan, Jiang Hongqi flicked away his cigarette, but, exhaling deeply. This young man was secretly plotting against him, intent on causing him trouble. He would not let him off easily. If what he said about the 2 robberies were true, this young man would become a significant liability for him. Jiang Hongqi returned home with a grim expression. He had just beaten the troublesome Zhao Zhan, and his wife would certainly not greet him with kindness. Overwhelmed, a surging anger within him found no outlet, and his wife's cold demeanor was intolerable. Did you allow Zhao Zhan to run to Shanzi's yard to take firewood? Jiang Hongqi asked fiercely. What of it if he carried away 2 bundles of firewood? Should I repay him? Chen Malian glared back at him like a fierce deity. Jiang Hongqi stared at his wife's face for 3 seconds. How the hell did I end up marrying you, blinded as I was? In this chapter, there is more to come, so please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Jiang Hongqi unleashed a torrent of vile invectives, while Chen Malian stood her ground, pouring boiling water onto the man. Jiang Hongqi lunged forward. The sounds of tearing and shouting echoed clearly in the courtyard. Li Wangjun, returning with a cart, had just contemplated not hauling coal today, as he intended to help Jiang Shan with blankets and a television in the morning, fearing the coal would tarnish their belongings. Upon reaching the gate of Jiang Shan's home, he heard his cousin's house in turmoil, Chen Malian's anguished cries resounding. Shanzi, your elder brother and sister-in-law are fighting again, hurry. Li Wangjun set down the cart and dashed towards the front yard, with Jiang Shan following closely behind. No matter what, they could not allow either of them to inflict fatal harm upon the other. Jiang Hongqi was nearly choking the woman to death. The kitchen curtain had been torn down, and Chen Malian, disheveled, leaned against the threshold. Li Wangjun, filled with fury, shouted, Jiang Hongqi, if you kill her, you will pay with your life. This is domestic violence. Don't think the police will turn a blind eye. Jiang Hongqi muttered angrily, how can we live like this? Just get a divorce. Li Wangjun retorted, divorce? You have 3 children who are nearly as tall as you 2. Jiang Hongqi cast a glance at Jiang Shan, standing behind Li Wangjun. He did not wish to strangle his wife, but rather Jiang Shan. Yet the cold glint in the boy's eyes was unnerving. He felt a deep-seated enmity towards him. Believing Jiang Shan was using this method to make his life miserable, he coldly observed the fray between his elder brother and sister-in-law, secretly hoping for his wife's demise. Jiang Hongqi stepped back, sitting on the threshold, spitting blood in frustration. He did not dare to confront Jiang Shan directly, instead hurling insults at his wife. Damn it. All you do is stir trouble. If you have the courage, call the police to have me arrested. Jiang Shan chuckled. His brother's words were, in essence, a self-reproach. Why would he want the police to take him away? Their daily quarrels were rather entertaining. Chun Malian, disheveled, sat on the ground. Li Wangjun called out to the two girls, Xia Xia, Funfin, hurry out and help your mother inside, and bring her a bowl of sweet soup. Chapter 72. This matter cannot be rushed. We shall take it step by step. Li Wangjun pulled his cousin back into Jiang Shan's courtyard. Shanzi, I think you are reveling in this chaos, intentionally watching your elder brother and sister-in-law fight. Jiang Shan denied it. You were talking nonsense. I intended to break it up. But by the time I got in, they had already finished. Li Wangjun scrutinized his younger cousin. He suspected that Jiang Shan had instigated the commotion between the couple. Yet he remained a detached observer, finding amusement in their predicament. Li Wangjun felt there was no evidence to support his suspicions. The cousins began loading items onto the cart. They secured the dining table and 8 stools, packed the new television in its box, and loaded new pots, bowls, and utensils, along with 2 blankets. All the new belongings purchased in the 12th lunar month were taken away by Jiang Shan. Li Wangjun looked on, puzzled. Shanzi, you aren't planning to leave the village, are you? Why would I not return to the village? I have several acres of land that remain uncultivated. Are you not going to assist me in drilling a well? Xiao Mei, Xiao Bao, and Ying Ying have not returned. These items must be moved down. And I still need to purchase more tomorrow. What is the purpose of spending money unnecessarily? In the future, Jiang Shan will return to the village alone, staying at his cousin's house, relying on their hospitality for food and shelter, rendering the belongings in this house useless. Thus, he decided to have the firewood and coal taken away. A truckload of belongings will first be transported to his cousin's yard tonight and tomorrow morning. A mule will be harnessed to take them to the county town. Jiang Shan and Li Wangjun will continue to sleep on the kitchen kong at his home, which brings some comfort to Li Wangjun. If the cousin does not lend the mule cart, does not seek help from his cousin and cousin's wife, and does not stay on the kong at their home, it suggests that this young man intends to leave without a trace after making some money. Lu Fan settled Xiao Mei and her 2 children to sleep and quietly entered the main room, eager to clarify something that had been on her mind all day. Shanzi, you mentioned that Ying Ying and the 2 children live in an apartment. Do you plan to live with them in the apartment as well? Jiang Shan immediately understood the implications of his cousin's inquiry. Cousin, you are overthinking it. I cannot live in the same apartment as Ying Ying right now. The school teachers and leaders might misunderstand and think I am Ying Ying's man. This response left Lu Fan somewhat disappointed. Did Shanzi not wish to be seen as Ying Ying's partner? Just say that you and Ying Ying will live together. What is the big deal? You can raise the children together, or do you intend to sleep on the streets? In the village, Jiang Shan has a place to stay at his cousin's house. However, in the city, where could he find an apartment belonging to his cousin to stay in? Would he be spending every night in a hotel? That would cost 5 yuan per night, amounting to over 100 yuan a month. Goodness, does Xia Yingying even earn 100 yuan in a month? Li Wangjun tugged at his wife's sleeve, offering a reminder. Stop making plans so casually. You are being too simplistic. Just because they say they will live in the same room does not mean it is feasible. Yingying has her own parents to consider. Can we convince them? If Shanzi and Yingying engage in this foolishness now, it will only cause trouble for Yingying's parents. Lu Fan had not thought that far. But upon her husband's reminder, she recognized that Yingying's parents indeed posed a significant obstacle. What should be done then? Should Shanzi continue staying in a hotel? Li Wangjun sighed. This matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed step by step. We need to win over Yingying's parents. As long as they agree to Shanzi and Yingying being together, let others say what they will. It does not concern us. Jiang Shan sensed that his cousin and cousin's wife wished to intervene and persuade the Xia family elders. Cousin and cousin's wife, rest assured. Yingying's parents will eventually consent to our union. Lu Fan's face lit up with joy, as if a weight had been lifted. Shanzi, that is the right attitude. As long as you are committed to building a life with Yingying, there will be a way to resolve this conflict. We are not in a hurry. We will take our time. Lu Fan's thoughts were centered on the 2 children. Jiang Shan could not remain single indefinitely. Rather than allowing the children to have a stepmother who is a stranger to them, it would be better for Yingying to become their mother. Others may fret over this matter unnecessarily, but the crucial aspect lies in his own dedication. And indeed, this young man had taken it to heart. Shanzi, I must say that your brother and sister-in-law are not at all concerned about this matter. It is solely up to me and your brother Wanjun to look after it. Rest assured, tomorrow morning we will accompany you to your home and help you arrange everything, allowing Ying to focus on caring for the child. After Lu Fan conveyed her thoughts, she returned to her room to sleep peacefully. Li Wangjun, noticing his wife had left, quietly tugged at his cousin and whispered, "So, what do you think Ying's parents are thinking?" "What do you mean?" "I mean regarding the two of you as a couple. What are Ying's parents contemplating?" "Cousin, Ying's father has arranged for her to be engaged to Li Wentai on the 28th of the 12th month. You are already aware of this. And it seems this matter is far from over." Li Wangjun understood that Ying would be living with the Jiang family, while the Xia elders had not considered this possibility at all. If they had, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. The bombshell behind Xia Ying is something Jiang Shan knows he must address swiftly, lest it detonate. Li Wangjun further inquired, "How much does Ying earn in a month?" "I have heard that teachers' salaries have doubled in the past 2 years." Jiang Shan yawned. "It certainly does not exceed 100. Not even 100? How can that suffice for the expenses of your family of 4 in the city?" "You are right. The farmland in the village cannot be neglected. It must be cultivated properly. Yet without a well for irrigation, it is difficult to cultivate these lands effectively." Li Wangjun circled back to the pressing issue of raising funds for a well. "Cousin, how about this? Gather contributions from each household, raise another 2,000 or so. And around March 15th, the drilling team will surely come to our village." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Jiang Shan purposely provoked him, eager to discern the character of the villagers. Li Wangjun wore a look of disappointment. "Come now, Shanzi, don't mention 2,000. I can't even collect 200. The villagers simply do not believe I can successfully drill a well by this March. Once the well is completed and water is drawn for irrigation, the collection of water fees may help cover the drilling costs, but pre-collecting any funds is impossible. Cousin, let us prove it to them by getting the well done." "Yes, Shanzi, I am filled with this determination. I thought there was no hope left. But this 12th month you earned quite a bit, and with your strategy of saving 5,000 and borrowing 10,000. I wonder if you might genuinely assist me this time. I have said I am sincerely helping you. What are you anxious about?" "Hee, Shanzi, I am not anxious." While Jiang Shan conversed with his cousin about the well, his thoughts were on Ying and the child, wondering if the two of them had fallen asleep. The apartment contains 2 bedrooms. In the future, the father and son will share one, while the mother and daughter will occupy the other. In 2 to 3 years, after paying 30,000, the house allocated to faculty and staff will be transferred to personal ownership. At this moment, Xia Ying had just lulled little Bao to sleep. She too pondered whether Shanzi and Xiao Mei were now peacefully asleep. Starting tomorrow night, will Shanzi also be sleeping in this house? Where else could he sleep if not here? Continuing to stay at the South Street would be an extravagant waste of money. Xia Ying further mused that if her parents simply agreed to her living with Jiang Shan, where Shanzi resides would no longer be a concern. Can a man with 30,000 yuan afford to live together? What if he has 100,000? If Jiang Shan could earn back that 100,000? Xia Ying believed her parents would have nothing to say. In this day and age, who doesn't recognize that a capable man is one who can generate income? Jiang Shan had already demonstrated his ability to earn money, which slightly assuaged Xia Ying's anxious heart. With Xiao Mei no longer by her side, Xia Ying felt as though she was missing a part of herself. This void not only represented Xiao Mei, but also her partner. Instinctively, Xia Ying placed her hand on her abdomen, closed her eyes, and endeavored to fall asleep. Upon opening her eyes again, it was dawn. Chapter 73. The matters that can be settled with an extra 10 yuan. Xia Ying could not leave the house. She needed to care for the child. Cradling the baby in her arms, she surveyed the kitchen, the bathroom, and the bedroom, realizing there were many necessities to acquire. Fortunately, the 1,000 yuan her father had given her was in her hand. Otherwise, she would be in dire straits. After all, one cannot draw 2 months' salary in advance. Establishing a foothold in Antai County had been greatly aided by her parents. Starting tomorrow, she would resume her regular duties at school. It was simply untenable for her partner to remain at home, caring for the 2 children indefinitely. Xia Ying had resolved that once she had settled her responsibilities at school, she would return to her parents' home to have her mother watch over the children. Though she often claimed her parents were unreliable, she knew she had to rely on them. Otherwise, what would she do? She needed to endure this challenging period. Her partner had to go out to work and earn money. Would her parents not support that? If they were not supportive, Why had they given her partner 1,000 yuan to help with household expenses? Xia Yingying felt she could reason with her parents. This thought occupied her mind as she prepared formula, changed diapers, and dressed the baby. The familiar voice of her sister-in-law, Lu Fun, was heard in the hallway. "Oh, you've arrived so soon?" Jiang Shan was outside knocking and calling. "Yingying, open the door. My cousin and sister-in-law are here." Xia Yingying opened the door to find Jiang Shan accompanied by his cousin, sister-in-law, and 3 children. "Oh dear, you brought Zhongzhong and Shasha along too. Surely you didn't walk all the way here?" Xiao Mei and her siblings had chatted along the way, taking breaks while pushing a cart, having walked from 7 in the morning until now, 9:30. Xia Yingying complained lightly, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you take the bus with the 2 kids? Why walk all this way?" Xiao Mei explained that she would get nauseous and throw up on the bus, so the adults had decided against letting Zhongzhong and Shasha ride. The cart was parked downstairs, and they carried all their belongings up to the 3rd floor, with the 3 children running back and forth more nimbly than the 2 grown men. Lu Fun and Xia Yingying were in the kitchen preparing lunch. In a tone of disbelief, her sister-in-law remarked, "Yingying, I'm puzzled. Why is this gas stove so peculiar? I'm afraid to use it." Xia Yingying smiled and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, you'll get the hang of it in a couple of days. You and the 2 kids can share one bedroom, while I'll share another with the 2 little ones, and those 2 grown men can sleep on the street." Lu Fun burst into laughter, filling the room with joy. Just then, Jiang Shan and Li Wangjun entered, carrying a table. "Sister-in-law, why are you so cheerful?" Jiang Shan asked. "Yingying just told me that the 3 of us will be sleeping in this house tonight, while you and your cousin will have to sleep outside." Lu Fun replied with a hearty laugh. Li Wangjun furrowed his brow and, with a jesting tone, remarked earnestly, "Yingying, how could we possibly sleep on the street? Our family of 4 can share one room, while yours can occupy another. What a splendid arrangement." Lu Fun shot a warning glance at her husband, cautioning him, "Stop joking around. Don't upset Yingying. Today is the day we celebrate her new home." In his heart, Li Wangjun mused that it was only a matter of time before Yingying and Shanzi would share a room. Yet, Summer Yingying was not displeased. She smiled as she brought a variety of dishes and bowls of rice to the table, perfectly accommodating 8 people. Jiang Shan had something important to discuss. "Cousins, Yingying has graciously invited you to stay the night, so please do. I need to take my cousin out for something urgent. Yingying, I find myself short of funds. Could you lend me another 100? Summer Yingying handed him 100 yuan and inquired, "What urgent matter are you attending to with your cousin?" Jiang Shan had already devised a plan and now explained it clearly to his cousins. "Cousin, as the village head, you must take the lead on certain matters. This afternoon, we shall visit the old goods market by the Southern National Road to procure a bundle of 3-meter-long bamboo planks and a roll of plastic sheeting. You can bring them back to the village and set up a plastic shelter for cultivating vegetables. The sooner we plant, the sooner we can reap the rewards." Li Wangjun, unable to swallow his food, widened his eyes at Jiang Shan, invigorated by this proposal. "Shanzi, you've struck a chord with me. I've seen places where they use plastic shelters for vegetable farming. By the end of March, they can yield a crop of greens that sell out quickly in the city. I've long desired to undertake this venture, yet year after year, I have been unable to initiate it. Cousin, one cannot merely contemplate. Action is required. To dream is one thing, but to dare to act is another." Jiang Shan urged Li Wangjun to accompany him to the county town, for this was indeed a crucial matter. After their midday meal, the 2 women tended to the 4 children indoors while the 2 men took the mule cart towards the old goods market along the national road outside the county. Here, they found used furniture, old timber, straw mats, and 3-meter-long bamboo planks, with several stalls also offering rolls of thick plastic sheeting, this being new merchandise. In the past 2 years, farmers in the riverside area had begun constructing vegetable shelters for off-season crops, yet the 700 households in the village had yet to witness this innovation. Having served as village head for 3 years and interacted with town officials, Li Wangjun could discern that plastic-sheltered vegetables were in high demand. He too wished to get involved, but felt hesitant to take action. To his surprise, Jiang Shan, his cousin, proposed that they collaborate on this venture. "Shanzi, you cultivate the vegetables, and I will handle the sales. We could sell them all at the mining district. Is that the idea?" Jiang Shan nodded in affirmation. "Starting from the end of March, the income from greens will surpass that of cultivating 5 acres of grain. Is it truly that promising? Let us give it a try." The 2 men sold 2 bundles of bamboo planks at one stall, but were unable to find any plastic sheeting for sale. Jiang Shan found this puzzling. as he had observed plastic sheeting available during his previous visits in the 12th lunar month. One vendor provided a lead, stating that the plastic sheeting for shelter construction was no longer available here and could only be found at the agricultural supply station. As the sheeting sold here had been confiscated by the agricultural supply station, which also imposed a fine for reasons unknown. The two men then proceeded to the county agricultural supply station. Although I considered purchasing plastic film to construct a greenhouse, others remarked that our village lacks the water necessary for irrigating the crops, making the endeavor seem futile. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. Cousin, the essence of building a plastic greenhouse is to ensure proper irrigation. We can commence drilling a well in March, and by the end of the month, it will be operational, allowing you to irrigate the crops in the greenhouse. Li Wangjun grasped the implication. It was precisely because a well could be established in March that Jiang Shan encouraged him to build a plastic greenhouse for planting vegetables. This was splendid news, as it appeared his cousin had a well-thought-out plan. Nevertheless, Li Wangjun harbored a slight concern. In a village of 700 households, would their solitary greenhouse suffice? What if it were to be raided overnight? Jiang Shan insisted that if he were to cultivate, he would do so, and he had the audacity to venture out for profit. The two entered the agricultural supply station, where a row of single-story buildings served as warehouses filled with farming materials. In front of the buildings, a neat line of lawn tuo tricycles stood. Not only did Li Wangjun feel excitement at the sight, but Jiang Shan, too, was exhilarated. He had assumed that purchasing a lawn tuo would require a trip to the city or even the province. Yet he discovered that the agricultural supply station in Ontai County had them available for sale. Li Wangjun rubbed his hands together, eager to drive one away immediately. Jiang Shan, I thought your loan was intended for buying a tricycle, but since you haven't purchased one, are you stashing that 10,000 yuan in a bank to borrow an additional 20,000? Jiang Shan refrained from disclosing that he had invested the 10,000 yuan in lawn-share stocks, knowing his cousin would not comprehend, and he experienced daily anxiety over it. Jiang Shan responded in alignment with his cousin's thoughts. Indeed, I plan to deposit 10,000 at the Lancheng Bank and borrow another 20,000. In March, I can withdraw the 10,000 to provide you with the funds for a tricycle. Li Wangjun chuckled. How could I buy a tricycle? I am focused on drilling wells for the village. To drill a well requires one investment, and to buy a tricycle requires another. If Jiang Shan were to articulate this sentiment to his cousin, Li Wangjun would undoubtedly dismiss it, feeling perpetually conflicted and believing his cousin was merely boasting. Leader, we would like to acquire a roll of plastic film, preferably a thicker variety suitable for greenhouse construction. The woman seated behind the desk, the head of the agricultural supply station, glanced up at Li Wangjun, her tone businesslike. Please present your introduction letter. What introduction letter? Li Wangjun replied, baffled. To purchase plastic film, you must provide an introduction letter issued by your township. Only with the township's signature and registration can you make the purchase. Jiang Shan was utterly perplexed. What a peculiar requirement. Needing an introduction letter from the township to buy a roll of plastic film seemed absurd. Li Wangjun felt disheartened. Sensing that their endeavor would come to naught that day, the two deliberated outside regarding their options. I understand now. Plastic film is in such short supply that for any purchase, a village-issued certificate is required, signed and registered by the township authorities. Otherwise, the transaction cannot proceed. This is nonsense. I believe that woman simply wants to extort more money. Surely, you cannot be expected to travel to the township for an introduction letter just to make this purchase. It would only delay the process. Allow me to handle this. Jiang Shan re-entered the building. If the person had been male, he would have offered a cigarette first. However, since it was a woman, he opted for a more amiable and charming approach. Sister, Li Wangjun is the village chief. He can provide you with a certificate. We merely wish to try constructing a greenhouse to plant vegetables a month earlier. We didn't anticipate needing township registration. Would it be possible for us to pay a little more? An additional 10 yuan, she replied. How much in total? 50. Jiang Shan readily agreed. I will pay. Li Wangjun felt a pang of distress. Was a roll of plastic film truly worth 50 yuan? This felt like daylight robbery. Chapter 74. The street front shops near No. 1 middle school. Jiang Shan was taken aback. He could hardly believe that a roll of plastic film for constructing a vegetable shed cost 50 yuan. He recalled that back in 1992, when his family purchased a roll, it had been far less expensive. At that time, his father had helped relatives buy agricultural supplies, and a roll of plastic film had only cost around 30 yuan. Now, Jiang Shan understood why certain items had become scarce in the second-hand market near the national road. The agricultural supply station was monopolizing and profiting unethically. Li Wangjun wore a worried expression. Why on earth would you spend 50 yuan on this? I wouldn't even know how to use it, and you're willing to part with that much money. Come on, cousin. You'll earn that back with just one harvest of young greens. What are you fretting about? Li Wangjun remained troubled. You make it sound so easy. Those young greens are not gold. Can you really sell them for 50 yuan? Having never transported a load of vegetables to the city for sale, Li Wangjun couldn't fathom how much money could be made from the crops, which he believed were solely for family consumption. All right, cousin, just focus on cultivating well. Once you have manure spread and the soil turned, use that roll to set up the vegetable shed. The first batch of young greens grows quickly and can be sold for cash, alleviating our family's worries about expenses. Stop fixating on your two old hens. They've been around for 3 or 4 years now. It's time to butcher them for meat. Fine, I'll do that and bring some down for you and Yingying. And tell my sister-in-law to make soup. There's no need for you to worry about me and Yingying. Li Wangjun observed how Jiang Shan's younger cousin had ascended the social ladder, thanks to Yingying's university education, securing a job and housing. He now resided in an apartment in the city with his 2 children. Shanzi, you must cherish Yingying and treat her as you would your own wife. Jiang Shan was at a loss for words. Did he really need reminding about such matters? As they returned to the family compound of No. 1 Middle School, Li Wangjun decided not to go up, urging Lu Fun and the 2 children to hurry downstairs, as nightfall was approaching. Hey cousin, didn't we agree at lunch that you would stay the night and return tomorrow? Li Wangjun disagreed. What do you mean tomorrow? Can't you hear Yingying's polite remarks? Hurry and get them down here. Lu Fun hadn't genuinely intended to stay overnight. She was concerned her husband might linger until dark. Jiang Shan called for them from inside, and Lu Fun quickly ushered the children downstairs. Summer Yingying held the baby, followed by Xiao Mei, who accompanied Lu Fun and Zhongzhong and Xia out of the hallway. Summer Yingying was not merely being polite. She genuinely wished for Lu Fun and her 2 children to stay overnight. However, Lu Fun insisted they could not stay and needed to return to the village before dark. Before departing, Li Wangjun quietly encouraged Jiang Shan, keep your spirits up. It's not a big deal. Her parents may cause a fuss, but what are you afraid of? Jiang Shan understood the implication of his cousin's words. All right, cousin, you focus on cultivating those young greens well. After bidding farewell to the family of 4, Summer Yingying displayed disappointment on her face. Brother-in-law, I wasn't just being polite. I truly wanted our sister-in-law and her children to stay the night. You and Xiao Mei stayed at their home last night. Jiang Shan sniffled. Yingying, where will I sleep tonight? Should I go to a hostel? With unwavering conviction, Xia Yingying declared, what are you talking about? You and Xiao Mei will share a room, while Xiao Bao and I will occupy another. We'll endure tonight and discuss things further in the morning. Jiang Shan smirked, feigning concern. Is that truly acceptable? If others see us, they might assume we are a married couple. Let them say whatever they wish. I am unbothered. I cannot keep an eye on Xiao Bao tonight. And you must look after him until dawn, as I will be preoccupied with schoolwork tomorrow. This is not the village of 700 households, nor is it my family home. Once the door is shut, who knows what transpires inside? Xia Yingying felt that it was inconsequential for Jiang Shan to stay here for a few nights. However, she realized that it couldn't continue indefinitely, and she devised a solution. This weekend, she planned to return home and bring her mother to stay with them. Her mother could cook for the family, allowing Jiang Shan to reside in the same room without raising suspicions. Should anyone gossip, her mother could vouch for them, clarifying that Jiang Shan was in another room. Yet, Xia Yingying was uncertain whether her mother would agree to come. The matter of settling in Antai County stirred strong emotions within her family. Her mother, in a fit of defiance, might refuse to come at all. If her parents chose not to visit, Xia Yingying decided to summon Jingjing, who spent his days away from home, engaging in unknown activities, and suggested he accompany Jiang Shan in business ventures. She believed this arrangement to be optimal. Am I truly sleeping in this bedroom tonight? Jiang Shan inquired with feigned innocence. Do you wish to spend 5 yuan each night at an inn? Do you have an abundance of money? Yingying, are you not concerned that I might sneak over to your side at midnight? I would simply kick you off the bed. Xia Yingying retorted with a smile dancing in her eyes. After soothing the 2 children to sleep, Xia Yingying broached a more serious topic. I understand you are reluctant to continue with the mule cart business, but you cannot merely wait for that 10,000 yuan in stocks to yield profits. If my mother arrives, you must have tasks to occupy your time. Both the village and the city should be bustling, allowing them to witness your potential for great wealth. Jiang Shan nodded earnestly. Ying, I have already contemplated this. I intend to open a vegetable shop in a suitable location in the city. While I cannot guarantee immense profits, I can at least earn enough for the family's pocket money. Xia Ying was taken aback by the prospect of her partner establishing a vegetable shop in Antai County. I had assumed my mother would watch the children, while you return to the village to cultivate the land. The land must be farmed, and the shop must be established. It will serve as my foothold, a cover. What kind of cover? Xia Ying queried, perplexed. A cover for undertaking significant ventures and earning substantial money. I do not intend to rely on the vegetable shop for income, but it is essential to have this foothold. Just wait and see. I will make you a wealthy woman and a teacher in Antai County. Xia Ying stifled a laugh, her shoulders shaking with mirth. You want me to become wealthy? That sounds quite amusing. Suddenly, she grasped that Jiang Shan's words were not mere jest. He possessed 10,000 yuan in loess stocks, which could yield 30,000 yuan in cash by March. In that case, she would indeed become a wealthy woman. While she could not claim to be the wealthiest in the county, she certainly would be among the affluent of the village of 700 households. Enough daydreaming. Let us get some rest. Tomorrow holds significant matters. As the night passed, Jiang Shan did not venture into the adjacent bedroom. At 7:30 the next morning, Xia Ying quietly rose and left for Antai No. 1 high school, leaving her father and Xiao Bao at home. Xiaomei, the three of us should step out for a stroll. Father, I was unable to sleep last night. Nonsense. How could a young girl like you not sleep? Father, I am always worried about earthquakes. I feel trapped in this house. This left Jiang Shan in a state of confusion. Xiaomei, how could you even think of an earthquake? What on earth occupies your mind all day long? Xiaomei herself was unsure why she had such thoughts throughout the night. Last night, Mother mentioned that Xiao Bao and I would become city dwellers, that I would attend school in the city and never return to the village. Jiang Shan pondered this, conveying a different meaning to his daughter. Xiaomei, when the time comes, you must return to the village. Don't you want to see Xuan and Xia? I don't want to. They always bully me. Xiaomei, you are the one bullying them now. This left Xiaomei perplexed, and she widened her eyes to defend herself. Father, I am not that mean. I do not bully others. When Xiaomei returns to the village, she tells Xuan that she now lives in an apartment, which indeed feels like bullying him. Jiang Shan holds Xiao Bao close. With Xiaomei by their side, the three of them make their way to a row of newly constructed two-story shops on the north side of the first middle school. These shops are intended for the families of the teachers at the school to open businesses. In 3 years, this row will be filled with small restaurants and grocery stores, thriving with commerce. Jiang Shan enters a grocery store to buy Xiaomei a pack of waha, casually inquiring, "Is it necessary to get a note from the principal of the first middle school to rent a shop here?" Jiang Shan asked without much thought, indifferent to whether the response mattered. Not only do you need a note from the principal, but you must also seek approval from the leaders of the Education Bureau. Are you a family member of a first middle school teacher? If you are not, you cannot rent it. It is possible, but it will cost a fortune. Jiang Shan sensed an opportunity and requested a toothbrush, toothpaste, canned goods, and a multitude of other items. Brother, who should I speak to at the Education Bureau? The shopkeeper discreetly revealed, "Speak to chiefly from the property management department. Feel free to come back for anything else you need." All right, boss. I will come to you for whatever I lack. Chapter 75. You two have become a couple. Jiang Shan received crucial news. To rent a shop on the street of the first middle school, he must visit the county's Education Bureau Property Management Department to find a chiefly. The combined savings of Ying and himself amounted to 800 yuan. It would be ideal to successfully secure a shop before the semester officially begins. During inconvenient times, the men could sleep in the shop. This apartment building is for the families of first middle school teachers, and today Ying reported to work at school, likely interacting with familiar teachers. It is possible she will frequently invite female teachers to their home. One cannot disclose that their brother-in-law resides in this house. As Jiang Shan cooked in the kitchen, he contemplated the afternoon's arrangements, aiming to prepare lunch for the family before Ying returned home from work. Xiaomei was in the bedroom entertaining Xiao Bao. Jiang Shan heard Xiaomei correct Xiao Bao when he called her mother. "Call me sister, not mother." "Mother, I am your sister." "It's so annoying when you call me mother." "Grandma, Daddy, Xiao Bao wants grandma." Just then, Jiang Shan ladled a spoonful of thick rice soup from the pot, allowing it to cool before feeding it to Xiao Bao. "Father, I'll feed Xiao Bao." Xiaomei spends most of her time caring for Xiao Bao at home. In truth, Xiaomei had more pressing matters to attend to. She needed to diligently complete the assignments assigned by her mother. A knock echoed from outside, and Jiang Shan recognized it as Ying Ying's return. Upon opening the door, both she and Teacher Tao from the school entered the room. Teacher Tao, displaying great courtesy, remarked that Teacher Xia had insisted on bringing her home for a meal, feeling rather embarrassed about it. Jiang Shan assured her that he had prepared several dishes, sufficient for Teacher Tao's appetite. Ying Ying, perplexed, quietly inquired of Jiang Shan, "When did you learn to cook? Were you aware that I brought a colleague home?" Jiang Shan replied, "Ying Ying, as a graduate of normal university, you have just begun your teaching career. It is essential to engage with your colleagues, and I anticipated that someone might accompany you home, hence I prepared a couple of extra dishes." Proudly, Ying Ying showcased her brother-in-law to Teacher Tao. "Isn't my brother-in-law remarkable? He can cook so many dishes." Teacher Tao, in agreement with Ying Ying's sentiment, praised Jiang Shan for his domestic skills. "Your brother-in-law has quite the challenge, managing 2 children and all the household duties. If you do not lend him a hand, he may find himself overwhelmed." Teacher Tao, Ying Ying interjected, "I have mentioned before that my sister and I are twins. When we were born, the skin on our lower backs was connected, and we underwent surgery to separate us after a month." Teacher Tao, astonished, cautiously asked Jiang Shan, "Is it true? Your wife was indeed connected to Teacher Xia?" Had it not been for this mention, Jiang Shan might have forgotten the original owner's memories regarding this matter. Now recalling, he remembered the scar on his wife's lower back, which she claimed was from being attached to Ying Ying, and that the doctor had separated them. Jiang Shan was skeptical. How could 2 bodies be connected and still emerge from the womb? "You sister mentioned this, and I find it hard to believe. Are you 2 conspiring to tell outsiders?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Mei exclaimed loudly, "It's true, Daddy. Auntie also has a scar on her lower back." The little girl pointed earnestly at her aunt's back. In an attempt to coax Xiao Mei into calling her mama, Ying Ying discreetly revealed her lower back. "Look, doesn't it look exactly like your mother's?" Jiang Shan, astonished, couldn't help but exclaim, "It is identical to your sister Wan's scar?" "Of course it is. Why do you doubt it?" Ying Ying replied. Teacher Tao glanced at both Ying Ying and Jiang Shan, inquiring, "Is it truly identical? Let your brother-in-law take a look." Ying Ying playfully scolded, "Teacher Tao, you are quite mischievous." Teacher Tao chuckled softly. Lunch was a delightful affair. Jiang Shan invited the 2 female teachers to join the children in the bedroom while he took on the household chores, washing dishes and sweeping the floor in the kitchen. Teacher Tao observed this attentively. She leaned towards Ying Ying and whispered, "Teacher Xia, your brother-in-law is quite industrious, cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning. He's not hard on the eyes either." Ying Ying, flashing a bright smile, teased, "What do you mean by that, Teacher Tao? He has even remarked that you resemble his wife. Does he treat you with the same affection?" "Do not speak nonsense," Ying Ying retorted, her cheeks flushing. "You care for his 2 children, and he cares for you. It seems you both are akin to a couple." Ying Ying understood that Teacher Tao was someone she could confide in, sharing a similar sentiment to Sister Lu Fun. "Teacher Tao, I would like to show you something." Ying Ying produced Jiang Shan and Sister Wan's wedding photograph. "Take a look, this is my sister. Do you see the resemblance?" Xia Ying Ying had a rather straightforward intention, to prove to her colleagues that she indeed had a twin sister. After all, it was hard to dispute the authenticity of photographs featuring her sister and brother-in-law. Teacher Tao, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "My goodness, Teacher Xia, that is not your sister. That is you." Xia Ying Ying explained, "I had my first child when I was in the first year of high school. Xiao Mei is already 7 years old. 7 years ago, my sister and I were both 18. She gave birth to Xiao Mei." Teacher Tao sighed in disbelief. "Your sister married quite early. If she had pursued her studies, she would have graduated at 25. The 2 female teachers engaged in endless conversation, continuing until 2 o'clock when they departed for work. Xia Ying Ying made arrangements for Jiang Shan. "Brother-in-law, the weather is lovely today. After little Bao wakes up, take him and Xiao Mei out for a stroll. I won't finish work until 6. Jiang Shan cheerfully agreed. "Sure, we will definitely go out for a while. We won't be cooped up indoors." As the 2 teachers left the building, Teacher Tao lagged behind, glancing back at Jiang Shan before walking alongside Xia Ying Ying. "Ying Ying, isn't this inappropriate? You work while he stays home to take care of the children and cook?" She praised him, yet insisted that a man should engage in manly duties. How could he possibly remain at home, tending to the children? Xia Ying Ying intentionally inquired, "Teacher Tao, what is wrong with that? Someone must care for the 2 children." Teacher Tao spoke from a practical standpoint. "Teacher Xia, if possible, have someone from your family come to assist you. Your brother-in-law must go out to work. He cannot be seen as the stay-at-home dad. That would invite ridicule. Xia Yingying perceived the underlying jest at her brother-in-law's expense. Her previously held admiration for teacher Tao diminished significantly. Jiang Shan sat on the edge of the bed, eagerly awaiting the awakening of the two little ones from their nap so he could take them out for a walk. Xiaomei, it's not just a casual outing. We have important matters to attend to. After changing little Bao's diaper and feeding him a small bowl of rice and kimchi soup, he cradled the child in his arms. Preparing to step outside, Xiaomei blinked her big eyes and expressed her thoughts. Daddy, if you have important matters to attend to, you don't need to take me and my brother. I can watch him. Mommy says I am already 7 years old and will be starting school soon. Is that so? It's even more essential to inquire about the school matters with the Education Bureau. Xia Yingying taught at the high school, and through this connection, Jiang Shan hoped to enroll Xiaomei in a nearby elementary school, allowing her to join her peers rather than spending her days without a companion. Chapter 76. Teacher Xia's Hidden Affairs. Daddy, where are we going to play? Xiaomei asked curiously, tugging at her father's shirt as they walked ahead. Over the past few days, while strolling through the city streets, she felt less anxious, yet she dared not let go of her father's clothing for even a moment. Xiaomei, we are not going to play. We are going to the Education Bureau to discuss some important matters. Upon reaching the entrance of the Education Bureau, Xiaomei spotted someone passing by. Daddy, I recognize him. Jiang Shan was taken aback when Xiaomei claimed to know someone emerging from the Education Bureau's gates. How could you possibly know someone here? Father, I encountered him at grandmother's house. He conversed with grandfather for quite some time. Jiang Shan caught a fleeting glimpse of that man's face from the corner of his eye. He paused to scrutinize his daughter intently and knelt down to inquire, Xiaomei, did he truly visit grandmother's house? Did he speak with grandfather? Yes, and there was another person, the one who picked us up that day. They were together at grandmother's house. Jiang Shan comprehended that the visage of the man he had seen earlier bore a slight resemblance to Li Wentai. Is he Li Wentai's father? That seems implausible. Ningyan County and Antai County are not the same place. If he truly is Li Wentai's father, what business does he have here? He had heard from Yingying that Li Wentai's father was an official at the county's Education Bureau. This matter lingered in Jiang Shan's mind. Director Li from the real estate department regarded Jiang Shan and his two children with an unusual expression. It was uncommon for a man visiting the Education Bureau to carry one child in his arms and hold another by the hand. Director Li, I have learned that there is a shop available for rent south of our first high school, so I came to inquire. Director Li sat upright behind his desk. During this period, many had inquired about the shop, yet few were genuinely interested in renting. Are you a relative of a teacher from first high school? Jiang Shan could not definitively claim to be the relative of Xia Yingying, for if he were merely her brother-in-law, he would not be acknowledged. I am the brother-in-law of teacher Xia. That counts as kin. If I wish to rent a shop, I should be able to do so, correct? How much does one cost? Director Li furrowed his brow. I have not heard of a teacher with the surname Xia at first high school. Is she a new intern assigned this semester? A graduate of Northwest Normal University named Xia Yingying? Director Li's astonishment was palpable, and he seemed incredulous. What? A graduate from Northwest Normal University could be assigned to our Antai First High School? You must be jesting. Jiang Shan found Director Li's reaction somewhat exaggerated. In 2 or 3 years, just wait and see how many graduates from normal universities will be coming to Antai First High School. Only then did Director Li take notice of the man before him. He handed Jiang Shan a register to fill in his details, stating that the decision to rent the shop would ultimately rest with the supervising authorities. As Jiang Shan filled out the information, he inwardly cursed the ridiculous regulations. Just because Director Li said so, the final approval must come from the head of the Education Bureau? Comrade Jiang, please await further news. Jiang Shan understood they would need to ascertain how Xia Yingying had been assigned to teach in Antai County. Graduates from normal universities were typically placed in schools at the municipal level or higher. How could one possibly end up in the small town of Antai County? As Jiang Shan exited, Director Li entered the office of the supervising authority. Director Hao, a young man just came in, saying he wishes to rent a shop near our first high school. He claims to be the brother-in-law of teacher Xia, who is a graduate of Northwest Normal University. Has the university truly assigned a female student to our Antai First High School? Director Hao's expression remained impassive. He extended his hand to glance at the registration information that Director Li held and then returned it. Did he come alone? Director Hao. He was carrying a young boy and leading a young girl. I found it quite peculiar. Ensure that we ascertain the details of the person wishing to rent the shop and properly register their information. That will suffice. You may return to your duties. As Director Li departed, a subtle shift occurred in Director Hao's demeanor. Li Jiai from the Ningyan County Education Bureau had just left his side. He mentioned visiting the former leader to extend New Year's greetings, but in truth, he had a pressing matter to discuss with Director Hao. A graduate from Shida University named Xia Yingying had arrived at Antai No. 1 Middle School, accompanied by two children, one 7 years old and the other merely 7 months. Xia Yingying claimed the children were her sisters, who had passed away, and that she was assuming the role of their mother. It remained unclear whether the 7-year-old girl was indeed Xia Yingying's biological child. However, Director Li Jiai expressed strong suspicion that the 7-month-old boy was likely her offspring. The timeline suggested that she had given birth during the summer break in July of the previous year, yet she insisted that the child was born to her twin sister. Upon hearing this from Director Li, Director Hao found the situation bewildering. How could such a significant event be concealed from the university? Li Jiai elaborated that Xia Yingying's circumstances were rather unusual. She had an identical twin sister named Xia Huanwan. It was plausible that during her pregnancy, Xia Yingying had her sister attend university classes on her behalf. Director Hao was filled with perplexity. Could such occurrences truly happen at Northwest Normal University? Director Li, are these merely conjectures you are entertaining? He inquired. Li Jiai acknowledged that the matter was indeed suspicious. Otherwise, how could Xia Yingying suddenly refuse to marry Li Wentai? Resolutely choosing to embrace the role of a mother to a 7-month-old child? The only explanation that could account for this was that the child was born in secrecy. Would Antai No. 1 Middle School dare to employ such a teacher, one who deceives both superiors and subordinates? If this situation were to come to light, how would the Education Bureau and Antai No. 1 Middle School maintain their reputations? With this revelation, Director Hao recognized the gravity of the situation. Shortly after Li Jiai's departure, he promptly contacted the Director of Teaching at Antai No. 1 Middle School, instructing Principal Wei to arrive at the County Education Bureau with utmost urgency. While waiting for Principal Wei, Section Chief Li mentioned that a young man, who was Xia Yingying's brother-in-law, had come to inquire about a shop on the southern street of the school. The young man held the 7-month-old boy in his arms and was accompanied by a 7-year-old girl. Director Hao realized that the scenario described by Li Jiai was indeed unfolding. Xia Yingying's refusal to marry his son had led to the exposure of her scandalous situation. His son remained infatuated with Xia Yingying, unable to accept the situation, prompting him to visit Antai County seeking answers from his former superior. Director Hao, who had been transferred from the Ningyan Education Bureau and had worked alongside Li Jiai for a decade, held a good rapport with him. With Li Jiai's visit today, Director Hao felt compelled to address the matter. Principal Wei Huanqing hurriedly arrived, wearing a puzzled expression. Director Hao, why the urgent summons? Principal Wei, a graduate from Shida University named Xia Yingying has joined your school, correct? Principal Wei beamed with pride. Yes, she has reported to the school for less than 3 days. The young lady is quite beautiful, and I've coordinated with Shida. She has performed excellently at school, and I hope she can continue teaching here after her internship concludes this semester. Director Hao's face bore a sardonic smile. Oh, Principal Wei, did she express a desire to remain at Shida? Principal Wei chuckled, expressing his doubt about why she was so eager to remain at Antai No. 1 High School. However, after a couple of days of inquiry, he discovered it was for her sister's 2 children. Teacher Xiao's compassion is indeed touching. Director Hao, observing Principal Wei with a discerning gaze, questioned whether Xia Yingying's care for those children was truly admirable. Principal Wei, I understand your fondness for graduates of Normal University, but do you genuinely trust her word alone? Are you not suspicious of any unsavory matters during her time there? Wei Huanqing, the chubby little one, appeared perplexed. Director Hao, I fail to comprehend what unsavory business teacher Xia could possibly have. She is about to graduate. Principal Wei, have you confirmed whether she has a twin sister? Does she exhibit any signs of having been pregnant during her studies? Investigate thoroughly and report back to me. Whether Xia Yingying can remain at our school to teach is still uncertain. Principal Wei's mind buzzed with confusion. What was the significance of all this? Had accepting a graduate from Normal University truly become a source of trouble? Chapter 77. These troubles are not so daunting. Xia Yingying finished her work at 6 and returned home by 6:20. Upon entering, she immediately scooped up her little one, playfully nibbling on his cheeks and belly. Did you miss Mommy? Little Bao erupted into joyous laughter. This scene, however, cast a shadow of concern over Jiang Shan's face. Noticing the man's displeasure, Xia Yingying found it curious. Hey, why the long face? What's troubling you? She felt content in her new position at Ontai Number 1 High School, residing in this house with both children nearby, and with her partner expected to earn a significant amount by March. If there were any instability, it stemmed from the troublesome dynamics with her parents. Xia Yingying believed the situation was manageable. She was already employed at Ontai Number 1 High School, and surely her parents could not oppose her. She was bewildered by what could be troubling Little Bao's father. "Yingying, we need to talk after dinner," he stated, causing her to lose her appetite. Jiang Shan's soup and rice were quite palatable, yet she forced herself to consume 2 bowls. "Hurry up and tell me, what's wrong?" she softly inquired. "Yingying, I ran into Li Wentai's father outside the Education Bureau today." "What? He really came to Ontai County?" Xia Yingying's face reflected her anxiety. How could Shanzi recognize Li Wentai's father? It was Xiaomei who recognized him. He has a dark mole on his left eyelid and a fierce appearance. Could it be Li Wentai's father? The man with a dark mole on his left eyelid was indeed Li Wentai's father. In an instant, the sense of security Xia Yingying had felt evaporated, replaced by trepidation. Li Wentai's father was an official in the Ningyang Education Bureau, and his presence at the Ontai County Education Bureau could only mean trouble for her. Having refused to agree to a marriage with his son, she felt she had tarnished his face, and now he might interfere in her life. Her father's words began to resonate. It seemed she would find no peace while teaching in both Ningyang and Ontai counties. "Yingying, do not worry. If the Li family intends to stir up trouble, they cannot convert truth into falsehood. As long as you remain clear in your heart and speak your truth, no one can harm you." Xia Yingying cherished the comfort provided by her partner's words. Whether or not it would prove effective was secondary. It was simply reassuring to hear. With such a man guarding her side, the turmoil within Xia Yingying's heart found immediate solace. Indeed, clarity illuminated her thoughts. She was determined to discover the motives behind Li Wentai's insistence on compelling her to marry him. As Jiang Shan contemplated the situation, he discerned a potential scheme from the Li family. They might attempt to implicate Xia Yingying through their child, claiming that the baby was born of her. With Xia Huanhuan's existence now extinguished, the matter had become convoluted. Given their elevated status, if they asserted that the child belonged to Xia Yingying, what evidence could she provide to refute such claims? During those months of pregnancy and childbirth, had her sister not substituted for her at school? Jiang Shan pondered deeply. Realizing that this scenario was not devoid of plausibility, he inquired about Xia Yingying's thoughts on the matter. "Yingying, let us entertain a hypothetical. Last July, when your sister just gave birth, you were on summer vacation, absent from school for about 50 days, correct?" "Who says I wasn't at school? I was present in July and August, only returning home for 10 days after August 20th, Xia Yingying retorted, her brow furrowing in concern. "Very well. You were at school interacting with your classmates in July and August. However, if the Li father and son were to assert that the person present during those months was not you but your sister, how would you defend yourself?" Xia Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that even a possibility? You and your sister have both mentioned that your father sometimes struggles to distinguish between the two of you. It stands to reason that your classmates and teachers might also be confused." Anxiety surged within Xia Yingying once more. Suddenly, she found herself in a haze, questioning her own presence at school during July and August. Was it truly her or her sister? "Brother-in-law, if Li Wentai truly seeks to entangle me in this mess, do you mean to say it could become utterly chaotic?" Jiang Shan nodded gravely. "Do not be deceived into thinking that all officials are benevolent." Xia Yingying clung to a thread of hope. Is it possible that Uncle Li is merely attending to other matters at the Education Bureau, and we are merely speculating? Jiang Shan scoffed. He has encountered many villains and experienced nefarious deeds. A fortune exceeding 1 billion is seldom acquired without struggle. Yingying, it would be prudent to anticipate the worst in this situation, allowing you to prepare yourself mentally and remain composed. Xia Yingying pressed her cheek against the child's face, contemplating the potential fallout if the leaders at Ontai Number 1 High School were to heed slanderous whispers and harbor doubts about her. She resolved that if such were the case, she would vacate her residence immediately, should the school's administration prove to be of such low character. She felt it unnecessary to continue teaching there. "I do not care about work. I cannot allow Xiao Mei and Xiao Bao to lose their mother again. If it comes to it, I shall abandon my career and return to the fields as a farmer with you." Jiang Shan was profoundly shaken. He yearned to embrace Yingying, realizing that she was not merely an aunt to the child. She was the child's true mother. There were certain truths Yingying could not voice. "Shanzi, I am Huanhuan. I am your wife. Yet, She could not express this to the Education Bureau officials, the teachers at school, or even her parents. Ying, you may not become a teacher at Antai number 1, but I can assure you that becoming a wealthy woman in Antai County is not without merit. A smile graced Xia Ying's lips. Indeed, it is of little consequence. As long as I am there for them, everything else is trivial. There is no obstacle insurmountable. With this mindset of embracing the insignificance of her challenges, Xia Ying felt equipped to face whatever lay ahead with poise. Ying, it is possible that tomorrow the school authorities will conduct an investigation into your background and family circumstances. I am unafraid. Speak the truth without a hint of deception. Xia Ying cast a glance at the man, feeling that introducing him as her brother-in-law would be a falsehood. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. Someone was already knocking at the door. Jiang Shan surmised that the school leaders had arrived. Ying, hand the child to me, and you go answer the door. It must be the principal of the first high school. If the school deems the situation serious, it is not unlikely they would come to ascertain the facts. 3 individuals stood outside the door. Jiang Shan recognized Director Li and Teacher Tao. The short, stout man seemed familiar, connecting him to Antai First High. Jiang Shan nearly exclaimed, Principal Wei? He recalled that during his own high school days, the principal of First High was Wei Tongting, this very man. Principal Wei had a rather stubborn disposition, but was essentially a good person. Xia Ying greeted them warmly. Teacher Tao, Director Li, Principal Wei, please come in quickly. We just finished dinner. Have you eaten? Teacher Tao stepped into the room first, her smile less genuine than the day before, and she did not glance at the little treasure in Jiang Shan's arms. Teacher Xia, Principal Wei wishes to personally understand some matters, she stated. Xia Ying nodded. Please have a seat. Discussing certain matters at home is more convenient. Principal Wei glanced at Jiang Shan and waved. Have your brother-in-law sit as well. There are certain matters I need to inquire of him. Xiaomei took the little treasure away, closing the bedroom door behind them, allowing the siblings to play at ease. A circle of people sat around the small tea table in the living room. The table had been there from before. While the stools were makeshift dining stools brought down from the village by Jiang Shan, Principal Wei felt a twinge of regret. He should not have hastily agreed to let Xia Ying move into the house without first clarifying her background. He was, after all, eager to recruit talent. And after confirming Xia Ying's basic situation with the normal university, he had consented to allocate this apartment to her. Who could have anticipated that such troubles would accompany her? It was somewhat hasty. Xia Ying exchanged a glance with Teacher Tao, who was aware of the situation and had likely informed Principal Wei. Teacher Xia, today I heard some unsettling news, and I would like to hear your explanation firsthand. No problem, Principal Wei. What would you like to know? Xia Ying glanced at her brother-in-law, speaking with calm assurance. Chapter 78. Let us face the troubles together. Principal Wei personally entered the apartment, wearing a serious expression as he sat beside Xia Ying. On the very first day of work, someone had approached the Education Bureau of Antai County to report certain issues concerning Xia Ying, which had taken Principal Wei by surprise. Principal Wei, I know who reported my situation to the Education Bureau, Xia Ying said, her composure unwavering as she articulated her thoughts clearly. Wei Tongting gazed into Teacher Xia's eyes and inquired, Oh, you know who reported you? It was Li Jiai from the Ningyan County Education Bureau. His son wishes to pursue a relationship with me, but I refused. In retaliation, he came to Antai County to tarnish my reputation. Xia Ying recounted the events of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Principal Wei earnestly absorbed the information provided by Teacher Xia. It is quite unreasonable. Just because Teacher Xia is unwilling to engage in a romantic relationship, does that mean her father must resort to discrediting this young female teacher at the Education Bureau of Antai County? Is Li Jiai truly so malevolent? The director of the Ningyan Education Bureau? Principal Wei suddenly recalled that Director Hao had been transferred from Ningyan County. Their familiarity could indeed suggest a connection. But he surely has no reason to pursue the soon-to-graduate Teacher Xia so relentlessly over this matter. Jiang Shan felt compelled to share his thoughts with the school leadership. Principal Wei, having served as a teacher at number 1 high school for half your life and now in a leadership position, you have encountered many individuals and situations. Some people, who appear to be virtuous Education Bureau officials, harbor dark intentions unknown to anyone. Just because, on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month last year, Xia Ying eloped to my home, thus embarrassing him, he has pursued this matter aggressively. Principal Wei nodded in agreement with Jiang Shan's assertion. Teacher Xia's brother-in-law, unlike a mere farmer, spoke with clarity and conviction. However, Principal Wei could not rely solely on the accounts of Jiang Shan and Xia Yingying. Teacher Tao mentioned that she had seen the wedding photo of Jiang Shan and his wife, and that the woman in the photograph was indeed Xia Yingying. Principal Wei wished to take a glance at the wedding photo. Xia Yingying presented it for his inspection. Both Principal Wei and Director Li were astonished. Was that not indeed Xia Yingying? This revelation left Principal Wei in a state of inner turmoil. Teacher Xia, Li Jiai has reported concerns about you. Are you aware of what he is insinuating? Xia Yingying readily acknowledged, of course, I am aware. He claims that I had a child while studying at normal university. Principal Wei scrutinized Xia Yingying, unable to discern whether this beautiful teacher had indeed given birth. Teacher Xia, today I wish to inform you that no. One high school will send personnel to normal university to investigate your situation. I hope you can withstand the scrutiny and that you are entirely innocent of any wrongdoing. Very well, you may investigate as you please. Xia Yingying's composure alleviated Principal Wei's anxiety considerably. Her demeanor suggested honesty, as if she had nothing to conceal. Principal Wei proceeded to inquire about Jiang Shan's living conditions in Kibahu and the situation concerning the two children. Jiang Shan humbly answered truthfully. Yingying's twin sister had passed away, and the children were still very young. As their aunt, Xia Yingying did not wish for them to lose their mother. After the three individuals at the school concluded their inquiries and prepared to depart, Jiang Shan escorted them downstairs. Suddenly, Principal Wei posed a question. Comrade Jiang, do you also spend your nights in this house? Jiang Shan smiled slightly, immediately grasping what Principal Wei was trying to ascertain. I am staying at the Nanjie Inn. Principal Wei sighed in relief. This young man did not appear to be a simpleton from the village, as his demeanor and conversation suggested otherwise. The direction to the No. 1 high school dormitory was not the same as that to the Nanjie Inn. Principal Wei discreetly whispered to Director Li, who nodded in understanding and took a detour to the Nanjie Inn. Principal Wei then advised Teacher Tao, please engage with Teacher Xia as much as possible to ascertain her character and knowledge. Whether or not Teacher Xia has any issues should not be determined by mere hearsay. We must possess genuine evidence to refute any slanderous claims. Teacher Tao nodded, understood, Principal. Principal Wei sighed, reflecting, if Teacher Xia is willing to remain at Antai No. 1 high school for the sake of her twin sister's children, it speaks volumes of her pure character and noble virtues. I must retain such a teacher. Teacher Tao chuckled. It's evident you have taken a liking to her. Is that not obvious? Wei retorted, if you were a graduate of normal university, would you be teaching at Antai No. 1? Teacher Tao found Principal Wei's comparisons to be rather misplaced. Tomorrow morning, we shall ascertain whether Teacher Xia's brother-in-law is lodging at the South Street Inn. Wei continued. As for whether Teacher Xia has given birth, a simple check at our maternal and child health hospital will clarify everything. Principal Wei hushed. Let us not broach that topic. We shall request Teacher Xia to undergo an examination only if absolutely necessary. To ask her now would be unwarranted and could undermine her dignity. Jiang Shan departed to escort the school leadership and did not return, leaving Xia Yingying feeling a quiet sense of disappointment. It seemed he was unwilling to spend the night in this house at the school. This was unacceptable. She resolved to return home on Saturday and bring her mother over. Xia Yingying felt anxious and slept restlessly that night. At dawn, Jiang Shan knocked on the door, carrying steamed buns and boiled eggs. Xia Yingying complained, why spend money? You could have prepared something at home. Jiang Shan replied cheerfully, I passed by a breakfast shop near the school, and the aroma of the buns was irresistible. So I bought some. You need not trouble yourself. Xia Yingying teased him slightly. Are you truly that earnest? The moment the school leadership raises a question, you hesitate to stay in this house. I am not in a rush. You have yet to find your footing. We shall let things unfold naturally, he assured her. Xia Yingying blushed and lowered her head, feeling as though he implied she was too eager. She went to school early, familiarizing herself with the workflow and managing minor tasks in preparation for the upcoming semester when she would be assigned 2 math classes for the first-year students. Dear readers, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page for continued excitement. Teacher Tao leaned in close to share a secret with Xia Yingying last night. Principal Wei sent Director Li to the South Street Inn. Fortunately, your brother-in-law is staying there. Had he been here with you, it would have negatively impacted your standing with Principal Wei. A wave of apprehension washed over Xia Yingying. Her mindset last night had been misguided. Jiang Shan's visit to the South Street Inn was indeed considerate of him. She could not allow him to stay there every night. It was quite possible that Principal Wei would inquire there each evening. Regardless, She needed to bring her mother over within the week. Xia Yingying's routine was steady. She commuted between home and work, spending her days peacefully. While she was at work, Jiang Shan remained at home to care for the two children. Time passed swiftly, and soon Saturday arrived. "Brother-in-law, I will return to Ningyang for a while. I will definitely bring my mother over," she declared. "That sounds good. I can return to the village to handle a few matters. Until your situation becomes clearer, the school will not rent me a shop." "It's not mandatory to rent from the school. There are other options," he replied. It was then that Xia Yingying learned Jiang Shan intended to open a shop selling vegetables in the county seat. This revelation disappointed her, as she had hoped her husband would venture into the provincial capital to pursue grander business opportunities. Nestled in a small county, running a vegetable shop hardly constitutes a grand enterprise. "Brother-in-law, will you return to the village tomorrow? I plan to accompany you to pick up our mother." "Are you concealing the fact that you work at Antai No. 1 High School? Your parents are certain to express their displeasure. I cannot remain distant. For any troubles that arise, I shall face them alongside you." Summer Yingying's earlier dejection suddenly transformed into a surge of excitement. This man has become increasingly eloquent. His words resonate so pleasingly. Never mind. If he desires to run a vegetable shop, so be it. I do not seek his immense wealth. His presence beside me, coupled with his ability to uplift my spirits, suffices. Chapter 79. Are you unable to comprehend your woman's words? In the old Zhou's house on Royal Temple Lane, a few individuals gathered, their faces marred by anxiety. "Brother Zhou, the sentence for the Quan Tian Ho was 5 years. This is already the lightest sentence possible." Upon receiving this news, Zhou Wantong's thoughts were consumed by the Jiang brothers of the 700 households in Gaoya town. Had it not been for that young man from the Jiang family unexpectedly turning the tables, Quan Tian Ho would not have faced incarceration. During the lunar December, not only did he receive not a single penny from that lad, but several of his brothers also ended up imprisoned. This has left the brothers in Antai County in a state of trepidation. Old Zhou sought to reassure his companions. "Haiku, Xiaohu, refrain from rash actions these days. It is fortunate that Quan Tian Ho did not betray me. Keep a close watch on that young man from the Jiang family, and let us weather this storm." Two among them displayed impatience. "Brother Zhou, must we continue to hide? We have waited from lunar December to the first month, enduring an entire year." "Indeed, Brother Zhou, he has caused us injuries, leading to the imprisonment of Quan Tian Ho and others. Must we continue to wait? For what? That lad remains in the county town, and I fail to see what abilities he possesses." Old Zhou too found himself puzzled as to why that young man from the Jiang family had ceased his business ventures. During this period, he had remained at his residence in the family compound of No. 1 High School, devotedly caring for his two children. Could it be that he does nothing but await the appreciation of his loess stocks to generate profit? Zhou Wantong gradually unraveled the mystery of the loess stocks, the first public fundraising initiative in Long Province. In just over 10 days, the stocks in that young man's possession had doubled in value. At this rate of increase, it would not be long before a mere 10,000 yuan in stocks could yield several tens of thousands. No wonder he remains by his children's side without engaging in any other pursuits. Zhou Wantong calculated meticulously, recognizing that the young man's ability to amass wealth stemmed from the 500 yuan he had provided as startup capital. Previously, as his elder brother remarked, he had not a single yuan to his name, nor even a bag of flour at home. This 500 yuan has now transformed into 10,000 yuan worth of loess stocks. Zhou Wantong thought to himself that he ought to claim at least half of the profits. Astonishingly, the young man's companion has become Summer, a teacher at Antai No. 1 High School. While others may be oblivious, old Zhou had diligently inquired and discovered that his wife had passed away last November, and this young woman is the sister of his late wife. Old Zhou quickly grasped the situation. It was this young woman who had suggested that her brother-in-law invest in loess stocks to profit. This girl is quite remarkable. Yet her association with the young man from the Jiang family poses its own complications. To obtain a share of the profits from the Jiang family, one must first drive away the woman surnamed Xia from the Antai No. 1 High School. In the days following the new year, the team led by Quan Tian Ho infiltrated the school. An insider discreetly relayed a message to old Zhou, advising him to remain calm and avoid giving the bureau any leverage against him. Old Zhou gathered a few individuals and instructed them to keep a low profile for the time being. However, it was crucial to monitor whether that young Jiang had traveled to Lan City to convert stocks into cash. This needed close attention. As soon as he departed from Antai County, someone must be assigned to watch him. Brother Zhou, our people are tailing him. The whole Jiang family took a train back to Ningyan County. Old Zhou realized today was Saturday. Whether or not they returned to Ningyan County was of little consequence. It was essential to ascertain when he would return to Lan City to exchange money. Yes, Brother Zhou, our people are following him all the way. On the train to Ningyan County, Jiang Shan glanced once more at the unfamiliar man seated beside him. The fellow had been stealing glances at him since boarding. Jiang Shan, feeling somewhat suspicious, paid closer attention to him. Xia Yingying appeared a bit anxious, cradling her young son, and asked Little Bao, "Do you think your grandfather will throw us out?" Little Bao responded with an enchanting baby smile, revealing 2 tiny teeth to his mother and sister. "Brother-in-law, I think my dad might indeed throw me out." Jiang Shan patted Little Bao, smiling reassuringly. "Not at all. If anything, you might just make him faint again." Xia Yingying shot Jiang Shan a glance, as if to say it was none of his concern. She thought back to the last time when her father had fainted out of anger. It would be rather unfortunate if it happened again. Her parents assumed their daughter had returned to the provincial capital for school, while Jiang's son-in-law had gone back to the remote village of Kai Town. The two were separated by vast distances. Little did the elder couple know that Jiang Shan and Xia Yingying had not been apart from their 2 children even for a single day. The Li family could certainly run to the entire County Education Bureau to report issues concerning Xia Yingying, and it was likely they would also approach the Xia family regarding this matter. Xia Yingying conveyed a certain sentiment to Jiang Shan and Xiao Mei, ostensibly to comfort herself. "Brother-in-law, Xiao Mei, and Tai No. 1 High School has allocated me an apartment that can accommodate the 2 children and allow my mother and brother to stay with us. Isn't that wonderful? Can Launcher No. 2 High School provide such a place?" Xia Yingying believed this reasoning might somewhat alleviate her father's anger. "And brother-in-law, you mentioned that by March you could buy a tricycle for my father. Will you really be able to purchase it?" Her gaze was fixed on Jiang Shan's face, filled with anticipation. Jiang Shan feigned ignorance. "Yingying, did you mishear me? I said I would buy a tricycle for myself. I never said it was for our father." Xia Yingying grew somewhat anxious, wondering if this man truly could not comprehend her words. "Shanzi, what I mean is, you could buy a new tricycle and let my father use it for a few days to placate him. Surely, he wouldn't refuse it. He would only need it to haul a few things before returning it to you." "All right, as you wish. I will have the tricycle ready for our father to use for a few days." Xia Yingying wished fervently not to disembark from the train. The more she hoped for time to slow down, the faster it seemed to pass. Upon arrival, the 2 adults led the 2 children out of the train station. Outside, the night was pitch black. "Shanzi, shall we stay overnight at the Ningyang Hotel?" Without Xia Jingjing to pick us up, nor Li Wentai, Yingying suggested, "Let us take advantage of the darkness and walk back. It is already 10 o'clock. Regardless of how angry Dad might be, would he really chase us out?" Xia Yingying found the man's reasoning quite sensible. Returning so late, how could her father possibly send 4 of them away? If they spent the night at the Ningyang Inn, they might find that the father-in-law, in a fit of rage the following morning, might force Jiang Shan to leave for Antai County. The train back to Antai County departs at 8 in the morning. It's no wonder Jiang Shan insisted on taking the 6 o'clock train back to Ningyang. He had his own little schemes in mind. After walking for half an hour, Xia Yingying, initially anxious, now felt fatigued and scolded her brother. "That scoundrel Jingjing doesn't even know to come pick us up." Jiang Shan chuckled. "Yingying, we took the train back to your home today. How could Jingjing know to come for us?" Xia Yingying pouted. "What I mean is, once my dad realizes I'm in Antai County, he would surely send my brother over to check on us. So why hasn't he shown up?" Xia Yingying had already devised a plan. Not only would she bring her mother back to help take care of the children, but she also intended to have her brother come along to assist her husband in running a vegetable shop. Since Jiang Shan had opened a vegetable shop in Antai County, he needed extra hands. She thought it prudent to have Xia Jingjing come help. However, Jiang Shan was somewhat uncertain if Xia Jingjing would diligently work alongside him. "Yingying, he's only 16, full of youthful exuberance. Do you think he could focus on work with me? Brother-in-law, teach him how to earn money. Bring him up, and let him give the earnings to my dad. Just see if my dad would dare to chase you out of our home." One day, Xia Yingying would have to tell her parents that Jiang Shan, her brother-in-law, was indeed her partner. By then, with Xia Jingjing earning a substantial income under her brother-in-law's guidance, how could her parents possibly disapprove?